This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1: Traveling through the Zerg to find players. Deep in the universe, in an unknown galaxy, with a burst of space distortion, a huge battleship appeared here the next moment. This is a giant battleship with a length of nearly 10 kilometers. It is the symbol of the human empire, the Emperor class, with a super weapon and hundreds of flagship cannons. It is the conqueror of civilization and a harvester on the battlefield. But at this moment, its target is an inconspicuous planet in this galaxy. This should be the last insect nest. Inside the battleship, the commander said as he looked at the projection of the planet. The insect nest hundreds of meters high in the cave space deep underground on the planet. Hearing the commander's words, his soldiers nodded and said, "Yes, Commander. This is the last one." As he spoke, the soldier subconsciously looked at the dying queen not far away, who was bound by a special psychic beam. The queen, the leader of the Zerg. All the starry Zerg in this universe will obey her command. She is everything to the Zerg. She is the Zerg. The Zerg that has lost its queen is a group of beasts without any intelligence at all. Although the star Zerg race is powerful, their intelligence is their biggest flaw. Without the queen and the energy-devouring brain worms to connect these worms, this group of worms will not be a concern. The power of the queen who loses the insect swarm will also be greatly weakened, because the queen's power comes from the insect swarm. Looking at the half-dead queen commander in the distance, he slowly walked up to her. Your connection with the swarm of insects has created a powerful Zerg race. And this connection is also your biggest weakness. Because once you are caught, it will be easy for us to find the locations of all your nests through the connection between you. Although you can disconnect from the insect nests, you cannot disconnect if there is interference from the Mora stone, and you are severely damaged. So as early as hundreds of years ago, we, the Alien Tribunal, created this device to target this characteristic of yours. The commander said as he looked at the queen, who was looking at him with hatred in her eyes. It's time to end. The mission of annihilating the interstellar Zerg issued by the Tribunal ended today. 2,000 years later. Thanks to the efforts of the Demonic Tribunal and the Alien Tribunal. Just like your swarm, our empire also has strong beliefs. We are loyal to the Emperor just like the swarm is loyal to the Queen. This is not a simple collision of force, but also a collision of beliefs. As he spoke, the commander looked at the Queen and made a standard imperial etiquette to express his respect for this race. Although you are insects, you are also worthy of respect. And the greatest respect among civilizations is to kill them all. As the words fell, a huge energy ball began to gather at the top of the Emperor-class battleship. The Doomsday weapon is charging. 60%, 80%, 100%. As the charge was completed, a thick blue beam shot towards the planet. When the planet turned into dust under the huge energy impact, the last insect nest disappeared into the universe. At the same time, the queen slowly closed her eyes, and signs of life gradually disappeared. But what no one present noticed was that she looked in a certain direction before she died. So I'm going through time now? At the other end of the galaxy, Jiang Yao was looking at the huge insect nest in front of him in confusion for a long time without saying a word. Jiang Yao, a member of the Blue Star flower-growing family, like thousands of other ordinary people, entered the society and found a job that was relatively decent. As a game planning assistant in a certain company, although the salary for just entering the industry is not particularly high, you can barely make a living. Of course, he himself is not someone who is content with the status quo. After work, he also registered a company and built his own website to prepare for his solo career in the future. As the saying goes, planning a game without wanting to do it yourself is not a good plan. Then he traveled through time when everything was proceeding steadily according to his plan. Inexplicably, he traveled to this inhospitable planet and was bound to a system. Super Evolution System. This system, called Super Evolution, allows you to gain evolution points by killing creatures or some special plants, and then consume evolution points to evolve individual creatures. In addition, it can also establish a spiritual connection between itself and other creatures, so that this creature can be completely controlled by itself, and you can share the vision of the controlled creature. But the premise of this control is that the creature must be absolutely loyal to you. If I remember the system correctly, did you already bind the insect nest to me just now? Answer host. Yes. Then the bugs it creates are absolutely loyal to me. Yes. Then that's the case. At this point, Jiang Yao gradually had an idea in his mind. First of all, I just learned through the system Jiang Yao that the Zerg failed in the war, and the queen was captured. The mother nests scattered in the universe were all found and eliminated by the human race because of the queen's connection. The reason why this insect nest can stay is because this insect nest has flaws. Although the insects produced by other insect nests are not very smart, they are at least somewhat intelligent. But the bugs produced by this insect nest were simply a bunch of mentally retarded people. So this one-in-a-kind insect nest was naturally abandoned. So the queen disconnected from it very early, allowing the insect nest to escape. It can be inferred from this that the insects born in this insect nest are basically the kind of insects that cannot take care of themselves. What can this kind of insect do if it is not controlled by humans? Nothing can be done. As for controlling these bugs, is it feasible for Jiang Yao alone? Definitely not. After all, how could he control so many bugs at the same time by himself? So after thinking about it, he came up with a way. Just let others take control. This perfectly solves the problem of the insect's intelligence. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao immediately started to take action. Isn't it easy to find someone to control bugs? Can the system connect to the Blue Star network? Then make a game helmet and deliver it to Blue Star players. Thinking of this, Chen Gang asked. Answer the host. In theory it is possible, but it requires consuming evolution points. The host's evolution points are currently 0. So please get the evolution points first. And the host needs to obtain the coordinates of the Blue Star to complete the transmission. And finding the coordinates of the Blue Star and transmitting require a lot of evolution points. After hearing the system's answer, Jiang Yao just glanced at the insect nest not far away. Well, I think the system, although that insect nest is a fool. Can you not regard me as a fool? You brought the labor and capital here from Blue Star. Why the hell are you telling me that you don't know the coordinates? Are you fooling the devil? System. That's all. After some time, a website that had been quiet for several years suddenly changed. I saw high-definition stickers being put up one after another. In the picture, a crab-like monster with large metal pincers was attacking a thick plant about 10 meters high. The flower buds of the plant also have a mouth full of sharp fangs. The next picture is a scene where the crab monster protrudes green corrosive liquid. And at the same time, the giant plant opens its bloody mouth and attacks the crab monster. And there are a few big words written in the middle of the intersection of the two. The ultimate gaming experience. Conquer the mysterious planet. The next few pictures are basically the same, but the text has changed. For example, my fate is up to me. I serve as salt for the Zerg. Or, I'm a worker bee. And I'm a brother. So come and chop me down. Another example is ZergOL. The quota for closed beta without deletion is being distributed. We sincerely invite you to experience it together. Chapter 2 Distribution of Internal Beta Quotas. It didn't take long. Blue Star. Inside a rental house. Sigh. It's boring. It's really boring. The current game is always boring no matter how much it is played over and over again. While talking about Chen Yao, he was boringly searching for helmet-related games on the ST game platform. The market is full of Star Wars games. Although there is a market for helmet-mounted games with Star Wars themes. How many games of this type, and with such a huge worldview, can really be done well? Although the Interstellar era was popular some time ago. That was just an example. Who gave you the confidence to give you the illusion that you can become popular even if you have sex with me? As he was about to close the game interface after searching for a long time, but to no avail. Suddenly a game called ZergOL caught his attention. Play as a bug to defeat the evil humans. This introduction is a bit interesting. A new game just released today? He clicked in with a hint of curiosity. I have to say that these stickers are really good. As soon as he entered, he was attracted by the stickers on the official website. Damn. It's so high definition. I'm afraid all the company's funds have been invested in the stickers. As he said this, he noticed the game content video in the center. After clicking on the video, a huge insect nest appeared in the underground cave in the opening scene. As the camera kept zooming in, the picture became clearer and clearer. Holy shit. Damn it. There's no mosaic even when the lens is stretched to this level? Even every cell can be seen clearly. I do not believe. It was definitely copied and pasted directly from some movie footage, Chen Yao said while looking at everything in front of him. But the next moment letters popped up. We solemnly promise. If you enter the game, and the promotional screen is inconsistent, please uninstall the game immediately and report us. Report the website www.xxxx.com. Chen Yao was stunned when he saw the subtitles here. Is this game company so stubborn? Did you just post the report website? Or are these all true? Isn't this the kind of plan to sacrifice someone to the gods? As he spoke, His curiosity became more intense. Continuing to look down, I saw a bloated worker bee about 8 meters long and about 5 meters tall crawling out of it. The next perspective switched to the perspective of the worker bee. Follow the worker bee's perspective through the cave to the surface. The moment the worker bee stepped out of the cave, a dazzling light shone down. I saw that this place was a vibrant planet, filled with all kinds of strange plants. And all kinds of strange beasts could be seen everywhere not far away. But at this moment, a change occurred. A huge plant in the distance rushed towards the worker bees at an extremely fast speed with its mouth wide open. The battle was about to break out. And at this moment, the scene stopped abruptly. Where's the follow-up? I'm sorry about you. What's the follow-up? It's so annoying. Now these broken game websites are coming to imitate certain videos and post half of them up. It's really disgusting. Seeing the scene that suddenly stopped, Chen Yao instinctively screamed. At this moment, he didn't realize that he was deeply attracted by the picture. But then he calmed down. His first reaction was that the picture quality of this game was absolutely impossible. The investment for a game with this quality of graphics is at least 1 billion or even tens of billions. I wonder how a game with such an amount of investment can be so unknown and need to be promoted no matter what. And as a game veteran, how could I have never heard of a game of this quality? After all, the Interstellar Pie Next Door has raised billions in crowdfunding and has been in development for more than 10 years. But there is still not much movement. The picture quality and worldview of this game are not under the star category. But it has already been put into the market. Why should he? Thinking of this, Chen Yao was even more convinced that this was a stinking game that was carefully crafted into CG and made with feet. However, thinking of the official barrage just now, he accidentally clicked into the closed beta qualification receiving interface. Damn it! What the hell? Is it so troublesome to receive the qualification for closed beta? At this moment, looking at the long page internal test qualification application form, Chen Yao instinctively wanted to click on the upper right corner to close it directly. But when he saw that the application at the top was successful, and that he would receive an exclusive gaming helmet, he held back. Gaming helmets are not cheap nowadays. One costs tens of thousands. And looking at the helmet with a strong Zerg style in the picture, he suppressed his last impulse to close the application form. Because exclusive DIY customized helmets are more expensive. Just like that, he resisted the urge to quit and started filling it out. What are these questions? How old are you? What is the longest time you have been online in the game? Please provide evidence. Have you ever played those strategy games? Please provide evidence. Have you ever participated in gaming competitions? What kind of results have you achieved? He became angry when he saw that the key to all these bizarre questions was that he still had to provide evidence. Hack you. I'll show you the evidence of paralysis. You are deliberately trying to embarrass me. Fat tiger. Thinking of this, he couldn't bear the torture of these questions, and directly filled in all the fields with a paragraph. I'm a badass when it comes to playing games. Then attach a picture of Tickle Master's annual report. I saw clearly written on it. Player XX. Tickle Master was online for a total of 201 days last year. And the longest online time in one day was 24 hours. At the same time, there are many people doing the same thing as Chen Yao in several other places where flowers are planted. But unlike Chen Yao, some people started showing off various stickers, while others simply closed the interface. All in all, Jiang Yao from the insect nest received 20 completed application forms one day later. So he took the application form and started screening it like an interviewer. This is enough for your liver. You can also use this for professional players. Just give up on the salted fish. After doing all this, Jiang Yao created an official group and brought the players, who had completely filled out the questionnaire, into the chat group. As soon as they entered the group, everyone started to make a fuss. Chen Yao, have you all filled out the forms? Xianyu, yes. You just asked me to join the group after filling it out. But to be honest, this group is so deserted. Emperor Penguin, this is normal. After all, this is a new game. But to be honest, I don't believe that this game is really the same as the promotional picture. Cloud Gamer, I don't really believe it either. Needless to say, I don't need to say more about the picture quality of this game. It's really not something that ordinary companies can do to produce a game with such a grand world view. Feng Qinyong, yes. And I took a look at this company. It is a little-known small company that was registered 3 years ago. This game is also their first game. But the only thing that impressed me about this game company is that they didn't ask anyone in the official group to create the illusion that the game is very popular. Unknown, everyone. Am I the only one who comes here for free helmets? Everyone continued chatting like this. And after a while, someone suddenly received an email. Qinyao, brothers. I just received the email that my application was approved. Email reply helmet will be delivered to my home within 3 days. Emperor Penguin, damn it. I also received. Xianyu, huh? By coincidence. I received it too. Cloud Player, huh? Do you have them all? Why don't I? Feng Xiaoxiao, me neither. Although the few people who received the email at this moment didn't have much hope for the official delivery of helmets. People still have a little bit of luck even though they know the possibility is very low. Just like this one morning a few days later. Qinyao had just gotten up when he heard a knock on the door. Who is it? He opened the door with some doubts. Is this Mr. Chen? Yes. It's me. Hello, Mr. Chen. You have a collectible express. Please sign for it. As he said this, the courier pointed to the box at his feet. Express delivery? He was a little confused as he said it. But soon, he seemed to remember something. Could it be? As he spoke, he crouched down quickly and stared at the box on the ground with eyes full of disbelief. Isn't it possible? Is it really a gift? So, can I open the box and inspect the goods? Sure. So about a few minutes later, Zerg OL official group. Qinyao, I am the second best. I am the second best. Brothers. Look. As he said that, he quickly sent the picture of the helmet. Qinyao, damn it. I always thought this official thing was just a joke. But it turns out. Who would have thought that this horse riding thing is actually real? Officials really gave away helmets. Emperor Penguin at Qinyao. Did you really receive the helmet? Brother. Please play the game and check the situation first. I dare to give you a helmet. I feel that this official promotion may be true. Xianyu, I received a piece of good news early in the morning. Brother Ming. I also received a helmet. After briefly chatting with everyone, Qinyao couldn't wait to pick up his helmet and get ready to enter the game. Next moment. Chapter 3 Entering the Ultimate Gaming Experience. Qinyao appeared in a space full of green codes. Please name your character. Note, the role cannot be changed after it is named. Name it? Said Qinyao, who was in trouble. It's the most troublesome thing to come up with a name. Just think of one. Whether to use it or not. Start with a Kuan. Which will be your character name. Yes. The role was named successfully. Connecting to the server. The connection was successful. Players. Start with a Kuan. For the internal beta players, the character will be distributed for free. The character worker B will be distributed for free successfully. Loading. Loading successful. As the series of prompts ended, a white light flashed the next moment. When Qinyao came to his senses again, everything in front of him changed. Ah this. Zhou Chao. Forgive me for being uneducated. That's all. This game is really made. And the most important thing is that the official of a game with this level of picture quality will let you buy a game helmet for free. Can you believe it? At this moment, Qinyao, who was controlling the huge body of the worker bee, was wandering around the hive, looking at everything in front of him with a look of disbelief on his face. At this moment, another worker bee emerged from the nest. Holy shit! It's amazing! The picture quality. The operation feels like this. Oh my god! The detail of taking 2 steps and leaving footprints is amazing. Soon Xianyu, who had just entered the game, saw the equally shocked Qinyao not far away. Who are you? Xianyu asked strangely when he walked up to Qinyao. I'm Qinyao. Zhang Tiekuan replied. After learning the identity of Kun at the beginning, Xianyu couldn't help but complain. I'll go. Why did you come up with such a weird name? Did you directly use the ID in the group? I thought it was your online name. My other games are also called Salted Fish. And it's so basic to enter a game group and change my ID to a game. Don't you know? Okay. I mean that as a standalone player all the time. I don't know the rules very well. I will go to the group to change my ID after I download the game. At this moment, while the two were still talking, Jiangyao came over and saw the 2 people in front of him. Jiangyao quickly told the script he had prepared in advance. It can be seen that our 2 Zerg warriors have awakened. 100 years ago, a war broke out between humans and Zerg. Unfortunately, we failed. The entire Zerg race has been annihilated. And the evil humans have carried out a strategy of exerting our Zerg race to annihilate them all. They found our insect nests scattered across the universe and destroyed them one by one. And we are the last Zerg in this universe. Although humans have not found us yet, I have a hunch that we are very likely to be found in the near future. So before that, We must develop and strengthen ourselves to resist dangers that may occur at any time. The two bugs just listened to Jiang Yao's story quietly. Although for Xianyu, he usually skipped this kind of novice tutorial. But this game doesn't work. Because according to the official website, the person in front of you is Jiang Yao, the leader of the Zerg. He controls the entire Zerg, and is also the most important NPC in the game. In the future, if the bugs need to evolve or perform other operations, they will need to go through him. He is highly intelligent, and has an independent favorability for each insect. When the favorability reaches a certain level, if you evolve with him, he will most likely give you a discount on the price. If his favorability towards you drops, it is very likely that the evolution cost will increase. And if the favorability level is any lower, your account may even be banned. Right. You heard it right. This NPC can be banned directly. Although this is outrageous. But for a game that claims to be 100% realistic, this is normal. After all, as the leader of the Zerg clan, he holds the power of life and death for all the bugs. The operation in the game is to ban the account. Therefore, at this moment, although the two of them felt that what he said was useless nonsense, they still listened patiently to the end. So, two great Zerg warriors. What you need to do now is to build the Zerg hive. Now the Zerg hive is seriously short of supplies. And even maintaining basic operations is a problem. Now all you need to do is go to the ground to collect food and send it down. I will reward you with corresponding evolution points based on the amount of food you collect. After hearing this, the two of them couldn't help but their eyes lit up. Good guy. Is it so exciting to reward evolution points right from the start? The two people who have read the guide on the official website naturally know the role of evolution points. There are two currency units in this game. The first currency unit is the special ore, Arak ore. This rare ore is the energy source of the brood. Consuming enough Arak or brood can hatch some special construction bugs, thus unlocking more bugs. Although the brood can provide energy by devouring substances or living things, these things can only keep the living things from dying. To unlock more special bugs, you still need to swallow ores. And the bugs themselves can also eat or to improve their level. So this ore can also be regarded as a currency. Another currency is evolution points. There are two ways to obtain evolution points. The first is obtained by hunting powerful star beasts or special creatures. The second is obtained by exchanging ores. And the third is obtained by recharging. Starry sky monsters or special creatures can be understood as boss battles in other games. And they are not that difficult at all. It is also difficult to obtain the ore by exchanging it, because the ore is very rare, and this thing can also improve its own basic attributes. So the two of them will basically not consider using it to exchange for evolution points. As for recharging, there is no recharge system yet, so this road is blocked. Maybe you will say that it is a bit cheating that this game also has a recharge system. But these two people will tell you that it is not a cheat at all, because although evolution points can be obtained by recharging, the same evolution points can also be sold to the system and redeemed for cash at a ratio of 1:1, without any redemption threshold. Although it is still unclear whether the news is true or false, since the official dares to say so. It is basically impossible to lie about the current performance of the game. Of course, these are not the point. The point is that the game company, which has always been known as a vampire, will give you soft sister coins at the beginning. This is the key point. You must know that if you charge money to enter the game company must have a green light all the way. But if you want to take money out of the game, let alone the red lights all the way, these game companies will most likely remove the lights for you. But this game actually gives you a money mission right from the beginning. This is simply outrageous. It's so outrageous. If this is true, and if the game company says there is no threshold for withdrawals, this game is simply a pioneer in the gaming industry. If we could really take out money from game companies, wouldn't it be? Thinking of this, the two people immediately raised their large pliers and said, "Chief, we promise to complete the mission." As they said that, the two insects crawled towards the cave entrance not far away. For the two of them at this moment, it doesn't matter how much money they can get out of the game company. What matters is whether they can get it out. So the two of them couldn't wait to verify it. As soon as they came out and saw everything in front of them, both of them were shocked. I'll be a good boy. Can you believe it? This style of painting. This picture quality. The two people who had just stepped out of the underground cave stared blankly at everything in front of them. Their current location was at the foot of a snow-capped mountain. Standing at the foot of the mountain and looking up, they saw the snow-capped mountain shrouded in clouds and mist, like a fairyland on earth. The foot of the mountain is covered with a variety of unknown plants. And occasionally, you can see some strange-looking animals walking through the forest. Occasionally, the wind blew through the distant woods, and the rustling sound made the two of them look at each other involuntarily. Holy shit. You're so ugly. Nah. They're all worker bees. I still can't believe you don't look like this. In this way, the two entered the jungle while chatting. At the same time, on the other side, in the Zerg chat group, Emperor Penguin, didn't these two damn people say that they would report the situation as soon as they entered the game? It's been a long time since they did it. Not only did they not report the situation, but there was no response from anyone in this group. Feng Xiaoxiao, yes. I'm so afraid that I won't die in the game. Thank you, Nyong. These two fools are really unreliable. Brothers, I also received a gaming helmet just now. I will go in to check the situation later, and then come out to report to everyone. Feng Xiaoxiao, brother. Go and come back quickly. Thank you, Yunqing. Okay. Probably a few more hours. Feng Xiaoxiao at thank you, Nyong. What's going on? Brother. You just kept silent. Emperor Penguin. Yes, another one has disappeared. Brothers. I just received the helmet. I will enter the game later to see what kind of monsters and ghosts it is that have made these people seem possessed. Feng Xiaoxiao, go quickly and come back quickly. Don't you disappear too. Emperor Penguin, don't worry. It's okay. After a while. Feng Xiaoxiao, that's right. There's another one gone. Unknown. They are probably all dead in the game. And now in the game. Chapter 4. The boss comes right after you come up? Chapter 4. Fight the boss as soon as you come up. As for Emperor Penguin, he was stunned by the scene in front of him as soon as he entered the game. Dear me. This style of painting is too. As he spoke, the Emperor Penguin controlling the worker bee began to turn the worker bee's flexible compound eyes to look around. Slotting. You have to ask me what a game is. This is a game. While he was still shocked by the realism of this game, a distant sound caught his attention. Following the sound, he saw another worker bee crawling out of the nest, looking at everything around him with the same curious eyes as him. Are you a cloud player? Emperor Penguin asked as he looked at the worker bees not far away. Emperor Penguin? Did you receive a helmet too? Yeah. Those cheaters in the group just entered the game for a long time without any movement. It happened that I also received the helmet. So I thought I would come in to see what was going on, so that I could go offline and report it to the few people in the group. Explain the situation. Just as the two were communicating, Jiang Yao came over and watched the two continue their opening remarks. He looked at the two insects and said in an extremely perfunctory tone, Two great Zerg warriors. You have awakened. By the way, I forgot to mention that the Zerg has been defeated. You are the last Zerg. Now you need to work with me to build the Zerg. So go collect resources on the ground. Go, go, go! Just as Jiang Yao was about to turn around and leave, he suddenly remembered something. So he looked back at the two insects. By the way, there are still 3 insects up there. I don't know what the situation is. They haven't come back yet. You guys go up and have a look. After saying that, he walked towards his residence in the insect nest without looking back, leaving only the 2 insects looking at each other. I feel numb. I don't know why I always feel that this NPC talks so perfunctorily. Also, I always feel that this NPC is very similar to the textbooks we read when we were in school. All kinds of perfunctory. Yeah, I feel that way too. But what they don't know is that if the same line is repeated several times, everyone will have such a reaction. I don't know what those 3 guys are doing. Why haven't I seen them? After bidding farewell to Jiang Yao, Emperor Penguin looked around and didn't notice the Xianyu people who entered the game first, and suddenly felt a little strange. Isn't there a chat window here? Try asking in it. At this moment, the cloud player discovered something. So he tried to enter a text in the chat box. Hello. Is anyone here? Not long after typing, I received a reply, which was an invitation box for the voice channel. Player, I have started to invite you to join the combat language channel. Do you accept it? When the chat box popped up, the two looked at each other and clicked to join. What the HL? Salty fish. Get out of the way. Damn. In the beginning, Kudama clamped his tail. Steal his butt? Don't be so confrontational. Hammer. I only have 200 blood left after 1000 blood. Now my whole body is bleeding, and I'm still in a defense-breaking state. What Herma still dares to steal the butt? If I dare to do it in this situation, I will either steal it or give it away. Stop arguing. There are newcomers here. Call them too to come up and help. Xianyu immediately sent out the coordinates on the channel as he said that. We are attacking a big monster. Please come up quickly to support us. We are almost in Bungbu. Hearing Xianyu's shouts, the Emperor Penguin also looked confused. What's going on? We just entered the game, and is it so exciting? Yes. Yes. I can't even figure out some specific operations of the game right now. You should give us some time to get familiar with the operations. Cloud Player also echoed. I'm familiar with your sister. Now there are 3 of us. One is disabled, and the other 2 are half healthy. By the time you get to know each other better, we'll all be really cool. Stop inking. Come up and help. Brother. In the end, unable to withstand the urging of several people, the 2 of them could only run quickly out of the cave one after the other. Holy crap. This picture quality is amazing. The Emperor Penguin couldn't help but sigh as soon as he came out of the cave. Brothers, please stop being so picky about the picture quality. The insects are going to kill you. Come on. Come on. Panic. As they said that, the 2 of them continued to run non-stop towards the target point. About 10 minutes after crawling. Hack. 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 The scene in front of him shocked the Cloud Player. Not far away, I saw a huge brontosaurus fighting with 2 worker bees. This brontosaurus was completely different from the one they remembered. This brontosaurus was visually estimated to be at least 60 meters long, and including its slender neck, it was at least about 40 meters tall. In front of such a behemoth, the 5 or 6 meter long worker bee appears extremely small. I saw 2 worker bees in the battlefield, one behind the other, playing chess with the thunder dragon, and behind a rock not far away, there was a scarred worker bee spitting at the brontosaurus. To be precise, it spits corrosive venom. However, looking at its throughput, the 2 estimated that the worker bee was probably out of food. You are also 6666. Why did you find such a big thing to fight at the beginning of the game? Looking at this, the Emperor Penguin couldn't help but complain. What do you know? What you play is excitement. What you play is heartbeat. If you don't start a war for 3 years, you will have to wait for 3 years if there is a war. This is the answer to the Emperor Penguin's complaints. Mad. Maybe the whole army will be annihilated. When the whole army is annihilated, the CD will not be able to enter the game for a week, the Cloud Player said angrily. Although the 2 of them felt that it was too impulsive for these 3 guys to start such a big monster right away, they still rushed to help. Holy crap. Why are you fighting it in close combat? Just spit it out from a distance. After getting close to the brontosaurus, feeling the pressure brought by its huge size, the Emperor Penguin instinctively took 2 steps back and said, You know nothing. The Zerg keep moving forward bravely. Never give up. Now that everyone is here, let's charge. Demacia. Don't. Hearing Xianyu shout, and looking at the Thunder Dragon Emperor Penguin, who had raised his front legs, he instinctively wanted to stop him. But it was already too late. Oops. Xianyu exclaimed, followed by violent vibrations and crashes on the ground. Looking along a parabola-shaped line of smoke, Xianyu had been thrown far away by this kick, and was lying on the ground limply. Damn it! You guys are really cheating. We all agreed to get involved together. But in the end, I got caught by a bug. If I didn't have a lot of blood left, I would have been killed instantly in this wave. The Emperor Penguin was also speechless. Maid. You guys are just playing games, and you know how reckless you are. Although this thing looks very similar to the brontosaurus we know, this is definitely not the brontosaurus we know. I won't talk about its size. But don't you pay attention to its back and skin? Have you ever seen a brontosaurus with rocks on its back? Look at its skin. Although our venom is very corrosive. If you look at the wilting creature on the top of the mountain, he almost vomited until he collapsed. Isn't it enough to explain the problem that the Thunder Dragon's defense was not broken? Hearing this, Xianyu suddenly realized, You mean this Thunder Dragon is special? Emperor Penguins. I feel like I have said it before. First of all, the skin of this Thunder Dragon should have strong corrosion resistance and defense. Such a giant beast is obviously not something we can defeat at our level. But fortunately, I already have a rough idea of this Thunder Dragon. The dragon is weak, and you will be able to defeat it if you follow my instructions later. Chapter 5. This game is a little different. After hearing what Emperor Penguin said, everyone immediately cheered up. First of all, we should open a certain distance. In terms of flexibility, the brontosaurus is far inferior to us. We have to take advantage of our own speed. How many are left that can be beaten now? How many HP are left? Report it first. While talking about the Emperor Penguins, they retreated back. Report Gil. Currently, you 2 are the new ones with full health. And there is still one half-health Feng Kai Youngwing. Do you still need to report the situation of the remaining two of us? Xianyu said a little speechlessly. Hearing what Xianyu said, the Emperor Penguin subconsciously glanced at the two people in the distance, who were breathing in and out. It seems there is no need to report. What's the opponent's damage data? Emperor Penguin then asked. Let me tell you. Being severely disabled, I think I have the most say on this issue. Xianyu spoke up after hearing this question. Our total health points are 1,000 points. Attack points are 50 points. Defense points are 30 points. And agility points are 20 points. This is our data. But the damage calculation method of this game is different from the games we have played before. As we get more and more injured and the exoskeleton is more and more severely damaged, our defense will gradually decrease. So I can only give you the damage. An estimate. When the Thunder Dragon is in full state, if it swipes its tail, we will lose 50 blood points. But when we lose more than 300 blood points, if it swipes its tail, we will lose at least more than 100 blood points. Then the damage from the Thunder Dragon Stomp reached 500 points. And my remaining health was 600. Emperor Penguin probably understood after hearing this. It means that this game, whether it is damage data or other aspects, has a completely different calculation method from other games. If I'm not wrong, I'm afraid you won't be able to see the damage data when you attack the enemy. Xianyu nodded at this. Yes. This is the most troublesome. We have no idea what the situation will be like after fighting it for a long time. If everything here is based on reality, then we can only use estimates to know the enemy's remaining health. Based on visual inspection, I found that this Thunder Dragon has no wounds at all on its body now. So I guess you have been fighting for a long time. Xianyu, a behemoth of this level can at least be considered a mini-boss or an elite monster in the game. Since our damage calculations are based on what you said, then monsters are calculated in the same way. So we have to abandon the mentality we used to play other games. It's not just a hit here. If I'm not wrong, in this game, if you hit a monster's vitals, you might be able to kill it with one hit. Hearing Emperor Penguin talk about Xianyu like this, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. Is this how the game is played? This is just my guess. We won't know until we practice it for a while. But it's definitely not possible for us to defeat it according to our previous game method. As he spoke, the Emperor Penguin locked its gaze on the Thunder Dragon's slender neck. A behemoth of this level has two weaknesses. The first one is its neck. As for the second one, the Emperor Penguin said as he looked at the huge body of the Thunder Dragon, it's after it falls to the ground. Then it will be very difficult for it to get up again. And if I guess correctly, it needs its neck as support when it falls to the ground and wants to get up. Combining these, I can basically confirm that the biggest weakness of this giant beast is its neck. The Emperor Penguin looked at everyone as he said, we only need to climb on his back and everything will be okay. We just need to climb up its back. And then we'll crawl along its back to his neck. Climb up to the neck and attack. My further observation is that its attack methods are very single. Tail flicking and trampling. But neither of these two attacks can hit the creatures on its back. We only have to climb on its back. At that time, it is basically impossible for it to throw us off. Because our big pincers are no joke. After hearing what the Emperor Penguin said, Xianyu, who was paddling next to him, asked, what? Pardon me. How do you climb up there? The guy's back is at least 20 meters high. And that's the height of a 6-story building. Old Tai, tell me how to climb up. You have to say that if we jump up, we are worker bees and not fleas. Although our jumping ability is quite strong, it is absolutely impossible to jump up. Crawling along its feet will cause you to accidentally kick it and die suddenly. If you can say this, it seems that you have played less single-player games. Throw it. Just throw your teammates on top. Do you really think that these two big pliers we have are just for decoration? The Emperor Penguin said angrily. And then he glanced at Player Yun next to him. Player Yun, grab me and throw me onto the back of the Brontosaurus. Okay. After hearing what the Emperor Penguin said, Player Yun quickly climbed to the side of the Emperor Penguin and clamped him. I'm a fool. You tread more lightly. Mad. If you strike harder, I won't be killed by the Brontosaurus. I'll kill you in a matter of minutes. I'm sorry. It's my fault. I didn't get used to the game mode for a while. After hearing Emperor Penguin's complaint, the player quickly apologized. The next moment, I saw Player Yun pick up the Emperor Penguin, aim at the target, and throw the Emperor Penguin towards the Brontosaurus with a strong force. Let's go! As a perfect arc passed by, the Emperor Penguin in the air flew towards the tail of the Brontosaurus. The next moment I saw the Brontosaurus flicking its tail towards the target. Baji. At this moment, the Emperor Penguin was thrown far away by the tail like a baseball. Everyone. I have a saying about MMP that I don't know whether to say or not. The Emperor Penguin, who was in the air at the moment, muttered this sentence in the chat channel for a while. To be honest, I feel that before the Brontosaurus beats me to death, you will most likely trap me to death. I want you to throw me on your back and put me at the gunpoint. Sure enough, you are not afraid of opponents who are like gods, but you are afraid of teammates who are like pigs. After hearing that the Cloud player made a mistake just now, he chose to dive. Ha ha ha. Although you are my teammate, I don't know why, but I couldn't help but want to laugh during that wave just now. At this moment, Kun, who was not far away, took the lead and couldn't help himself. Then the entire chat channel burst into laughter. Emperor Penguins. Forget it. I guess you guys are unreliable. I'll throw it next. Once you get on the back of the Brontosaurus, crawl up to the neck. Just find the right position and just clamp hard, and that's it. As he said this, without waiting for player Yun's reaction, the Emperor Penguin, who had already run back, picked him up and threw him onto the back of the Brontosaurus. Let's go! Oh, hold the grass. I'm not ready yet. The next moment the Thunder Dragon saw the flying Cloud player. He was not polite and made a tail flick. But at this moment, the Emperor Penguin had already run to the other direction and then grabbed Feng Qiyun and threw it towards the back of the Brontosaurus. Sure enough, as I thought, this Brontosaurus has certain intelligence. It knows that once we climb on his body, it will be in danger, so it will find a way to prevent us from climbing up. I have to say that this game does something good. Although the monsters in the Novice Village in general games are relatively good, the quality of those monsters drops once they leave the Novice Village. Now I can only hope that the monsters after this game comes out of Novice Village can still maintain this quality. Looking at the Cloud player Emperor Penguin, who was thrown away by a tail, he analyzed. Chapter 6, Defeating the Thunder Dragon. What the H.L. Don't think that your pretentious analysis can cover up the fact that you sold me. And I don't believe you said there was no personal grudge in what you just said. This is not hawking. This is called strategy. Because the Brontosaurus has a tail. One of you two must be thrown away. Cloud player. Now that Feng Qiyun Surge has climbed up, the next step will be easier. The Emperor Penguin said to the Cloud player, who was still making a parabola in the distance. When you land over there, just run towards the starting Kun in the distance. When Feng Qiyun starts to attack the Thunder Dragon, the Thunder Dragon will definitely focus on Feng Qiyun. At this time, we only need to let a Kun and Xianyu throw us both out at the same time, and we should be able to climb up smoothly. Holy crap. We are all disabled, and you still make us work as coolies. Are you still human? It's none of our business if it's lost. It's okay. If you lose it, I'll sacrifice you two to heaven later. 2 insects. Immediately after several people had climbed to the predetermined position, the Emperor Penguin began to stare at the Brontosaurus, looking for an opportunity. Because Feng Qiyun has now climbed onto the back of the Thunder Dragon. The Thunder Dragon is also shaking its body desperately to throw Feng Qiyun off. But it's a pity that the pliers that the worker bees can easily crush steel are not vegetarian. No matter how noisy the Thunder Dragon was, it was firmly clamped on the Thunder Dragon's back and motionless. On the contrary, there were times when the Thunder Dragon almost knocked itself down due to excessive movement. After a while, after Feng Qiyun had reached the designated position, the Emperor Penguin gave an order. Superior. The next moment, I saw Feng Qiyun fixing himself with one plier, and then stretched out the other one and pinched it directly at the thick neck of the Brontosaurus. Although the neck of the Brontosaurus is also covered with rocks, under the giant pincers of the worker bees, these defenses are not much different from nothing. Only a painful cry was heard from the Brontosaurus, and a large piece of skin was torn off the next moment. After tearing it off, Feng Qiyun instinctively put the meat into his mouth. Pachi. Pachi. Huh? This tastes pretty good. Crispy chicken flavor. I have to say that it tastes quite good. No, that's not the point. The point is that this game actually has a taste system. At this moment, the other two people also climbed on the back of the Brontosaurus. The wind is blowing. When you get to the position, attack and don't do any fancy operations, the Emperor Penguin said as he got on his back and headed towards the neck of the Brontosaurus. Yes. Yes. Why did you still eat it when Matt asked you to remove its neck? The salted fish in the distance immediately agreed. Is this something you can eat? Do you deserve it? This is the treasure we give to the brood to exchange for evolution points. Don't give me hua. If you want to eat, I will kill the Brontosaurus. You can eat whatever you want from the plants on the ground. No one will stop you. Thank you, Yunyang. Look. Are you speaking human language? We have fought so hard to get even a piece of meat. And even the donkeys in this production team cannot stand your exploitation. Salted fish, exploitation? Don't worry. We will never exploit you. We will kill the Brontosaurus later, and we will get a few points. You can make whatever you want. Not only will we not stop you, but we will also act as a cheerleader to watch you make it. Thank you, Yunyang. I'd better eat grass. In this way, the three of them climbed to the designated position and clamped the Brontosaurus' neck. In addition to clamping the neck, they also added some corrosive venom. Just such a wave of operations made the Brontosaurus scream again and again. However, no matter how hard the Brontosaurus struggled, it could not get rid of the three worker bees. Seeing the Brontosaurus struggling in the distance with its huge body running around and kicking up dust all over the sky, Xianyu couldn't help but praise it. Here you go. The special effects of this game are amazing. And at this moment, Xianyu, who was feeling emotional as he watched the Thunder Dragon running further and further away, seemed to remember something. Damn it! Don't pretend to be dead at the beginning. The Brontosaurus runs away and keeps up. Huh? What are you following? We are seriously injured now. Why are you pretending? I have recovered more than 100 blood in just a short while. You have been lying dead for so long. I guess your blood is almost full. They said later that I would be given less of the spoils from our paddling. I would have no place to cry. Hearing what Xianyu said, Kun immediately reacted. I'm going. I forgot about this. Let's go. Let's go. Follow us. With that said, Kun crawled out from the rock and rushed towards the Brontosaurus together with Xianyu. Holy shit. You can really paddle. Even after you've recovered. You're hiding on the rocks and pretending to be dead. You have the nerve to accuse me. But you're not much better. I think you've recovered more than 100 points of blood. In response, Xianyu just glanced at him lightly. See through but don't tell. Just like this. With the combined efforts of several people. With the last attack, the Thunder Dragon's painful scream sounded, and finally it fell unwillingly. At this moment, several people couldn't help but feel a little emotional when they looked at the fallen giant. Finally killed, Xianyu said, as he looked at the fallen giant Brontosaurus. As he spoke, he did not forget to glance at the opening Kun not far away. When he saw Xianyu's gaze coming to him, Kun immediately understood and nodded. Yes. I'm so exhausted. My sister. One of you is paddling the whole way, and the other one is giving me various gifts. Watching the two singing and singing, Feng Kaiyunyang mercilessly chose to expose it. What nonsense are you talking about? At least the two of us have made a great contribution in testing the damage. As he spoke, Xianyu suddenly noticed the silent emperor penguin not far away. What's wrong? Xianyu asked curiously as he looked at him. How should I put it? I always feel that this game is not as simple as we think. As he spoke, the emperor penguin looked at his experience bar that had not changed at all and fell into deep thought. Then he looked at a few people and asked, how much experience have you gained now? After hearing what he said, several people also called up their own experience bars. 0. Holy shit. Me too 0. Me too. Hey, how do I have some experience? Feng Kaiyunyang suddenly said. As soon as he finished speaking, several people looked at him in unison. Holy crap. Why are you the only one with experience? We are all players who entered the game together. Why are you the only one who has such a protruding disc in your waist? Thank you, Yunyang. I think I know the reason. The Emperor Penguin said suddenly, while several people were still discussing. What reason? I guess correctly that it has something to do with the piece of meat Feng Kaiyunyang just ate. As he spoke, the Emperor Penguin looked at everyone. We have basically done the same things from just now to now. But none of us gained experience. Only Feng Kaiyunyang gained some experience by eating a piece of dragon meat. So it's not difficult to see from this that if we want to upgrade, we need to eat meat similar to this mutated Brontosaurus. The Emperor Penguin sighed as he spoke. This is where I say this game is not easy. Compared with other games, this game is completely different from other games in terms of upgrade methods or ways to improve your strength. On the surface, it looks like a sandbox game, but in fact it is not at all. In addition to the infrastructure routines that are common in sandbox games, this game also requires players to consider resource allocation strategies and even evolutionary directions in terms of personal strength and operations. After hearing what Emperor Penguin said, everyone also looked at him, as if waiting for his next words. Chapter 7 Players' Plans. Seeing the eyes of everyone looking at him, Emperor Penguin sorted out his thoughts and said, "You must have played a lot of sandbox games online." Everyone nodded at this. Then the question is, have you discovered a feature of sandbox games? It is to collect resources in the early stage, and then upgrade the buildings to unlock more technologies and arms. But have you noticed this game? Although it is similar to a sandbox game, you also need to continuously collect resources, upgrade buildings, and unlock new creature illustrations. But what is different from other sandbox games is the difficulty of the monsters in this game, the degree of freedom, and the options for development. At this point, Emperor Penguin looked at everyone's puzzled eyes and thought for a moment before saying, "Have you ever played Ark? It's the game about raising dinosaurs." Xianyu thought about this and said, after playing it for a while, that game was mainly about survival and development, taming dinosaurs and then building a home. Then the dinosaurs and characters can be upgraded. The higher the level, the higher the attributes, and the more powerful they will be. This is probably the model. After hearing what Xianyu said, Emperor Penguin continued, "You are right. The difference from Ark is that the building upgrades in this game are more biased towards some real-time strategy games. For example, in games such as Shutu and Endless Rag, different ships are unlocked through continuous upgrading of buildings. But the gameplay is similar to Ark. You need to constantly upgrade the level and build houses. Because our base is now a mother nest. I learned about the background of this game on the official website before, and found out that this game is a Star Wars themed game. That means we are very likely to face attacks from other monsters from outer space in the future." Everyone was confused when they heard this. Speaking of which, Penguin, what are you going to say? Can you please make it a little simpler? I feel like you are almost going to spit us out when you say this. After hearing the complaints of these people, the Emperor Penguin thought for a while and said, "Let me simplify it a little bit. First of all, if we want to unlock higher units in this game, we need to continuously invest resources into the mother nest. While investing resources, we can also gain some evolution points. And now we are still in the novice village stage, and it is very likely that wild monsters from space will attack us in the future. In other words, the main battlefield in the future may be space. It may be because the official has not made space yet. So now only ground gameplay is open. But there's a problem involved. The first point is that upgrading buildings to unlock troops requires resources. The second point is that if we consider that enemies from space will invade in the future, then do we need to deploy a large number of defensive buildings on the planet? Does this also consume resources? The third point is, even if we unlock a new unit, and we purchase the unit and want to cultivate it, does it cost resources to upgrade? And do we still need to consume resources if we want to evolve? But the characteristics of this game. In order to ensure authenticity, the official website mentions that resources are non-renewable. After hearing this, everyone immediately understood what he meant. The total resources are not enough. Xianyu understood in an instant. I probably understand what you mean. First of all, resources are non-renewable. But our development and defense require a large amount of resources. Just like the Ark. In order to protect the safety of our homeland, we need to consume a large amount of resources on buildings. Because buildings are our foundation. But at this stage, we can't be like Wu or Litu, who can move immediately when the resources in an area are exhausted. We can't move, and can only develop with limited resources on this planet. So we need to strictly control the selection of buildings we upgrade in the future, the proportion of resource investment, and even our own resource use. Otherwise, once the official website opens new gameplay, such as a large-scale invasion of alien monsters here, we will be taken away on the spot because we do not have enough defense facilities or sufficient troops. And all the efforts we have put in during this period, whether it is the resources collected, the upgraded buildings, or the characters we operate, will all be in vain." The Emperor Penguin also nodded. So now we must determine our development direction. First, let's take worker bees as an example. According to the official website, the main function of worker bees is to mine or carry materials. Simply put, this is a basic role. I personally don't think there is much need to cultivate this kind of character, because the resources of the entire planet are limited. And I estimate that most of the resources will be spent on building and maintaining the operation of the hive. So the resources we can allocate should be very few. So I personally think we should choose the kind of character development that is more cost-effective. After hearing this, everyone also understood Emperor Penguin's plan. Penguin, what you mean is that at the current stage, We will hoard the evolution points obtained after turning in the resources we collected. And then wait until we unlock good character cards in the future to buy that character evolution? That's right. That's pretty much what it means. After we evolve the character to a higher level, we can then eat the flesh of mutated creatures to increase the level. The Emperor Penguin also nodded. That's pretty much what it means. Although in the early stage, we can also use evolution points to evolve the worker bees to the second or third stage. In this way, our strength will definitely be greatly improved. But I feel that the price-performance ratio is too low and not cost-effective. Moreover, it will inevitably cause a lot of waste of resources when we change roles. So I suggest you wait a little longer. The party will never lose money if you wait. Having said this, the Emperor Penguin looked at everyone. One more important thing. Game resources are non-renewable. Currently, only 5 of us have obtained quotas to enter the game. So the resources are divided between the 5 of us. But when more places are allocated in the future, you can tell us how much more of these resources we can allocate. After hearing this, everyone still didn't understand what the Emperor Penguin meant. During this period, we took advantage of the lack of people and worked hard to collect all the resources that are easy to collect near our home, and then replace them all with evolution points. When other people enter the game in the future, we will undoubtedly be ahead of them by a large part of their progress. Xianyu couldn't help but his eyes lit up as he said this. That's right. That's it. We can do as much as we can while there are few people. When other people come in and unlock the building in the future, the progress of unlocking the building will undoubtedly increase a lot. When the new arms are unlocked, we can directly purchase the new arms, then put the evolution points in, and take off directly. Wonderful. That's it. Chapter 8. The reward is a bit small. After roughly discussing the plan, everyone began to dismantle the Brontosaurus and transport it back part by part. Brothers, I have to say that there is something special about this worker bee. It is not that big, but it can easily lift things dozens of times larger than itself without any pressure. On the way back, Xianyu held up a piece of dragon meat dozens of times larger than himself and sighed with emotion. This is so abnormal. According to the official website, the Zerg are the race in this universe that has taken evolution to the extreme. They are existences that can carry battleships with their bodies. As a member of the Zerg, the strength of the worker bee cannot be underestimated even if it is a basic unit. And the main role of the worker bee is to mine resources and transport minerals. Emperor Penguin replied. If I remember correctly, according to the introduction, worker bees can lift hundreds of times more weight than themselves. And this is a worker bee that has not invested any evolution points. If it invests evolution points to evolve into a higher level worker bee, it will be possible to achieve thousands or tens of thousands times. Take the Brontosaurus, for example. It's not a creature of the same magnitude as the worker bees. Logically speaking, it's impossible for us to defeat it. But because of the racial advantages of the worker bees, we can still easily defeat them as long as we operate them properly. Only extremely evolved creatures, like the Zerg, can do this. And you have to know that according to the setting, our enemy is a powerful empire with a territory of tens of millions of light years. If we don't have something, we will be finished. Transporting Brontosaurus meat is relatively easy for a few people. Basically, one person can haul back part of the meat in one trip. And Jiangyao was also shocked when the bugs brought back the dragon-like meat. Jiangyao, who was bound to the insect nest, had a certain understanding of the power of insects through the inherited memory of the insect nest. However, the combat effectiveness of worker bees is difficult to describe in a word, because the role of worker bees in the swarm is resource collectors. Its strengths lie in gathering resources and transporting them rather than fighting. Even the biggest purpose of the venom it spits out is not to hunt creatures, but to dissolve some hard rocks or metals. Because of its extreme evolution, this venom is very lethal to rocks and metals, but the damage it causes to living creatures is limited. However, even under such circumstances, the players still defeated this giant beast. Jiangyao had to lament how wise his idea of letting players control the insect swarm was. The traces of the Iraq or left behind should be the cause of the mutation of this Brontosaurus. At this moment, looking at the huge Brontosaurus corpse not far away, Jiangyao, who was bound to the insect nest, discovered the clue. I didn't expect that this planet would actually have Iraq ore. I was still worried about not having the ore to unlock the building. But now I feel sleepy and hit the pillow. Jiangyao couldn't help but feel happy after learning the news. But he soon figured out the reason. In addition to swallowing a large amount of conventional substances, the insect nest also needed Iraq ore to develop. If there was no Iraq ore on the planet, It would be absolutely impossible for the Zerg to put the Zerg nest here. Because for the Zerg, a lac ore is everything to them. The mother nest absorbs a lac ore and converts it into energy-devouring energy. By consuming the energy-devouring insect nest, it can hatch various special building larvae to unlock more special units. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao immediately determined his next plan. Since there are lac ores here, the next goal is to find them as soon as possible, and then unlock new troops. But let the system absorb the evolution points now. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao walked up to Thunder Dragon. The system absorbs evolution points. Jiang Yao gave the order. Ding! The system began to absorb evolution points, and successfully absorbed the target mutated Thunder Dragon to obtain 1,000 evolution points. Jiang Yao was also happy to see this piece of information. I've made a lot of money with this move. 1,000 evolution points is not a small amount. One quota requires 100 evolution points and 5 energy points. 1,000 evolution points equals 10 quotas. Now I still have 85 points of energy absorption in my hand. If the brood devours the Thunder Dragon, I should have 200 to 300 energy absorption points. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao immediately asked several people to put the Thunder Dragon meat into the insect nest. Because the mother nest is currently in a semi-dormant state, many operations can only be completed with the help of the insects. After everyone had done everything, they all rushed to Jiang Yao. Because at this time, they knew it was time to receive the reward. Looking at the expectant eyes of several people, Jiang Yao thought for a while and said, Ahem. Dear Zerg warriors, through your hard work, you have made a huge contribution to the brood. And after testing, the Brontosaurus you brought back is a mutated Brontosaurus. So you can not only get rewards for turning in resources, but also get additional evolution point rewards. Each of you insects will receive a reward of 1 evolution point for the materials turned in, and a reward of 20 additional evolution points. After saying this, Jiang Yao couldn't help but feel his face getting hot. He had to admit that this wave was too cruel. He gave 100 of the 1,000 evolution points to the players. But there is no way around this. First of all, I let players in the form of a game. As a game planner, I know very well that if it is a game, you need to operate it. And to operate it, you need funds. Especially now, I have a very great need for this evolutionary point. In order for this game to retain players stably for a long time, he directly opened the function of redeeming evolution points. After all, there is a time when you get tired of playing any game. In many cases, what keeps you playing is not how fun the game is, but because you can make money. For example, Ark is an example. The gameplay may be out of play in a few months. But why do so many people play it for so many years? Not because of the money. Gon sold a day's worth of materials to the trading group for 100 or 200. This is what motivates most players to keep playing. So in order to keep players playing, apart from the fact that the game itself is good, Jiang Yao also knew very well that players should be able to make money. So he enabled the cash withdrawal function. Where did this cashed-in soft sister coin come from? It is impossible for the system to directly invade a certain bank and get out the soft currency. Right? It is possible to do this. But it also has a big problem. It is okay if the amount of players redeeming is small. But what if the amount is large? So the way he came up with it was to use the wool from the sheep and use the players' soft sister coins to support the players. In the future, when there are more people, there will be many people who will exchange their evolution points for the soft sister coins. There will also be a lot of people charging soft money. But if the Krypton Gold players charge money, you must have something to give them. What was given? Now all Jiang Yao can think of is to give evolution points and circulate them as Krypton Gold currency. As for the reason why energy is not used, it is also very simple. It is much more difficult to obtain energy than evolution points. And just now, the difficulty of obtaining devouring energy once again refreshed his understanding. A thunder dragon that was so big just now, Jiang Yao finally gained 5 points of energy. This made Jiang Yao dumbfounded. Although Jiang Yao knew that the energy devouring point was difficult to obtain, he never expected it to be so difficult because there was a huge special plant similar to a piranha outside the entrance of his cave. The promotional pictures on his official website showed flowers that could run and jump. Then he solved all those flowers and easily obtained more than 100 points of devouring energy. After producing 5 worker bees, he still had 85 points left. He remembered clearly at the time that he estimated that he could only clean 5 or 6 flowers. So based on this energy devouring amount, Jiang Yao naively thought that although it would be a little difficult to acquire energy devouring energy, it would not be too difficult. However, the Thunder Dragon just made him stupid. 5 points. Then the huge thunder dragon provided him with 5 points of devouring energy. There are not as many as those piranha flowers. This made him a little confused. But he soon thought of the reason. If he guessed correctly, after he split the piranha in two, he saw that the small red crystal particles in its body were most likely the Iraq ore. It is also because these things are Iraq ores that they can produce so much energy. The Brontosaurus was only mutated by the influence of the Iraq ore, so its body only contained some elements of the Iraq ore, so it produced so little energy. Although Jiangyan knows that the buildings of the swarm have the ability to devour all surrounding materials to convert into energy, the conversion rate is very low, and corresponding buildings need to be unlocked and placed in various locations on the planet. This routine is usually used after the bugs have cleaned up everything on the planet. After all, you can't just stare at them after they are installed. If there are still living things on this planet, they will destroy you today and destroy you tomorrow. You will also have a headache in the end. Of course, the reason why Jiangyao doesn't use devouring energy as a Krypton gold currency is because it is difficult to obtain. That is illogical. According to normal game routines, especially infrastructure games, energy consumption is the currency needed to upgrade buildings and unlock technology. This currency should be based on resources such as ores in the game, or grain and grass. The resources needed to upgrade buildings in the game are obtained for free, and evolution points are more like Krypton gold resources because they can be purchased and evolved. This evolution function is like drawing cards in the game, but it is different from drawing cards. Yes, he is 100%. And drawing cards has a probability, since evolution points are used as Krypton gold currency. If players influx in large numbers in the future, they will definitely need a large amount of evolution points. So where do these evolution points come from? It's not just the rebates I usually get. And Jiangyao estimates that the amount of kickbacks he is currently receiving is not enough if he operates according to his ideas. After all, this is still a game. So why don't you do an event? For example, first-time discounts during holidays, discounts for purchasing new bugs, etc. In the future, rich players will settle in and can easily make tens of thousands of dollars. Where does this evolutionary point come from? Thinking of this, Jiangyao instantly lost the feeling of guilt he felt just now, and he still vaguely felt in his heart that giving 1/10 of the points was too much. Unlike Jiangyao, everyone who heard the final distribution result couldn't help but look at each other with a look of disbelief on their faces. Obviously, this result was a bit unexpected. Wait until Jiangyao leaves. Damn it! The rewards are so small. Xianyu was the first to speak. Come on. You have to know that this is an evolution point. In this game, evolution points can be exchanged for soft girl coins. Do you understand? Said the Emperor Penguin next to him. Cloud Gamer also nodded his huge head in agreement with this. Old man, you are still too young. You will never understand the urinal nature of these game companies. It is easy for you to fill up soft currency to enter the game, but you want to start from every dime you get from a game company will cost them their lives. And this game is different from other games. As long as you are willing to do it, I think there is still a chance to get money from the game company. The Emperor Penguin continued, for plants and animals that carry materials. If you carry 100 tons, you will be rewarded with 1 evolution point. With the power of worker bees, it is estimated that 1 or 2,000 tons can be transported in one trip. You only need to be willing to work for a day. It can still be done with a few extra trips and a few hundred soft girl coins. While talking about the Emperor Penguin, he controlled the worker bees to crawl towards the insect nest. I'm going to get off first. I suddenly remembered that I haven't explained the situation to the others in the group yet. I'll go over and briefly explain the situation to them. In addition, I happen to have 21 evolution points in my hand. I will use 1 evolution to see if I can withdraw it directly. I will tell you the situation when the time comes. Although I estimate that I can complete the withdrawal, it is safer to give it a try. However, I would like to remind you that at this early stage, I do not recommend that you withdraw your evolution points. It is best to hoard most of them in the future. It will be of great use. Chapter 9, there is really no threshold for cash withdrawal. Emperor Penguin clicked on the chat group as soon as he finished the game. Just as he thought, he saw a long list of messages filled with love and hate. Oh no! Both Mad and Mad disappeared without any movement for 3 or 4 hours. Are they dead inside? We promised to go and come back quickly? Why are we gone and never coming back? At Impergan. At Cloud Player. Where are the people? Where are the people? Maid, don't you know that in the future, you will be kidnapped to move Baogu in a remote area? It's over. The 5 people who qualified have disappeared mysteriously. Drunk. No one is reliable. Emperor Penguin couldn't help but smile bitterly after seeing these messages. So he quickly replied to the message in the group. Emperor Penguin, brothers. I'm here. After testing. This game is simply perfect. Unknown. Holy shit. You finally decided to log off. I thought you died in the game. Feng Xiaoxiao, just go back as promised. You've been there for several hours, and it's been a waste. Jing, Boss Penguin. What about? How many hours did you go there, and then it was all over with just one sentence? What about the content? Is the content of the game the same as the CG promotional images on the official website? Emperor Penguin, it's exactly the same. It's even better than the promotional images. And I originally thought about going up and taking a look before I logged off. Who would have expected that as soon as I went online? I would encounter a few idiots like Xianyu and Feng Kaiyunyang who were driving the boss. So I had no choice but to go up and help. Li, what the HL? Just enter the game and start the boss? Are you sure you're not kidding me? Emperor Penguin, this game is completely different from the games we played before. To defeat the boss, you don't have to have the attributes to defeat it. Even if the attributes are not in place, you can still defeat the powerful boss by using the character's characteristics, operations, and strategies. The Emperor Penguin thought for a moment and then continued, wait a minute. I remember I took a few pictures when I opened the boss just now. I transferred the pictures to my phone for you to see. It didn't take long for Emperor Penguin to send several pictures of the battle to the group. There are 3 pictures in total. The first picture is of the Emperor Penguin just stepping out of the cave and onto the ground. The second picture is a picture of 2 worker bees playing back and forth with a brontosaurus. Not far away, behind the rocks, you can vaguely see a turtle spitting venom from the worker bees in the rear. The third picture is a picture of a thunder dragon trampling on dust that fills the sky. You can still vaguely see the worker bee named Xianyu still making parabolic motion in the sky. Everyone in the group was shocked when they saw these pictures. Unknown. Holy shit. Holy shit. The picture quality of this horse riding is amazing. Damn. This game is really detailed. Feng Xiaoxiao. And if you look at the picture of Xianyu being knocked away, the smoke flying out of the dust in the sky is so realistic. Poof. Forgive me for laughing unkindly. This gesture is really a bit funny. Weiji, I'm sorry. I don't know why I see Kailuo Ichikan spitting is so magical. By the way, who is Kaizai Ichikan? Emperor Penguin, that's Jin Yao. Remember to ask him to change his ID when he comes to the group later. Li, by the way, has this boss produced anything good? Emperor Penguin, unlike other games, this game is completely based on reality. The boss will not drop anything, but the boss will reward you after you bring it back to the insect nest. As he spoke, Emperor Penguin posted another picture, which was a screenshot of a transfer of 1 yuan received. Emperor Penguin, each of us got a reward of 21 evolution points for defeating this boss this time. In order to test whether the evolution points promoted by the official website can be withdrawn, and whether there is no threshold, I used 1 evolution point to try it out. And then I thought about it. Just as successful. I can tell you clearly that there is no routine in the performance of this game. There is really no threshold. And you can improve it if you have any evolutionary points. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim when they heard this. Li, holy shit. This is too outrageous. With completely no threshold withdrawals, this game official is simply stepping on a mudslide in the gaming industry. Jing, can a game with this quality of graphics be withdrawn without any threshold? To be honest, I don't believe it unless the official gives me the qualification for internal testing and lets me try it out. Unknown, in fact. I won't comment too much on the game's picture quality. After all game companies are now pursuing the ultimate. But for this cash withdrawal function, I can't beat it. Think about the promotional cash withdrawal games I played before. They set a bunch of thresholds, such as how many levels, how many people need to arrive, and when. In short, they set a bunch of prerequisites to prevent you from successfully withdrawing money. Feng Xiaoxiao, I feel deeply about this. Nowadays, there are generally 2 methods for games that can withdraw money. The first one is various thresholds, and the second one is that the withdrawal props are not explosive at all. I vaguely remember the last time I played a game. A boss cash-out item cost a few cents, and hundreds of people gathered around to grab it. It's strange that you can grab it. And what I heard from the Emperor Penguin just now is that they killed a dragon and all of them got 21 evolution points. Calculated. If it is a fight, 1 boss can directly cost more than 100 yuan. Weiji, damn it. Does that mean you can get rich just by going to the boss every day and exchanging money? Emperor Penguin, in theory. This is true. But in practice it is very difficult. The boss in this game is very difficult. And we only have the most basic troops now. So it is basically unrealistic to challenge the boss alone. Weiji, didn't it say that arms can evolve? Emperor Penguin, the resources in this game are non-renewable. In fact, resources are in short supply, and the more you use, the less you use. Therefore, it is best to hoard evolution points and purchase evolutions when you unlock powerful troops in the future. I have studied the worker bees, the primary worker bees, the armored worker bees after evolution, and then the steel worker bees. But no matter how many stages of evolution, his attribute growth is related to farming, such as stronger strength, more corrosive venom to metal or rocks, and higher defense. Unless you want to be a miner forever, I don't particularly recommend that you choose the worker bee evolution. It is best to unlock the attack-biased arms in the future, and then buy the attack-biased arms to evolve, so that when you are strong, you can challenge the boss. Having said this, Emperor Penguin also began to share his guesses in the game, and the strategies he had summarized with everyone. After Emperor Penguin sharing, everyone had a little understanding of the game's routines, which also made others who couldn't get into the game even more itchy. And now in the game, Feng Jianyang and Xianyu are exploring the surface. Xianyu, are you sure you can encounter the boss by wandering around? Don't worry. I believe I'm right. The bosses in this world appear randomly in every corner of the map. I just accidentally discovered that Thunder Dragon while wandering around. After saying this, Xianyu thought for a while, and then whispered, and I just discovered a shocking secret just now. Hearing the turmoil here, I couldn't help but feel a little curious. What's the shocking secret? Chapter 10, Preparing to Distribute Quotas. A way to make money. Hearing this, Feng Jianyang subconsciously asked, what method? Actually, I discovered this accidentally just now. I didn't pay much attention to it at first. Xianyu said and looked at him. Do you remember when you smashed the Brontosaurus meat? Hearing Xianyu suddenly ask this question, although he didn't know what he wanted to say, he still nodded, remember. Do you still remember how you felt at that time? Xianyu continued to ask. Hearing Xianyu's words, then Jianyang subconsciously stopped and began to recall his feelings at that time. I remember that I didn't know why after I tore off the piece of meat, a strange feeling suddenly appeared in my body. And then I subconsciously went to deliver it by mouth. Hearing this, Xianyu claps his quantum pincers. That's right. It's this special feeling. What's the meaning? Don't you understand? Because this game is completely based on reality. There is no need to add item recognition functions to other games. For example, what is valuable and what is not valuable, and what quality something is, are not included in this game. At the beginning, I was still wondering, if there are none of these, how should we distinguish whether this thing is value? But later I figured it out. This game adds a biological instinctive perception system, such as carnivore's desire for meat will guide it finds food, and it smells blood from afar. I understand a little bit when I hear the ups and downs here. You mean, does this game have value in distinguishing good from bad things? That is, will you instinctively have this special feeling when you see this thing? Hearing this, Xianyu nodded, yes. In addition, when you find this kind of thing within a certain range, you will also have this feeling. I have to say that the official setting is absolutely amazing. I discovered that the Brontosaurus relied on this feeling. When I was very far away, I felt something calling me in a certain direction. I followed the smell and took a look. What a big Brontosaurus. So this is how the game hunts for prey. And this feeling, and this smell, I call it the call of money. As long as we feel the call of money, and go in the right direction, we will definitely find great products. Hearing the turmoil here, his eyes lit up. You are also a cowhide. And you can find details like this. But to be honest, the name you gave is really ugly. In my opinion, it is more reliable to call the call of money to be called wild sense. Hack your wild sense? Why are you so good at it? In this way, the two of them continued their journey of exploration while chatting. While the two were still looking for resources, Jiang Yao also began to study the resource conversion ratio. First of all, I currently have 90 energy devouring reserves in my hand. This amount of energy devouring reserves is too small, let alone upgrading the building. I may not be able to maintain it for a few days after the insect nest is released from dormancy. So what I need to do now is to find the Iraq, or as soon as possible, so that I can solve the energy devouring problem. It is basically impossible to find or with just these 5 people, because the search range of 5 people is still too small. We must decentralize quotas here and let more people join. Only in this way will the probability of finding or be increased. Phagocytic energy is a special type of energy that can be used by the Zerg. It is almost the same concept as the electrical energy and nuclear energy used by humans. But it is much more difficult to obtain than electrical energy and nuclear energy. According to the inheritance of the insect nest, Jiang Yao knew that the insect race had finally mastered the use of this energy after hundreds of millions of years of evolution. And put it to use. The insect nest can produce larvae by consuming energy. And the larvae can hatch different types of soldiers by consuming energy. And they can also hatch different building bugs by consuming energy. All in all, phagocytic energy is the foundation of all foundations. Not only the daily consumption of the insect nest requires phagocytic energy, but even the bugs also need to consume phagic energy. However, compared to the mother nest, the phagocytic energy consumed by the bugs is not great. Take worker bees as an example. Working for a month will only consume 1 unit of energy at most, if they are often injured in battles during this month. Because rapid recovery of injuries also requires the consumption of phagocytosis. 1 unit of phagocytosis may only last for about 10 days. And this energy consumption can be considered very small. The insect nest is different. Due to the shortage of resources, Jiang Yao has always kept the insect nest in a semi-dormant state. In this state, most of the functions of the insect nest will stop. So the consumption of energy is very low. Only when necessary, such as when larvae need to be produced, will Jiang Yao let it out of this state. Of course, the state of the insect nest is also temporary for Jiang Yao. It will be different when the building is unlocked later, because after unlocking the buildings, these buildings will be connected to the insect nest, and these buildings will directly obtain the daily energy required through the mother nest. Under such circumstances, the insect nest cannot enter a semi-dormant or dormant state, because in this case, some of the functions of these Zerg buildings may disappear due to the lack of energy supply. If they do not receive energy supply for a long time, they will be extremely vulnerable. Possible death. If the insect nest is released from dormancy, the daily energy consumption should be about 5 points. If buildings are unlocked in the future, the daily energy consumption of normal buildings is generally 2 points, and the energy consumption of some special buildings will be higher. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao started to mutter. Currently, 9 quotas can be issued. There are still about 10 larvae reserves at home. It takes 5 points of phagocytosis to hatch a worker bee, which consumes a total of 45 phagocytosis points. I still have 90 phagocytosis points in my hand now. It can give me the remaining half of the energy. The insect nest in a semi-dormant state cannot produce larvae. So if you want to produce larvae next time, you need to make the insect nest fully operational. 9 quotas have been issued, and the current 5 people should be able to maintain production and consumption. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao was ready to take action. In that case, let's distribute it, and add some things that have not been written on the official website before. Chapter 11 Version Update. Just like that, Jiang Yao started writing the announcement. And now on the other side. Brother, do you feel it? At this moment, Xianyu, who was crawling quickly, suddenly stopped. I feel it. I am Chao. It feels so strong. Feng Kaiyunyan also stopped, and there was a hint of excitement in his tone. I have a hunch that this time it's a super big deal. It must be bigger than that thunder dragon. At this moment, Xianyu was in a similar state to Feng Qian surge. Go and have a look. Walk. With that said, the two of them ran quickly in the direction they sensed. This feeling is so strong. Yeah. The last time I met the Brontosaurus, my feeling was just average. But this time, I felt like it was telling me that there was a treasure house ahead of me. After climbing like this for about 10 minutes, the two of them soon came to the edge of a cliff. This is it. The two people who came to the edge of the cliff stopped. Then I looked down along the cliff and saw a huge swamp area below. This swamp was full of all kinds of strange plants. These plants were not about 4 or 5 meters high. In addition to plants, the two of them could also see many animals that inhabit the swamp. A giant crocodile more than 20 meters long and a giant python more than 30 meters long. After seeing these creatures, the special feeling between the two of them became even stronger. Hold the grass. Hold the grass. The two of them exclaimed almost at the same time. This horse is a copy. I'll bet a pack of spicy strips. This is definitely a dungeon to increase your points. We are developed. We are developed. Xianyu said excitedly at this moment. What the H.L. are you doing here? Go down and kill everyone. Feng Kaiyunyan was equally excited in his heart. Wait a minute. Don't panic. Looking at Feng Kaiyunyang beside him, who was eager to try, Xianyu immediately stopped him. Have you forgotten the Thunder Dragon from before? Who knows if this monster has any special abilities? We are all only level 1 now. It's definitely not okay for a rookie to act rashly. Let's go down first, and then quietly pull a wild monster to kill it to see what happens. If it's easy to kill, then we'll just be reckless. If it's not easy to kill, then we'll be more careful and adopt a strategy of defeating them one by one. Okay. That's it. Hearing Xianyu's suggestion, Feng Yun replied, and just when the two were about to take action, an announcement suddenly popped up. Zerg OL, version 1.0 is in the era of major construction. Version update prompts. Zerg OL will be updated in 1 hour, and the update time will be about 3 hours. For details of the update content, please go to the official website to check. The two people who were about to take action were also stunned. It's so embarrassing. I didn't update it earlier, but I didn't update it later. But now I'm updating it now. Yes, since there is an update, let's download it first. Once the update is completed, we will start working directly, Xianyu said as he prepared to log off the system. Wait. Seeing his actions, he immediately stopped him. You're crazy. Didn't you read the official website prompts? This game is completely based on reality. There is no offline protection for players when they go offline. Therefore, we must choose a safe place when we go offline. Otherwise we might be attacked by some wild monster when we go offline. And we will be left with a pile of skeletons online, which will be embarrassing. There is still 1 hour left. There is still plenty of time. Let's go back to the insect nest and wait for the update to come online before coming back. Hearing this, Xianyu also thought about it. I would have forgotten it even if you didn't tell me. It seems that you said so. If you are used to playing other games, you may not get used to this game for a while. Xianyu glanced at him and continued, go back to Jill's insect nest. You are a tiger. When we return to the insect nest, when the game is updated, those products will definitely be available online. What if they follow us when we go out? Isn't this monster spawning point exposed? Hearing this, Feng Kaiyunyang seemed to think, holy crap. You want to monopolize such a huge monster spawning spot. What the hell? Monopoly? What nonsense. This game is originally a game of collecting resources. Whoever finds the resource point and digs it will get it. We have worked so hard to find this point. So naturally it is up to us to develop it. Hearing this, he thought about the same reason. But he always felt that something was not right. Wouldn't it be good for us to do this? Not so good? What's wrong with this? At this point, it's entirely up to us whether we share what we discover. This is like your girlfriend. You spend money to dress her up every day. Are you willing to share it with other men? Thank you, Undying. This swamp is like our girlfriend now. We finally found her, and you just wanted to send her out when you came up. You are a typical person who thinks your head is not green enough. Xianyu said and looked at he glanced at Feng Qiyun and continued. There are really all kinds of weird players. If you really think this is not good, just pretend it never happened. It's not impossible for me to bear all this by myself. What the hell are you thinking? I was just thinking. Before you opened the Brontosaurus, everyone came to help. And now there are only so many people in the game. So you just opened the book directly. After hearing what he said, Xianyu also started to think about it. This is a problem. Although they were all assigned to the evolution point in the end, they all came over to help as soon as I called. This is more or less a favor. I did this, it's a little bit not good. How about this? When we catch the prey, I will let it go, and you can turn it in. The evolution points turned in will be divided equally between the two of us. After all, you are here to help when driving the Thunder Dragon. So it makes sense if they find out. Thank you, Undying. You are really talented when riding a horse. He couldn't help but say that his operation was so turbulent for a while. Okay, don't force me to do anything. Dig a hole in a safe place first, and then go offline. After the update is completed, just start playing. Okay. After the two went offline, they opened the official group. And then, they suddenly discovered that many new people had joined the group. The reason is that the official has issued 9 more quotas. In addition, the game is now somewhat popular, and there are now more than 40 people in the official group. At this moment, everyone in the group was making a lot of noise. I'm new to this game. Is the picture quality of this game really that good? Whether the picture quality is good or not has little to do with you at the moment. Because now you have to obtain internal beta qualifications before you can be given a quota to enter the game. And this game can only be entered using the official exclusive helmet. Mingxin, Please tell me if the official email with a series of letters is an activation code? It also asked me to fill in a delivery address. Mingxin is afraid that my personal information will be leaked. What should I do? New from Minima. Versailles from Dogecoin. Damn it. Why are there places for this kind of Versailles? Why don't I? European dogs that can't be killed. And African tears that can't be shed. Man is mortal. And Europeans need a little help. That new member of the League of Versailles just now. Are you selling money? Yes. Yes. Do you have the size to sell it? Don't sell it to newbies. If you sell it, you'll have no code. Oh my god. I couldn't tell for a moment whether you were buying code, selling code, or scolding code. It's okay to go upstairs. I think everyone is more or less occupied. Chapter 12. This game has a major version update on the first day. For Xianyu and Feng Kaiyunyang. They didn't care much about the noise of the water friends in the group at the moment. At this moment, what they are thinking about is to go online as soon as possible after the server is launched and go to the dungeon to earn points. To this end, the two of them also added friends separately and started plotting the plan to go online to spawn monsters later. Xianyu, after Feng Zai finishes the update, we will go online and offline to test the waters. If the monsters are not strong, then we will farm more and bring them back. Because the official website has issued 9 more places. In order to avoid us being discovered, we must try to reduce the number of times we go back to deliver materials. Feng Qiyunyong, damn. Don't give me random nicknames. Also, what I want to say is that our 2 little crabs are only so big. How much more do you think we can bring? Xianyu, you are stupid. Don't forget how to play this game. Feng Qianxing, what does it mean? Salted fish. It's very simple. We can kill the prey and pile it up. Then we can chop down trees and use wood and rope to make a large platform and pile the prey on it and tie it up. So that we can load a lot at a time. Thank you, Yuniang. Can you still play like this? Xianyu, otherwise. What do you think? This is what we will do when the time comes. As long as the platform is big enough, we can transport hundreds or thousands of tons of prey back at a time. Even if they see us when we go back, it won't matter. We've made a lot of money this time. Feng Qiyunyong, I hope everything goes well. But I always feel that something may go wrong. After all, since it is a dungeon, there will probably be a boss. And it will be embarrassing if you cannot defeat it. By the way, have you read the updated content on the official website? Xianyu, what a big deal. If we can't defeat the boss, we can just call in for an aid. Official website update content? Isn't it just that 9 more places have been issued? Feng Qiyunyong, damn it. You didn't even look at it. This time the official website has been updated with some collective tasks. After completing the collective tasks, you can be rewarded with evolution points based on your contribution. With that said, Feng Kaiyunyang pasted the official update content and sent it to Xianyu. Zerg OL, version 1.0 is an era of great construction. Dear players, first of all, thank you to the closed beta players for their feedback on game optimization and gameplay settings. In this regard, we have decided to temporarily maintain and adjust the details of the game. Adjustment 1. The perception system and bioradar function of all Zerg creatures have been strengthened, making it easier for players to detect prey. 2. In order to be more realistic, we added the concept of energy phagocytosis. Energy phagocytosis, as the core energy of all units of the Zerg, needs to be consumed in the daily activities of the mother nest building and the worker bee larvae. Note, energy phagocytosis can be understood as the hunger of the bugs. When the phagocytosis energy of the bugs is insufficient, they will feel hungry. Players need to make the bugs devour a large amount of food as soon as possible to replenish it. However, if you want to replenish the phagocytosis, you can obtain it by eating animals and plants affected by the radiation of Iraq ore. Warm reminder, without energy devouring bugs, the attributes of the bugs will be reduced. So as shit shovelers, please remember to feed the bugs regularly. 3. Add the advanced function of energy devouring system. Updated content. The era of great construction. 1. Because of the strength of the players, the leader Jiang Yao saw the hope of the rise of the Zerg. In order to grow faster, the leader Jiang Yao decided to lift the semi-dormant state of the Zerg hive and enter the normal operation state of the Zerg hive. Under normal operation, the insect nest needs to consume 5 units of energy consumption every day. And as the number of buildings increases in the future, the daily energy consumption will also increase. So players need to provide the insect nest with the required energy consumption every day. The long-term daily task is opened, provide the daily energy phagocytosis required by the insect nest. Each unit of energy phagocytosis provided will be rewarded with an additional 10 evolution points. The upper limit of the daily extra evolution point reward is the energy phagocytosis points required for the daily maintenance of the insect nest. 2. Open a new building, a Velociraptor hatching pool, and unlock a new type of Velociraptor. The Velociraptor hatching pool requires 3,000 phagocytosis. Players should collect enough phagocytosis as soon as possible to create an incubation pool. After the hatching pool is successfully created, the mall will unlock the Velociraptor and enable the purchase of Velociraptors. The Velociraptor sells for 10,000 evolution points. And you can enjoy a 20% discount on purchases in the first week after unlocking the hatching pool. The Velociraptor is a Zerg ground individual combat unit with extremely fast running speed and powerful attack power. Velociraptor, HP 12,000. Attack 300. Defense 50. Agility 200. Energy reserve 20. After evolution, the energy devouring skill can be turned on. Skill, devouring energy shield. You can use phagocytosis to build a phagocytosis shield covering the whole body, which can resist a large amount of damage. When you are injured, you can use phagocytosis energy to replace the damage. Energy devouring fangs. The energy devouring fangs can be attached to the attacking bones and teeth on the back of the beast, greatly increasing the beast's attack power. When used, the energy devouring fangs will be consumed, and the state will be released after the energy devouring energy is consumed. 3. Open the Velociraptor hatching pool and build additional rewards. Players who provide energy for the Velociraptor hatching pool during the construction period can obtain every point of energy and an additional special reward of 10 evolution points. After the construction of the Velociraptor incubation pool is completed, completion rewards will be distributed based on the player's contribution. Other updates. As more and more players pay attention to Zerg OL, in order to allow more players to enter the game and experience the game, we have decided to release 9 internal beta quotas again. Players can click on the internal beta application below the official website and fill out the internal beta application form. Warm reminder, the more comprehensive the information you fill in, the greater the probability of getting a spot. Zerg official app. The Chon community is under construction, and the specific launch time will be announced in subsequent updates. Please continue to pay attention. At this moment, Xianyu, who had read the update announcement, was also stunned. Xianyu, damn it! Is this official staff member 007? This game received a major version update less than a day after it was launched, and so many features were added. Feng Qianyong, is there anything strange about this? I guess the officials have already prepared these update data packages, and they just need to be sent out directly. But what's troubling is that the taste function of money you discovered a few hours ago was directly revealed by the official, and now everyone knows about it. Xianyu, you know what? Even if these hidden functions are not officially announced, I guess it won't be long before others will discover them. But I discovered them earlier than them. And when playing games, whether it's a hidden function or a bug, the first one to discover it will always be a huge boost. Take me for example. I discovered it relatively early, so I found Brontosaurus and also found a copy. Just telling the truth about these two things has already made me crazy money. Feng Qianyong, there is nothing wrong with what you said. By the way, have you read the officially updated daily tasks and the construction tasks of the Velociraptor hatching pool? Feng Qianyong suddenly asked, remembering something. Xianyu, look. What's wrong? Wind and clouds. The Velociraptor has 10,000 evolution points, which should be 8,000 after the discount in the first week. Some people say that it is really expensive. According to the exchange ratio between evolution and soft sister coins, a Velociraptor is worth 8,000 oceans even with a discount. Xianyu, this price is a bit ridiculously expensive compared to other games, but it is understandable if it is placed in this game. After all, this game has invested so much and can still make money. The price is very reasonable. Thank you, Nyong. I feel that this new unit is a gold farming machine. The attribute output data is simply off the charts. With it, it is estimated that it will not be too easy to single-handedly defeat the Thunder Dragons that were more numerous than last time. You can earn money by brushing dozens of heads. Return. Chapter 13 Leading the Rhythm? Block it directly. While the two were still communicating, the Zerg group was already going crazy. Holy crap. The officials of this game are crazy. One character in this trashy game sells for 10,000 soft girl coins. It's still in the closed beta stage, and only a few people are charging like this. Oh my god. This official look is really ugly. Who plays this kind of game? I think it's funny. A character can be sold for 10,000 yuan, and the money can't be made so quickly. Yeah. Give it up. Give it up. It's a rubbish game. As for Xianyu, who was now mixed with Feng Jian, as soon as he returned to the group, he saw a bunch of newbies setting the pace here, and he was immediately unhappy. Xianyu, damn it. How long ago did a bunch of bad guys come here to spray shit? If I remember correctly, this game gave out 5 quotas at the very beginning. You idiot was not included in this quota. Why did you give up? You don't even deserve to be cheated. Let me take a look. Where did the dog come from? It barks as soon as it comes up. How long has it been since this game started licking dogs? Really funny. Xianyu, what a silly thing. If you don't want to play, you should quit the group. Don't beep here and make it look like someone cares about you. Emperor Penguin and Salty Fish don't argue with these people. It's boring. I've already reported some of the rhythmic ones. The official reply said that the rhythm group will permanently ban them from entering the game. Even if it is open to the public in the future, they will not be able to enter the game. They will be kicked out of the group by the management later. Xianyu, that's fine. Mad is such a good game. But it would be bad if the game is contaminated by these people. But the official can really deal with it. It's cool to permanently ban this operation. Thank you, Nyang, it's normal. This kind of person starts talking about the game without playing it or experiencing it. He deserves to be banned. I just wonder what they will think if they see this game becoming popular in the future, and find out that this game can earn a lot of money. Xianyu, especially when I see people around me making tens of millions of dollars a month playing this game. I might feel regretful if I make 996, 3 to 5,000 a month every day. Ken Wang, that. I'm a really newbie. And I'm not the same group as the rhythm guys. I just got a place in the closed beta. So what? Let me first state that I am not causing trouble. Nor am I setting the pace. I just want to ask the big guys. Isn't a character worth 10,000 soft girl coins expensive? Salted Fish, it's expensive. Ken Wang, so why don't you guys care if you think it's expensive? And from your tone just now, you seem to think this is reasonable. Xianyu, since you have asked this, I will give you a rough introduction. It just so happens that there are a lot of new people in the group. So I will take this opportunity to tell you about the situation. Ken Wang, okay. Thank you, sir. Salted Fish, first of all, if a game character reaches 10,000 soft girl coins, it is very expensive in any game. But in this game, it is not expensive. First, let me do some calculations for you. The first person to qualify for internal testing will be officially issued a gaming helmet. I won't go into details about the price of the gaming helmet. Go to the official mall and click it. The pre-sale price is 19,999. Although it is still on pre-sale, it will not be sold until the public beta. In other words, if you qualify, the official will give you 20,000 soft sister coins directly. Good. Apart from this game can also make money. Maybe you don't know that we worked together to kill a small boss not long ago. Everyone got 21 evolution points. There are 5 of us in total. That is, this little boss has 105 evolution points, which is converted into more than 100 soft girl coins. Ken Wang was shocked when he heard this. Ken Wang, boss, I don't study well, so don't lie to me. How can one boss earn more than 100 soft girl coins? Xianyu, don't worry. I've read a lot and won't lie to you. Of course, that's not the most important thing. What I want to say is how low the threshold for making money is in this game. The 5 of us control the initial unit, the worker bees. I can tell you about its attributes. It has 1,000 blood points, 50 attack points, 30 defense points, and 20 agility points. You must have seen the attributes of the Velociraptor on the official website. It has 12,000 blood points, 300 attack points, 50 defense points, and 200 agility points. I don't need to say more about how big the gap between the two is. And our 5 junior worker bees can defeat 3-digit bosses alone. So can such a powerful Velociraptor be able to control all 3-digit bosses by one person? Boss? When I heard this, I immediately understood. Ken Wang, damn it! This is simply a money-spinning machine. In other words, as long as you purchase the Velociraptor, you can go online to find the boss every day and earn more than working part-time. Hearing this, not only him, but also the newcomers in the group were moved. Ken Wang, but can this game really make cash withdrawals? Xianyu, absolutely. If you don't believe it when you enter the game and move bricks, You can know whether it's true or false by moving dozens of evolution points, and then withdrawing them. Qin Wang, okay. Thank you for your advice. After hearing what you said, I understand why they think it is normal. Speaking of Mr. Xianyu, even if what you say is true, I am very curious. If everyone goes to use soft sister coins, then there will be more people and more people will withdraw cash. Are you sure the official can get it? Rich? Just then another newcomer asked. Xianyu, don't worry. I can't vouch for other games. I can definitely vouch for this game. First of all, the picture quality of the game is so shocking. This kind of movie-level picture quality costs money every frame. Ordinary small companies definitely don't have that much money. But the company of this game looks like a small company at first glance. But he actually made this kind of game, which is outrageous in itself. Not to mention the other functions of the game. As far as the game itself is concerned, the picture quality is not to be discussed. It is difficult for a large game company to produce such a sophisticated picture style. But he did it. Combined with all the unscientific reasons, I suspect that the officials of this game are not as simple as they think. It is very likely that several large game companies jointly made such a game for various reasons, and then re-registered a company to release it. They probably wanted to stir up this company as well. A coup from the beginning, actually. I was thinking the same thing before. To be honest, I worked in a game company for a while. I also know some insider information about the industry. Some companies produce games of the same type, or similar types. This is done to retain players who like this style. And when some companies want to make a different style of game to attract different types of players, they usually do what Xianyu said. And when I entered the game, I got a rough understanding of the situation. This game is very exquisite in terms of picture quality, gameplay, operation, and various details. Some common textures in games and model crossing bugs are not found in this game. From these, it is not difficult to see that the new team will definitely not be able to make this game. If you want to do this, only the old teams can do it. Chapter 14. Kill monsters quietly, and then surprise everyone. Emperor Penguin, are you still chatting? The game has just been updated, and we can go online. And just when Akuen was about to say something at the beginning, the Emperor Penguin reminded the group. The opening line was, come on. It's very late today, and I went to rest early. I have to get up early to go to work tomorrow. Emperor Penguin, okay then. I also went up here to have a look and then got off. Cloud Player, damn it's 11 p.m. and you're still not asleep. I'm already in bed. Xianyu, ah. Yes. Yes. It was quite late, and I went to bed. Feng Qianyong, it's okay not to mention it. But I'm sleepy when I say it. I'll go to bed first, and go online tomorrow morning. After closing the chat window, the two sent another private message. Xianyu, wait 10 minutes, and we will go online to work. Stormy, OJ8K. This is a primitive jungle, surrounded by tall trees. The sunlight shines through the gaps in the leaves, providing comfortable living conditions for the low shrubs below. Deep in the jungle, you can occasionally see animals running and playing in the forest, and occasionally hear animal calls in the distance. These all tell that this is a vibrant world. In an open space in the distance, weeds were scattered all over the place, and there was a huge open space in the center that had obviously been cleared manually. Not long after, the soil in the open space loosened, and the next moment, a huge pair of pincers flashing with cold light stretched out from the soil. Not long after, I saw two huge creatures that looked like crabs crawling out of the soil. The sudden appearance of the two worker bees scared the surrounding animals and fled. Go! 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 Get points! Get points! Xianyu shouted excitedly as soon as he climbed out. Feng Qianyong next to him also looked excited. Go! 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 This update is simply tailor-made for us. Yes! Damn it! Just after finding a copy, the official issued various rewards. It's incredible! As they said that, the two of them sped up and ran towards the swamp. Originally, we were thinking about finding such a monster spawning spot, even if there were no additional rewards. There were so many wild monsters in the swamp that we could drink a cup of it. Who would have thought that the official would actually release a construction mission with additional bonuses? Reward? Yes. To be honest, as long as we are fast enough in this wave, we will make crazy money. The monster itself will be rewarded with evolution points. And there will also be additional rewards of energy consumption. The two of them were getting more and more excited as they talked at this moment. Think about it. With 3,000 points of phagocytosis, Every point of phagocytosis turned in can be rewarded with an additional 10 points of evolution points. 3,000 points is a total reward of 30,000 evolution points. The requirements are not high. I just hope that we can reach 1,000 points of devouring energy. We will get an additional reward of 10,000 points, each of which will be divided into 5,000 points. And then add that we will get the devouring energy if we turn it in. I estimate that we will be able to unlock new units by then. Just by the Velociraptor. Yes. Now that I think about it, I'm still a little excited. I bought a Velociraptor worth 10,000 yuan without spending a penny. It's so cool. The two people communicated as they moved forward, and soon came to the cliff on the edge of the swamp. Standing on the edge of the cliff, the two insects looked at the swamp creatures below, and their eyes could not help but shine. Let's go! Let's go down and find one to test the water. If it's easy to brush, we'll work separately. If it's not easy, we'll move together. After adjusting his inner excitement, Xianyu said to Feng Kaiyunian next to him, Xianyu, look below. Hearing Xianyu's turmoil, he pointed downwards. Looking in the direction his pliers were pointing, they saw a huge mutant python sitting on a huge rock basking in the sun directly below them. Although this rock is large, it still seems a bit small for a mutated giant python that is 30 meters long and more than 1 meter thick. Salted fish. Let's use a snake as the experimental subject. Hearing this, Xianyu also nodded, and then stretched out his pliers and started to gesture. Xianyu, what are you doing? Looking at Xianyu's turbulent movements, he was a little confused. I'm checking the coordinates and preparing to bring justice to him. Justice from heaven? Feng Kaiyunian was a little confused. But the next moment, he understood what Xianyu meant by justice from heaven. After Xianyu, who had been making gestures for a long time, made sure that everything was correct, he saw his 12 legs exert force at the same time, and then stretched out the large pliers. Aim at the target. Salted fish cannon. Let's go! As his words fell, salted fish was seen flying straight down towards the giant python from a high place like a cannonball. Thank you, Yungying. I have to say that you do a lot of fancy things. As he said this, Feng Qiyun surged and climbed down the cliff. A cliff like this is no different from the plains to the worker bees. So soon the wind and the clouds also descended into the swamp. Let me go! You got it done so quickly? As soon as he arrived at the swamp, Feng Kaiyongong saw Xianyu dragging a huge python towards him. Developed? We are really developed this time. Xianyu did not answer him, but said in a trembling tone, the monsters here are so easy to kill. Xianyu said, and started gesticulating with joy. You don't know? I originally thought that this kind of monster would be as difficult to deal with as the Brontosaurus. But I just hit him and smashed him to death. You heard me right. Just smashed him to death. The monsters here are not as powerful as we thought. They are all so fragile. We can crush them easily. I was also excited when I heard Xianyu talk about the storm. What are you doing with the ink? Work. Get points. That's all I'm saying. I won't go offline until I get enough 1,000 units of energy. Saying that, Feng Qiyun surged. He was about to run towards the depths of the swamp, but was grabbed by Xianyu. You're so scared. I haven't finished speaking yet. Do you remember that apart from the extra rewards of energy points for new buildings, there are also extra rewards for daily tasks? Do you remember? Hearing this, Feng Kaiyunian nodded. Remember. Let's not miss this reward. What the hell? This reward is refreshed every day. If we go to turn it in, if someone sees it, wouldn't it be embarrassing for them to follow us secretly? Don't forget, 9 more places have been allocated. If nothing happens, these newcomers will come online one after another in 2 days. When there are more people, someone will find our little treasury. Xianyu had already anticipated the surging concerns. I'm not asking you to turn it in during the day. Think about it. The game mission reset time is 12 o'clock in the morning. At this time, most players are basically offline. We set an alarm clock for 3 o'clock in the morning and turn it in at 3 o'clock on time every day. Wouldn't it be over? There must be no one online at that time. Hearing Xianyu say this, Feng Qiyun surged and couldn't help but his eyes lit up. Then the two began to discuss specific time arrangements. Because Feng Kaiyongyu was still at work. Although his job allowed him to fish for 3 days and dry the net for 2 days, he still had to go to the company after all. So after some discussion, he went online from 6 p.m. to about 3 a.m. And Xianyu, because his job was to be a game power leveler, left the rest of the time to him. As for the distribution of points, the two of them agreed on 4 points. 6 points for salted fish, and 4 points for wind and clouds. After discussing it in this way, the two of them started taking action without stopping. Chapter 15, Termination of Transaction. Yujunwang. A huge crocodile in the swamp was enjoying the afternoon sunbathing in an open space. It was also considered the dominant overlord in this swamp. Except for the giant python that poses the slightest threat to him. Other creatures are its food. So while he was taking a nap, he didn't pay too much attention to the strange creature approaching him in the water. Because for it, any creature in the swamp is its own business. If one bite is not enough, then at most one more bite will be enough. At this moment, this strange creature in the water suddenly jumped out and rushed towards it. Looking at the strange creature in front of it, it was obvious that the crocodile did not take it seriously. After all, the size of the two beasts is completely different. Although I don't know where it got the courage to attack itself. It decided to sacrifice this hairy crab by beating its teeth at noon today. The next moment, I saw it open its bloody mouth and bit towards Feng Qianyong. But just when it was about to bite Feng Qianyong suddenly jumped directly onto the crocodile's back. Then raised its sharp pliers and pinched the crocodile's head. The pained crocodile tried to struggle but to no avail. Soon, he was easily defeated by Feng Qianyong. Hee. Another 10 evolution points and 0.05 units of energy absorption are obtained. As he said this, Feng Qianyong raised the crocodile and ran towards the cliff. And then piled it on the cliff, where the two of them were storing monsters. After doing all this, Feng Qianyong stood on the edge of the cliff and turned his flexible compound eyes to continue searching for the creatures in the swamp. Soon he found the target again. And then jumped. 2 days passed like this. And in the chat group, there are already more than 100 people in the chat group at this moment. Emperor Penguin and Admin. Administrator. Have you not updated the daily consumption tasks? Cloud Player. Yes. There are only 5 players in the game now. And the newcomers haven't joined yet. As a result, I don't get any extra points as a reward even if I turn in supplies every day to earn 1 unit of energy points. Moreover, the number of energy points consumed by the insect nest every day has not been updated. It always shows the remaining amount of 45 points. I suspect there may be a bug. Xianyu, yes. Yes. Feng Qianyong, ah yes. Yes. Akun at the beginning, is it admin here? Are you there? Seeing the crazyette in the player group. Jiang Yao's face was also full of weirdness at this moment. Especially when he saw Xianyu and Feng Qianyong still blindly echoing. It's stupid. Why is there no reward? Why is there no change in 45 points? Don't you two have some AC numbers in your mind? The amount you hand in every day is accurate. And you won't hand in any more. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao was helpless. But the only thing that made Jiang Yao feel relieved was that with these 2 items, the problem of energy consumption was temporarily solved. And the energy consumption required for the new building began to slowly make progress. Although from the current perspective, it would be more beneficial to Jiang Yao to announce this monster point. But it is a pity that Jiang Yao cannot do this. Because this is a game, and he is positioned as the GM. As the GM, he cannot forcibly interfere with the player's behavior. After all, not long ago, a certain game caused a group of heavy Krypton tycoons to delete their accounts and abandon the game due to interference. Naturally, I must not do this kind of thing. Even if Jiang Yao wants to announce a place like this, there are prerequisites. For example, when he finds a strange spot, the two of them are standing in the toilet without shit, and they can't clear a few monsters after being online for hours every day. The efficiency is so low that he can't even do enough daily maintenance. In this case, he may find a way to guide some players to discover this area and announce it in this way. But with the generosity of these 2 salted fishes, they can't bear to miss even a minute of a 24-hour shift. As a boss, is it too much for you? As a boss, to let such good employees earn more? Don't go too far. However, these 2 pretending to be innocent is going too far. They should give everyone a reminder. This will solve the problem they think is a bug. Secondly, in this way, the 2 people will definitely worry about being discovered that day. So before they are discovered, they will maintain the mentality of making more money and work harder. Wouldn't this greatly increase the speed at which I can gain energy? Zerg OL Official Administrator at all members. Dear players, the content of this update has been implemented. As for why you are not rewarded for submitting it. When you say is it possible? I mean, is it possible that some of you players completed the mission without everyone knowing? Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Emperor Penguin, what the HL? The opening line is, damn it. What else? Isn't the administrator's meaning clear enough? Among the 5 of us, there is King Wan. Xianyu, good guy. I called you good guy. And all 5 of them started rolling. Feng Qianyong, damn it. It's not that big of a deal. It's really not that big of a deal. Who is messing with me? Stand up consciously? Cloud player, yes. Who is involved in the role? I wish those who are involved in the role will have no descendants. Xianyu. Feng Qianyong. Emperor Penguin, everyone pretends to be innocent. Brother. There are 5 of us. It only took 5 people to start rolling. When the newcomers arrive, the roll will reach the sky. Xianyu, yes. Yes. Strictly resist involution. That day, around 3 o'clock in the morning. Xianyu, you are finally willing to go online. Mater is 10 minutes late today. Feng Qianyong, who had already packed a bunch of prey, complained as he looked at Xianyu, who had just emerged from the soil. I've been suffering from liver disease for so many days, and I feel like I'm a bit paralyzed. Xianyu yawned and said weakly after hearing Feng Qianyong's words. Well, Xianyu has had new people come in these 2 days. And you can basically see people online all day long. If we keep going like this every day, I feel like I won't be able to hide it for much longer. After hearing his words, Xianyu had to re-examine their arrangement. What you said makes sense. By the way, we have done a lot of evolution in the past 2 days. For a mutated python or crocodile, we can get 10 evolution points and 0.05 energy phagocytosis, including the evolution points from daily mission rewards in the past few days, including the extra skill points rewarded by the construction tasks, and the evolution points we should have obtained when we turned in. We now have a total of more than 20,000 evolution points. Hearing this, Xianyu also nodded. I have to say that this game is really awesome. In 3 days, we killed more than 2,000 prey. With these evolution points, we have more than 20,000 soft girls and meters. Money. Yeah. This is no faster than working part-time. Feng Qianyong also sighed at this. Although this is true, don't forget that the resources in this game are non-renewable. If you kill one, you will lose one. We were able to make so much money in the early stage because we benefited from the small number of people. If there are more monks and less meat in the future, it will be difficult for us to still make so much money, said Xianyu and looked around, looking at the endless jungle not far away and the endless swamp area hanging below. I have a dream, which is to kill other people's monsters so that they have nothing to kill. Feng Qianyong. So we must not expose this piece of land, Xianyu said with a firm attitude. So I decided to give up the daily mission rewards and reduce the frequency of our cargo transportation, Xianyu said and looked at him. From now on we will transport it once a few days or a week. This way the probability of being discovered will be extremely low. This is a great decision. This is a decision that determines our destiny. And we will be secretly glad for this decision in the future. Perhaps one day in the future, when you recall the decision made by the great Xianyu today, you will definitely fall to the ground, Xianyu said while waving his big pliers. Feng Qianyong. It's only been a few days since your liver went insane. By the way, I forgot to tell you. I recorded the video of how you were sick just now. Xianyu's movements visibly froze when he heard Feng Qianyong's words. Just 2 people. Just the 2 of us. You ride a horse and record a video. You must be seriously ill. Xianyu was shocked when he learned that his second love act was recorded on video. Who told you to be so dedicated in your performance? If you didn't record some videos, I would feel sorry for you. Holy crap. I just suddenly lost my mind. Boss. Boss. Delete the video quickly. Humph. Do you think it's possible? If you want me to delete the video, I won't talk about it unless you give me a few thousand evolution points. How many thousands? It's too much for you to open your mouth as soon as you come up. To tell you the truth, death in society is not terrible. But death in poverty is terrible, Xianyu said and came to his side. Do you dare to say that you don't have a good time when playing games? Especially when you are at home alone and lock yourself in a small room. While operating the character, you can say all kinds of bad lines, such as so-and-so is weird. Hurry up and accept this. Words like the Lord's anger. After hearing Xianyu's words, Feng Qianyong immediately denied it. No way. I didn't. If you keep talking nonsense, be careful. I will sue you for slander. And then again, even if I have passed the 2nd grade but no one knows about it, then there is no such thing. Unlike some people. Chapter 16 The King of Volume is found. So early the next morning, something big happened in the Zerg official group. Emperor Penguin, It's time to die. Oh my god. The opening line. What happened? What happened so early in the morning that I was so surprised? Emperor Penguin, I moved some supplies online this morning to hand in. Guess what? It actually rewards extra evolution points for daily tasks. The opening line is Kuan, damn it. Really? Finally. There is a reward. Go ahead and go online to check it out. Cloud player, come on. There's nothing interesting to see. It's probably because the Roll King died in Bung Bu and was taken to the hospital by himself. Start with Kuan. How do you say this? Cloud player, haven't you watched the construction progress? You may not believe it, but there are already 105 energy devouring points in building construction. Several people were shocked when they heard this. At the beginning, Kuan, what the HL? I haven't paid much attention these days. This horse has more than 100 energy devouring points? Cloud player, yes. I was shocked when I went to see the progress of the construction today. You must know that according to the game settings, the basic energy points obtained by turning in plants are very few. I've done experiments before, and turning in 100 tons of plants can convert 0.05 energy points, which means that this Scroll King has been dying in the past few days. Almost. More than 200,000 tons of plants. It's only been 4 days since the game TND Liangyang launched its server today. 200,000 tons of liver in 4 days. An average of 50,000 tons a day. According to the load capacity of the worker bees, they have to run for at least 40 to 50 years, not counting the time you spend collecting. At this point, the Cloud players were all stunned. Damn it. If I could really do this, I would probably go several days and nights without eating, drinking, or even going to the toilet. Kuan was also shocked when he heard what player Yun said about the start. Qin Wang, you guys have something I don't know whether to say or not. At this moment, Mingxin Qin Wang, who saw everyone's chat messages, spoke. Cloud player, don't talk if you don't want to talk about it. Emperor Penguin, no. Roll. The opening line is, don't ask. It's inappropriate to ask. Qin Wang, it belongs to Jiangzi. Guys, can you tell me if it is possible? This one king is not fighting alone. They are a gang of several people working together to get the role. Emperor Penguin, in the end. You said it. No. You really don't want to say that this is really possible. Feng Kaiyunyang, in the end. You said it. No. You really don't want to say that this is really possible. Qin Wang, and according to the data mentioned by the big guys, I think this King of Scrolls definitely did not achieve so many evolutions by relying on plants. He probably found a copy of a similar game and then played it quietly by himself. Otherwise the progress would not have been so fast. Hearing this, everyone suddenly became enlightened and seemed to understand something. Xianyu, Mingxin, you are really great. Great. Special stick. Qin Wang, thank you for the compliment. This is just my guess. Think about it. Some people have done experiments to collect plants and move them up to 7 or 8 times a day. That is about 3 phagocytic energy. If you don't eat, drink or sleep, even if you move 10 times a day, you only have 5 phagocytic energy. It is absolutely impossible to make progress so fast in a few days. So there is only one truth, and that is that the other party has found a monster spawning point. Because the energy rewarded by monsters is n times higher than that of plants. Feng Qianyong, damn it. You are so right. Why didn't I think of that? Newbie, you are awesome. A particularly great one. At this moment, on the other side of the screen, watching several big bosses praising their land reclamation, they couldn't help but smile proudly. I didn't expect to get along with the big guys so quickly. But why do I feel that the tone of the big guys' compliments on me is a bit wrong? Maybe it's my misunderstanding. A few days later, around 5 a.m., at the entrance outside the insect nest, a pair of eyes are searching everywhere. Everything is normal outside in Fengqiangjiang. You can transport your things over here, said Xianyu. Crawled into the cave and soon arrived at the insect nest. Everything is normal here at the insect nest. Huh? Let me just say, how could anyone be online at 5 in the morning? As he said that, Xianyu immediately rushed outside, and then came to Feng Kaiyanjiang's hiding place. He saw a large wooden frame about 50 or 60 meters long and wide, spliced together by huge tree trunks. The shells were filled with corpses of various swamp monsters. They were all tied up by thick vines, and at a rough glance, they were at least 10 meters high. How's the situation inside? Xianyu asked, looking at the wind and clouds coming back. As I thought, at this time, Those who went online early are not online yet. And those who stayed up late can no longer sleep. So everything is safe. Hearing this, Feng Kaiyunyang immediately said, well, let's take a walk. Hurry up and hand over the things first. As he said this, Feng Kaiyunyang climbed to the back of the shelf. Xianyu ran to the front of the shelf. And the two of them worked together to lift the shelf and began to crawl deeper into the cave. And on the other side. At this time, a worker bee crawled out from inside the insect nest. They say the early bird catches the worm. As long as I get up early, I can have more energy. In this way, it won't be long before I can get enough to buy the evolution points of the Velociraptor. As he said this, Ichigo-kun thought happily as he looked at his more than 100 evolution points. At this moment, a distant sound caught his attention. It's numb. Feng Qianyong. Please lift it lower. It's stuck. It's stuck on top. Come on. Listen to my command and lower it slowly. Yes. Yes. That's it. Take your time and don't rush. Hey, don't you see it coming out now? As he said this, Xianyu and Feng Kaiyunyang raised their arms and prepared to run to the insect nest. But when he turned around, they were dumbfounded. Because at this moment, he was looking at a worker bee in the distance with the ID of Kun staring at them. Hack! Kai-kun was dumbfounded as he looked at the shocking scene in front of him. The king of involution has been found. Xianyu, what are you doing? Move. Why aren't you moving? Are you offline? At this moment, Xianyu, who had been motionless for a long time, was found behind the shelf. Feng Kaiyunyang put down the shelf and crawled towards the front. Then, do you believe me when I say we did this morning? What did you say? Whether you believe it or not, we both believe it anyway. Believe me. Sir, you two thieves can do it. Once you find the monster spawning spot, you can have it all to yourself. Damn it. You two thieves who eat alone. I'm going to report you. Damn it. Don't be impulsive. Don't make this matter public. Otherwise, when more people know about it, we will slap a hammer on it. It's okay to keep quiet, but you must bring me with you, said Kun in the beginning. Okay. I'll take you alone. Remember to keep your mouth shut and don't say anything. Don't worry. I understand the rules. As he spoke, Kun held up his big pliers and assured. But at this moment, another voice sounded at an inappropriate time. Holy shit. What did I see? What did I see? Holy shit. You three thieves. It turns out you are the king of involution. At this moment, the cloud player who rushed online was stunned by the scene in front of him. Several people. Chapter 17 New Monster Discovered. Both of you. Keep a low profile. We found this spot with great difficulty. Just a few of us are enough. Salted Fish kept urging him while crawling on the road. New. Don't worry. We are very strict with our mouths. The two assured. I'm telling you. When you go over there, you can make a big show of it like us. We'll deliver the prey every 3 or 4 days, and then we'll act together. If someone lets loose, they usually won't be discovered. Xianyu, who remembered something, pointed at Feng Kaiyunyang who was dragging a big rack behind him and said. The two of them looked in the direction he pointed and nodded immediately. Don't worry. We all understand the routine. It'll be alright if we act together when the time comes. In this way, a group of insects quickly arrived at the swamp monster spawning point. No, this is it, Xianyu said, pointing to the swamp below. Looking in the direction he pointed, the two of them were stunned. Good guy. This is so hacking awesome. There are all mutated creatures down there. No wonder you are so fast. As he said this, the cloud player turned back to look at the two of them. Tell me honestly how many evolution points you have gained in the past few days. Not much. Not much. I only spent about 20,000. While Feng Kaiyunyang's was a little less. Only 10,000. It's only been less than a week, and you've already spent 30,000 yuan. Low-key. Low-key. Xianyu signaled to the two of them to calm down. It's numb. This is the gap. After working so hard for a few days, I only got 200 to 300 points. I'm crying. When I was still complacent about the more than 200 evolution points in my hand, I didn't know that someone had already improved me 100 times. Stop talking. Time is money, and we have to act quickly. With that said, the two of them rushed towards the swamp. Why don't you be so impatient? He said, as he looked at the two people running towards the swamp. Xianyu and Feng Kaiyunyang. And followed them. Dig haha. This is what a game should be like. The monsters here are so easy to kill. Soon the cloud player saw two big pliers, one holding a giant python and the other a crocodile, run towards the cliff in the distance. It's only been a few minutes? How many minutes has it been? It's only been a few minutes, and I've got 20 soft girl coins. Yes. This is so efficient. Kuan-yi, the two pairs of pliers behind him with almost the same configuration, said excitedly. I said, it's almost 7 o'clock. Aren't you two going to work today? Xianyu, who was following behind him, asked as he looked at the two people who couldn't stop spawning monsters. Going to work? Damn. I forgot. As soon as he finished speaking, the Yun player in front of him suddenly stopped. Holy shit. What is this guy doing? At this moment, Xianyu looked at the cloud player who suddenly stopped and was shocked. Damn it. This game has no offline protection. You idiot. Just log off and you will be online later. I guess it's just a skeleton. It's okay. A worker bee is not expensive. You can buy one for 648, which is probably his week's salary. The cloud player said he can't afford the loss. Kuan analyzed the opening line next to him. Should we move him to a safe place and dig a hole to bury him? At this moment, Feng Kaiyunyang came running from a distance and asked. And while several people were still talking about it, the cloud player suddenly resumed his actions. What the hell? What were you talking about just now? Are you going to bury it or not? We saw you hadn't moved just now, and thought you had forgotten that this game has no offline protection. So we were thinking about digging a hole to bury you, lest you be left with nothing but skeletons when you come online. Offline? Damn it. How could I go offline in such a good place? Then what did you do just now? What are you doing? I'm asking for leave. If I remember correctly, you said before that a group of people your company cheated disappeared as soon as they asked for leave and worked hard. Huh? Perfect attendance? Perfect attendance for a month only costs 200 yuan. It only takes less than an hour for labor and wages to be paid here. Who can afford that shabby bicycle when you have a big truck? 6666 cloud players are mighty. Mighty Gil. Why don't you think carefully about where to make money instead of making money? If grinding evolutionary points here can be stable for a long time. Seriously? I will join the hammer class, said the cloud player and looked at a few people. In my crappy company, the boss screwed a lot of people. When they were recruiting, they talked about humanized management. The company didn't require overtime. It was a nice thing to say. But what happened? There was no requirement to work overtime. But a bunch of people stayed after get off work, volunteered to work overtime. At this point, the cloud player suddenly became interested. Don't you know that company? They have meetings every morning and night for several hours. When the company goes online, a bunch of Roll Kings voluntarily work overtime to make you leave. It doesn't matter if you don't leave. No. The most important thing is that these people are so obsessed with working overtime. They compete every day with who works overtime and stay late. They are reluctant to leave until 11 or 12 o'clock in the evening. I stay up until 9 o'clock every day and then leave. And the department manager gets raped. Get up and talk. I just don't understand. There is no overtime pay for overtime work. The company only pays more than 4,000 yuan a month. And what's the funniest thing is that I have to work a lot, and I don't have a commission to buy my own insurance. The key is that in such a company, a group of people can sign up for free. I really don't understand working overtime. Hearing this, Kuan couldn't help but sigh a little. Hey, I have to hold it back. The situation here is similar. I would have left a job like yours a long time ago. This kind of company has a stupid boss. To be honest, it's better to play games. As he spoke, Feng Kaiyunyang called up his evolution point data. Look, I made more than 10,000 yuan in less than a week. Even with my efficiency, my monthly income is more than 40,000 yuan. What you are saying, we all understand the truth. But the question is, can this be long-term? If it can be long-term, I will just work full-time. At least the income will be high enough. But I am afraid that this thing will not last long and the monsters will disappear, said the cloud player. As for the cloud players, Xianyu shook his head. The pattern. The old iron pattern is about to open up. You should think about it carefully. Think about it carefully. If you want to be more diligent, a monthly income of 70,000 to 80,000 yuan is equivalent to that. It's equivalent to what you earn from working at that cheating company for 2 years. You have to know how to settle accounts. So what if it doesn't last long? I've made all the money in the future, so I'll have enough time to find other things to do in the future, and to take a step back. Do you think we won't be able to find a similar monster spawning point in 2 years' time? Hearing this, the cloud player couldn't help but his eyes lit up. What you said seems to make sense. Otherwise, I will wait and see for the past few days. If the income is really high enough, I will try to work full-time. That's right. That's how it should be. Okay. Don't talk about it for now. Let's go put the prey away and chat later while we hunt. After a few people returned to the cliff and put their things away, they walked and chatted and soon returned to the swamp, because there were not many monsters on the edge, and there were 4 of them compared to before. As the saying goes, more people make you bolder. So almost a few people decided to explore a little deeper. As soon as they arrived at the 2 new monster spawning points, they couldn't wait to start hunting. Huh? Kun, who was currently spawning monsters at the beginning, was attracted by a mutated creature not far away. I saw a creature in the distance that was about 5 meters long, about the same length as a worker bee, with 4 legs that were extremely long like a dinosaur, a long tail at the end, a gray-brown body, and a long pointed head. What is this? Is it a new monster? The players looking at this strange creature not far away were full of doubts. If Jiang Yao was present, he would definitely be able to recognize the identity of this monster at a glance. Alien. Chapter 18. This weird AI is a bit powerful. The moment he saw the alien, Kun ran excitedly in its direction. Ha ha ha. Brother Ming, a new monster has appeared here. If I guess correctly, we should be entering the second picture of the monster spawning dungeon. Generally, in other games, a copy is divided into several rooms. Depending on the situation, this game should also be divided. You see, we haven't encountered this kind of strange-looking monster on the outside, but we did when we got here, which means we have entered the second room. The rewards in the first picture are so rich, so the rewards in this second picture must be even richer. We are getting rich this time. But at this moment, listening to Kun's excited voice at the beginning, Xianyu seemed to have remembered something and stopped him quickly. Zhou Chao, don't wait until everyone is here to test the monster's strength. Damn it. Why are you so reckless? Hearing the sound of salted fish, Kun immediately reacted. In his excitement, he forgot to test the strength of the monster. Thinking of this, he quickly braked. But it was too late, because the alien in the distance also noticed him and rushed towards him. Holy crap! He found me. Mater is so fast, and his running speed is at least twice as fast as a worker bee. Brothers, hurry up and come to support. The difficulty of the monsters in this picture has obviously increased a lot. Kun panicked when he saw the alien starting at such a fast speed. If you can't beat it at this speed, you won't be able to run away even if you want to. Hold on. We'll be here right away. Brothers, hurry up. I've already fought this guy. At this moment, the alien rushing over jumped up and tried to jump on the back of the Kun in the beginning. But fortunately, the Kun in the beginning was also prepared. He rolled to the left to avoid the blow, then immediately used the large pliers to support his body, and then pinched it towards the alien. Immediately afterwards, the alien used its amazing jumping power to jump back to avoid the blow, and then swooped towards the opening Kun. At the same time, Kun didn't dare to be careless at the beginning. He quickly raised his big pliers and pinched it. However, unfortunately, his speed was a little slow after all, and the alien successfully climbed onto his back and began to attack crazily. Fortunately, the worker bee's armor was thick enough, so the aliens didn't cause much damage to him whether they bit or scratched him. But at this moment, Kaito-kun also knew very well that if he continued to scratch, he would probably be breached in a short time. Thinking of this, Kun didn't dare to be careless in the beginning. He immediately started rolling on the ground under control, trying to throw it off in this way. However, the alien obviously knew that it had managed to climb onto the back of this strange creature. So how could it be thrown off so easily? So at the beginning, Kun turned around, and the alien followed his rhythm, like a mouse running on a roller. Kun was shocked when he saw the beginning of this scene. Holy crap! Can you still play like this? Are the monsters in this game so smart? I'm sorry. If I keep spinning like this, I'll faint before I can shake it off. Thinking of this, I started to panic. However, at this moment, Kun found the alien and jumped backwards, jumping away from it. What happened? Just when he was wondering, Xianyu's voice came over. Damn it. I saw you flopping around in the swamp from a long way away. And it took a long time for a monster like this to stump you. You don't know how flexible this monster is, and how cunning it is. It knows that if it is caught by my pliers, it will die. So it keeps playing with me and has no intention of confronting me. This is the opening line. Kun was also helpless. Young man, when playing games, you need to use your brain instead of just using your claws. If it doesn't fight you, don't you know how to create attack opportunities? That's easy to say. Just go ahead. Ha. I can see that you have never played an operation game before. You noob, Xianyu said, as he turned back to look at the other people. You guys surrounded me with the aliens. Let me show you a show. As he said that, Xianyu rushed towards the aliens. And then the others also understood and ran to several different directions to form a circle. Triangle. After a while. Ouch. I'm so stupid. I can't do it. I can't do it. This guy is so flexible. Come on. Help me. I'm going to faint. Salted Fish asked for help while rolling in the swamp. Everyone. That's it? That's it? You're still showing off at this level. You're putting on a lonely show. After saying that, Kun took the lead and rushed towards the monster. At this moment, the alien hair came and several worker bees, who were watching the show, rushed over, and immediately jumped down from Xianyu's body, trying to use their flexible movement to escape. Holy crap! This guy wants to escape! The player who saw the alien cloud preparing to escape was the first to react. He jumped quickly and flew towards the alien cloud. Upon seeing the alien, it was ready to jump away, but it was obviously a step too late. Its thigh was tightly clamped by the cloud player in the air. And then the cloud player exerted force. The next moment, the alien let out a hissing scream, and it was obvious that the thigh was useless. Well done. Cloud player is nice. With that said, several people rushed towards the alien to prepare for a last strike. What the heck? Wait, don't panic yet. Look at the ground. Xianyu suddenly noticed something. I saw green smoke rising from the place where the alien green blood flowed on the ground. And the vegetation growing there was instantly corroded. Holy crap! Fortunately, I discovered it quickly. The blood in this thing is very corrosive. Everyone, let's keep our distance and throw rocks at him. Don't let this blood splash on you. Everyone, move? Why aren't you moving? Seeing Xianyu's surprised look, Feng Kaiyunyang finally couldn't help but remind him, well, Xianyu, can we read the character's background information before playing the game? Because the Zerg worker bee often mines ores in various harsh environments. Its armor and body have evolved very high resistance. It is difficult to be harmed by things in nature, whether it is lava or strong acid. To be honest, the blood in this thing is fine if you use it as a drink. Salted Fish. Aren't I testing you? After all, there are so many people who play games without reading the information. So I deliberately used this method to test you. Let's see if you have read the background information carefully. It's good. The guys are all very good. And they all read the background information carefully. Everyone, do you dare to be more fake? So with the combined efforts of several people, the alien was easily eliminated. Looking at the alien Salted Fish who had returned to the west, he said to everyone, this thing, if you say it is difficult to brush, it is really difficult to brush. The main reason is that this thing is too flexible, and it has some attack power to cause us damage. Harm. If you want to say that he is easy to brush, he is also very easy to brush. It only takes a pair of pliers, Xianyu said and looked at a few people. The monsters in this new room. How should I say, the difficulty has been improved a lot. Otherwise, brothers, let's take this thing back first, and see how many evolution points and energy can be obtained by turning it in. If we take more, we will brush against this kind of monster next time we encounter it. If we take less, we will avoid this kind of monster when we encounter it. After hearing what Xianyu said, the few people thought for a while, and nodded immediately. Okay, let's do it like this. Otherwise, you can take it back and see. And we can continue to farm monsters here. Because it's me, Xiami. Why don't you bring? Among us, you have the most evolutionary points. Tell me why. Chapter 19 Hidden Mission. In this way, Xianyu, who was finally captured as a young man, could only carry the alien on his back and rush to the insect nest. Hey, is this salty fish born to be a hard worker? Xianyu complained as he walked. And soon, he arrived not far from the cave. Then, he carefully observed the surrounding movements with the help of nearby rock Salted Fish. Fortunately, it's still early, and no one is online. After making sure there was no one around, Xianyu trotted towards the entrance of the cave. What he didn't know at this moment was that after he left, a figure appeared next to the rock he had just avoided, looking at the corroded vegetation on the ground. The Emperor Penguin couldn't help but feel a little strange. This guy caught something and came back. It looks like it's a new monster. If I'm not wrong, he should be the king of rolls. As he spoke, the Emperor Penguin also walked towards the depths of the cave. Soon after descending deep into the cave, the Emperor Penguin heard the sound coming from the insect nest. He instinctively found a rock and hid behind it, and began to observe secretly. Chief, I found this monster at the swamp monster spawning point. I only saw one. But based on my guess, there should be more over there. Hearing Xianyu's voice, the Emperor Penguin obviously understood something. Swamp monster spawning spot. New monsters discovered. Good guy. You are the king of this volume. Thinking of this, the Emperor Penguin continued to listen to the conversation between the two. Xianyu is an extraordinary creature. You need to pay more attention to things about this creature. After a while, Jiang Yao's voice reached the ears of the Emperor Penguin. What a shame. The leader NPC actually said that. I'm afraid it's not about starting a hidden mission. Emperor Penguin muttered in his heart. Xianyu, who heard Jiang Yao's words here, also keenly captured some key information. So he asked quickly, is there anything special about this creature? The leader? It's very special. It's called an alien. It's very similar to our great Zerg. It's also a race that wins by numbers. Usually, this alien has a mother queen. Then he will give birth to a lot of facehuggers. And after these facehuggers find a host to parasitize, it won't take long for the little aliens to burst out of the host's belly. Hearing this, Xianyu shuddered instinctively as he imagined the scene of aliens appearing. This is too disgusting. By the way, leader, you just said that this kind of creature usually has a mother queen and then gives birth to many small aliens. In other words, there is most likely an alien nest in our swamp monster spawning point. Jiang Yao nodded at this with a serious look on his face. It's very possible, but it's not ruled out that this is an alien egg that was left behind and hatched by chance. Because normally aliens move in groups, and their range of activities is very large. You have spawned so many monsters in their active areas. Logically speaking, if there were other aliens, they should have been discovered long ago. And it would not have been so long. Found one. Of course, it would be best if there is only one left behind. But if there is a nest of aliens, then we will be in big trouble. Xianyu was a little puzzled when he heard this. Is this alien race, leader, very powerful? Even more powerful than our Zerg race? Not really. Small characters like aliens can't compare with us Zerg. But their ability to evolve shouldn't be underestimated. They can devour the genes of living things, then complete their own genes, and then evolve towards more perfect individuals. And their reproductive capabilities are amazing. Although a single individual is not dangerous to us, any worker bee can do it as long as they don't mess up. Kill them easily. But it will be difficult to resist a group attack. Although we Zerg also act in groups. But, Jiang Yao said, as he glanced at the empty caves around him. As you can see, our current population is too small. Jiang Yao said and looked at Xianyu. The alien you brought is the lowest combat unit among the alien tribe. Although this alien's attack power and speed are barely passable, it is not a problem at all in the eyes of our Zerg tribe. You must have felt that you could easily kill it when you fought it just now. But the biggest threat to us from aliens like them lies in their numbers. Their numbers are huge. Although one of them won't pose any threat to you. But 10 or 100. When Xianyu heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched unconsciously, recalling the scene where I was used as a roller by this guy just now. Thinking about what Jiang Yao said now. Any worker bee can easily kill it as long as it doesn't make mistakes. It's so embarrassing. Am I just a fool? No. I can't be stupid. I just played the game for a few days, and am not familiar with the operation. Thinking of this, Xianyu quickly comforted himself. Also, you can't lose this face. This is the principle. Ah. Yes. Yes. Leader. You are so right. I fought with this alien and easily killed it. It was just a matter of a pair of pliers. Hearing that, Jiang Yao also nodded. This is natural. After all, our Zerg's innate advantage is that a single individual is much stronger than them. Moreover, our Zerg genes have independent genetic locks, and they cannot use our genes. So when fighting against them, we don't need to worry about our genes being used at any time like other races. But even so, we can't be careless. After all, our current insect swarm is too small. And there is a reason why a group of aliens can survive in the universe. First of all, after a long period of evolution and genetic improvement, they have many mass combat units, such as worker bee aliens, humanoid aliens, warrior aliens, long-range attack spitters, or boilers with self-destruction capabilities, etc. Although they are weak compared to our combat bugs. As the saying goes, too many ants can kill an elephant. Not to mention that we only have a few worker bees now. Jiang Yao looked at him as he spoke. So now we don't have the ability to resist aliens. Next, you need to investigate whether there is an alien nest in that area. And another point is that when you come back, you must be careful not to be followed by aliens. If aliens find our insect nest, and they invade in large numbers, our current military strength will not be able to stop it. Hearing this, Xianyu nodded and replied in an extremely serious tone, "Don't worry, leader. I, Xianyu Chong, promise to complete the mission." As he said this, he saw him running happily out of the cave. It's developed. It's developed. It's actually a hidden mission. Not only did I unlock the hidden mission, but I also got news about a new monster nest. This is so wonderful. Xianyu danced excitedly along the way, and soon arrived at the swamp. But what he didn't know at this moment was that there was a little tail following him closely behind him. Chapter 20. The salted fish was sold. Brother, let me get fat. At this moment, Xianyu came to the place where they piled their prey, and then shouted loudly to the channel. When they heard that Xianyu was back, everyone who was hunting outside also put down what they were doing and ran towards this side. At this moment, the Emperor Penguin, who had followed Xianyu all the way to their place to release monsters in the distance, was also frightened by the scene in front of him. Looking back, I saw two strange piles in the distance that were piled up like a hill. Holy crap! There are so many! No wonder I haven't seen Xianyu moving around the insect nest in the past few days. It took me a long time to find such a monster spawning point. After saying that, he also had a look of surprise on his face. Mate is a solitary eater. No. He looks like he is waiting for someone. It seems he has an accomplice. Thinking of this, the Emperor Penguin chose to continue observing secretly. Soon the three worker bees appearing in the swamp below caught his attention. Good guy. I call you good guy. I dare you to say that all 4 people know about this horse riding. But I am the only one who doesn't know about it. Mater is going too far. Seeing this and thinking about the chat records of the grandsons in the group who pretend to be ignorant every day and speculate about who the King of Scrolls is, Emperor Penguin felt extremely uncomfortable. Maid, I feel like a fool who was misled by them in various ways in the group. I even discussed with them that someone who found something wrong might be the King of Rolls. Now that I think about it, I feel like a fool. Brother Ming, good news. We are prosperous this time, he said first, looking at the few salted fish coming up. What's wrong? Is that monster valuable? After hearing what Xianyu said, several people were happy and asked quickly. Ahem. Let me tell you the name of this monster first. It's called Alien. This creature doesn't reward many evolution points, probably because of its characteristics. It's only 50 points. But this monster's bite the power point is very high. A full 0.5 units. Several people were shocked when they heard this. Holy crap. Is this thing worth so much energy? It's 10 times more powerful than crocodiles. Yes. The cloud player added as he spoke. Actually, I feel that its price/performance ratio is not high. It's so difficult to farm. In fact, it only has 0.45 more evolution points than the crocodile. Others also nodded in deep agreement with what the cloud player said. Well, you may not believe it when I tell you that NPC Jiang Yao said that the aliens that kill this kind of garbage are usually just bugs with hands. What the hell? Just have some hands. This NPC has such a loud voice. Actually, the NPC's original words were like this. It's just a bug. As long as he's not stupid. It's just that Xianyu deliberately changed the original words to worry about your face. At this moment, the Emperor Penguin stepped forward and said, Holy crap! Are you crazy? Does it matter if it's just a bug? He's an NPC who doesn't usually spawn monsters. He just opens his mouth to do it. Do you think there's one thing? I'm just using an analogy. That is, your operations are really noobs? Emperor Penguin asked tentatively. Are we operating as a novice? Ha ha ha. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It's all because of the monsters. The monsters are too difficult and have nothing to do with our operations. Ah. Yes. Yes. Hey, that's not right. Worry. Emperor Penguin. Why are you here? The next moment everyone suddenly reacted and all focused on the Emperor Penguin. Humph. Why am I here? Don't you have some AC numbers in your mind? Damn. I knew you were unreliable. What happened last time when you let yourself off the hook? I was discovered by the two of them. This time I ask you to go back and deliver the goods. If Mater gives you one, you will be exposed. After hearing what Emperor Penguin said about Feng Qiyun's search, he couldn't sit still for the first time. Holy crap. Can you blame me? Who knew these two products were so well timed to go online? Xianyu said, while pointing to the Emperor Penguin next to him. This guy is even more sinister. Mater followed him quietly. And you are also in trouble. You are a double standard ghost. Who told you to share it in the first place? Now that I have shared it, you jump out and start talking like shit. Emperor Penguins. How dare you two eat alone? Are we in the wrong about our feelings? No. I didn't. Feng Qiyun jumped out immediately after hearing what the three said. You all heard it just now. Xianyu said it himself. My initial concept is to share. But he wants to eat alone. Although I have cooperated with Xianyu for a long time, I firmly resist his behavior. So I suggest that I give it to him as a sacrifice to heaven. Holy shit. Feng Qiyun. I may not be a human, but you are a real dog. Xianyu was shocked on the spot when he heard Feng Qiyun's words. Ahem. Cough. Cough. Okay. Okay. Stop making trouble, and let's get down to business. Looking at several worker bees surrounding him, Xianyu quickly changed the topic. Hey, don't make trouble. Get down to business. Hey, don't pinch me. Seriously, don't be joking. Besides, I discovered this place after all. You guys who come here to spawn monsters are all my fault. Light. No matter how you say it, I can be regarded as your bread and butter parent. It is too much for you to clamp down on me instead of calling daddy. Oops. I lost blood. Lost blood. Guys, I was wrong. I shouldn't eat alone. I shouldn't be short of mouth. Soon after, Xianyu, who was surrounded by several people and tied into a ball, said, okay. I feel comfortable now. Yeah. It feels much better. Maid, you were so weird when you called us and came to help without saying a word. But what happened? As a result, day by day, you actually want to eat alone. Yes. Yes. It's so abominable. You actually want to eat alone. Feng Qiyun agreed. And you said that you could eat alone. You are a monster. But we can tolerate it. It's too much for you to think of eating alone in such a huge monster area. Ah. Yes. 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 Feng Qiyun echoed. I'm so numb. I can tolerate the storm and other people. But I can't bear it except you. You're right. 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 My sister. Why are you eating alone with me? Why are you okay? And later on, I was found to be dancing the most fiercely at you. Can you please have some face? I have a dream. F*CK. F*CK. Brother. It's my fault. It's my fault. I shouldn't have thrown the pot to you. It's my fault. It's my selfishness. It's me who wants to eat alone and pulls you away by force. It's my problem to eat alone. It's all my fault, and you are innocent. Hearing what Xianyu said, Feng Qiyun nodded with satisfaction. If you want to say that, I won't read on. Salted fish. Okay. Everyone's anger has subsided. Let's talk about business. About the hidden mission I just received. Several people were stunned when they heard Xianyu say it. What the HL? Hidden mission? What hidden mission? The matter is probably Jiangzi's fault. Then Xianyu briefly explained to everyone the conversation he had just had with Jiang Yao and the information he had just learned. Chapter 21 Just in case. Prepare to issue quotas. You mean that alien is similar to us Zerg and moves in groups? When I heard what Xianyu said, I felt that the alien should be a hidden copy, according to the routine of other games. We have only found the most basic clues now. Emperor Penguin analyzed. If this is the case, then if we want to open this hidden dungeon, we need to find a way to collect more intelligence and clues before we can open this dungeon. I heard several other people nodding in agreement. But there is still a key question here. At this moment, Zhang Yiken seemed to have thought of something. It is the difficulty of this monster. According to the leader, this monster is a novice in front of the worker bees. So why are we so tired from fighting? Woolen cloth. After hearing what he said, several people looked at him with strange expressions. Well, why didn't you think about it? It's not a strange thing. This is purely our thing. How difficult can it be to find the monsters here? It is clear that this is a novice village. This game is a space-themed game. In the future, we will set foot on the Sea of Stars. That should be the official map. The monsters on those maps can only be described as difficult. The monsters in the novice village are probably given by the official to me to familiarize myself with the game and operations. If we can't even deal with this kind of monster, then we will set foot in the Sea of Stars in the future. Saying that, the Cloud player shook his head. It's difficult. Okay. Don't think about the future now. When we play for a long time, our skills will naturally improve. This is a helmet game after all. And there is no such thing as a handicapped person. Looking at the sighing Cloud player, Emperor Penguin said. The salted fish next to him shook his head and had a different opinion. Well, Penguin, you may not know that although the helmet game does not have a hand disability, it does have a brain disability. Emperor Penguin's reincarnation of your steel bar. I won't talk to you about these useless things for now. Now let me talk about this hidden mission. According to what I just stole, no. What I overheard just now. Damn it. When did you follow me? You overheard me. What you just wanted to say was eavesdropping. Did you let it slip? Ignoring Salty's complaint, Emperor Penguin continued, the leader just conveyed some information to us. First of all, there is an illustration of the alien types. In addition to the most basic aliens, there are also warrior aliens, long-range attack aliens, and many other different types of arms. That is to say, their unit system is also relatively complete, although the individual strength is very different from that of the Zerg. Don't forget that we only have one type of unit, worker bees. And according to what the leader said, this alien is very likely to have a very large number. When the wild monsters operate and crush us, the numbers will crush us. Even if we find the entrance to the dungeon, how will we fight? After hearing what Emperor Penguin said, everyone couldn't help but start thinking about this issue. What he said made sense. Although they could make a lot of money from this copy, they couldn't swipe monsters, and they might even be swiped by monsters. So the plan for now is to slay the basic monsters as soon as possible to collect enough merit points, and then unlock the building. Since the operation doesn't work, we will just use the troops to crush them. Everyone nodded after hearing this. But I remember the leader also said that there is another possibility that this alien is the egg left behind. The only one. Emperor Penguin thought about this and said, it shouldn't be possible. This is probably just a game plot. According to normal routines, NPCs will generally think that this thing does not exist. Then the protagonist went to investigate and found out that this existed. Although the current plot is a little different from traditional games, the routines should be pretty good. In this way, while several people were still communicating, Jiangyao was a little restless because of the alien discovery just now. Looking at the alien on the ground, Jiangyao frowned. What the hell is going on? How can there be aliens on this planet? It would be fine if it were a single egg left behind by an alien civilization. But if there is a Mother Queen, it would be a big problem. Jiangyao, who has accepted the Zerg inheritance, is very aware of the power of alien civilization. Although the aliens are far inferior to the Zerg in terms of life level and evolution. But it should not be underestimated either. First of all, the characteristics of their genes determine the diversity of their arms. Usually, alien civilizations invade some intelligent races and devour their genes to improve their own intelligence. Or they find some powerful races that devour their genes to enhance their own strength. The genetic fusion of different high-quality races has made the aliens very powerful. If it weren't for the fact that their development method limited their own evolution in the end, then their threat in the universe might be greater than that of the Zerg, because they gobble up too many high-quality genes, which seems like a good thing. But it's also a bad thing. When encountering extreme environments, what the Zerg do is to continuously evolve themselves, while the aliens constantly devour genes suitable for survival. These two development models led to very different results. The Zerg have taken evolution to the extreme, while the aliens have lost their ability to evolve due to too many devouring genes, and can only rely on devouring to enhance themselves. Compared with the Zerg, the biggest advantage of the alien is that there are many intelligent creatures in their genes, which also makes their IQ generally higher than that of the Zerg. Relatively speaking, the intelligence of individual bugs is relatively weak. Only special bugs such as queens and brain worms have high intelligence. All in all, these are two extremes, because the Zerg have gone further and further on the road of evolution. They have entered the big stage of the universe and have the ability to compete with other advanced civilizations. The aliens have almost lost their ability to evolve and cannot evolve into particularly powerful units. So they are not as outstanding as the Zerg on the grand stage of the universe. However, like the Zerg, they are also considered the public enemy of the entire universe. The only difference is that unlike the Zerg, they have reached the point where everyone can kill them. And the most important thing is that the two races have always disliked each other and would fight each other when they met. This is what Jiang Yao is most worried about. If there is a huge alien population on this planet, wouldn't it be cool if his insect nest is discovered? I hope this alien is just an insect egg left by the alien civilization on this planet. Jiang Yao can only comfort himself now. But just in case, I still need to allocate more places. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao was about to take action, and suddenly he was in trouble again. First of all, the energy points needed to issue quotas is a big problem. The only way now is to use all the energy points they used to hatch construction bugs during this period. Because the amount of energy devouring points obtained was originally low. I only ate half of the rebates. Now, the total number of energy devouring points in my hand is only over 800. The limit is to issue about 150 places. And then the remaining 50 energy points are used to maintain the daily consumption of the insect nest. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao has to face another problem. The distribution of quotas means a large influx of players. The influx of a large number of players means that there are many players who need to exchange soft sister coins. Where do you get this money from? Although you can use recharge to fill this gap. How many people recharge, and how much will they recharge? Are the evolution points in my hand enough to deliver? Many problems need to be solved. And it won't work if he doesn't issue quotas. Now he is extremely short of phagocytic points. The easiest way to quickly obtain a large number of phagocytic points is to find ores. But this thing must have such it's amazing how easy it is to find. Moreover, there may be many powerful mutant creatures near this kind of ore. It is basically unrealistic to defeat them with my current strength. As long as you have enough manpower. Even if you are hunting creatures, you can accumulate energy points by quantity. And with more people, the probability of finding the mining area will be greater. And even if you encounter powerful enemies, you can use insect swarm tactics. Rely on quantity to crush. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao fell into deep thought. Chapter 22 Emperor Penguin's Plan. Although now I have received a kickback of more than 300,000 evolution points. Well, Jiang Yao also admitted that he had a dark heart regarding the amount of kickbacks. It's just that he has been very restrained. He only ate 10 times the swamp monster, which was far behind the previous small goal of 100 times. At most, these rebates will allow some people to make a rush of money. But compared with the large amount of withdrawals that will be consumed at the time, they will most likely not be enough. And now after these players enter the game, they will be given a worker bee for free. But I haven't unlocked the new arms yet. So this means that after they come in, they can only withdraw cash but not recharge. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao was in trouble. How about letting the system hack again? Thinking of this, he immediately shook his head. In the past, when I posted games on the ST platform, I was responsible for all the expenses for promotion and promotion. If I tried to do so again, I would be in trouble if I was discovered. My only difficulty at the moment is to survive the wave of early players' withdrawals. Because after many players enter the game and rack up points, they will come to experiment in advance to see if it is true or false. After the experiment, they get the accurate answer and like the game. So there is a high probability that they will not withdraw money in the short term. Unless someone with a lot of evolution points like Xianyu encounters something in real life, it is impossible to withdraw a large amount of cash. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao quickly had an idea in his mind. If that's the case, then I just need to find a way to get through the initial wave of cash withdrawals. Later, someone will recharge. And then someone will kill the bug and buy the character. And the income will come. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao started to think how to get the first wave of funds. And while he was still thinking, he saw a few more worker bees crawling out of the insect nest not far away. He knew that they had all received helmets for the 9 places that had been allocated previously. Jiang Yao sighed and gathered his thoughts and walked towards a few worker bees. And then a familiar line sounded. On the other side, Xianyu and the others were still exploring the depths of the swamp. Well, Penguin, I think we should give priority to the aliens. You are going too far in the jungle all the way. No. I have tolerated your jungle all the way. You are dragging a cart. Xianyu couldn't help but complain when he saw the Emperor Penguin behind him. You are a typical person who just stands and talks without pain. You have gained tens of thousands of evolution points and said this. You are amazing and noble. Try exchanging our evolution points. Believe it or not, I am nobler than you. And to be honest, your routine is really bad. It's useless to act together. Although we can take care of each other when we encounter aliens when we act together. Our search area is obviously reduced a lot. Of course, this is not the point. The point is, since it is a hidden copy, do you think it is possible for you to find it so easily? Is it realistic? After hearing what the Emperor Penguin said, everyone who had been searching for it for a long time, but failed couldn't help but turn around and looked at the Emperor Penguin with somewhat surprised eyes. So what do you mean? My idea is simply to announce this monster spawning spot. And then if more people come here, they will have a chance to find it. And I have to agree that if they find it, everyone must share it. After hearing this, several people immediately disagreed. This is definitely not possible. What are we going to do after such a good monster spawning spot is released like this? Yes. How can this be our little treasury handed over so easily? After listening to the words of a few people, the Emperor Penguin put down its big airs, and then swung its two large pliers left and right, making a gesture of spreading its hands. It's too small. It's too small. Why do I say that you don't use your brain when playing games? Let me tell you this. No matter how good the time limit is or how strict the time limit is, as the number of players increases, we will inevitably be discovered. First of all, we took the initiative to announce it. They owe us a favor. Some people will definitely think of us as soon as they remember your kindness and discover something good. Besides, with the accumulation of popularity, it will be very simple to set up a guild to recruit people in the future. When the time comes, we will create the largest guild and just sit and collect money. Isn't it better than you working hard every day to farm monsters? Secondly, let's talk about this dungeon. Even the lowest level alien can mess you up. Even if it doesn't work, you have been playing for so many days and practicing for so long. Not to mention how detailed the operation is. But at least there are, then let's do some work. Everyone nodded after hearing this. To be honest, I always feel that the difficulty of some of these monsters is a bit outrageous. Yes, you also know that this game is so difficult. You also know that after playing for so long, it is difficult for us to defeat the aliens 1v1 with our operations. So what about the newbies? Do you think they can defeat the aliens? Everyone shook their heads at this. Then it's over. Since they can't defeat the aliens, what's the difference between them discovering the hidden copy and not discovering it? After hearing what he said, everyone couldn't help but start to think about it. Thinking about it, what the Emperor Penguin said seemed to make some sense. We are different. We do more farming now. When there are more people, we will publish the information immediately. After it is announced, we can still farm. Although these new people have come, our daily income will definitely not be as high as it is now. But you don't forget that our income has dropped and other newcomers have the same effect. Unlike them, we have enough points in our hands. And with their addition to our buildings, we should be able to unlock them soon. When the new units are unlocked, they might find the entrance to the dungeon. At that time, wouldn't it be nice if we just bought new units and went in to conquer his world? As for the newcomers, what can they do even if they know the entrance to the dungeon? Do they dare to go in and grind? The more people they die in there, the more they will be honest. They naturally know that they have to calculate enough points to change arms, and then go into grind. But because there are so many people, how many points can they brush in a day? How long will it take for them to collect enough points to buy new units? And even if they collect enough points, how much will we buy? When they come, I guess they will only drink soup at most. Maybe even the soup. Not even. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard what the Emperor Penguin said. Holy crap! This is amazing! Why didn't I think of that? This plan is absolutely brilliant. To put it bluntly, it's just to let them find new weird spots for us. And then we go in and get some fun while they can only watch. There's nothing wrong with this. Old Iron 6666. How about saying that this Emperor Penguin is a dog-headed military strategist? This brain is very useful. To be honest, I am convinced. I can think of so many things. I have to say that there is such a gap between people. Hey, some people are born as ordinary people. And some people are born as old in coins. This time I have learned a lot. It's numb. Your taste has changed while you are talking. And as the beneficiaries, is it okay for you to scold me while enjoying the benefits? Doesn't your conscience hurt? Chapter 23. The anchor enters the game, and the plan begins. Come on. This game is too real. Ken Wong, who had just entered the game, was shocked when he saw everything in front of him. No one of the big guys in the group are obsessed with playing this game. What about the big guys? Logically speaking, they should be online at this time. Why don't they see anyone? Talking about reclaiming Wasteland is a bit strange. They must be moving bricks. I heard them say in the group before that they want to get enough evolution points to buy new troops before they are unlocked. At this moment, an unknown person crawled over and replied, "Yes, I almost forgot. The new building has already reserved more than 200 energy devourers. Let's go and do it. Now if we work hard at this progress, we should be able to give the evolution points before the new arms are unlocked." Enough. Just like this, while the two were still communicating, another player's voice came over. "Let's create a new unit of the hammer. Don't you think the worker bees are the king? Whether it is the initial base protection or the later resource collection and transportation, the Zerg you have to rely on worker bees. That's why worker bees are wide yes." Upon hearing this voice, the two instinctively looked towards the player. Then the two of them finally understood why the player said such things. Because his ID clearly says, Head of the Worker Bee Protection Association. Okay. Although I thought that the XX Protection Association would appear after the game reached the later stages, I never expected that there would be a Protection Association at the beginning of the game. Seeing this unknown player, I was a little speechless. Reclamation has a different view on this. In the early stage, everyone was playing with the worker bees. There were so many workers that they didn't need protection at all. I guess this guy was just trying to grab IDs. I feel like that too. While the three of them were still talking, the sound in the distance made these people look over in unison. Everyone. Look! Look! With this picture quality and these details, who else would say that I overturned the car? I just asked who else. Weiji looked around and continued. So the friends who lost the bet should get this gift. Don't be too lazy. In addition, Weiji will do what we promised you. I saw many friends asking me where to download this game from the barrage. I need to explain to you the download process and gameplay of this game. First of all, this game is still in the internal testing stage, and only the game companies this game can only be played with an exclusive helmet. And according to other players' news and my own actual testing, this gaming company's gaming helmet can only play this game and not other games. Of course, this is also a normal phenomenon. After all, industry monopoly is common in the gaming industry. It follows the same routine as other Monopoly games. The official excuse of this game is also pretty good. In order to give players the best experience, they can only use exclusive helmets. Account time does not support other helmet logins. As he spoke, Weiji climbed out of the cave. Of course, although this game's routine is very shameful, it's understandable. After all, games are made to make money. It's not shabby. And the picture quality of this game is, to be honest, it's worthy of the ultimate experience. If you want to enter this game, you need to go to the official website and fill out the closed beta application form. The official will issue quotas from time to time. However, compared with other games, this application form is indeed a bit underworld. But this is understandable. After all, if you get a quota, you will receive a helmet worth 19,999. So it makes sense that the official website is a bit harsh. The fans in the live broadcast room went crazy after hearing Weiji's words. Holy crap! Are you so rich? Just give me a helmet. What the heck is worth more than 10,000 yuan? Just delivered out like this? What's all the fuss about? If you look at the picture quality of this game, you can tell that a lot of investment has been made just for the picture quality. For a game with such investment, just giving a few helmets is just a waste. Anchor, hurry up and post that, yes. I can't wait to post the official website to the public. Family members, don't worry. I will post the official website on the public screen right away. By the way, I have another announcement for everyone. Because the game has not yet opened the guild system, there is no way to create a guild for the time being. But when the guild is opened in the future, I will definitely set up a guild as soon as possible. I have already thought of the name of the guild. It will be called the Worker Bee Protection Association. Friends who want to join the guild must remember to unify their IDs. ID format is Worker Bee, XX. Just like me. The ID of the Worker Bee, Weiji. The water friends in the live broadcast room were also happy when they heard Weiji's words. Family members. Cough. Let me reserve an ID first. Worker Bee, Ouyang Feng. Don't grab it from me. This name is magical enough. But it's a pity that it will be mine the next second. Demon nature? Worker Bee, Killer Bee is dissatisfied. At this moment, listening to the sound coming from far away, the three of them couldn't help but look at each other. Well, it looks like you have a competitor. Worker Bee Chief, Kin Won said. The unknown person next to him also nodded, and he's also a host. If nothing else, You may not have much room for the Worker Bee Protection Association. What about anchors? These days, there are so many weaklings. There are anchors everywhere. Most of them are small anchors and don't have much strength. If you really want to compete, you may not be able to compete with me. As he spoke, the leader of the worker bees also crawled towards the entrance of the cave. Huh? Isn't that the direction the anchor is going? What are you doing, boss worker bee? Qin Wang was a little curious. What else can I do? First go and eavesdrop on the number of his live broadcast room. Then I will go and see if this guy is capable. A total of 2 anchors have been recruited in this wave. One of them is already online. Next, we will wait for the other anchor to be in place. The 2 anchors will spread the word. If their water friends have nothing to do, they can go to Tiaba and post water. They should be able to get famous quickly, so that I can implement the next plan. Jiang Yao murmured as he watched the people leaving. For Jiang Yao now, whether he can release a large number of quotas depends entirely on these 2 anchors. As long as his plan succeeds, and these 2 anchors successfully build their reputation, then he only needs to follow his plan. By then, not only will the game become famous, but he will also be able to obtain the funds needed in the early stage. Then everything will be easy to handle by then. This time Jiang Yao formulated a 3-part plan. The first step is to issue enough quotas to unlock the arms. The second step is to allow players to purchase new units to expand their strength. The third step is to suspend the issuance of quotas, so that players can have a certain reserve of evolution points, and evolve new units to the second or third stage. Because he only has 150 quotas in his hand now. And when giving out such quotas, considering that many players want to withdraw money, he must obtain the first fund. How to obtain the first fund smoothly is the first step. Top priority. Of course, now he has thought of a plan. And the key to breaking the situation lies with the anchor. Chapter 24. Being targeted by the studio? As the anchor's live broadcast started, Jiang Yao had the same idea. With the addition of 2 anchors, his game also gained some popularity. There are tens of thousands of fans in the live broadcast room of the anchor. After following the anchor to experience the gameplay immersively, the game soon spread in some game groups and game forums. In a certain game search bar, a post caught everyone's attention. Inside the post was that a certain anchor had finished trying out a game called Zerg, and the title was, "It is expected to enter the 23rd issue of the annual game list game selection." Zerg. Holy crap! Is this a real or fake game? Can I withdraw cash by recharging? You idiot upstairs. Are you blind when the anchor demonstrates on the spot? There's something about this game. Are all games nowadays so realistic? Hot chicken game. The application form on the official website is just a piece of census information. Please don't go there. I'm giving you a helmet that's just 1 meter away from reaching 20,000 yuan. Is it embarrassing for you to write a few more words? And the fool upstairs has a way to get the helmet without filling in the information. Any solution? A certain package is selling activation codes for 40,000 each. That means you can enter the game. Get a helmet. And don't fill in what you think is the census information. That's crazy. 40,000. This is still the price with fewer people following you. If there are more people following me, I guess you won't be able to get it. Don't change the topic. Don't you find it troublesome? There are people who are not troublesome, and will arrange it for you. I'd rather go buy it. Brother, why does a certain treasure have an activation code for sale? What's going on? What's the situation? What else could it be? This game is being targeted by the studio. They knew the game was going to be popular, so they saw a business opportunity. Didn't the official update yesterday release 100 quotas? This group of studio people probably opened a small account like crazy and filled out the application form. And then grabbed a lot of places. Let me go! This is too much. If it is done like this, it will be even more difficult for normal players to get a quota. It's so unusual. These studios are a cancer in the gaming industry. When they open a valuable game, the price drops. And they grab activation codes during closed beta. There's nothing they can't do. Damn it! Why won't the official investigate? How can the official check? The studio accounts use different identities. And they are all normal people. How can you check? Although after entering the game and logging in, the identity information does not match. The official knows that this is the player who bought the activation code from the studio. But what can the official do if they find out? Ban this account? You have to know that players are also victims. And they also spent unjust money. So it's impossible to ban him. Right? And do you think banning him will have an impact on the studio? You can seal 1 or 2 to scare the monkeys. Haha. Killing the chicken to scare the monkey? You are thinking too much. These studios are very thief now. Yesterday they grabbed 50 activation codes and sold all 50 activation codes. They also told the players to enter the game together and block 50 activation codes at a time. Officials generally don't do this. And what if it's blocked? The studio didn't lose a penny. In the end, it was the players and the officials who lost. Players are refunded. Damn it. Have you ever played on a certain treasure? There is no reason why virtual items do not support 7 days. And there is no fraud in the studio. The activation code he sold did receive the helmet. And it did allow you to enter the game. His promise was fulfilled. The rest is just a matter between the players and the officials. Just like Tiaba. The Zerg OL official group is also exploding because of this incident. Because this time the official website updated and released 100 places. Half of them were snatched away by a studio of a certain treasure. The key is that they paid a sky-high price of 40,000. But they were all sold out. This incident has had a huge impact on the players. Especially now that the entire official group has more than 1,000 people. This is so irritating. Of the 100 places, 50 places were suddenly taken away by the studio. Yeah. Damn it. 40,000 for an activation code. Such a sky-high price. I want to ask everyone here. Are you too panicked to spend money? You can finish it in seconds. Hey. I can't afford to offend you. We don't understand the world of rich people. By the way, brothers, what is the official response now? There is no reply yet. Now the official emergency server shutdown is starting to deal with this matter. I would say it would be best to block those who buy activation codes. What are you thinking about? Those who buy codes are also victims. Blocking it has no impact on the studio. Instead, it is the players and the officials who are affected. These studios are so infuriating. Yes. While everyone was still chatting, the official announcement was finally made. Due to the significant impact of this activation code time, which has caused immeasurable losses to the official and players, we have made the following adjustments after discussions overnight. Adjustment 1. All players who fill out the internal testing application form need to undergo facial recognition. After obtaining the internal testing code, they need to pass the facial recognition before they can enter the game. And one person can be bound to one activation code at most. Players, please do not purchase activation codes through third-party platforms. Otherwise, the losses caused will be borne by the players themselves. Adjustment 2. Since this incident caused very heavy losses to other normal game players, the official decision was made to compensate each player who was able to enter the game before the quota was issued with 100 evolution points. And 50 internal beta quotas will be reissued. I hope that all players can pretend that nothing happened. Players were dumbfounded when they saw the screenshot of this announcement. The previous compensation is not a big problem. What do you mean by the sentence after you treat it as nothing happened? This official who is riding a horse has a good temper. How dare he talk to us players like this? This official has some character. But in this society, it is not enough to have character. You have to understand the ways of the world. But because I just received the activation code email, I admit that I just spoke a little loudly. Isn't it just 100 soft girl coins to give us players hush money? Haha. The official. You underestimate the ambition of our players. I think no one is perfect. Everyone will make mistakes. And the official's mistake is not inevitable. Understand? I just want to ask. When has the official made such a mistake? Next time, I will ask for a ceiling fee of not more than 80 yuan. Can you? Upstairs? Have some respect? Where do you stand? Where are your principles? I just gave you 100 soft girl coins? Look at me! I am different, and I can accept 50. Can you guys have some ambition? 100 is my last stubbornness. The authorities can handle this. If something happens, they won't find reasons or excuses. They will directly pay you to shut up. It's simple and rude. There aren't many officials like this anymore. I like them if they have character. Well, hey guys. I just cashed out 100. How do I spend it? At this moment, a newcomer sent a screenshot of a successful withdrawal. Holy crap. This is really a cash withdrawal. And it's arrived so quickly. No. Are you a newbie? Don't you know how useful evolution points are in the early stage? What are you thinking when you use it to withdraw cash? Yeah. Can you have some insight? You can't do anything with a worker bee of a junior unit now. You save your evolution points to wait for the purchase of advanced units later. By then, you will be worried that you won't be able to get enough evolution points. You better just do it now. Kill the chicken to get the egg. What are you talking about upstairs? What are the worker bees doing? Are you looking down on our Worker Bee Protection Association? The guy upstairs is called the leader of the worker bees. I've been putting up with you for a long time. Are you planning to copy our Worker Bee Protection Association? Haha, look at my ID. Worker Bee Protection Association, Worker Bee Leader. Look at your stupid ID. Who is copying whom? Fight! Fight! Melon seed benches are sold in the front row. I have a feeling these two worker bees will have a fight sooner or later. Chapter 25. The studio is actually my own. Different from the players. At this moment Jiang Yaoqian and the noisy group of people in the group couldn't help but sweat. Sure enough, applying for 50 places at once is too cruel. But I have no other choice. This is the only way to get enough funds in the short term. Jiang Yao also sighed as he spoke. In fact, this is Jiang Yao's plan. 150 places will be distributed separately. After the anchor's live broadcast, the reputation of the game increases rapidly. And many people follow it because the anchor is also playing the game. Some fans want to play with the anchor and are willing to spend a lot of money to enter the game. So he placed 50 places on a certain treasure at a high price so that some rich fans would pay to buy the activation code to enter the game. In this way, his goal would be achieved and the first fund would be available. Then other players who have funds enter the game and start to develop. Because only 50 places are issued. And then it is estimated that up to 4 or 5 places will be sold. So the initial capital demand should not be very large. Then later, if the players find out about the code sale, it doesn't matter. Don't forget that you still have 50 quotas in your hand. And these quotas are used to apologize. Because such a thing happened due to official mistakes. As compensation, 50 places are being distributed. And if this is the case, when the next batch of players enter, there should be many players on my side who have recharged. Using these soft sister coins to fill the first wave of withdrawal problems for the next batch of people who come in will basically not be enough. Moreover, there are also activation codes linked to a certain treasure. It is estimated that 1 or 2 can be sold occasionally to make up for the shortfall. Basically, there will be no problem in operation. It was well planned. But this time he miscalculated. He admitted that he had miscalculated. In his previous life, he worked as a game planning assistant in a small company, the conscience of heaven and earth. At that time, he saw that his senior had given up thinking about a game plot, was rejected every day for a character, and then finally passed the draft after months. There was a plot and a character. I originally thought that after such a long period of hard work, this character would be a big hit. The results of it. As a result, when the limited time event started, the daily turnover was hundreds of thousands. And everyone was stunned. For this event, a group of people stayed up all night and worked overtime for this character. They also released character information in advance to warm up and performed various operations. The result was that the flowing water scared people to death on the day it was released. A group of people shed tears every day when they saw the result. But now, there is no warm-up, no promotion, not even vertical painting, because the activation code is just a letter. Under such circumstances, the 50 activation codes I hung up doubled the price of the official helmet presale price. It turned out to be a good thing. If I hung it up for an hour, everything would be gone in seconds. To be honest, I saw that group of players discovering my store and placing an order without saying anything, without even asking a question. But everyone in Jiangyao was dumbfounded. Brother, you just placed an order for something worth 40,000 soft girl coins without asking any questions? Lao Tai. This is 40,000 yuan. Not 4 yuan. Jiang Yao really didn't understand what the principle was. Originally, he was thinking of hanging 50 of them, so that occasionally a rich man might come to place an order. There may be more people in the early stage. 5 or 6 people place orders, so that they can have 20,000 to 300,000 yuan in emergency funds. And then the rest will be sold slowly. In this way, it should be short sold in a month or 2. In the end, who would have imagined? He would clean it up for you within minutes as soon as he hung it up, because the amount involved in this matter was so large. He quickly detonated it and made it known to everyone. In the end, he had no choice but to immediately put the 50A quota has been released. This time he was out of luck, and 150 places were granted at once, which made Jiang Yao very worried. In fact, the main reason for this incident is because Weiji's fans are so awesome. The general situation at that time was this. Weiji was live broadcasting as before. Suddenly, a water friend in his live broadcast room ran to a certain treasure to search, because he had not grabbed the activation code and wanted to give it a try. This search suddenly led to a store selling activation codes. Then he placed the order after a brief inquiry. He went to the official website to fill in the activation code and found that the activation code was indeed usable. And the helmet was mailed to his home 3 days later. Now he got excited and immediately rushed to the live broadcast room to take screenshots of the order. Then he said, "Brother, cute, hurry up. There is a studio in a certain treasure that has an activation code. There are still 50 copies worth 40,000 each to play. Hurry up. The personal test is real." This time, the entire live broadcast room exploded. 40,000. You can steal the money. Holy crap. Who would spend 40,000 yuan to buy that thing? You're crazy. Brothers, don't buy it. Then not a moment later. Brothers, this horse riding is real. I just bought one and activated it successfully. Damn it. If I remember correctly from upstairs, you were yelling about grabbing money just now. You were the one who yelled the most. Yes, but I am willing to be robbed. Is that a problem? That's okay. I just bought one, and it can really be activated. Damn. I guess you were the one who said you were crazy and would spend 40,000 yuan to buy that thing. Yes, but I know how to spend. Who knows how to do it doesn't conflict with me. Brothers, there are still 30 cards left. Mad, you are so quick. Fortunately, I was quick enough to grab them. You bastard. You were the one who told the brothers not to buy it just now. That's right. Brothers, don't buy me. There's no conflict. Right? I'm so numb. Just because I lost my code after listening to you three. I didn't get it. Damn it. You guys are so damn honest when you say you don't want your body. I may not be human, but you are real dogs. A few days later, when the players who received the helmets came online one after another, the entire insect swarm instantly became lively. There were 14 people in the game, and Jiang Yao later decentralized 100 places, and finally compensated 50 places. So far, there are 164 bees in this game. Looking at everything in front of him, Jiang Yao couldn't help but reveal a smile that was uglier than crying. 150 newcomers. If nothing goes wrong, the game will usher in a wave of withdrawals in a short time. If the number is small, it's okay. But I'm afraid that the helpers will be desperate day and night, and then withdraw money crazily. If this is the case, the soft girl coins here are most likely from Bungbu. Now I can only pray that some players will recharge so that at least the financial pressure in the early stage will be much smaller. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. Top up? Easier said than done. As a planner, he knows very well how difficult it is to cheat Krypton. Even the PCO game that can only be entered but not exited is difficult. And a game like his that can be entered and exited is even more difficult. The reason is very simple. Because the first mentality of all players when playing this kind of game is definitely to collect money from the official rather than to contribute to the official. What can I do? Just like that, Jiang Yao returned to the insect nest with a sad look on his face. At this moment, the players who had just entered the game were stunned by what they saw. Oh my god! Oh my god! What kind of fairy game is this? Before entering the game, I thought my 40,000 activation code was too expensive. But now I think it's too cheap. Yes, my conscience. Actually entering the game and watching the live broadcast are really two different concepts. The picture quality of the live broadcast is so awesome. It really can't be compared with that in the game. Yes. But at this moment, the players seem to realize that something was wrong. Because there is a group of worker bees fighting tit for tat in the distance. On one side is a colony of more than 40 worker bees. And on the other side is a solitary little worker bee. Boy, are you the one who always wants to steal the name of our Worker Bee Protection Association? Said the murderous player Weiji, whose posthumous name is Worker Bee. This kid obviously looks down on us. And he dares to call the worker bee boss. The girl bee is the first to refuse. Go away mad. Isn't it disgusting for a grown man to have such a chicken feather name? Look at me! The name Royal Jelly is so magical. Oh! Are you ready to compete with me? Altian B? With all due respect, I, Yi Lianfeng, hope to compete with those who think they are capable. No forgiveness. Get out. Today, I, the ancient martial bee, want to smash this young man to know the profound ancient martial arts culture of the flower planter. When it comes to the thickness, I, Bian Zhuan bee, am the first to express my dissatisfaction. Ha ha ha. What a bunch of vulgar people. How can you use one sentence to make people feel cold without using the word cool? In terms of connotation, I have to eat a peach bee. At this moment, looking at the other party's bunch of messy bees surrounding him, the leader of the worker bees expressed panic in his heart. Everyone, whether you believe it or not, I believe it anyway. I really admire you for choosing this name. I got this name just to join you. It's true. I swear. If I lie, I am not a human being. As he spoke, the worker bee leader silently added in his heart, anyway, I am just an insect now. After hearing his answer, Royal Jelly said in a very gentle tone, boy, don't lie to us. Otherwise we will chop you to death. Don't worry. Bosses, we will never do that. The worker bee leader immediately patted his chest and assured. Chapter 26, he can't afford it. He makes money. At this moment, the melon-eating people from all walks of life looked at this group of people with strange expressions. Number. Good guy. I call you good guy. It turns out that so many activation codes were stolen by these people in seconds. What the HL? No wonder the product was off the shelves when my friend went to buy it. It turned out to be you. It seems like they all hang out with the host Wei Ji. They are all from the Worker Bee series. I feel that if there are no surprises, the Worker Bee Protection Association will most likely become the largest guild after the guild system is opened. It's worth considering. They have more than 40 people in the closed beta stage. When the open beta comes, more players will join the live broadcast room. It will be difficult for them not to become popular. Probably not. They just grabbed a lot of spots in the early stage. But it's really not certain in the later stage. Don't forget that there is another anchor in this game besides Wei Ji. You mean turning the wind and welcoming the night? Yes. It's her. Come on. How competitive can she be? What else can a girl host do other than ing? Who will follow her? Hearing what the man next to him said, the man looked at him strangely. You must have a serious illness. There are not many girls in Star Wars themed games. How attractive is it that she is a girl anchor? You don't have any thoughts on AC? Are you going to ask me what else to order besides ing? Isn't that enough? What a joke. What you need to play games is operational skills. You want a big man who can earn a lot of money. Your words are useful. But strength is the last word. Women will only affect the speed at which I can draw my sword. You kid. You are more or less seriously ill. But at this moment, while everyone was still talking about it, Wei Ji suddenly spoke. Dear friends, everyone must know my situation. In the future, I will create a Worker Bee Protection Association. Our union only accepts players who love worker bees. If you like worker bees and want to join our association, you can come here first. I registrated, and as soon as he finished speaking, a player asked, what about that? Let me ask. Mr. Wei Ji, can it only be worker bees? Can't other types of soldiers be used? Wei Ji shook his head at this. Since it is the Worker Bee Protection Association, then only worker bees can join. Is this worker bee too weak? Weak. Wei Ji was dissatisfied after hearing this. Brothers don't even talk about this game. As for other games, the operation methods and details are not as good as those of this game. In those games, some masters can easily defeat the weak through their superb skills. Why in this game? No. Remember, there are no weak units. Only weak players. Taking simplicity to the extreme is strength. And we have to clear the name of the worker bees. Besides, don't you think that using your superb PvP skills to defeat the weak and the strong is the most fun part of the game? After an impassioned speech, the players' blood boiled with excitement. Especially the Emperor Penguins and the others. That's right. This is a typical person who has never experienced any beating from society. I bet they'll have to take a break when they encounter the aliens. It's so stupid. It's so stupid to recruit people into the gang as soon as you come up. There's nothing I can do about it. I'm an anchor after all, and I have a bit of a mass base. Mater, when everyone is dragged away by him, we will recruit Gil. Xianyu was a little aggrieved by this. Don't worry. They only accept worker bees, and they probably won't be able to recruit many people by then. After all, no one wants to be a worker bee all their life. And while everyone was still talking about it, Wei Ji spoke again. I just said so much. I think some of you will think that I am talking big words. And you don't even believe in the power of worker bees under extreme operation. Of course, it doesn't matter because I, Wei Ji, will use my strength to break your doubts. From today on, I will live broadcast the video of me fighting various monsters to let you understand the power of worker bees. As he spoke, Wei Ji's body was suddenly covered by a white beam of light. The next moment, The light dissipated, and the ink stains on the worker bee's original gray-brown body turned into pure black. And the appearance also changed slightly. The worker bee's original flat triangular tail also changed. The sides are a little longer. The worker bees are in the first evolutionary stage. And the armored worker bees evolved successfully. Just when the players were still wondering what happened, Weiji was suddenly covered in white light again. The next moment, light flashed, and the original black body turned into a black and silver body. And the entire body also had a metallic texture. In the second stage of the worker bee, the steel worker bee evolved successfully. Before anyone could react, another white light flashed. And then Weiji's entire body underwent more obvious changes. First of all, his whole body is covered with silver-white special metal. The overall appearance is like a giant scorpion. But unlike a scorpion that only has one tail needle, it has 3 tail needles. In the third stage of the worker bee, the evolution of the metal poisonous bee is completed. Then a yellow beam of light shot down, and Weiji's body had completely changed. At this moment, its original 3 poisonous needles disappeared and were replaced by huge, thick steel needles about 1 meter in diameter. The entire body is covered with blue and white stripes. And the huge clamp in front has turned into a pair of sharp blades more than 5 meters long. And the original 8 legs have also become thicker, making it more metallic, and the size has also changed from the original 5 meters to 10 meters. At the same time, players all discovered that a system announcement suddenly popped up in the chat window. Congratulations to the player Weiji for successfully evolving his worker bee to the 4th stage and the super stage. Congratulations to the player Weiji for obtaining the Temple War Bee. The attributes have been greatly improved. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded when they looked at this announcement. Damn! This little trash can't afford to play. He's making money. Yes. Just now I kept saying that the weak can defeat the strong. But in the end, my backhand was a wave of Krypton gold. You are a real dog. Don't you want to show off your skills? Why are you spending so much money? Can't you afford it? You've even evolved through 4 stages, and come here to show me how to do it. Oh my god. Tens of thousands of dollars were thrown into the cow batch, just like that. It can be seen from this, that this anchor has made a lot of money over the years. Maybe he heard the various complaints from the players. Or maybe it was for other reasons. But Weiji cleared his throat and said, Ahem. I guess you may not know why I want to evolve. The reason why I chose evolution is not my original intention. First of all, I want everyone to know specifically what the evolution function of the game is. And also to let everyone see how high the potential of this worker bee is. Don't worry, everyone. Although I have evolved, when I encounter monsters, I will still rely on operations to defeat them, instead of just rushing in and crushing them just because I have high attributes. After hearing what Weiji said, all the players were speechless for a moment. To be honest, I almost believed you when you said it so seriously. Yes, every 3 stages of evolution of this game is a hurdle. From the 3rd stage to the 4th stage, the attributes will directly change qualitatively. Come and talk to me about the operation with the Temple War Bee whose attributes have changed qualitatively. A child needs to be operated with 1 knife. Are you the funny boy invited by the monkey to make us laugh? Chapter 27 Close the recharge interface. At this moment, listening to everyone's discussion, he cleared his throat and said, Everyone, believe it or not, you will understand it by then. Next, I will give you an overview of the improvement of the game's evolution system. After hearing what Weiji said, everyone fell silent instantly. And then, they all cast curious glances at Weiji. Because the game's evolution system requires recharging. Most players don't know how big the improvement is. It just so happens that there is a rich man trying minds to provide everyone with information. And they are naturally happy to hear about it. First of all, as we all know, the base HP of a worker bee is 1000 points. Attack is 50 points. Defense is 30 points. And agility is 20 points. The evolution points required for the armored worker bees in the 1st stage are 2000 points. And the attributes have doubled. In the 2nd stage, the steel worker bees have doubled their attributes based on the armored worker bees, reaching 4000 blood, 200 attack and 60 defense, 80 agility. Evolution points cost 4000 points. After saying that, Weiji paused and then continued. The next few stages are the focus. In the 3rd stage, the metal poison bee's blood doubled to 8000 points, but its attack tripled to 600 points. As for the defense, there was not much change. It doubled to 120 points. And its agility also doubled 160 points. However, His evolution points require 10,000 points. Compared with the previous 2 exponential increases, the evolution points at this stage have obviously increased a lot. But fortunately, the attack attributes have also doubled. So the cost performance is the same as the previous 2. The second evolution is not much different. But this 4th stage of evolution is different. Because it is a qualitative evolution. The evolution points and attribute consumption are also massive. First of all, the evolution points of this stage of the evolution of the temple be directly reached 50,000. But the attribute improvement did not increase 5 times. First, the blood volume increased 5 times to 40,000. But the attack only more than doubled to only 1,500 points. The defense has only tripled to 400 points. And the agility has only doubled to 300 points. And there is an additional attribute option. The energy reserve is 40 points. Everyone started talking after hearing what Weiji said. That's not right. If I remember correctly, the official website says that there is a qualitative change every 3 stages of evolution. How come the attributes of this worker bee's 4th stage of qualitative change actually increase less? Are you stupid? Didn't you notice that there is an additional attribute energy devouring reserve at the back? Energy reserve? According to the background introduction, energy devouring is a talent that can only be used by high-level Zerg. Generally, early stage units such as worker bees do not have the ability to use energy devouring. But by consuming evolution points to a certain extent, low-level units may also evolve. You can use your talents. That's right. What this family member said is right. Let me start with an advertisement. My name is Doyu. The room number is 254XX3. I hope my family members have time to come to my live broadcast room to support me. If you come, you will become a family member. After playing Big Rocket, you will become a relative. Everyone. The cost of your relative is somewhat high. Ignoring everyone's complaints, Emoji continued. In addition to the huge changes in appearance and body shape in the 4th stage, 2 combat skills have also been awakened. Energy eating skills, energy eating shield and energy eating cutting. The energy devouring shield is the temple war bee's use of energy devouring to form a protective shield to protect itself, so that the damage it suffers is replaced by energy devouring energy. It is very similar to the magic shield ability in some games. The devouring cut is an attack skill. It can launch 24 blade-like metal scales on the surface of the temple war bee to cut the enemy. And these scales can be controlled through energy phagocytosis. The biggest flaw of this skill is that the energy phagocytosis consumption is relatively high. It consumes 2 units of energy phagocytosis per minute. In short, I personally feel that these 2 skills are average, and not particularly outstanding. Everyone was unhappy when they heard what Weiji said. It's crazy. What else do you want with a remotely controllable AoE skill and a defensive skill? One for attack and one for defense. Brother Ming heard what Weiji said just now. Am I the only one who discovered that his evolution just now cost a total of 70,000 evolution points? At least more than 100 single 648. Yes, this is quite impressive. As soon as it came up, more than 100 orders of 648 were placed. Come on. What's all the fuss about? After all, tens of thousands of dollars for an anchor is still very little for them. I'm surprised. According to Weiji's financial resources, he should be able to evolve again. Why did he stop here? Yes, I'm saying the same thing. Why did Boss Weiji stop before he broke through 100,000? This is not like his usual style. Hearing the whispers of the people below, he said, "It's not that I don't want to continue recharging, but it's the official limit." After I recharged almost 120 orders of 648, the official recharge reminder popped up, saying that I had recharged too much and had reached the upper limit of the day's recharge. Everyone was stunned when they heard Weiji say it. What the hell? Did I hear that right? The game official actually set a maximum recharge amount for me? Shouldn't the game company be trying to get players to recharge more money? Why are the officials so unconventional? All kinds of tricks. Yeah. This is the first time I've seen an official website that restricts players from sending money. It's outrageous. Regarding the complaints from players, Jiang Yao also said that I didn't want to limit it. But there was really no other way. Otherwise, he wouldn't be happy to do it. Because the last second, he was still worried about the early wave of withdrawals. But he never thought that the next second, he would no longer have to worry about withdrawals. He began to worry about the lack of evolution points in his hand. This is so hacking embarrassing. Originally, he thought that after taking more than 600,000 evolution point kickbacks during this period, he would no longer worry about evolution points. Even if there were players who recharged, he could handle it. Especially in the early stage. He even hoped that these players would be able to give more. Charge a little to solve the financial pressure he is about to face. But he miscalculated again. How many minutes have these sub-players been in the game? In less than 10 minutes. I gave him a slap on the head. He placed over 100 orders in one breath. When he saw this data, Jiang Yao once again fell into deep self-doubt. Think about your old employer. Every day, a group of elites sit together in a meeting to discuss tricks to cheat Krypton. As a result, the operation is as fierce as a tiger. And the record is 0-5. Looking at the current situation, is this still the game market I know? Are these still the same group of players I know who cling to their own money? Just when he was still doubting himself, he suddenly realized something was wrong. What did I see? At this moment, his remaining 500,000 points are rapidly decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Holy shit! I'm dying! Jiang Yao was so frightened when he saw the successful payments from IDs one by one that he immediately closed the recharge system. Hold the grass. It's only a few minutes. It's only a few minutes. I have less than 200,000 evolution points left out of my 500,000. What have you done? Seeing this scene, Jiang Yao was completely stunned. You guys have so much money that you have nowhere to burn it. Right, brothers? What you charge is money, not water. No hesitation? You guys make me think that turning on the recharge function is a mistake. Mud. It must be closed immediately, or the evolution point will bottom out. Correct. Shut down treats the symptoms, but not the root cause. Players must be restricted from recharging. Regarding his idea, Jiang Yao didn't know whether to cry or laugh for a while. Now the problem of soft sister coins that he was worried about in the early stage has been solved. But he will immediately face a new problem. Not enough evolution points. But he had no choice but to find a way to restrict players' recharge. Players are restricted from recharging. Players are not allowed to recharge money if they want to. If other game planners find out about this, Jiang Yao estimates that they will chase him with a knife and chop him down. At this moment, as the recharge page was closed, all players exploded. What's the situation? What happened? Did the system crash? Why is the recharge interface closed? Yeah. What happened? What's going on with this game? The planner of this game doesn't want to do it anymore. Right. As we all know, you can have bugs anywhere in the game and it can crash. But the recharge interface can't crash. This is the bottom line. Damn it. This game is great. Nothing is broken except for the recharge interface. If I were the boss of this company, I would have to drag the planners and developers out to hammer it. Chapter 28 decided to announce the monster spawning point. While the players were still talking about it, Jiang Yao immediately sent an announcement. Due to the detection of a large number of retaliatory recharges from players. In order to allow players to spend rationally, the official has temporarily closed the Krypton Gold interface. Please wait for the official website announcement for the specific opening time. As this announcement popped up on the chat window, everyone was dumbfounded. What the HL? All the players looked at each other in confusion at this announcement. Many players even rubbed their eyes with the worker bee's huge pliers, their eyes full of disbelief. What did I see? The official forcefully closed the recharge page because players recharged too much? Well, have you all seen this message? I thought I was hallucinating. Did you all see it? Everyone also nodded somewhat dully. This official planning designation must be a serious illness. I'm afraid they weren't sent by the competitor next door to kill this game. This is planning real punishment. Looking at the players' reactions at this moment, Jiang Yao also expressed that he understood. After all, forcibly closing the recharge interface to restrict players from recharging was probably the first time in the entire history of the Flower Planner game that such an outrageous operation had occurred. But he knew very well that the forced closure was only temporary and could not last long. This is treating the symptoms rather than the root cause. So I must find a way to get players to stop this crazy recharge. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao was in trouble. I'm so embarrassed. I used to learn how to find ways to cheat Krypton. I never learned how to find ways to prevent players from recharging. Aren't you trying to embarrass me, Fat Tiger? I still don't believe it. As a professional with a background in planning, I can't think of a way for you to recharge less. But what Jiang Yao didn't know at this moment was how much impact his next actions would have on him. Because he made an announcement about an hour later. And it was also because of this announcement that his game instantly topped the list of hot searches. Brothers, an official announcement has been made. An announcement about recharge. Players who were familiar with the game operations at this moment suddenly saw the official announcement about this recharge event. Update content continuously. Because some players have just entered the game and started to recharge without experiencing the complete game content. The official strongly condemns such behavior. First of all, the official statement once again is that the core gameplay of this game is to collect resources and materials to develop oneself, as well as the PvP technical competition, rather than the competition of Krypton Gold. And any officially released character can be obtained by players collecting enough resources. It does not have to be obtained through Krypton Gold. So players are asked to consume rationally and spend Krypton Gold appropriately. To this end, the official has made the following adjustments. In order to allow players to enjoy the game and avoid excessive recharges, the official decision has been made to limit player recharges from now on. That is, the maximum recharge amount of each player within 24 hours must not exceed 648. Of course, taking into account the special needs of some players, we have officially decided to launch recharge activities during some holidays. During the activities, the maximum daily recharge amount for players will be adjusted. At this moment, not only the players in the game, but also the people in the group and everyone in the Anchor's live broadcast room were affected by this official operation. Immediately afterwards, these two announcements quickly occupied all major game sections. Various titles related to this announcement directly dominated the list. Shocked. This game actually restricts players from recharging. The official overhaul of the new game Zerg actually strongly condemned players for recharging. Players are not allowed to recharge. Is this a conscientious discovery by the planners or a hungry marketing of the game? Add a penguin. Add me. If only you had half the conscience of this game planner. For a time, everyone was attracted by the cool operation of this game. Seriously? If you want to play like this officially, you won't be able to fool me. You want to increase the upper limit of players' recharge amount as a reward for the event? You must have a serious illness. Or a terminal illness. I want to say that you have a conscience. Your damn game props are so expensive. I want to say that you have a black heart. These announcements of yours have made it hard for me to say this. Seriously? This game, well, it's hard to describe. Well, I'm the game planner next door. Does anyone know the name of the game planner? I'm going to kill him. Take me upstairs. My sword is already thirsty. I am a certain biography planner, and I have already taken down the dragon-slaying knife that was placed in our company's house. Because of Jiang Yao's saucy operations, the popularity of Zerg has soared rapidly, and it is also well known to the general public. The official Zerg group currently has more than 4,000 members. These more than 4,000 people are all players who Jiang Yao screened and filled out a complete application form. However, even though the official group has a large number of people, Jiang Yao does not plan to increase the number of places in the short term. In addition to the serious shortage of evolution points caused by these players recharging every day, the increase in energy consumption points is too slow. And now, compared to energy devouring points, what he needs to solve most is the evolution point. As if they were doing daily tasks. These players would send out a 648 every day when they went online, which also made Jiang Yao feel uncomfortable. In particular, in order to collect enough evolution points for evolution, some rich players directly collect evolution points from other players in the game every day, or use 700 soft sister coins to collect 648 points, which is an outrageous operation. This wave of operations forced this group of people to recharge every day when they went online. If it weren't for the strange support of Emperor Penguin and Xianyu and his gang, Jiang Yao felt that he might have to close the recharge interface again. But the current situation is that it is definitely unrealistic to rely solely on the support of 5 of them. But fortunately, good news came just when Jiang Yao was at a loss. That's why Xianyu and the others decided to announce the monster spawning points, which is undoubtedly good news for Jiang Yao. To be honest, if Xianyu and the others hadn't announced it, Jiang Yao might have been unable to help himself. Because Xianyu and the others would not be able to satisfy the huge recharge amount of these players, no matter how much they evolved. It stands to reason that in this kind of game, the players are most likely to work hard to earn money. But what is the result? These people are trying to make more money than the last one. What is this? Jiang Yao was also confused about this. But fortunately, after all this trouble, the matter was solved perfectly. In fact, Jiang Yao knew very well that the main reason why he had made a simple thing so complicated for so long was because of the cash withdrawal function. And because the withdrawal function and recharge function will affect the game balance to a certain extent. But for him, these two functions are indispensable. because he can only do this if he wants to retain players for a long time. And he can only do this if he wants to let players give him progress in the long term. If a game wants to retain a large number of players for a long time, it must not only be of very high quality, but also make money. Only such a game can firmly lock in players. Just think about it. Why do players play games? Fun! But no matter how fun your game is, players should consider these things. Many people will be forced to give up gaming for the sake of living. If they can solve the problems of life, it will be easy to retain players. Just imagine, you have a great time playing the game and earn soft girl coins. Would you give up on such a game easily? Today in the game, around 8 o'clock in the evening, the peak time when all players come online. Basically, more than 100 people were online. At this moment, they were stunned by the scene in front of them. I saw 5 bugs arriving at the insect nest carrying their prey in a large rack. I'm a good boy. They've already put up more than 20 arrogances. Yeah. My God. Where did they find so many weird things? I've made a real fortune from them. It means tears of envy flowed from the corners of my mouth. Have you heard? They are saying that they are going to announce the monster spawning point tonight. Heard. Just like this. She and you looked at everyone while everyone was talking. Everyone. I believe you have seen everything just now. As he said this, She and you showed his balance of evolution points. Everyone looked at it and were shocked. A total of more than 70,000 people. Everyone was shocked when they saw this number. This is my income from farming for half a month. The few remaining teammates of mine earn at least 40,000 to 50,000 yuan. So I'm wondering how fat this monster farming site is. So I don't need to say more. She and you then added, after our discussion, we decided to tell everyone about this monster spawning point. After hearing this, everyone couldn't help but talk about it. Such a fat monster spawning point was mentioned like this? Holy crap. Are they really going to say something like this? I guess it's not that easy. There must be conditions. Yes. Many people have guessed that there are conditions. Let's put it this way. This point is simply a point for earning money. Don't forget that evolution points can be exchanged for soft girl coins. If we publish the information, it is equivalent to giving away soft girl coins for free. There you have it. As the saying goes, there is no free lunch in the world. So we have two conditions. The first condition is that everyone except the 5 of us needs to pay 648 evolution points to us as a news notification fee. Chapter 29 Ticket Fees for Monster Spawning Spots. After hearing what she and you said, everyone was talking a lot. Holy crap. Is 648 so expensive? It's too harsh for you to charge for a monster spawning point. Yes. And there is no owner of the monster spawning point in this game. Maybe we will find it one day. We all play games together. And you told us for free. Listening to everyone talking about it, she and you had naturally guessed this a long time ago. In fact, they originally planned to tell everyone for free, so that they could help them find the hidden copy, and then they could go in and swipe it without any scruples. But what happened next made them immediately change their view. Especially the people brought in by the anchor were desperate to charge money. Originally, they were thinking that they would enter the game in advance and kill so many monsters and gain so much progress. Then when new arms are released, they can directly purchase new arms and go in to spawn monsters. The results of it. As a result, their progress, which they thought was higher than others, was not a problem in front of Krypton Gold players. And they just recharged and evened the gap in minutes. Especially the group of anchors now, including a 4-stage Temple War bee, 8 3rd-stage Metal Poisonous bees, and more than 20 2nd-stage Steel Worker bees. And the rest are all 1st-stage Armored Worker bees. They currently have more than 40 people who have evolved. And most of them have evolved to the 2nd stage. Moreover, no matter how much their recharge amount is put into other games, they can be considered as middle-class players. And this is because of the official limit on the recharge amount. Without restrictions, they estimate that there may not only be one Temple War bee, but there may even be ones at a higher level. With such a force, they reported their location for free, and then found the hidden copy. Once they entered, nothing happened to them. In the past, they were thinking about reporting it. After finding the coordinates, they could not only make money, but also make these people owe favors. But now it is no longer okay. Even if they find the target, they can't make money, and can only let these people. I owe them a favor. But it's definitely not worth it for an empty favor. You can't do anything if you don't report it. It's not very hidden, but it can be easily discovered by so many people now. So it's better to make a profit before you find out. So at this moment, Everyone is listening to the discussion below. There is no free lunch in the world. There are many monsters in that area. More than you can imagine. Each monster is worth 10 evolution points. And the monsters are easy to farm. I don't need to say how fast you can farm money in this location. Although it is possible for you to find that place. Do you think once some people buy it? Do you think they will blame you for buying it after you find the location? No one in this position would be able to say it. Let alone say it for free. And I think many of you have noticed that in theory, we can't talk about such a treasure land even if we give you money. Wouldn't it be nice for a few people to fish for it secretly? Everyone nodded when they heard what Xianyu said. There was nothing wrong with what he said. However, everyone quickly thought of a question, which place was really as good as Xianyu said. Then, they would definitely not be able to tell it so easily. After spending a few months there, they probably earned much more than just 648 alone. The fact that they came to tell the secret now only means that the matter is not that simple. Or that there are not many monsters there. So they want to cut a wave of leaks. Or some other special reason. Actually, the specific reason has to do with the second condition I mentioned. After hearing what Xianyu said, everyone also fell silent, staring at him in unison, waiting for the next step. There is a hidden copy in that swamp. Xianyu spoke slowly under the expectation of everyone. These words immediately caused an uproar among the players. What? Xianyu? Are you serious about what you said? After hearing this, Weiji couldn't sit still for the first time. As he spoke, he seemed to have thought of something else. Okay, Xianyu. As you said before, one person will give you 648. You tell us the coordinates. I calculated that the total number of people here is 103,000 evolution points. I'll give you 150,000. What if you sell this position to my guild? After hearing what Weiji said, those who were still hesitant before couldn't sit still. Sell it to them alone? This is enough. Now their strength is strong enough. When it is sold to them, they will make a crazy profit. If all kinds of resources are gathered together, then this game will be dominated by their family in the future. Anchor, we can't do this. No matter what you eat, you must leave a mouthful of meat soup for your brothers. Yes, we didn't say we won't hand over evolution points. It's not good if you just want to monopolize it. Yes. Quiet. Everyone. Listen to what I have to say first. I don't know the coordinates of this hidden dungeon. So I have a condition that if you go in and find the hidden dungeon, it must be announced. If the guild buys it individually, then just tell us 5 of them individually. That's okay. If it's a group purchase, then publish it and let everyone know. After hearing this, everyone didn't care much, and they all agreed directly. All in all, it is impossible for them to let Weiji monopolize the copy now. They have already made great progress with them by recharging at the beginning. And if they give this copy to him now, they will never be able to catch up in this lifetime. Since everyone agrees, please transfer the evolution points to me. No cash is required for the evolution points. I will announce it at 8 o'clock tomorrow night after I collect it all. Of course, before that, I will also tell you about the situation of the hidden copy. First of all, we just found some clues about hiding the dungeon. We encountered a special monster called an alien before. And then we found the leader and, after telling the whole story about what happened before, Xianyu continued. Anyway, if you encounter an alien and follow it quietly, you will most likely be able to find his lair, which is the entrance to the hidden copy. Immediately afterwards, Xianyu gave the players a rough description of the scene when they fought with the aliens, so that everyone had a certain understanding of this creature. After Xianyu finished speaking, several people began to make plans for evolution. Although 100,000 evolution points is not a lot for a few people, it only costs about 20,000 for one person. It's just that for ordinary players, it's a huge sum of money. The evolution of 20,000 per person plus the original evolution points in their hands. A few people felt that after purchasing the new arms when they were launched, the remaining evolution points should be enough to complete about 2 evolutions. According to the currently released data of the new arms, the combat effectiveness of the new arms after the 2 evolutions should not be worse than the attributes of the Temple War Scorpions. Chapter 30 Reformulation of Development Plans. After handling the problem of spawning monsters, several people went offline, and several people even started a separate group chat. As soon as he joined the group chat, Xianyu asked him a question that had puzzled him for a long time. To be honest, I don't understand why Weiji and the others have to fight to the death on the worker bees. The basics of this thing are poor, although it takes a lot of evolution points to improve their attributes. The cost effectiveness is obviously much lower if they want to have data similar to that of high-attribute arms. Emperor Penguin, this is normal. Some wealthy people just like to do this kind of thing. I remember that many people did this when they were playing Itchy Rats. They got into the Mountain Rabbit Protection Association and so on. Every PK was 5A rabbit came to set the ring. The opening line is, don't think about it. What we pursue is to maximize the use of resources and pursue the best cost performance. The rich are pursuing how to have fun. As for cost performance, they are basically not within the scope of their consideration. Cloud Gamer, this is true. When I was offline in the past, when I was still pursuing extreme damage, the local tycoons had already begun to study how to play monkey tricks. Emperor Penguin, okay. Let's stop this topic. Next, let's talk about the business, which is about our future plans. Originally, I was thinking that when the new arms came out, we would all buy new arms and then attack a street like crazy. But now it looks like it may not be realistic. Everyone was a little confused when they heard what Emperor Penguin said. How do I say this? What else could it be? There are too many rich people. As he said this, the Emperor Penguin felt helpless. If there are few rich people, everything will be easier. If we have made such a big progress compared to others in the early stage, then we will have an absolute advantage at every stage. Even if a few rich people top up to equal the gap, I don't think it will matter. Because a few local tycoons didn't have much influence on us. Whether it was strange spots or copies, we were able to at least get a share of the pie in the past. But it's different now. The number of rich people is a bit beyond my expectation. There are so many. If this number of rich people enter the dungeon and kill randomly, how many points can we get? If a new copy is really found, I estimate that these people will just go in and wipe out the monsters just like the devils entering the village. By then, I estimate that we will not have any trouble, let alone oil and water. And not even a hair will be lost. Everyone agreed when they heard what Emperor Penguin said. Kuintiekun, at the beginning, I have actually thought about the situation you mentioned. A large number of local tycoons have settled in. First of all, in terms of resources, they did not have a novice period in the early stage and directly charged money to get through the novice period. Then, they have good units in hand and encounter good ones. Just grind all the way through the dungeon and get enough resources. With Krypton Gold, you can quickly start the evolution stage. Xianyu, there is nothing wrong with that. And the most important thing is that they are willing to invest. Don't forget that this game has an upgrade function in addition to evolution. Every upgrade, the basic attributes increase by 2%. These basic resources for us poor people can only be sold in exchange for evolution points. The rich can choose to swallow. Emperor Penguin, yes. This is the scariest thing. First of all, the local tyrants can swallow and replenish the progress. And they can quickly increase the progress. If the number of people is small, I don't think it's okay. If there are too many people, it will be a big problem. Big. But unfortunately, given the current situation, there are not many rich people in this game. Think about it. How old the game is now. There are more than 160 people, and more than 40 are rich. This ratio is a bit ridiculously high. Xianyu, Penguin. Give up. There is nothing you can do about it. We are just ordinary players. They have money and abilities that we cannot compare with. The best we can do now is to keep up with the second echelon, and forget about the first echelon. After hearing what Xianyu said, Emperor Penguin thought for a while and replied, if I want to give up, I will still make fun of you in the group chat. I have a plan that can minimize the gap between us and the rich. Although there is no guarantee that it will be the same as the local tycoon, it can at least guarantee that even if the local tycoon finds a powerful copy in the future, we can go in and brush it. And we will not stop at the entrance of the cave due to insufficient attributes. Everyone was a little curious when they heard the Emperor Penguin suddenly say this. Xianyu, let me first state that a small amount of Krypton Gold is acceptable. But a large amount of Krypton Gold is okay. Emperor Penguin, don't worry. If we do it right, we can even do it without spending money. The opening line is at Emperor Penguin. Please tell me how to operate it. A few people were a little curious. Emperor Penguin, in fact, the biggest gap between us and the local tyrants, in layman's terms, is the frequency of equipment replacement. Xianyu, how often should equipment be replaced? When you say this, I probably understand. It's just like other games. For example, when I level 20, the dungeon I used to level 20 comes with level 5 equipment. If a wealthy person directly buys a set of 20 purple or gold equipment, the efficiency will naturally be greatly improved. So the upgrade is much faster than ours. Emperor Penguin, That's right. That's it. At the same stage, the equipment of the local tycoons are all top-notch, so they can easily control the boss, gain experience, fight in city battles, etc. Although the equipment prices are very high depending on the level, it is only a small amount of money for the rich. But this money is a huge sum of money for us ordinary players. Cloud player, so what should I do? Emperor Penguin, we cooperate and purchase characters in batches. Everyone was stunned when they heard this, obviously not understanding what the Emperor Penguin meant. Emperor Penguin, it's very simple. First of all, after this period of hard work, the 5 of us have a lot of evolution point reserves. When the new arms are released, we don't want 5 people to buy them at the same time. We can use 1 or 2 people to buy them. Buy it personally. Then we evolve the new troops, and the remaining people start working bees to transport supplies. This saves us a lot of time in transportation and increases our efficiency in spawning monsters. Although it is not as fast as 5 people doing it at the same time, it does so the price/performance ratio is undoubtedly the highest. Then we will share the points earned equally. As time goes by, more advanced maps will definitely be opened, and new units will definitely be released by then. The 2 people who had not purchased units before immediately purchased new units. Then, the 2 people who had purchased units before were unable to farm monsters efficiently because their attributes were lagging behind. So at this time, they were directly replaced by worker bees to be responsible for transportation. By looping in this way, we can keep up with the speed at which the local tyrants change arms. No matter what happens, we will not be unable to clear the map in the later stage because the map monsters are too powerful and our attributes cannot keep up. After hearing what the Emperor Penguin said, everyone seemed to think that this was also the case. Cloud player, this solution is feasible. Although the efficiency of monster spawning is greatly reduced, we can have monster spawning at any stage. Once the official opens new maps and new monsters, we will not just watch because of insufficient attributes. You must know that the current stage of this game is just a novice village. The novice village is so difficult. According to the settings, our biggest enemy in the future will be the Imperial Army. The difficulty of the Imperial Army, which almost wiped out our race, is many times higher. If we didn't have powerful troops, we wouldn't be able to do anything. Feng Qianyong, there is nothing wrong with this. In that case, let's cooperate with you. Starting from the 2nd unit. The cost of the 2nd unit is relatively low, so you can buy it from Penguin. The price of the new unit is relatively cheap. After all, you have evolution point reserves. Much less than me and Xianyu. Emperor Penguin, yes. Cloud player, no problem. A coin from the beginning, that's it. In this way, after the few people discussed the plan, they went back to rest. Chapter 31 Exploring the Core of the Swamp. In the afternoon of the next day, several people came online as agreed and took everyone towards the monster spawning point. Different from the previous times when several people went there. This time it was a team composed of more than 100 worker bees, running towards the monster spawning point in a mighty manner. Dust was flying wherever the large army passed, and all kinds of animals fled in all directions. Moving forward like this, everyone soon arrived at the edge of the swamp. Brothers, this is where we are. The entire swamp is our monster spawning point. The main monsters here are mutant pythons and mutant crocodiles. After hearing what the Emperor Penguin said, everyone looked towards the swamp. At a glance, they could see many crocodiles and giant pythons swimming in the water. And according to what the Emperor Penguin said before, they had been cleaning up the surrounding areas for a few days, and now the number of remaining monsters was very small. But even so, players can still see so many, so it is self-evident how many monsters there will be in areas that have not been cleaned up inside. Everyone was excited thinking of this. Haha. One monster only costs 10 soft sister coins. I just took a look and found 70 or 80 monsters. Moreover, this is an area that has been cleaned up on the outside. The monsters are so densely distributed. Wouldn't it be wrong if they got inside? The 648 tickets are worth it. With the amount of monsters distributed, I have a hunch that I can get him back in a day or 2 at most. 2 days? According to my efficiency, I don't need 2 days. 1 day is enough. Smart people have already started making racks to hold monsters, while stupid people are still standing at the edge of the cliff. Make a hammer stand. Carry the prey on your back and transport it home. Where so many people have walked there will be no grass. It is estimated that by the time you finish the rack, there will be no hair left. Brothers, I will set off first. I rush too. Go. Go! Go! Brothers from the Worker Bee Protection Association. Charge forward. The first and second level worker bees are responsible for transportation. And the third level worker bees will follow me to brush up, and that's it. Just like that. Everyone rushed downwards while shouting. At this moment, all the creatures in the swamp fully realized what cruelty is. Although they dwindled very quickly when a few people were there in the past. At least the speed was still within an acceptable range. After all, thousands of creatures may die every day in such a huge swamp due to various reasons. This is a normal and acceptable phenomenon. But now that this group of players is here, it's completely different. What they've done can be described as not growing a blade of grass. Not only the big pythons, but also the big crocodiles were not spared. Even the little ones couldn't escape the bad luck. They swallowed them all in 2 mouthfuls and used them as extra meals. What's more, even the crocodile's nest and the python's nest were opened. All the eggs were taken. Of course, at first, egg stealing was just an exception. The players who did this were looking for bugs in the official settings. So they specifically looked for the eggs of these creatures. Because many games usually ignore some scenes after setting up monsters. For example, there are so many monsters, but no eggs. Isn't it a bit unreasonable? So with this kind of mentality, players want to find official loopholes. But they can't find any online posts. How dare such a huge loophole be claimed to be 100% true to reality without being discovered by the official? Copywriting like this is bound to be popular. If you find it, post it, and spread the word. This kind of copywriting will definitely become popular. Anyway, no matter how they play, they can get the traffic money just right. And they won't lose anything. But one day, the nature of the incident suddenly changed. On this day, a player went back to deliver the prey, and then accidentally brought back another crocodile egg. Who knew that the NPC actually told him that an egg was worth 2 evolution points. And this news happened to be heard by the players in the queue behind. And the entire player group suddenly exploded. You must know that when they bring their prey home, they tie it up and carry it on their backs. They can bring back at most 20 or 30 animals at a time. But this egg is different. Not to mention 20 or 30 eggs in one wave. 2 to 3,000 can be easily brought back. This time all the monsters in the swamp were in bad luck. Originally, the players had cleaned up the outside and were preparing to raid the inside. But just because of this sad news, a large group of people came out and killed them. When I saw the haystack, I rushed forward to pluck it, and the outer edges were completely bald. The previous hunting methods might lead to the reappearance of mutated crocodiles here in a few decades. But now there is no hope at all. Using 3 lights to describe what I said before was called exaggeration. But now it has become a fact. In the past, the most I could do was brush monsters. But now I not only brush monsters, but also touch eggs. Meeting a few ton rats is even more extreme. I want to replenish energy without spending money. The turf in the swamp began to chew hard. And in the end the players had to put up wooden boards to transport goods. Otherwise it might be too heavy, and they would get trapped. In this way, they killed and burned them all. And soon the central part of the swamp was also affected by the same effect. Brothers, do you think there is a hidden copy or not? A few players who were exploring the central part today chatted while walking. Who knows? I've been numb for several days. If there is really a hidden copy, then judging from the progress and detail of our exploration, there is no reason why we haven't found it yet. As he said this, the player subconsciously looked far away. As far as the eye can see, the surrounding areas of the swamp are completely bare. To describe it as barren of grass is not an exaggeration at all. Listening to what you said, I also feel that this hidden copy does not really exist. It's hard to say. After all, we are still searching the central area and haven't gone to the core area yet. The core area? Didn't those big anchors rush in first? Even though there are so many of them, the detection efficiency is actually horribly low. Because a large group of people on the anchor side all act together. Unlike us who act separately. Another player heard this and also nodded. I can't help it. After all, he is the anchor who wants to bring fans. I saw that many fans in his live broadcast room followed him and prostituted monsters for free. So they gathered together. They are definitely different from us lone wolf players. Of course, with the current development speed of players, Jiangyao has completely solved the problem of lack of energy in the early stage. After all, even if one crocodile gives a small amount, it adds up to a very huge number. The energy consumption required for his buildings is also increasing rapidly every day. Under the extermination operation of the players, He now has about 2,000 energy consumption. According to this progress, it will not take a few days to create the energy required for the new unit. If you can get enough. His current idea is to unlock the new arms and stabilize them for a period of time. After most players have purchased the new arms, the next batch of quotas will be released. And the other side is in Weiji's live broadcast room. Hello, friends. Welcome to my live broadcast room. Friends who haven't clicked the red star can help to pay attention. The anchor will bring painted pictures from time to time. After starting the live broadcast, Weiji spoke of his usual lines with ease. At this moment, everyone in the live broadcast room was attracted by the scene in front of him. I saw that the loneliness at this moment was on a huge rocky island. The entire island was wrapped in thick fog. According to everyone's visual inspection on the periphery, it was at least the size of a magic city. Unlike the surrounding swamps, this island is composed of huge rocks and is located in the middle of the swamp. Because it has been shrouded in thick fog for many years, the situation here is not very clear to everyone. This place is completely different from the swamp we were in before. First of all, the thick fog that envelopes here is very special. They have a very powerful corrosiveness. As he spoke, Weiji looked around. Brothers, look! There are no other plants here except rocks. It is obviously because of the special environment here that vegetation cannot grow. And there is something more critical. As he spoke, Weiji walked to a rock. The surface of this huge rock was also severely corroded. As you can see, even the rocks here cannot withstand the corrosion of this mist. So according to my speculation, the hidden copy should be here. Chapter 32 Surrounded. Indeed, according to normal logic, if you say that there is no hidden copy in such a weird place, no one will believe it. Following Weiji's perspective, everyone in the live broadcast room had a preliminary understanding of the core area of the swamp. Because this place is shrouded in special fog all year round, visibility is very low. Weiji could only lead the large troops forward cautiously. Brother, the visibility here is too low. It is difficult to see the road in the distance clearly with your eyes alone. If you are not careful, you may get lost in the thick fog. So I'm going to turn on the bioradar next. Don't mind if the picture may change. As Weiji said to the large army behind him, the brothers all turned on the bioradar and prepared to explore deeper areas. The players behind him all nodded after hearing what Weiji said. Bioradar is one of the most basic abilities of the Zerg, and is the result of hundreds of millions of years of evolution. After turning on the bioradar, the world in Weiji's eyes changed. The whole world turned into a black and white picture, and all creatures with vital signs became very dazzling. As soon as I turned on the radar, I found that countless light spots had already gathered within a radius of about 800 meters. There is no need to think that these are special creatures living in this area. They should have been observing them from a distance as soon as they entered the swamp. Holy shit. There are so many monsters. At this moment, he couldn't help but exclaimed as he looked at the dense spots of light in the distance. Basically, the reaction was similar to his. At this moment, everyone in the live broadcast room was also frightened by the light spots in the distance. Oh my god! This must be at least $1,000. I can't stop watching. There are no less than 1,000 of them within the anchor's field of vision, let alone outside the field of vision. Looking at the location of these monsters, it's no surprise that the anchor should be surrounded. Worry, depending on the situation. The monsters here are not simple. When the anchors came in, they did not attack directly. Instead, they chose to observe and surround them from a distance. The AI of the monsters in this game is really good. I just don't know how strong this wave of monsters is. I guess he won't be weak. Isn't it weak? If the strength of the monster is really high, won't they be doomed if they cooperate with such a large number of anchors? I think it's very possible. Fortunately, I didn't enter here rashly, but chose to endure it and let the anchor go in first to check the situation. If I had gone in rashly, I guess I would have no bones left. At this moment, looking at the monsters surrounding him, Weiji suddenly felt a lot of pressure. Brothers, be careful. If I guess correctly, the monsters surrounding us are the aliens that Xinyu and the others are talking about. As he spoke, Weiji directly locked his gaze in one direction. Turn on biological manifestation. As soon as Weiji finished his words, the next moment, he saw a three-dimensional projection of a swamp monster appearing in front of him. Biological manifestation is an advanced talent of Bioradar. These talents are usually skills mastered by some high-level Zerg units. But through continuous evolution, low-level Zerg can also use this skill. Low-level bugs, Like worker bees usually cannot master this skill until they evolve to the 4th stage. As the elephant-like creature appeared in front of Weiji's eyes, everyone in the live broadcast room finally saw the alien's true face. The creature in front of me was about 4 meters long, and its entire body structure was similar to that of a tadpole. The only thing different from tadpoles is that they have a mouth full of fangs, 2 thick thighs, and a pair of sharp claws. Is this an alien? Everyone was very curious about the creature in front of them. It doesn't look like it. According to Xianyu and the others, this alien looks like a dinosaur, and it has a pointed head. This guy looks like a fat-headed fish. So that's obviously not the case. The goods are wrong. They are not aliens. They may be unique monsters in this area. Look! The monsters are starting to approach the anchor. I'll do it. I always feel like something is going to happen. Yes. The anchor or the channel will call for support because there are too many opponents. It's useless. No matter how bad the host's team is, it's still a gold-rich team. If the gold-rich team can't defeat them, then everyone else will be killed if they come. Looking at the monsters getting closer and closer, Weiji couldn't help but feel stressed. Firstly, there were too many monsters. And secondly, they didn't know the strength of the monsters. If these monsters are crocodiles and the like, then everything is easy to say. But if the intensity reaches the level of aliens that Xianyu said, even if their evolutionary team Weiji wants to safely evacuate, it will be very difficult. Brothers, the monster is coming. Let's form a circle and slowly approach the outside of the thick fog. We have not encountered such creatures outside the thick fog, which means they may not be able to get out of the thick fog. As long as we evacuate the dense fog, it will be safe. As he spoke, Weiji looked at the monsters getting closer and closer and prepared to fight. In fact, it was his problem that he didn't admit this wave of operations. First of all, he did not directly turn on the bioradar when he entered here, which led to the current situation of being surrounded. If I had been more careful and turned on the biometric radar as soon as I entered, they would never be as passive as they are now. Thinking of this, Weiji couldn't help but frown. Looking at his teammates who were now forming a circle, Weiji said, "Brothers, I admit that this wave is my fault. If we attack the market by then, I will transfer the amount of losses to my brothers." Everyone shook their heads when they heard what Weiji said. "Boss Wei, there's no need to be so polite. We can still afford this small amount of money. It's only tens of thousands of dollars. Boss Wei doesn't need to be so pessimistic. And things are not as pessimistic as Boss Wei thinks. The strength of these monsters is unknown yet. Yes, if these monsters are still like crocodiles, then they won't surround us. But we will surround him." At this moment, everyone in the live broadcast room was moved when they heard Weiji's words. "I'm the second best. This anchor is really good at dealing with so many people, and I will pay for it. Yeah. I'm so moved. I will pay for my mistakes in command. So I will pay attention to this anchor." Ahem. Didn't you hear what others said? When you mentioned it like that, I remembered. If I heard correctly, that's what they were talking about. We can still afford this small amount of money, even if it costs 10,000 yuan. What words of wolf and tiger? Damn it. Why are you so rich? You can spend as much money as you want. But I'm still just a poor guy who's just messing around in the central area. Hold on. I'm not the same. Chapter 33. The battle begins. While everyone in the live broadcast room was still talking about it, the battle here was about to break out. I saw countless monsters appearing around Weiji and the others, and launched an attack on Weiji and the others. In order to confirm again whether these monsters were aliens, Weiji briefly turned off the bioradar and restored the field of vision to its original state. It was only at this time that everyone could see clearly what these monsters looked like. I saw that these monsters were covered in a kind of dark armor, and their overall size was much smaller than that of aliens. Stone Hammer. These are new monsters, and have nothing to do with aliens. Weiji looked at these monsters, and breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay if it's not an alien. After all, the intensity of the aliens is too high, and there are so many of them, that we might not be able to defeat them. But at a glance, you can tell that these bugs are obviously not as powerful as the aliens. It's not difficult to defeat them. Thinking of this, Weiji and everyone who saw the creature that had entered the attack range also started to take action. Brothers, pay attention to the first wave of them when they come, and understand their attack methods. Weiji yelled as he spoke. Learn. Clear. The next moment, these black monsters were seen running towards everyone at extremely fast speeds. And then, they jumped sharply and pointed at the players with their claws extended. Naturally, the players will not sit still and wait for death. I saw the sharp-tailed stings of the second-order steel worker bees, and the third-order metal poisonous bees stabbing them directly and accurately. And their large pincers did not waste time to pinch the nearest monster. The next moment, there was a crisp click sound. The armor shattered, and the monster let out a low wailing sound and was split into two on the spot. But there were too many monsters after all. The remaining monsters that had not been attacked took advantage of the opportunity that the players could not spare and immediately pounced on the players, biting and scratching. One worker bee was soon covered with several monsters. Seeing this, the players naturally couldn't let them continue to attack like this. Players who were close to each other began to clean each other's monsters. The players who were far away began to roll on the ground to clean up the monsters. Compared to them, Weiji, who has evolved to the 4th stage, is much better. He wields his sharp blade to clean up the monsters that try to get close to him. Every time a pair of huge sharp blades was swung, several monsters were split into two and fell to the ground, struggling in pain until they died. The monsters that climbed onto Weiji's back could not do much damage to Weiji's armor. Once there were too many, countless scales sharper than knives would fly to Weiji's body to eliminate them all. At this moment, Weiji was in sharp contrast to other worker bees in terms of monster clearing efficiency and other aspects. Dear me. No wonder the official website says that the 3rd stage is a watershed. Once you cross the 3rd stage and enter the 4th stage, it will be a qualitative change. Yes, although you may not be able to tell the reason just by looking at the attributes. Once it is placed on the battlefield, the difference will immediately appear. The 4th stage is the same as the war machine, where there is no grass. But it is only one difference from the 4th stage. The metal poisonous bees in this stage were beaten into a state of disarray. It's understandable. This 4th stage requires more evolution points than the first 3 stages combined. Do you really think this money is wasted? Sure enough, no game can escape one principle. Money makes me stronger. It's really unfair. You have to be willing to have a strong liver. I've only used those few livers of Shinyu for so long. And now I have at least 100,000 evolution points in my hand. This is real money in silver. Just like that. You can become powerful by charging money. And you can become powerful by living. But I am afraid that some people will not charge and are not willing to live. And then, they will complain about imbalance all day long. When you are shouting, have you ever thought about it? Is it fair between the Liver Emperor and the Krypton Gold Boss? If you don't want to spend money, just be a salted fish. Or else just be a salted fish. No. You really can't be a salted fish. The salted fish in this game seems to have been online for 72 hours straight and ended up in the ICU. Going to the ICU? No wonder I haven't seen him online in the past 2 days. I don't think this means white liver. If you don't have white liver, I estimate that it will only cost 20,000 to 30,000 yuan to stay for a few days. I heard from Emperor Penguin and others that this guy has about 150,000 evolution points. No matter how you calculate it, you will make money. I'm convinced. This guy really wants money rather than his life. It depends on what you think. In less than a month since this game, the evolution point of 150,000 has been revealed. It is 150,000. If the body can bear it, it can reach 200,000. 200,000. With this kind of income, I can take a hammering class. Maid, there is no news about the new round of closed beta players so far. Yes, with this kind of income, if nothing else, I'd be happy to do whatever it takes to kill you. Salted fish is an amateur after all. If it were me, I would probably pay more than 200,000. At least 2 million. You can blow it as hard as you want upstairs. Haha. Am I bragging? I think back then I played Mochi and lived in an internet cafe for a month. If this game gave me a quota and this kind of income, I would be able to hold on for 2 months. Not to mention 1 month. After all, my physical fitness has been developed through years of accumulation. And this is also the difference between professional liver emperors and amateur liver emperors. Okay. Don't brag. The more you brag, the more outrageous it becomes. It's only been 2 months. Seriously? If you really want to be online continuously for not even a month, I'll probably send you to the crematorium even if you don't sleep for a week. Everyone, stop arguing. Look at the anchor. They seem to be in trouble. As this barrage appeared, everyone turned their attention to the live broadcast. At this moment, countless monsters were seen targeting the worker bees' calves. Although the worker bees' calves were also covered in armor, they were undoubtedly much weaker than the armor on their bodies. From time to time, Players see the legs of besieged worker bees being bitten off by monsters. Aw, this. Real or fake? This damn monster is too smart. It only took a long time to fight before discovering the weakness of the worker bees. Let me go. It's amazing. These monsters not only attack fiercely and quickly, but they are also numerous and have such high IQs. Now, except for the calves of the temple war bees that have evolved to the 4th stage of qualitative transformation and can bear it. The other worker bees, and even the 3rd level poisonous bees can't bear it. Several of the 2nd level ones have had their legs removed. Holy crap. How is this going to work? The temple bees can't handle it, and they have energy-devouring shields. But the other worker bees don't have them. The energy-devouring shield consumes the energy-devouring energy. I don't think he can last long. What do you know? If you eat the corpses of monsters all over the ground, you can recover your energy. Although the recovery is not much. It can at least support him until he escapes from here. He can escape. But where are his teammates? I don't think the anchor will leave his teammates behind. At this time, I think the anchor should give up on his teammates. You guys will definitely not be able to handle this wave. If one can run away, there is no need to hold on. Chapter 34 Heavy Losses. As time went by, the battle between the two sides fell into a stalemate. Weiji kept waving his sharp blade to clear away the monsters that kept rushing up around him. And from time to time, he had to control the flying blade to help his teammates to rescue them. Boss Weiji, we can't stand it any longer. Now we have lost 2 armored worker bees in our team. The remaining legs have also been removed. And now a bunch of monsters are removing their arms. At this time, a player shouted towards Emoji in the distance. After hearing the words of his teammates, Weiji instinctively looked in the direction of several first-order armored worker bees. He saw that several worker bees in the distance had been overwhelmed by monsters, leaving only a pair of large pliers exposed and pinching them desperately. Looking at the corpses of at least 1,000 monsters piled up around him, he couldn't help but curse inwardly. Grass. If so many monster corpses can be transported back, the losses can be stopped. But now not only can't be transported back, but if we continue to delay, more people will be consumed by these monsters. While Weiji was still thinking about countermeasures, an injured worker bee said, Boss Wei, you can evacuate as much as you can. At least it's better to leave part of it than to stay here and die. Hearing this, Weiji also knew that what he said made sense. Although he was reluctant, he finally gritted his teeth and made a decision. Brothers, this wave is mine. I really didn't expect the monsters in this game. The intensity range is so wide. We can't hold on to this situation for much longer. All the worker bees, who can still run away at full speed, will be counted, and we will retreat together. The remaining brothers who can't run fast because of their injured feet have no choice but to sacrifice you for us to cut off the queen. But don't worry. I will definitely make up for you no matter how much you have lost. After hearing his words, the worker bee just shouted at everyone. Brothers, those who are not injured should move closer to Boss Weiji. And those who are injured and can move should go to the outside. Surround Weiji and the others. And then be ready to rush into the monster pile to clear the way for Boss Weiji and the others. After speaking, many worker bees were seen slowly approaching Weiji, while the remaining worker bees formed a circle around a few people. Brothers, follow my command. I will count to 3 and jump into the monster pile to attract the monster's attention. Hearing this, all the worker bees were also ready. Although they are now missing arms and legs, they can still jump. 3, 2, 1. Dance. Brothers. The next moment, more than 20 worker bees jumped fiercely, jumping into the monster swarms in their respective directions, attracting most of the firepower. But at this moment Weiji shouted loudly, Brothers, follow me and charge. As he spoke, he took the lead and rushed towards a relatively weak direction in the monster circle. Weiji opened the way in front, and the remaining worker bees blocked the monsters on the left and right sides. Basically, 2 worker bees needed to be left to block the way every time they walked. It is self-evident what the fate of the worker bees blocking the road will be. Seeing that the circle of monsters was getting closer and closer, Weiji roared angrily, and the next moment, steel scales flew out of its body and started to kill the monster in front of it. Brothers, just jump. Weiji yelled as he looked at the monster circle that was only about 30 meters away. The next moment, all the worker bees understood and jumped into the distance. Because the rest are all 3rd-level poisonous wasps, it is not easy for them to jump dozens of meters. If it weren't for the many monsters hanging on them, their jumping distance would probably be even further. Seeing Weiji's operations, the monsters naturally knew what the players were planning. And of course, They would not let them get what they wanted. Countless black monsters began to jump up, trying to knock down the worker bees in the air. Seeing this shocking scene, the audience in the live broadcast room not only shouted that this was a bit awesome, but also expressed sympathy for Weiji and their misery. Mad. These evil monsters. Wait until I enter the game to see if they can be cut. They bully us because of the large number of monsters. If we don't kill them all, if there are too many monsters, I'll write my name backwards. At this moment, on Weiji's side, although the effects of the monster's operations were not obvious, 5 or 6 players were still hit. Several worker bees, who were knocked out of the air, looked at Weiji, who was about to rush up to save them in the distance, and quickly stopped him. Boss Weiji, please don't worry about us. We can run as much as we can. Seeing his teammate Weiji being drowned by the sea of monsters before he finished speaking, he gritted his teeth and finally ran towards the outside with the 5 remaining worker bees, because the running speed of the 3rd level worker bees is already faster than the monsters. It is easy for them to escape as long as they are not surrounded. At this moment, the players finally breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Weiji and others successfully escaping. It's numb. It's so great that he finally ran away. An elite team of more than 40 people finally ran out, including the anchor, and 6 worker bees ran out. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. To be honest, the difficulty of the monsters in this game is too unreasonable, and the jump range is too high. Yes, there is a python and crocodile that can be easily crushed by a pair of pliers. As soon as you enter, the difficulty of the monster immediately rises by dozens of levels. Looking at the barrage in the live broadcast room, I couldn't help but sigh. Hey, brothers, I have to say that this wave of failures is my problem. I underestimated this game. Originally, I thought that the difficulty of monsters in this game would be gradually improved like other games. So when we entered the Foggy Island, I didn't really care about the situation inside, because I was thinking that our elite team would kill them randomly no matter how many monsters came. So I was careless and didn't dodge. Who knew the difficulty span of this official monster is really scary. It's like the mobs jump directly into the rhythm of elite monsters. Listening to what Weiji said, the players in the live broadcast room also agreed. Yeah. Who could have imagined this? It's like playing a game with level 1 monsters next to you, and level 100 monsters next to Madu. Who can bear this gap? Yes. To be honest with the host's team configuration, I thought it was just random killing at first. After all, a copy of a gold-rich team like Novice Village is not just killing people all over the street. So it doesn't matter to me that Mr. Weiji didn't turn on the bioradar immediately after he entered. After all, they are all garbage. So you don't need to be so cautious. That's what I thought too. Who knew this monster was so strong, even after struggling to support it? The Krypton Gold team attacked the anchor in the first round and exploded. This game really doesn't follow the rules. To be honest, it's as difficult as the Novice Village. When I go to space in the future, it's incredibly difficult. Brothers upstairs, if you go to space, you are already in the sky, at a height where you are shoulder to shoulder with the sun. In short, dear family members, this wave of mine is a reminder to everyone. This game is different from any game we have played before. It has too many uncertain factors. In the future, when you download dungeons, you must first understand the situation clearly. Don't be careless because you think you have a high evolutionary base because of your high Krypton Gold. Otherwise you will most likely make the same mistake again. But just at this moment, Weiji suddenly stopped while he was talking. What's wrong with the anchor? Asked everyone in the live broadcast room watching his strange behavior. Holy crap. Look at the bioradar. What the hell? These monsters have more than one encirclement. They have another encirclement outside the fog. The opponent's number is at least 2,000. The anchor is done with this. Chapter 35 players come to the rescue. There were about 2,000 enemies in front of him. And now Weiji only had 6 worker bees including him. So he didn't even have to think about it to know what the outcome would be. When I was numb, I escaped from the tiger's mouth and entered the wolf's den. Yes, these monsters are a bit perverted. Don't you? Can you believe that they were chased and intercepted in 2 rounds? This is the first time I heard that monsters can also score twice. This wave of visual inspection is hopeless. Not necessarily. As long as the anchor's worker bees are there, it's not difficult to break out of the siege. And you can see that although the remaining 5 worker bees have been damaged, the anchor is still at full status and can fight this wave. You can slap a fart. I really wonder if you have ever played a game. The reason why the anchor can reach full status is because of the 2 skills of energy shield and energy cutting. Now I guess the anchor's energy absorption has been used up. Without the protection of energy-devouring energy, the host will be easily killed when the monsters surge up. And don't forget that there are nearly 10,000 pursuers behind them. If the breakout speed is not fast enough, the pursuers will not care about the host. You will die under the siege of the sea of powerful monsters. Holy crap! 6 worker bees broke through within the stipulated time, and 5 of them were more or less injured. How the hell is this possible? At this moment, Wei Ji's heart was already cold as he looked at the approaching enemy, looking at his own zero energy absorption. This wave is probably about to be revealed. As he said this, he looked into the distance and flashed in his mind a hint of determination. At this moment, a worker bee with the ID of Honghu said, "Boss Wei Ji, we are going to join this wave. Your mobility and condition are better, and your chance of rushing out is much higher." But, after hearing Honghu's words, Wei Ji's eyes flashed with emotion. He was about to say something when he was suddenly interrupted by a soft voice. Looking at Wei Ji, he looked at Shufengjia and said, "Boss Wei Ji, there is nothing to worry about. You are in the best condition now, and your worker bees have finally been trained to level 14, including recharging your worker bees before. I spent more than 100,000 to get in. It's not worth it to die like this. Although we are all 3rd level worker bees, our levels are generally 1st and 2nd. Our combined total value is not as high as yours, so we won't lose money by keeping you." Listening to her words, Wei Ji was so moved that she burst into tears. These were tears of heartache. "Sister, don't say anything. No matter what, I will stay with you today to tide over the difficulties." Many friends in the live broadcast room who didn't know the truth were dumbfounded when Wei Ji suddenly said this. "What am I doing relying on the anchor? He must be stupid. Is this the time to show off as a hero? The best choice at this time is to protect a bug with the highest value. Yeah. What are we talking about living and dying together? Isn't this just giving away people's heads together? What is this anchor thinking about every day? I don't understand. I absolutely don't understand." Laughing. "I'm afraid you guys upstairs are not straight men. You don't understand such a simple situation? It didn't matter that the anchor left when Honghu made this suggestion at first. But what should have been absolutely wrong was that Shufengjia spoke up at this time. Yes, it would be fine if she didn't speak. Everyone would think that he is a man, and it is normal for him to sell each other. But when everyone knows that she is a girl, it becomes a big problem. The girl helped the anchor to escape for his life. How can the anchor mess around if such a thing is spread? Do you believe that if the anchor dares to run away, it will be spread in the gaming circle in a while?" A certain big anchor asked the girl to help him to escape for his life. What the hell? It would be strange not to let the host die on the spot. This is so hacking embarrassing. No wonder the anchor's voice sounded like he was crying just now. I thought he was moved. After doing this for a long time, I felt pure heartache. No. The character who spent so much money, and spent so much time, and swallowed up so many resources is about to die. Who wouldn't be heartbroken? At this moment, several players in the game who didn't know the truth were still trying to persuade Wei Ji. But Wei Ji interrupted them. "I've been holding back. I've decided to go together, and I'll be there later after we quit the game. Send a character gender questionnaire to our guild group. Please go out and fill it out for me." Several people? At this moment, Wei Ji gritted his teeth as he watched the monster army getting closer and closer. "Brothers, go right ahead. Fight a bloody path." As he said that, Wei Ji led a few worker bees and rushed towards the pile of monsters. After the battle started, because the difference in numbers was too huge, the 5 people were like a small boat in the sea, teetering in the sea of monsters. Looking at them at the moment, it seemed that they might be submerged in the sea of monsters at any time. It's so miserable. Yes, a few 3rd level worker bees are almost exhausted. It's inevitable. I was injured just now, and I haven't recovered yet. It's strange to be surrounded by so many monsters and have to endure it. This wave of losses has been heavy. To be honest, it must have been at least 1 million, including the anchor's investment. I feel it's pretty good. Damn it. This game is so scary. It can cause millions of losses in battle. Yes. And just when the players were looking at the struggling people with all kinds of regrets, suddenly some players discovered something was wrong. Suddenly, a monster's body fell from the sky and fell to the ground. What's going on? What happened? Everyone couldn't help but be a little surprised when they saw the scene in front of them. And following Wei Ji's gaze, everyone understood the reason. Not far away, More than 100 worker bees were seen rushing towards the outside of the monster encirclement. The ones at the front were all first-order armored worker bees, while the ones behind were ordinary worker bees that had not evolved. Look! It's another player. Other players are here. The anchor is saved. What a fool. There is no way out in the mountains and rivers. But there is another village with dark flowers and bright flowers. Holy shit. This reversal makes my blood boil. At this moment, Weiji couldn't help but feel deeply moved as he looked at the many players coming towards them from a distance. Not far away, they saw a few people who had already evolved into second-level salted fish and rushed towards them with everyone. Brothers, kill! Let these monsters see how powerful we are. The Zerg never give up. He waved his big pliers and rushed towards the pile of monsters. Damn! Why are you so good? The Emperor Penguin next to him was speechless. And Feng Kaiyunyang said that you had never seen him when he was more good. Holy crap! What did I see? Brothers, Xianyu is online in Wari. Damn! Isn't he in the ICU? It's probably a game where I'm progressing while taking a drip. This guy is really desperate. Chapter 36 Jiang Yao's Speculation. At this moment, with the addition of other players on the battlefield, the situation has become one-sided. Although the player bees generally have no evolution stage or second stage. However, the individual strength of the Zerg is much stronger than that of these creatures. With so many worker bees sharing the target, Wei Ji and the others soon got closer and closer to the main force. Seeing that the distance between the two parties was getting closer, Xianyu immediately shouted loudly, Brothers, please remember what I just said. There are still large forces behind the enemy's rear. If we really have to fight against us, we have no chance of winning. Remember our principles. Save people first. Retreat immediately after saving people. And don't be greedy for monsters. As he said, Xianyu cut the monster that wanted to attack him into two pieces with his pliers. Weiji, we will clear the surrounding area. You can just jump over here. At this moment, looking at Weiji and the others getting closer and closer, Xianyu shouted loudly, Okay. The next moment, Weiji and the others immediately jumped towards the place where Xianyu and the others had cleared. But these monsters wanted to stop them, but failed because of the many worker bees. Brothers, we have been rescued. Retreat! Retreat! Saying that, Xianyu turned around and ran away with the large army. What are those worker bees doing? Run away quickly. Stop picking up corpses. Worry. Hack. I told you to just turn around and run away. You guys are going to pick up the corpses because you're afraid they won't die fast enough. At this moment, looking at the several worker bees Xianyu chasing after him with the monster's corpse on his back, he was also speechless for a while. Mad. I can't bear it. Looking at these people, Xianyu was very angry. The few who picked up the corpses also knew that what they had just done would most likely cause everyone to turn around and come to save them. So they apologized profusely. Then they were dumbfounded. They saw the salted fish leaping to the side of a certain pile of monsters in front of their surprised eyes. They picked up a few of them and chased after the large group. Everyone, run quickly. Their large army is coming. I was scared to death. I was thinking of picking up a few more. But their rear troops came in a swarm. Brothers, you must not fight back now. Whoever goes. Who goes? Even Jesus can't save him. Everyone. In the end, because the players were very close to the edge of the fog. Even if these monsters were a little faster than ordinary worker bees, the players were still able to successfully run out of the fog area. Sure enough, as everyone thought, after the players rushed out of the foggy area, the monsters behind them never caught up. After seeing the darkness behind them, the players were a little frightened. But I have to say that this way they played was really exciting. If the breakout speed was just a little slower, I'm afraid they would really be doomed this wave. Fortunately, all this happened without any danger. But it was not until this moment that the players realized what the sentence on the official website of the game meant. The Zerg race is a race that grew up in endless fighting. Their mother nests are usually placed on very dangerous planets. In these planets, bugs face endless killings every day. And only bugs that grow up under such conditions can gain a foothold in the sea of stars in the universe. At first, everyone thought that this sentence was just an official pretense written in the setting. But after experiencing this, they understood that this was not an official pretense, but a statement of fact. Even Novice Village is extremely dangerous. At this moment, Jian Yao, who saw that everyone had successfully escaped, breathed a sigh of relief. Jian Yaoxin, who was using the shared field of view in the insect nest to observe the battle just now, had his throat raised. If the players' wave of rescues failed to do a good job, it would definitely overturn. Too dangerous. On second thought, this crisis also gave players a clear understanding of the dangers of this world. When encountering new monsters and crises in the future, they will definitely be more cautious and not so careless. This is also a good thing. As he spoke, Jiang Yao began to think about another thing. That's the thing about Alien. It seems that this wave can basically prove that the alien egg is just a coincidence. It may be that an alien civilization developed on this planet a long time ago. And then, they set foot in the Star Sea. And this egg is probably what they accidentally left behind. Then by chance, the hatch happened to be encountered by the players. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the players to explore for so long, and still not find any trace of the alien. At this moment, Jiang Yao could only say that one big stone fell to the ground. But another big stone rose up again. Those are those special monsters in the middle of the swamp. The inheritors in the brood did not have any records about those monsters. But after previous battles between players and monsters, Jiang Yao found that the strength of these monsters was actually a bit high. Although the worker bee is the weakest unit of the Zerg race, it still belongs to the cosmic race. Whether it is its own defense or other aspects, it is not at the same level as the ordinary planetary race. But this batch of bugs, like the mutated Brontosaurus last time, can actually cause damage to worker bees. Although it is not fatal, it is enough to show how powerful his attack power is. Fortunately, the Brontosaurus can only defeat ordinary worker bees. But these bugs may even be besieged to death by the Temple War bees. It goes without saying how powerful they are. It is no exaggeration to say that if these bugs are placed on Blue Star, it will only be a matter of time before they destroy Blue Star. Humans have no effective means to completely eliminate them. Ordinary firearms and missiles probably can't even break through their defenses, although the worker bee can easily split them in two. You must know that although the worker bee's pair of large pliers look ordinary, you really have to clamp them hard. Chance. Even the space battleships of advanced civilizations can be unloaded. The only way Blue Star can resist is to blow up nuclear bombs wherever they go. Maybe even the nuclear bombs won't kill them. I'm numb. I really don't understand why there are so many powerful creatures on this planet. Jiang Yao couldn't help but sigh when he thought of this. Sigh. Sure enough, the reputation of the Zerg Goo farm is not in vain. As he spoke, Jiang Yao began to think about how to deal with the bugs in the fog. Although the players said that they could not get out of the fog, Jiang Yao's instinct told him that these bugs most likely did not have such restrictions. It is probably due to other reasons that they did not chase out of the fog. As for the reason, Jiang Yao felt that he had probably guessed it. That's why these bugs know better than to chase after a poor enemy. In other words, these bugs were very cautious and did not chase them away. If it is as I guessed, then I will make good preparations. Moreover, this wave of battle losses caused Jiang Yao to suffer huge losses. Not to mention evolution points. Hundreds of thousands of evolution points are barely affordable for Jiang Yao now, because he still has about 1 million evolution points in his hand. But the most uncomfortable thing for Jiang Yao is the energy devouring point, which is a rare commodity. After developing for so long, Jiang Yao still hasn't found the location of the ore. Its energy absorbing points are obtained through players' crazy hunting of crocodiles. 0.05. So far, Jiang Yao has made preliminary calculations, and it has only obtained a total of more than 2,000 energy devouring points. This thing is too difficult for him to obtain now. Most of it will be lost to new buildings, and some will be invested in the normal maintenance of the brood. It takes 5 points of phagocytosis to create a worker bee. If more than 40 of them die at one time, 200 phagocytosis points are instantly gone. This makes Jiang Yao extremely distressed. Jiang Yao was also very uncomfortable seeing that he only had about 200 free disposable energy-devouring energy left in his hand. This wave of mistakes by players resulted in him having no choice but to throw all these energy-devouring energy into hatching worker bees. If something unexpected happens again, then I really won't be able to use the extra energy points to hatch worker bees. What Jiang Yao is most worried about now is that the location of his insect nest will be exposed and a large number of black insects will attack him. Then the problem will be big, and his worker bee brigade will definitely not be able to stop it. Although he has more than 2,000 phagocytosis in his hand that can be used to fight. This is another matter of misappropriating phagocytosis. Although he also misappropriated phagocytosis the last time he let the players in, it is impossible for him to misappropriate it this time. Although he had to take a lot of energy-devouring kickbacks for each delivery, he actually couldn't eat much. Through hard work during this period, He finally filled up the energy-devouring energy he had eaten last time. This time he misappropriated it for unknown reasons. Only then can the shortfall be filled. Although there is no problem with misappropriation. There are only so many players, and more than 100 worker bees. If the number of bugs is too large, there will be more than 100 worker bees unless there is a collective temple war bee. There is no way to resist it. And this is not the most important thing. If he misappropriates points here and there, he will never be able to unlock powerful new arms. I can't always rely on worker bees to hold up half of the sky. No matter how the worker bee evolves. It is undeniable that it is just a basic working unit. And there is an insurmountable gap with the combat unit. Now these monsters use combat units to attack your work unit. It is true that they can withstand racial suppression. But God knows if there is a more powerful race on this planet. If they were really matched up, then it would be impossible for him to use his work unit to fight against other people's combat units. It would be strange if he could beat them. Therefore, for the sake of future development, he could only find a way to suppress the new unit buildings. And try not to misappropriate the energy-devouring energy if possible. Chapter 37 Spending Money. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao also realized that his situation was very dangerous. Although on the surface it seemed that he was developing quite steadily, he was actually on the verge of collapse. If we don't unlock new arms as soon as possible and encounter a more powerful race, we will really overturn. Of course, the top priority now is to solve the problem of black insects as soon as possible. Based on what he had seen before, Jiang Yao estimated that the number of black insects must not be too small. If the black insects launched a large-scale attack, he was really worried that he would not be able to withstand it. So he must be cautious when dealing with black insects. And it's quite cautious. Based on my current guess, there are several reasons why these bugs have not been chased out. The first point is that these bugs fought with the worker bees, and found that the worker bees are very powerful. Because the foggy area is their territory. So they are familiar with the way of fighting here. In other words, they knew that fighting in the fog was their strength. Even when they were at their strongest, they could be chased out by the worker bees with hammers hanging on them. And the whole group might be annihilated. So they did not chase them out. The second point is to be wary of the colony of worker bees. Because during this period the players were active in the periphery. And they should have discovered it. After fighting, it was determined that the strength of the worker bees should not be underestimated. The outer area is the activity area of the worker bees. They did not step out of the fog rashly, when they were not sure how many there were. The third point is that they do this deliberately to create the illusion that they cannot leave the fog to make the worker bees careless. And they wait for the opportunity to find the location of the worker bees' nests, and annihilate them in one fell swoop. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao couldn't help but frown. Although these were all his guesses, Jiang Yao knew that his guesses were most likely correct. Although the opponent looks like nothing more than a bug, it can choose to observe from a distance, when the actual situation of the enemy is unclear, and then formulate an outflanking plan. And considering that the large army would be broken through, the player's retreat route was calculated in advance to be safe, and an ambush was set up along the retreat route. It was difficult for Jiang Yao to regard such a race as just mindless bugs, knowing that the foggy area is so large. How could they possibly know in advance where the players would evacuate? Even saying that players were besieged by large forces, and then fought their way out was intentional. The reason is that if the players are too powerful to gather together, they will suffer heavy losses. So they deliberately let the players run away to consume them. Obviously their plan was successful. Through this method, the players were left with only 6 worker bees, and all other worker bees sacrificed to cover those 6 worker bees. And that so-called weak point was probably deliberately released by these bugs in order to allow the 6 worker bees to escape from here and enter their next encirclement. In the end, their plan failed because other players rushed to support them. But is this really a mistake? Imagine if the players are not Zerg, but other races? A race without communication means or detection means. What would happen if we encountered the same scenario? It's easy to enter and be wiped out, with no last bit of news being able to bring to your own clan. It is even said that the ethnic group does not even know whether these vanguards are dead or where they died. But they know the existence of that ethnic group, and then follow the clues to find this ethnic group and launch a surprise attack. What will be the final result? Thinking of this, Jiang Yao couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. They must be eradicated as soon as possible. Otherwise they will be a disaster. They will be a time bomb. Jiang Yao, who has inherited the memory of the Zerg race, knows very well that no intelligent race in this universe should be underestimated. Although when many people see those bugs, the first thing they think of is how intelligent these bugs can be. And even if they are intelligent, how high they can be. If you think this way, you are not far from death. The various intelligent creatures in the universe evolve in various ways according to the conditions of each planet. You cannot naively think that they have no IQ just because they are ugly and bug-like. Appearance and IQ are never linked. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao decided to allocate part of the funds to let the players eradicate the bugs, regardless of whether he said it before or after the time travel. Jiang Yao understood one truth: money is what fights in wars. If you have money, it's called fighting. If you don't have money, it's called dying. Of course, although fighting requires investment, it is obviously unrealistic for you to ask Jiang Yao to use evolution points from his own treasury to support the battle. After all, the evolution of your own small treasury will be used for future activities, and to maintain player recharges. It is impossible to throw it away for players to use in battles. So after thinking about it, he decided to use a trick commonly used by certain bosses to pay for the war expenses. And that was painting cakes. As long as the cake is big enough and can be eaten, players will still be willing to eat it. And most importantly, who would have thought that an NPC in a game could draw cakes? This wave of NPC operations has at least 20 years of skill. Can you stop it? After thinking about the general plan, Jiang Yao prepared his lines, and then sat back and waited for the players to arrive. As time went by, the players who had just gone out to support gradually returned to the insect nest and went offline, because what happened in that area just now made them a little unsure about the situation of the game. They needed to go offline to join the group. Let's discuss our future plans here. After a while, Xianyu, who was carrying several monsters, returned to the insect nest and ran towards Jiang Yao in a hurry. Chief, we found another strange creature. See how many evolution points this monster is worth. As he said this, several black monsters were thrown to the ground. The system absorbs evolutionary points. Ding, start absorbing. The absorption is successful, and the host gains 400 evolution points. Seeing this number, Jiang Yao couldn't help but change his expression slightly. The insect nest devours the monster. Jiang Yao gave the order again. As Jiang Yao's order was issued, countless tentacles stretched out from the insect nest and drew the monster into his body. 1 unit of energy phagocytosis. Seeing this, Jiang Yao couldn't help but be a little shocked. Good guy. Is this thing so worth the energy? The aliens we solved before were only worth 0.5 units of energy phagocytosis. But this one is worth 1 unit. There is only one reason why it is so worth energy devouring points. There is very likely to be, or in the area where they are located. If there is no ore, and they are not affected by the ore for a long time, they will never be worth so many energy points. As expected, there is no way out. If this race can be successfully eliminated, then not only will the crisis faced by itself be relieved, but the problem of lack of energy can also be solved. This undoubtedly increased Jiang Yao's determination to kill these bugs. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao glanced at Xianyu, who looked expectant, thought for a while and said, "Not bad. Very good. The monster you brought back, Xianyu, is called a black worm. The evolution points contained in their bodies are quite amazing. You can get 40 evolution points for every black worm you turn in. And because of the black worm, the existence of the insects is very likely to pose a threat to the insect nest. So I am now issuing a black insect eradication mission for 15 days. Any player who turns in the black bug during the mission will receive an additional 10 evolution points as a reward. And these extra 10 evolution points are his pie. You must know that in order to eliminate the black worm, he took a full 10 points of kickback for 1 worm. For 10,000 animals, he would earn a full 100,000 points less. This is a very scary number. But when he heard that Jiang Yao said that a black insect was worth 50 evolution points, Xianyu's eyes were filled with disbelief. What the H.L. Leader, do you mean that one insect of this kind is worth 50 evolution points? That's right. Holy shit. I'm so prosperous. I still have an intravenous drip. I want to be discharged from the hospital. Xianyu almost jumped up as he said this. But just then Jiang Yao interrupted. Don't be too happy. These bugs are not only powerful but also very intelligent. They usually use various methods to confuse their enemies. So you must be careful. Hearing this, Xianyu instinctively became vigilant. Chief, we were. As he spoke, Xianyu told what happened when the bugs were chasing them. Chief, do you think those bugs are deliberately confusing us if they don't come out of the fog? Jiang Yao couldn't help but nodded and made a thoughtful expression. In my opinion, it's very possible. This is too smart. Thinking of this, Xianyu couldn't help but secretly complained in his heart. No! I have to tell others this news. Thinking of this, Xianyu said goodbye to Jiangyao and hurriedly logged off. At the same time, on the other side, in the official group, because the battle just now gave players a clear understanding of the difficulty of this game. In particular, the area where the bugs are located is a forbidden area for players now. And because of the appearance of bugs, it is also a big question whether players should continue their swamp activities near that area. Chapter 38. Are black insects so valuable? At this moment, the players in the group are arguing over whether to take revenge. Emperor Penguin, brothers, those monsters have caused us such a big loss. I feel like we can't let it go. The color of the trees is different from the mountain, everyone. I personally feel that that area is too dangerous. My current idea is that we try to stay away from there, and go back to take revenge when we become stronger. Shufengjia, I think this plan is also feasible. After all, the number of enemies is too huge. It is unwise for us to fight head-on at this stage. Turn the wind and welcome the night, hum hum. I actually think this is an opportunity. Now most of Weiji's people can't get online. This is a good time for us to brush monsters. If we work together to enter the fog and gradually eat away at these monsters, we will definitely be able to earn a lot of points. Weiji, so what? I'm still watching in the group. The host upstairs. Have you considered my feelings when you say this so blatantly? Prosperity in a dream. It is not the behavior of a gentleman to take advantage of others' danger. Turn the wind and welcome the night. I was so frightened when I heard the words upstairs that I rushed to the toilet and took a look. Phew. Fortunately, the look confirmed that I am a girl. Prosperity in dreams. At this moment, after logging off, Xianyu also opened the chat group and looked at the people arguing and quickly interrupted them. Salted fish, good news. Brothers, good news. Cloud player, what's the good news? Emperor Penguin, what good news makes you so excited? Salted fish, monster. No. Blackworm is the name of the monster we brushed before. No, that's not the point. Emperor Penguins? Who? Reclamation? Emperor Penguin, what's the point of Dogecoin salted fish? You're so damn sure to tell me. Everyone is waiting. Xianyu, ahem. Aren't I just thinking that you didn't ask? Why would I take the initiative to say it if you didn't ask? Doesn't that make me look very shameless? Feng Kaiyunyang, I don't know if you have any face or not. But I know that if you continue like this, you will easily be dragged into our sacrifice. Salted fish. Okay. Now let me talk about the main point. Those monsters called black bugs are so damn valuable. When I was running away, I carried 2 of them back and gave them to the leader. Can you guess how much one is worth? Chi-Chi jumped up. No guesses. Roll. A quid at the beginning, in the game. A group of sacrifice to heaven salted fish has been launched. Is there anyone who has signed up? Qin Wang, count me in. Emperor Penguin, +1. Xianyu, hey. Do you want to be like this? You have no sense of humor at all. Cloud player, +2. Xianyu. Stop counting. Okay. I won't be too pretentious. I actually sold a black insect for 40 evolution points. Emperor Penguin, damn it. 40 evolution points? Is this thing so valuable? Cloud Gamer, I remember that when the anchor was live broadcasting, I could earn at least 1 or 2,000. Damn. I want to take all of it back with me. Which is more than 100,000. Li, I feel sorry for the anchor for a minute. Xianyu, this is not over yet. There is still a follow-up. Cloud player, this is intolerable. Please tell me which hospital Xianyu is staying in. If you have any information, please send him a private message. Forget it. Stop chatting privately. Just post it in the group, and we will form a group to hack him. Emperor Penguin, same request. Xianyu, everyone. I was wrong. I stopped squeezing out the toothpaste. I did all the tricks. The leader issued a limited time mission. Within 15 days from today, turning in a black worm will gain an additional 10 evolution points. Which means that a black worm is now worth 50 evolution points. As soon as the news about Xianyu came out, everyone in the group was frightened. Unknown, what the HL? Any additional rewards? Emperor Penguin, damn it. For this kind of reward? We also discussed whether to take revenge with a hammer. And just rush over and kill him. Xianyu, what's even more shocking is that a black insect is worth 1 energy devouring point. The progress of the construction task is more than 2,000, and there are still hundreds of progress left. That means the price of the hundreds of ones turned in earlier can reach 60 energy devouring points. Chi-Chi jumped up, shocked. Num. My daily salary is only 80. One of these things is worth my hacking day's salary. Cloud player, 80 a day? Are you going to do the kind of salary upstairs? Can there be some bottom line? The reason why wages are so low now is because of people like you. Listen to my advice, and don't go there if the wages are less than 100 a day. This is the principle. Shu Fengjia, when I heard what you said, I suddenly felt that you were very pitiful. You must have never seen what a salary of 110 a day is like. I remember when I first got my 110 a day salary. Under the surprised eyes of everyone, I ordered a cup of soy milk and a fried dough stick with 2 eggs for breakfast. Can you believe it? Eating soy milk and fried dough sticks for breakfast is not enough. You also need to add 2 eggs. Who of you would dare to imagine a breakfast of this size? Don't even think about it. Didn't you see the envious and jealous looks on those people on the street when they heard that I ordered such a luxurious breakfast? Jing, so what? I would like to ask you all the newbies. Why are we all talking off topic? Should we wait until later or do we do it now? Feng Xiao, this. The fact that you above can ask such a question proves that you have thought about it seriously. But I still need to give you a suggestion. See if you can ask your Chinese teacher to work on your reading comprehension. I find it disturbing to ask such a question. Quiet. With the announcement of the news about Xianyu, the topic discussed by players is no longer about whether to avoid it, or whether to take revenge, but about how and what methods to use to do so. While looking at the plans discussed by everyone, Xianyu continued to reveal information. The leaders talked about these black insects. But when he typed the word Xianyu here, he stopped. I can't tell this information so easily. I feel like this information can be given to me to show off. Thinking of this, Xianyu immediately deleted all the words he typed. Emperor penguins, currently. We need to take advantage of their weaknesses if we want to farm them. Their weakness is that they cannot get out of the fog. Their advantage is that their numbers are too large. Just when the Emperor Penguin was about to say something, Xianyu suddenly spoke. Xianyu, Penguin. Have you ever thought that these monsters might be able to come out of the fog? The Emperor Penguin was also stunned when he heard what Xianyu said. Emperor Penguin, what do you mean? Xianyu, ahem. Everyone. Have you ever thought that this creature is so valuable? Do you think such a powerful creature would have these limitations? No. They definitely don't. And when I transported the black bug just now, I found that even after leaving the fog, the body of the black bug did not undergo any strange changes. From this, I infer, emphasis added. From this, I infer that the black insect had no trouble leaving the mist. Chapter 39, there is something wrong with this salted fish. After saying this, seeing everyone silent, Xianyu continued to add. Of course, in order to verify this argument, I made a guess based on the live video of the anchor at the time. I discovered a problem. These black bugs are very intelligent because they set up 2 encirclement circles. Would ordinary monsters without intelligence do this kind of trick? Apparently they don't. Therefore, it can be inferred that the black insects are very smart. So I do not rule out that the reason why the black insects stay outside the fog is most likely because they are confusing us. Let's think they can't come out. Let's think of this as their weakness. When we make plans based on their fake weaknesses, there is a high probability that we will fall into their trap. The above is my personal guess. But I think it is very likely. Looking at the long list of remarks he made, the salted fish on the other side of the screen nodded with satisfaction. The needle is good. The needle is good? I will ask anyone who is dissatisfied with this operation. At this moment, as Xianyu's words fell, the entire group fell into a brief silence. And then the Emperor Penguin was the first to react. Emperor Penguin? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Cloud player, Penguin. I think what Xianyu said makes sense. It is clear and logical. Kai-kun, yes. I also felt strange when those bugs stopped at the edge of the fog. Logically speaking, such monsters should not have such defects. What Xianyu said is indeed possible. These monsters are just to confuse us. Emperor Penguin, you have misunderstood. It is impossible for Xianyu to think of so many things. Don't you think about his IQ? Can he think of this? Emperor Penguin immediately asked back. And after being reminded by him, he seemed to understand something when he recalled his usual stupid operations in the game. Feng Qi Yunyun, after you reminded me of Emperor Penguin. I feel like this is the same thing. Even with his IQ. I think it is impossible to think of this. Startery-kun, I feel the same way. This guy is definitely not Xianyu. Because Xianyu can't have such an IQ. It's probably that Xianyu's account has been stolen. Xianyu, regarding your doubts, I can only say that jealousy has changed you beyond recognition. Is it so difficult to admit that others are better than you? Everyone. Not long after in the game. Hello family members. I am your anchor. Welcome everyone to come to my live broadcast on time to watch my Chong Chong Rushing Forward program. First of all, let me explain to you the current situation. Today, one of the only two major anchors in the game, MOG, caused everyone to overturn due to an operational error. Due to the death of the game character, there will be a 7-day cooling off period in the game without other characters. Therefore, the teammates of the Moji anchor are unable to go online these days. The former king is now a loner. Please allow me to share this with you. Make a sympathetic expression for me during the live broadcast. Watch me punch a monster. And anchor. Your expression is not sympathetic at all. Your mouth is almost crooked in laughter. I guess the child was so happy to see so many people coming to the live broadcast room. What are you talking about? You are the only two big anchors. You are just a street anchor. Face the reality. Okay, anchor. Stop having fun and get down to business. I heard that you have already discussed the strategy and are ready to make trouble. After seeing the water friends' reminders to turn the wind and welcome the night, I immediately got to the point. That's right. After our discussion, we have formulated a preliminary battle plan. According to the players' speculations, we went in and caused trouble. If these bugs are really smart, they will definitely start patrolling around the mist. And our target is these patrolling insect groups. More than 100 worker bees enter at the same time, steal and run away, and defeat them one by one. After hearing the words of Buen Feng Ying Yi, many water friends also had many doubts about their plan. Anchor, although your idea seems to be nothing on the surface, the premise is that these monsters will patrol. What if they only stick together? You only want to sign up for a group tour? Don't worry. We still have a plan B. Saying that he turned the wind and welcomed the night. He and the other worker bees set off towards the agreed place. At this moment, after arriving at the agreed place, I turned to face the night and looked around. All I could see were first-order armored worker bees. And occasionally I could see a lot of second-order steel worker bees. Holy crap! They are all first-order armored worker bees. And there are quite a few second-order worker bees. If I remember correctly, the evolved armored worker bee is 1,000 evolution points. Does that mean these people have all topped up? I guess not. Don't forget that everyone made a lot of money from the previous monster spawning spots. Besides, what if such a fat monster is recharged? You can definitely get it back. At this moment, everyone in the live broadcast room was watching the discussion. He took the initiative to explain to everyone. Everyone. Although these black insects are not very strong, there is no chance of winning against ordinary worker bees in a duel with them. But considering that there are too many of them, we decided to collectively evolve to improve our overall strength so that we can win even if we are besieged by thousands of them. After hearing this, everyone in the live broadcast room asked curiously, what if there are tens of thousands? After thinking about this question for a while, I asked, tens of thousands? If there are tens of thousands of them, we will scatter in all directions. Whoever gets caught will be unlucky. Everyone. In this way, while conversing with the water friends at Wafengye, they quickly followed the large army to the place agreed upon by everyone. This place is located in the northwest of the Misty Island. Unlike other places, this place is a piece of land and is covered with tall trees. These trees provide a natural shield for the worker bees, making it less easy for the black insects in the Misty Island to detect the traces of the worker bees. Brothers, you have dug the hole bigger and deeper. Make sure these bugs can't come back up after falling down for a while. At this moment, Xianyu shouted to everyone while digging hard. Don't worry. It's okay. I'll make sure they don't even think about coming up once they get down. Damn it! I just can't figure out why you stand on top as a supervisor even though we are working so hard. My little comrade. Don't you know that I am a mental worker? What I rely on is my intelligence, which is the same as yours. You're so smart, Gil. You retarded guy. Come down and work together. In this way, under the leadership of Xianyu, the players are working hard to dig holes. This is Xianyu's strategy. To dig enough large pits in this area to divide these black insects. Of course, this is not the optimal strategy, but the player's preliminary strategy. The player's idea is to divide into small teams and sneak into the foggy island. If you find that these bugs have formed a patrol team and start patrolling the island, then look for opportunities to kill them one by one. If they don't form a patrol and are still in a group, then lead them outside and into these holes. Although this will certainly not trap them for long, because after they fall and find that they cannot jump back up, they will most likely choose to destroy the rock wall. But such an operation takes time. Players have prepared a total of 5 large potholes. If a large number of monsters are attracted and fall in, the monsters will be divided by these potholes. In this way, it will be much easier for players to clear pits one by one than facing tens of thousands of black bugs at once. Chapter 40 Players in the Eyes of Black Worms. Even after cleaning 1 or 2 potholes, black insects from other potholes destroyed the rock walls and climbed up. But by that time, their number had been reduced a lot. At this time, if they collided with a large army of players, the consequences would be self-evident. In this way, after almost 2 days of hard work, the players dug out 5 large pits and covered them with branches to hide them. After doing all this, the players also started to take action. First, a 6-person pioneer exploration team composed of Xianyu and Weiji went in to find out the situation. A large army of other players were lying in wait for the next instructions. Brothers, be careful. These bugs are very thieving. As soon as they arrived at the outskirts of the island, Weiji, who had suffered a loss once, couldn't help but remind him, "Don't worry. We are experienced drivers." After saying this, Xianyu added, "I can't guarantee other aspects, but when it comes to sneak attacks and underhanded tactics, I really haven't convinced anyone." Emperor Penguins. Cloud Gamer, why do you feel so proud when such things come out of your mouth? Xianyu, this is a matter of pride. Thank you, Nyong. I have to say that what I feel most deeply about being with you is that you refresh my 3 views again and again. Just as Feng Kaiyunjiang was about to say something, Xianyu interrupted him. Keep your voice down. Look! As he said that, Xianyu pointed in a certain direction with his big pliers. Because the bioradar was turned on, several people looked in the direction pointed by Xianyu, and suddenly spotted a group of light spots in the distance. They're right over there, Xianyu said, waving his big pliers to signal everyone to follow him. In this way, several people followed Xianyu and cautiously climbed towards a large rock not far away. At the same time, the group of light spots also began to move in their direction, almost using the same routine as them. They climbed behind a big rock and hid themselves. Good guys. They seem to have discovered us too. Seeing this scene, the Emperor Penguin immediately understood everything. Holy crap! How did they find us? I do not know. I feel like it's possible that they have special abilities like us, similar to bioradar. What should I do? Do you want to retreat? Player Yun asked cautiously. Retreat? After hearing what Player Yun said, Xianyu thought for a moment and then looked around. There's no need to retreat. There are no other groups near them. If I guess correctly, they should be a patrol team. Since they don't have teammates nearby, let's deal with them first. Let's collect a wave of interest first. After hearing Xianyu's words and confirming that everything around them was safe, everyone agreed to the suggestion. Then what should we do next? Should we approach slowly like this? Feng Kaiyunyang asked after deciding to take action. No. Since they've been exposed, just rush up and give them a fight. There are only more than 100 of them in this small group, and they can crush them very quickly. As he said that, Xianyu looked at Emoji next to him. Boss Missouri, we will be in charge of confronting you later, and you will be responsible for controlling the flying blade to clean up the black insects that want to escape and report. I guess after the war begins, they will definitely send bugs to report something amiss. Hearing Xianyu's words, Weiji nodded. No problem. After discussing the battle plan in this way, several people started taking action. I saw a few people rushing towards these black insects, and the other party obviously noticed that they were approaching them, so they no longer hid them. And they also crawled out from behind the rocks and rushed towards a few people. Come over. Just as the players thought. As soon as the black bugs crawled out, a few left the large army and ran in another direction. Am I so smart? I knew before the war even started that I would send bugs first to report the news. Seeing this wave of operations by the black bugs, several people were also amazed. Boss Weiji, Xianyu shouted immediately when he saw a black insect trying to escape. Don't worry. None of them can escape. After saying this, Weiji, who understood clearly, immediately launched a flying blade and flew in the direction of those black insects. At this moment, the players charging ahead also fought against the large army of black insects. The battle between the two sides is about to break out. Although the players only have a total of 6 worker bees, it is not easy to deal with the opponent's more than 100 black insects. As soon as they fought, the players easily took away more than 20 black insects from each other. The other black insects also knew that the situation was not good and had the idea of evacuating. But how could the players let them do so? Because all the black insects who wanted to leave the battlefield would be killed by him immediately. In this way, as the battle progressed, the number of black insects decreased sharply. The black insects fighting the players at this moment naturally know that they are finished. A slightly larger black insect in the middle of the team looked at several worker bees massacring its own group with hatred in its eyes. Their group has been thriving in this area until this group of hateful creatures in front of them broke their stable life a few days ago. Because this group of creatures appears in the swamp area outside the mist, the prey is constantly decreasing, which is where their group depends for survival. Although they were resentful of these uninvited guests, they were helpless. Through observation, they found that this group of uninvited guests had a tribe like them, and that their individual strength was much stronger than them. Although they don't know how many there are, they are certain that there are definitely a lot of them. Therefore, in order for the ethnic group to thrive safely, the Mother Queen decided to let them return to the Misty Island so as not to conflict with this race. But the consequence of this is that many bugs in their group will face starvation, because they need to hand over a large amount of food to another powerful race on the Misty Island every year in exchange for a stable living space for their own race. And that time happened to be the day to hand in food, because there were all those evil races outside. The black bugs who couldn't catch their prey had no choice but to hand over all their food stocks. So they had to starve. Although the big insect can survive being starved for 10.5 months, the same cannot be said for the small insect. In the end, they had no choice but to quietly crawl out of the fog to hunt some crocodiles and other things for the bugs to eat. But because the swamp is hunted by this group of evil races, and because they move quietly, they can't catch many prey at all. Small bugs need a lot of food during their growth period, which also leads to many small bugs starving to death because of insufficient food supply. But even so, they tolerate it because they are a weak race, and there are too many powerful creatures on this planet. As a weak race, the only thing they can do after encountering a powerful race is to swallow their anger, because only in this way can they survive. But they never imagined that these evil creatures were so greedy in their hearts. Chapter 41 Blackworm's Worry. Because this group of evil races actually sent a team to sneak into the Misty Island. This shocked their tribe, because the fog on the Misty Island is very corrosive. So many powerful creatures dare not enter. They originally thought that the evil races outside could not enter the Misty Island. So although they would starve while hiding on the Misty Island, at least their race would be safe. But their naive ideas were shattered because this evil race entered here unharmed. According to the Mother Queen's analysis, they guessed that this group of evil races might have discovered their traces and wanted to come in and take a look. So they must not be allowed to go back alive. Otherwise, more evil races will definitely come here to massacre their tribe. Under the guidance of the Mother Worm, they formulated a battle plan and prepared to annihilate this group of evil races here, preventing them from transmitting information to their own group. So they sent 12,000 elite warriors to surround and kill this small team. With such a large number of teams, they believed that no matter how powerful the evil race was, it would be difficult to defeat them both with 4 hands, and they would be able to easily defeat them. But after the battle began, they found that they had greatly underestimated this race. This evil race was too strong. With a numerical difference of hundreds of times, they actually fought so hard. And even though more than 2,000 soldiers were sacrificed, they were still allowed to escape. Now they knew they were in for a disaster. This evil race will definitely bring a large army to annihilate them. And now this team sent by this evil race must be looking for their lair. Seeing his comrades sacrifice one after another, the bug captain of this team knew that he must pass on the information. But looking at the comrades who were killed for trying to pass on information, and the giant insect demons eyeing them in the distance, it knew that it was impossible for him to escape from here. The insect demon is what the black insects call Moji, because it is so terrifying. In the last battle, it killed nearly 1,000 of their warriors with the power of a single insect and remained unscathed. Its powerful strength has been deeply engraved in the hearts of the black insect tribe. So Captain Blackworm knew that it would be impossible for it to escape from the devil's grasp. Thinking of this, it made a decision in its mind to use that move. After making up its mind, the insect captain's body began to expand rapidly. In just a few seconds, its body expanded several times in size. What the hell? Apparently its changes at this moment attracted everyone's attention. What is it doing? I don't know. It's my first time seeing you too. And just when the players were confused, bang, followed by a loud noise, the bug exploded. At the same time as he exploded, The players keenly felt a wave of special frequency sweeping past them and then flying into the distance. What the hell? Is this the end? Looking at the self-destructed blackworm salted fish, he was a little confused. I was thinking that it would transform and fight with us. But this is the result? However, compared to Xianyu, after recalling their previous behavior of constantly sending troops to escape, the Emperor Penguin instinctively felt that the situation was not good. Not good. The Emperor Penguin thought of something keenly at the next moment. Grass. Let's go! It just spontaneously emitted a strange wave frequency. If I guess correctly, this is a way for them to call the group. They are here shaking people, shouldn't be shaking insects. When the Emperor Penguin said this, several people immediately became alert. Does this thing still have such an operation? This is probably their way of communication. Don't worry about the remaining ones. Hurry up and take the corpses of these insects, and let's get out of here first, the Emperor Penguin said quickly. After hearing this, several people immediately started to take action. Also because they did not continue the attack. The remaining black bugs were able to escape this disaster. But what the players didn't know was that their behavior of running away with the bodies on their backs made these black insects even more certain that this evil race was hungry for their bodies. This is what happened to the Great Queen Mother. At this moment, in a huge cave, the black insects, who had just survived the disaster, told the Queen Mother what had just happened. And this piece of information also made the entire black insect race even more nervous. What to do about the Mother Queen? If our home is found by them, they will definitely attack us with a large army and massacre us. At this moment, an old black insect next to the Mother Queen said. After hearing its words, the Queen Mother was speechless for a moment. But what else can we do? We are a weak race, and the other party is so powerful. If the other party really comes to kill us, what can we do to resist it? Our 12,000 elites fought against the opponent's more than 40 insects. We lost 2,000 elites and still failed to capture all the opponent's 40 insects. As she spoke, the Mother Queen looked at the insect swarm. Although they still have more than 50,000 troops. What can this do? Depending on how powerful the opponent is, it may only take 1 or 2,000 insects to kill them all. As a bug, he knew very well that it was too easy for a swarm to take out thousands of bugs. And just when it didn't know what to do, the unique wave frequency of the old insect next to it reached her mind. The Queen Mother shook her head after hearing the old bug's suggestion. No. If we ask the trolls to take action, they will need a lot of tribute. But we have no food now. Hearing this, the old insect nodded, and then looked at the Queen Mother with a firm gaze. Mother Queen, and we old bugs have lived enough. It's time to make our final contribution to the bug swarm. Upon hearing this, the Queen Mother's eyes were filled with tears, because she knew what the old bugs were going to do. No! Absolutely not. The old insect sighed a little at this. The Mother Queen has decided that our combat effectiveness is not as good as before when we are old. Rather than becoming a burden to the tribe here, we should make our final contribution to the continuation of the insect swarm. Yes, the Insect Queen. Let us old guys make our final contribution to the clan. Now we, the masses, are surrounded by demons, and we have no way out. If we continue like this, if they find us, we will be exterminated. At the same time, a large number of old insects in the insect swarm stood up and persuaded. Looking at these old insects, who decided to feed the demons with their bodies, the Queen Mother burst into tears. Although she was unwilling in her heart, she could only make this decision for the continuation of the race. Maybe these bugs never know that their current dangerous situation is just their own reverie. The actual situation is not as sinister as they thought, because there were many traces of players' activities before. They preconceptually thought that the number of players was very large. They believed that there should be a large number of players ambushing around the foggy island, waiting to find their lair and eliminate them in one fell swoop. Players who discovered it before also confirmed their guesses. So they feel that they have now reached a critical moment for the survival of the race. Although these bugs have a certain degree of intelligence, the level of intelligence is not very high. They have no concepts that need to be verified. But if they now send bugs to explore the outside of the fog, they will know that there is no siege outside at all. And they can escape at any time if they want to escape. Instead of sending a small number of troops to patrol around like now, most of the other troops are hiding at home and shivering. Perhaps they would never have thought at this moment that the current situation is that players are also afraid of them. Chapter 42 Players' Concerns. Mad, you scared me to death just now. Fortunately, your penguin reaction was quick, and you knew they were moving reinforcements. Xianyu, who fled to the gathering place of the large army, said with some fear after putting down his prey. After the exploration just now, I can basically confirm that these bugs have unique detection technology that can easily find us in the fog. And they also have their own unique signal transmission technology. Although their method of signal transmission is somewhat useless, it is undeniable that their special ability will cause us great trouble in subsequent operations. Unlike the salted fish, the emperor penguins at this moment are summarizing the data collected from their exploration. What's going on? We don't dare to go up to them if they can call their friends. Every one of them will die. After hearing what the emperor penguin said, Xianyu approached them and asked, "And these bugs are so smart. They actually have such high intelligence." As he spoke, Xianyu seemed to have thought of some cool operation. "Brothers, don't you think this game claims to restore everything to reality? Do you think it's possible that these intelligent wild monsters can be conquered?" Hearing Xianyu talk about Feng Kaiyunian next to him, his eyes couldn't help but light up. "Damn! Don't tell me. I think this is really possible. If you really want to conquer him, wouldn't you say?" Just as Xianyu was about to say something, the Emperor Penguin interrupted him. "Don't think about conquering them yet. Understand that we are weak now, and they are strong. If we don't do a good job, we may be caught by them and make soup. They haven't subdued them yet. And I don't want to take a good look at the current situation. I think they are still close to subduing us," the Emperor Penguin said angrily. "Otherwise, we can develop peripherally for a period of time during this period, and then wait for the people in our guild to pass the 7 ACD, and then we can join together." At this moment, Weiji came over and said, after hearing the news, Emperor Penguin thought for a while, and then said, "It's easy to handle that your players are all Kryptonians. But it's definitely not possible to rely on you alone. The overall strength of our mass players can still be improved." As he spoke, the Emperor Penguin looked at a few people. These wild monsters can be seen from the scene where we were surrounded before, and they are active in groups, and their numbers are unusually large. We can see from the patrol team that we just went out to explore and encountered them. The level of intelligence is very high. Although we have all evolved now, we are all armored worker bees, and the number of steel worker bees is too small. If we want to win under the suppression of numbers, we must at least evolve to steel worker bees. If their number is too large, I'm afraid we would have to at least have all the metal poisonous bees to suppress them. Hearing Emperor Penguin say this, Xianyu immediately shook his head. All poisonous bees are basically unrealistic. Even the second stage of all people is very suspenseful to me. Let's put it this way. Everyone is the first level armored worker bee with 2,000 soft sister coins. I saw that the rewards from this monster were so generous, so I decided to invest. And many people have more than 1,000 evolution points in their hands, so they just charge a single 648 and evolve. The second stage iron worker bee requires 4,000 evolution points. Only a few people can afford it. Not to mention that your third stage venomous bee requires 10,000 points. Hearing this, Weiji also agreed with Xianyu's words. Actually, most players are free prostitutes. It's already pretty good to let them achieve 1 or 200 evolutions. If you want them to earn thousands or even tens of thousands of Krypton gold, it's basically impossible. Especially since we overturned and lost hundreds of thousands directly before. Many people were frightened by such huge losses. It was simply unrealistic for them to invest too much. The only solution for now is to unlock new units. This method is more reliable. And to say the least, even if it costs 10,000 Krypton, why would they not wait for the Velociraptor to be unlocked and buy the Velociraptor directly? Why would they evolve a worker bee with such a low-cost performance? After hearing what Weiji said, everyone thought that this method might be a little more reliable at the moment. Although the price of the new unit is relatively high, it is much more powerful than the worker bees. And the most important thing is that the development potential is also very high. Compared with worker bees, the cost effectiveness is much higher. Some well-off players pursue cost effectiveness. It is unrealistic for them to spend money on worker bees, but they are still happy to let them spend money on some units with high cost effectiveness. After all, most well-off players have very realistic ideas. They just make a big investment once and use it forever, rather than changing their investment in one stage like the wealthy players. It seems that now we have to find a way to unlock new arms. Only in this way can we add more high-end combat power, so that the chance of winning will be much higher. Sujumoji said slowly. That's all we can do now. Ordinary crocodiles provide too few energy-devouring units. Although there are currently only a few hundred energy-devouring units, it is too time-consuming to rely on crocodiles. After making the decision, MOG thought for a while and said, "In order to pull fast progress only if we venture into the foggy island again to kill the black bugs." Several people nodded after hearing this. After handing over the prey in this way, MOG and others told everyone their plan, and also roped in a few steel worker bees to form a team of 30 people specifically responsible for killing black insects on the Misty Island. Other players have also accelerated their hunting of crocodile and giant pythons. Although these two units provide relatively few energy devouring points, the victory lies in their large quantity. In this way, players are working hard every day to get out of the building as soon as possible. On the other side, due to the activities of the players, 2 or 3 more patrol teams of the black insect group were found. Therefore, the Mother Queen decided to let all the insects hide in their nests and wait for the reinforcements from the trolls to arrive. This time, they also paid a very high price for inviting the trolls. They sacrificed nearly 5,000 old insects in the tribe before the trolls agreed to send troops to help them defeat the enemy. After defeating the enemy, all the loot went to the Jew demons. We only need to hold on for a few more days. When the trolls' expeditionary army to attack the aliens comes back, then by cooperating with the trolls, we will definitely be able to defeat them. The Black Insect Queen, whose eyes were full of hatred, thought in her heart. However, the current Queen Mother also knows very well that it is not possible to put all hopes on the trolls. Although the trolls are powerful enough, they are not afraid of 10,000, but just in case. What if even the powerful trolls cannot defeat the enemy? If this is really the case, they can only break out of the encirclement and escape when the situation is not good. But the consequences of doing this are also very serious, because if they do this, they will have to give up their current home, and giving up a home is nothing to them. Thinking of this, the eyes subconsciously looked at a hole that continued to extend downward not far away, and what was at the bottom of the hole was the reason why it was really reluctant to leave, because that is their sacred place, the foundation for the survival of their black insect race. If it weren't for the Holy Land, they would have left here long ago after being oppressed by the trolls for so long. If things really turn to the worst, then we may really have to give up the Holy Land for the sake of the continuation of the ethnic group. Thinking of this, her eyes were filled with deep reluctance. The Holy Land is the key to their becoming stronger. How can they gain a foothold in this world without the Holy Land? It is also a little confused about this. But now she couldn't care so much. Thinking of this, she gave the order. All the young bugs in the tribe have entered the Holy Land to practice and improve their strength. Get ready for the upcoming war. Chapter 43. The construction bug finally came out. Players are also working hard to unlock buildings, and their time is very tight. It has been 2 or 3 days since Jiangmiao released the mission, and now they only have more than 10 days left to reward them with additional evolution points. It still takes 5 days to incubate the building, which means that they only have less than a week left. So now the sooner they reach full building progress, the more time they have to earn evolution points. It is also for this reason that the current players are unprecedentedly powerful. But even so, it still took them 2 days to gather the energy devouring points. After watching the energy devouring points being invested, a golden larva slowly crawled out from the mother nest, and everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Because the construction bugs are out. Under the gaze of everyone, the construction bug crawled to a certain distance from the mother nest and stopped. The next moment, its body began to secrete a special gray film to wrap it up and hatch. Looking at all this, the players can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Next, they only have to wait 5 days for the new soldiers to be hatched. And they can take the new soldiers to wipe out the black insects. And they can still do the tasks for extra evolution point rewards for 5 days. Which is enough for them. Because many people have been working hard these 2 days. Many people have gone offline after seeing the construction bugs hatching. They need to take a good rest before starting the second round of crazy work. Because a Velociraptor has a 20% discount in the first week, they have to rush to buy the evolution points of the Velociraptor during this period. Although after these days of hard work, many people already have 4,000 to 5,000 evolution points in their hands. For some players who spend money, they only need to collect some evolution points in these 2 days. But for some players who do not spend money, you still need to rely on your liver to make up for the poor evolutionary points. All in all, the rich can live less, and the poor can only live more. Brother, how far are you from evolving? Asked a player near the mother nest at this moment. I'm still far behind. I didn't go online much during this period. As soon as I went online, I was dragged into digging holes for 2 days. In the next few days, when I was progressing, I gained some evolution points. I could only do this If you can gain more energy in 2 days, you will receive evolution points or recharge. The player paused for a moment and then continued, Mater. Talking about mining is so annoying. According to what they said later, the black worms are very intelligent, and they can't be attracted at all. Later, these black worms are even more. I don't know where I hid, but I can't find any of them. That bastard Xianyu made us dig holes. So it's just a waste of our time. Hearing what this player said, the players next to him also nodded in agreement. The salted fish thing is too bad. And players, like us, who have been online for a short time basically have to spend Krypton gold to make up the difference if they want to buy a Velociraptor. After all this fuss from Xianyu, I estimate that I will spend at least 648 more Krypton on one order. Just then a player came over. Actually, you don't have to be so pessimistic about the building incubation time of 5 days. And the first week discount is based on 1 week. In fact, we have 12 days to make money. If we make around 1,000 yuan a day, it is not a big problem if we want to make enough money to pay for the beast. And have you forgotten that according to what the leader said, there is currently only 1 Velociraptor pool, and a maximum of 5 Velociraptors can be hatched in a day. So we can only draw places by lottery. As he said this, he seemed to think of something again. By the way, do you want to take part in the new limited time quest for phagocytosis points just released by the leader? During the incubation period of the Velociraptor pool, any prey that is turned in will be rewarded with an additional 20 evolution points for every 1 phagocytosis point. Why don't you do it? But I'll go offline and rest for a while. I can hardly open my eyes. As he said that, another player among the few people went offline. This energy devouring point extra reward task is also a new task temporarily issued by Jiangyao. The main reason for promulgating this task is that it takes 50 points of phagocytosis to hatch a Velociraptor. Therefore, there is an urgent need for a large amount of phagocytosis, and there is no other choice but to use this method to make players more anxious. After all, I had already spent evolution points on asking them to buy the Velociraptor. So there was no way I would have to collect the energy points, which would make it look a bit ugly. So this energy devouring point has to be produced by oneself. After the construction, he still has more than 600 points of phagocytosis in his hand, with the player sporadically working on phagocytosis for a few days. Jiangyao estimates that he should be able to collect 1,000 phagocytosis points to make 20 of them. In the beginning, except for the Velociraptors, the number of players purchased should not be too much. 20 should be enough. And it will take at least 4 days to get 20. After 4 days, 14 days have passed. And what I plan there is only the last day left for the event. And after they have discovered the Velociraptor in these 4 days, they will definitely spend crazy energy points in order to get the additional rewards of the 15-day mission. Then after 4 days, which is also the 15th day, the players will probably go even crazier on the last day of the mission. On this day, there will probably not be that many players willing to hatch Velociraptors on the last day of the event. Presumably they will wait until this day is passed and start buying again. And then, there will only be 2 days of discount left. No matter how rushed you are in 2 days, you can only hatch 10 of them. The energy devouring points accumulated during this period are definitely enough. And there may be enough. Players will continue to purchase them in the future. I even said that I still have the remaining energy points to buy some other buildings. For example, some defensive buildings prevent one's insect nest from running naked. Thinking of this, Jiangyao was in a good mood. After struggling for so long, he finally got through the early difficult period. Next, the swarm only needs to develop steadily and gradually increase the number of quotas. For the current Jiangyao, his idea is to train a group of players before issuing quotas for the next group of players. This is also done for several reasons. The first point is that after this group of players develops to a certain level, you release the next group of players. There are bound to be some among this group of players who want to catch up with the first group of players. And the only way to close the gap is through spending money. The consequence of this is an influx of large amounts of funds. With these funds, other players must worry about withdrawing money. The second point is that the players have enough evolution points in their hands. In addition to withdrawing money to meet daily expenses, there are many evolution points that they invest in the evolution of the arms to improve the strength of the arms. In this way, Jiangyao's own troops should all be high-quality troops. And this is also his purpose, because his situation determines that his development method cannot be like the conventional Zerg development method, which uses unlimited explosions to produce hundreds of millions of Zerg swarms to fight. Although the way for the Zerg to win in the universe is to win with quantity, he has an evolutionary system that allows the bugs to continuously evolve. So the route he takes is to win with quality. Moreover, even if he wanted to rely on quantity to win, the conditions would not allow him to take a step back. You must know that there was a game on Blue Star that was called 8 Million Warriors. It was a phenomenon that millions of warriors were online at the same time. He himself thinks that no matter how popular his game is, it will probably be at this level. But what if it even reaches this level? Quantity is still not enough. According to the Zerg's formula of winning by quantity, he can catch up with hundreds of millions of swarms at a time. The difference between millions and hundreds of millions is not even a little bit. So he can only choose the formula of winning by quality. Chapter 44 Taylor Civilization. In addition, the characteristic of his system, which is to replace quantity with quality, is very suitable for him. Because the advantage of the system is that the difficulty of obtaining evolution points is very low. Although the base number of evolution points required for later stage arms is very large, it is undoubtedly much easier to collect evolution points than searching for ores throughout the universe. He only needs to find a living planet and clean up all the creatures in this planet. And then, he can gain a lot of evolution points. And at the same time on the other side, it is about 800 Australian dollars away from Jiang Yao's planet. The cosmic space suddenly began to distort. And then a battleship about a kilometer in length appeared out of thin air. Arrived at the target galaxy. 800 Australian dollars away from the target planet. Transitioning to regular navigation. Expected to arrive in 1 month. Immediately afterwards, a shuttle about 50 meters long was seen driving out of the battleship, and then accelerated towards the direction of Jiang Yao's planet. Inside the battleship, in the hall, a burly humanoid creature about 3 meters tall wearing blue armor was standing on the central podium. Under him was a row of soldiers wearing black armor. Looking at the soldiers below, he slowly said, "Dear young warrior students, the ship has now entered regular sailing status, and will arrive at its destination in 1 month. As the younger generation of warrior students from Planet Taylor, you are about to face your final assessment in 1 month. The final assessment score will be based on the number of biological heads you captured on this planet. The number of people participating in the assessment this time is 2,000. And the quota for promotion is 100 people. And the 100 people who successfully advance will be qualified to join Taylor's Star Fleet." As he spoke, the instructor looked at everyone and his tone suddenly became serious. "This assessment is extremely difficult, because your target assessment planet is Planet 124. You must have heard rumors about Planet 124. This planet is inhabited by various powerful monsters. Even those around you. Plants can pop up and swallow you whole. So death is normal on this planet. But as the elite of the younger generation, as a warrior you must not be afraid of death." As he spoke, his tone gradually slowed down. "Although this exam is extremely dangerous, I believe that during this 50-year study career, you have mastered very superb survival and combat skills to deal with these crises. And please remember that this exam is also related to your future on Planet Taylor. So I hope all the candidates will do their best and get good results. Also, let me tell you some good news. Because the exams on this planet are very difficult, students who successfully survive will have the opportunity to be specially recruited by major planetary bases as long as they perform well, even if they are not among the top 100. To put it simply, as long as you survive this assessment, your future will be bright and promising." After hearing the instructor's words on the stage, the students below still maintained their previous postures. But at this moment, their hearts were already extremely excited. At this moment, the instructor continued, "This assessment is the same as before. It still adopts a review mode for global viewing. So your battles will be transmitted in real time by the armor. Everything you do on the assessment planet will be known to the whole world, including your family, relatives or friends. The last sentence is the same. Please remember it. As a warrior of Planet Taylor, you must not be a deserter. We will deal with deserters severely, and your family and friends will be shamed by your actions." Tyler is a humanoid race. Unlike other intelligent races in the universe, they are born with very powerful combat power. So this race is a race that advocates force. And they are particularly interested in personal strength. In their eyes, only warriors who have been baptized by war are qualified warriors. So the graduation assessment of their military academy is to send their academy students to dangerous planets to fight. Of course, this assessment is very cruel. But those who can survive such danger are undoubtedly powerful warriors. And only such people can shoulder the important task of guarding their hometown. Although this race is not a member of the Empire, the combat effectiveness of the Legion is not weaker than that of the Empire's Astra Militarum in equal numbers. And it is precisely because of these trials that their civilization continues to this day that they are so powerful. After the instructor's lecture, everyone dispersed. At this time, a man who was a little thinner than the instructor came over. Unlike the instructor's stern eyes, his expression was full of worry. Is the assessment planet chosen by the captain this time too difficult for new students? Listening to the words spoken to the team members next to him, the captain also nodded. Assessment Planet 124 is known as the assessment star of H.L. The creatures there are not a little bit more difficult than other assessment planets. And we haven't set foot on this planet for nearly 2,000 years. We don't know how powerful the creatures on this planet will become in these 2,000 years. As he spoke, he sighed with a full expression on his face. Helpless. But this time, the assessment of the planet is a decision made by the higher-ups. Since the higher-ups have done this, they must have their thoughts in it. All we can do is try to protect the safety of the students. The captain looked at him as he spoke. By the way, I asked you to arrange for someone to go over to explore the planet first and find out the location of the temporary base. How are you doing with it? Hearing his captain's question, the team member also nodded. Don't worry, Captain. Leah and the others have already been arranged to do this. Calculating the time, we should be reaching the planet soon. The captain nodded and looked at him. Let Leah and the others be careful about this planet. It is more dangerous than any assessment planet we have visited before. Don't worry. Leah and the others are veterans after all. This task won't be difficult for them. Hearing this, the captain nodded, then looked in the direction of the assessment planet, and fell into deep thought. I don't know why the higher-ups suddenly made such a decision. Is the war really coming as the rumors say? As he spoke, a trace of worry flashed in his eyes. And on the other side, the rested players are sweeping the swamp area in full swing. Most of the players had originally planned. After working hard to catch up on the construction progress, I took a good rest for a day, and then used the remaining time to evolve the difference between purchasing the Velociraptor before going online. But when they went online again to clean up the swamp area, they discovered that things were far from that simple. Chapter 45, Finding Wealth in Danger. The swamp changed dramatically overnight. The number of monsters in the swamp suddenly decreased sharply. The swamp that used to be able to gain 500 to 1,000 evolution points a day can now only gain 100 or 200 evolution points at most every day. This has made many players' plans come to nothing. But after thinking about it carefully, the players also knew the reason. Although some players went offline after the construction liver recovered, there were still some players with a keen sense of smell who discovered the clues. During the construction process, they obviously found that monsters were getting harder and harder to find. So they knew that there was not much in the swamp area after they had been cleaning them up for so many days. The players who were able to discover this day were all game veterans. So they acted as if nothing had happened and followed the large army back to the insect nest, and then started the offline rhythm. After many people who didn't know the situation were deceived and offline, these old fritters quietly came online again and began their life-threatening journey of liver monsters. It is also for this reason that uninformed players did not clear out many monsters during these 2 days of activities. Now the whole swamp is a situation where there are more monks and less meat. Whether it is a monster or a monster's nest, as long as it is discovered, it will inevitably be looted by the players. But even so, 2 days have passed, and the player with the fastest progress has only earned more than 1,000 points. Brothers, this is embarrassing. Originally, I thought I would be able to make it in the next few days, because I was short of more than 4,000 points. But now looking at the dilapidated condition of this swamp, I guess I am in doubt. Wanli Wuyun, who was carrying the monster and walking back to the insect nest with a few teammates, had a sad look on his face. I really don't understand why I just slept all night. How come I feel like the world has changed when I wake up? I heard that Li next to me was also confused. At the same time, Feng Xiaoxiao, who noticed the clues next to him, said, "It's very normal. Don't you think about it? Just when our liver progress was progressing, we all obviously found that our daily income was declining day by day. If I guess correctly, quite a few players have also discovered this situation. They know that there are not many monsters in the swamp, so they are probably working hard while we are sleeping. Then when we woke up, their monsters were almost gone. Now they probably all went back to sleep." After hearing what he said, everyone suddenly realized, "Damn it, brother. My mentality has exploded. Why didn't I think of this at that time? If I had thought of it at that time, I wouldn't have gone offline. I can't help it. I didn't think of it at the time. If I had thought of it at the time, I would definitely have suffered a liver attack. But now it's too late to think about earning Krypton gold honestly. I think if I charge 648 every day, I can get enough evolution points before the event ends. Haha. You are thinking too much. You think so and others think so too. When the time comes, there is a high probability that I won't be able to get the spot. Let's put it this way. Each of us now has more than 4,000 evolution points in our hands. It will take us at least 6 days to recharge to get enough. It will be 3 days after the event starts. And most people are at about the same progress as us. So on that day most people will line up to grab a spot. Feng Xiaoxiao said and looked at a few people. Do you think we can get it? If you really want to grab a spot, the only way is to do it in the first 3 days. Since there are relatively few Kryptonians in the first 3 days, I guess there may not be enough spots. After all, the richest people in the game are all in the Worker Bee Protection Association. They just playing worker bees won't compete with our velociraptors. After hearing this, several people probably understood the situation, which meant that they needed to gather enough evolution points within at least 5 days if they wanted to get a spot. But it's not easy to get enough evolution points in 5 days. Now these people have all the evolution points in their hands and are reluctant to sell them like treasures. We can only rely on killing monsters. But in the past 2 days, we can only brush 100 or 200 evolution points a day, which is of use. Only Dark Cloud's tone was full of helplessness. Hey, brothers, do you think we should take risks inside? Li whispered at this moment. After hearing what Li said, everyone looked at him. Wow, brother, you're crazy. It's not like you don't know how many black bugs are in there. Last time, they dispatched at least more than 10,000 black bugs to destroy the elite team of the boss. Later, when the Weiji bosses went in to update the progress of the black worm liver, although most of these black worms were hiding, based on the guesses of the bosses, they estimated that there were at least 20,000 to 30,000 black worms inside. But I think their guess is quite conservative. I suspect that the number of black bugs inside will only be higher, if just a few of us really go through. If we are unlucky enough to encounter a large army of black insects, I will probably die without even a scumbag left. Li had different opinions on this player's words. It's pointless to think like that. There are a lot of black insects on the Foggy Island, and they are very dangerous. I also know that it is dangerous. As the saying goes, wealth can be found in danger. Brother, you are no longer seeking wealth and wealth. You are purely seeking money over your life. Feng Xiaoxiao complained next to him. So this is because you don't understand. If you think about it, if the new unit Velociraptor comes out, the group of people who bought the Velociraptor will directly rush to kill monsters. When we conservatives get our hands on the raptors, do you think we can still have our share in the past? How many monsters are left for us to kill? Although we can follow these big guys to drink soup. How fast are the monsters of the Velociraptors? How many monsters do you think we can kill compared to them? And to say the least, how many do you think we can grab if we go in with the boss with so many people? So I think it's best for us to take the risk. Think about it. According to what the big guys said, there are almost 100 or 200 black bugs in each patrol. You can calculate that we only need to encounter a few patrols. As the saying goes, if you don't open for 3 years, you will survive for 3 years if you open. Moreover, the price of black insects has also increased. Originally, there was an additional 10 points for killing black insects. Now, turning in 1 energy devouring point can give you an additional reward of 20 evolution points. And turning in a black insect can get you 1 energy devouring point. As he said this, Li looked at a few people. Brother Ming, the price of a black insect is now extremely high. If you calculate that the price of one of our worker bees is only 648, it means that 8 or 9 black bugs are enough for us. In other words, as long as we encounter a black bug patrol and turn them in, we won't lose even if we go in and die inside. Although what you said makes sense. Don't forget to hang up. We will have a game CD for 7 days. Is this important? If we don't collect enough points, then we must rush to buy the Velociraptor with a 20% discount before the end of the event. Then we don't need to be in such a hurry to get the evolution points. After all, if they are all evolution points, what difference does it make if you are 3 days behind or 5 days behind? But if we succeed, it will be different. Then we will most likely be able to buy the Velociraptor at a preferential price of 8,000. Hearing what this player said, several people thought about it, and it seemed that the same reason was true. The price of black insects is so high now that they can get enough in just a few days. Chapter 46, Discovering the Target. During this event, first of all, the price of the Velociraptor was 8,000. And secondly, the purchase price of the black worm increased sharply. which was equivalent to another disguised price reduction for the Velociraptor. If you don't seize the opportunity at this time, then waiting until the event is over will be just like what Lee said. It seems that there is not much difference between a few days earlier and a few days later. If you take the risk at this time, your bicycle might actually turn into a motorcycle. According to the estimates of the number of monsters in the patrols mentioned by the bosses, they only need to be lucky enough to encounter 2 or 3 patrols to have everything. Thinking of this, several people looked at each other. How about we go and do it? Right? Isn't this just a game? Why are you so cowardly? It's not like reality has anything to be afraid of. Seeing that several people were fooled by his own set of sneaky concepts, Lee quickly struck while the iron was hot. You're right. It's just a game. What's the big deal if you die? How about we set off now? Then let's go. In this way, after some negotiation, several people set off in the direction of the Misty Island. I remember the bosses said that there are usually more signs of black bug activity near the northwest. Let's go to the northwest to take a look first. As soon as he entered the Misty Island, he said to everyone. After hearing his words, a few people communicated briefly, and then started moving towards the northwest. Soon they discovered the situation, because according to the biometric radar, more than 200 light spots appeared in the distance. Seeing this scene, several people looked at each other with disbelief on their faces. Brothers, have we discovered it now? This is too easy. Yes. I remember the boss said before that they had been searching for a long time, but couldn't find any trace. We just met him as soon as we came here. Shh. Please keep your voice down, Lee said, making a shushing gesture toward Feng Xiaoxiao, and then said, don't let them find out. According to what the boss said, black bugs have extremely sensitive hearing and can detect objects 1,000 meters away. Small voice. If you find it, you will find it. Anyway, they can't run as fast as us. If we find it, we will catch up, and it will be over. Feng Xiaoxiao said without caring. Brother, you are stupid. If you take a closer look at the bioradar, they all have something with them. After hearing what Lee said, several people immediately understood something. I bet they are indeed carrying goods. Judging from the shape, they should be crocodiles and pythons. If I guess correctly, they should be quietly hunting in the swamp. It seems that Mr. Xianyu's guess about these black insects is correct. They can leave the swamp. The reason why they didn't leave before is probably to confuse us. This is very important information. Remember to tell everyone when the time comes. Feng Xiaoxiao said. Feng Xiaoxiali was also a little speechless in front of him. Damn it. Big brother. Your focus is wrong. Shouldn't you think carefully about where these bugs are going with their pythons and crocodiles? After hearing what Lee said, everyone reacted immediately. You're saying they might be transporting prey back to their nests? Hearing this, Lee next to him nodded. It's not possible but absolute. These bugs are no better than us. We can maintain the daily needs of living things by consuming energy. This is the result of hundreds of millions of years of Zerg evolution. But what about them? How can they compare to us after just a few years of evolution? But at this moment, on Blackworm's side, this group of black bugs, numbering around 200, is moving forward cautiously. The reason why this team dared to hunt outside was that 2 days ago, one of their team members accidentally discovered that the evil race suddenly evacuated the swamp area while scouting outside the fog. Although they didn't know what the reason was, they still reported the matter to the Queen Mother. As for the behavior of the evil race, the Queen Mother's judgment is that this race should be confusing them and luring them out of the lair. Therefore, the Queen Mother still let a large number of black insect warriors continue to hide at home and wait for the arrival of support troops. However, their team leader could not wait any longer, because many bugs in the current group starved to death because they had been without food for a long time. So the captain decided to take this opportunity to venture out and get some food back. Although it knew very well that if it did this, it would inevitably be severely punished by the queen. But as long as it succeeded, many larvae in their clan would be saved. So it was willing to take this risk. So it called a group of bugs who had the same idea as it and set off. Most of the bugs are father bugs, so they naturally cannot watch their children starve to death. So even though they would be severely punished when they came back, they might even become sinners of the tribe. But they still chose to take the risk. And when they went to the swamp area, they found that just as they thought, the number of evil races operating in the swamp area was significantly reduced. In the past, you could see a few just by wandering around the periphery. But now there is no trace of their activities in a large area. So naturally they would not let go of such a good opportunity. The captain immediately led his team members to start hunting the few crocodiles in the swamp. Of course, they were also very concerned about what the queen said. So they were very careful during the hunting process, and sent out sentries at all times to observe the surrounding situation. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. They successfully brought back more than 300 prey, and are now heading home. With this wave of prey, the little bugs will not starve to death. Although they all know what awaits them when they return to their nest. They are ready to accept the punishment. After returning to the insect nest like this, the queen looked at the prey they carried back with a gloomy expression. Didn't I say that no matter what happens, you are not allowed to leave the insect nest? Hearing the angry voice of the mother queen, Captain Blackworm could only bite the bullet and reply, many of our larvae have already starved to death. If we don't go out hunting, more larvae will starve to death. Confused. Do you think I don't know about their deaths? Don't you think I'm not heartbroken? But what can I do if I'm heartbroken? In order for our tribe to continue, I have to issue such an order. Do you know that your actions are extremely likely to bring in catastrophe to the entire insect swarm? At this moment, the queen mother was also furious. She never expected that these insects would ignore her instructions and go hunting without authorization. But then I think about it. What could be wrong with them? They are all for the little bugs. It couldn't bear to see the little bugs die one after another. But it had nothing to do. Chapter 47. One was caught. The queen mother's voice was choked with sobs at the thought of this. Although I can't bear to see the little bugs die one by one. And I also want everyone to go out hunting. But if we are targeted by an evil race after we go out and follow us here, our entire tribe will be finished. Don't worry, Mother Queen. We will be very careful along the way. And for some unknown reason, most of those evil races have left the swamp area. In addition, our actions are relatively secretive. So I can guarantee that we have not been discovered by them. At this time, a black insect said. If the players being followed heard what he said at this moment, these players would definitely use practical actions to tell them that if there is nothing to do during the day, don't raise the flag randomly. Otherwise the slap in the face will come quickly. After hearing this and looking at the more than 200 black insects in front of her, the queen mother didn't know what to say for a moment. Although their intentions are good, it is undeniable that their behavior is very likely to bring great disaster to the group. So no matter what, there must be punishment. And now that things have happened, no matter what she says, nothing can be changed. Now she can only silently pray that these insects will not be discovered by that evil race. And just when it was about to say something, it suddenly showed a horrified expression. Because the silk thread she arranged at the entrance of the cave moved. This is a special kind of silk thread that can only be seen by their species. Therefore, it is impossible for their tribe to touch the silk thread when passing by, while other races will touch it because they cannot see it. 1, 2, 9, 10. There are at least 10 creatures out there. And by sensing it, we can basically determine that the route is exactly the entrance to the insect nest. The sudden news made her heart freeze. Assholes. You were discovered and they followed you. They are now at the entrance of our lair. After hearing this, the captain suddenly changed his expression. What? How is this possible? I remember we were very hidden at the time. As he spoke, he was a little panicked, because he knew what it meant that the insect nest was discovered. We're in big trouble. They're in big trouble. At this moment, it looked at the Queen Mother and said with a trembling tone, Mother, Queen Mother, what should we do? What else can be done? All members are mobilized to keep them on the Misty Island at all costs. The Queen Mother almost shouted. Following the Queen Mother's instructions, all the black insects woke up from the shock of the news. They immediately took action and rushed toward the entrance like crazy. And this time at the entrance of the black insect's lair. Brothers, you see what I said is right. You can find their nest by following these stupid bugs. At this moment, he looked at the huge hole with excitement on his face. This is such a big discovery. We don't need to go there to do it ourselves. We just need to secretly do some PY transactions with a few big guys. This point of evolution is coming. Especially Weiji and the others are very greedy for this kind of coordinates. Speaking, several other people also looked excited. Hey, it goes without saying that you don't want to think about how much wealth it will be if you wipe out all the bugs here. They will definitely be willing to pay a high price to buy them. Shaicho has no evolution points. This is simply dozing off. Meat pillow. Brothers, think about it. Especially in this special period. The rewards are rich. But the anchors have not been online for 7 days. And now they have just gone online, and found that there are not many monsters in this swamp. Right? They have invested so much. Do you think they urgently need this position to spawn monsters and stop losses at this time? That's for sure. And the most important thing is that the anchors are short of everything except money. No matter what. We are fat this time. Yes. We have definitely made a fortune. But brothers, don't tell me. This cave is a bit deep. Our perception has reached 1,200 meters. But we still can't sense the black insects underground. Shifeng Xiaoxiao said. Well, you guys don't know why I always feel that this cave is a fake cave. Wanli Wuyun, who discovered something at this moment, said. You haven't noticed that there are filaments all over the ground. Although the color is a bit strange. I always feel that this thing looks like a spider web. Why do you think there are so many spider web-like things in a place that is often infested with bugs? Combined with what Mr. Feng said just now, he didn't feel it even at 1,200 meters. I doubt it. Wanli Wuyun's tone was full of worry. But what he didn't know was that the spider web he thought was the special silk thread that the Black Insect Queen was proud of. It would be impossible for an ordinary race to see this thing. But after hearing Wanli Dark Cloud's words, Li waved his big pliers to signal him not to worry. These spider webs are probably deliberately created by these bugs to deceive their eyes. The reason why they didn't sense it is even simpler. Our sensing distance is only 1,200 meters. Such a small distance has a purpose. Think about the Temple War Bee of Weiji. It has a sensing distance of 5 kilometers and has come in several times. It still hasn't found the insect nest. If the insect nest wasn't well hidden, it would have been found long ago. That makes sense. Several people agreed with Li's statement. At this moment, when several people were talking about it, they suddenly felt a vibration from the ground. What's going on? The few people who felt strange looked at each other, their eyes full of doubts. I don't know. Could it be an earthquake? As they said this, they suddenly saw a light spot below the cave. Hack! Grass! The Black Insect Army. It's the Black Insect Army. Several people who saw the scene were immediately frightened to death. It can be said that there is a mountain of insects and a sea of insects below, and they all rushed towards the direction of a few people. Hack! We've been discovered. Run away quickly. Run! Whoever gets caught will be unlucky. Run quickly. Run quickly. What the HL? Wait for me. I'm just a basic worker bee, and I can't run fast. Thousands of miles of dark cloud shouted loudly behind them, as they watched several people throw themselves away in a flash. Wait for the hammer. I won't panic with you as my queen. Not long after, the Black Insect Queen moved her huge body and looked at the Wanli dark clouds that had been cut into insect sticks on the ground with a gloomy look on her face. There are about 10 of that evil race. Why did we only catch one? Report, report, report to the Queen Mother. The remaining 9 ran too fast for us to catch up. Only this one was caught. Currently in the chat channel. Holy shit. I'll knock. You're actually still alive? It's unscientific. Whoa. I was caught by them. Depending on the situation, they might want to use me as insect hostage. Chapter 48 Selling Coordinates. Several players were stunned when they heard Wanli Wuyun's crying voice coming from the voice channel. What are you talking about? 10,000 miles dark cloud? Insect matter? What's going on? Maid, don't you understand the hostages? Do you understand what the hostages mean? They want me to tell them about the situation of our nest. Such as how many soldiers we have, where the nest is, etc. Hearing this, Li reacted first. What the HL? Do you still want to know our troop layout? The location of the insect nest? It seems that these insects have been planning to attack us for a long time. How can we fix it? Stop talking like birdsong. Think about it quickly. What should I do? What should I do? What else can I do to commit suicide? Sooner or later, if I am caught, I will only die as a 648. We have sold more than 648 and 648 for this coordinate. Li said nonchalantly. I'm knocking. Insect matter? You just caught a 648 and want to hold us hostage? Let them get used to it and blow themselves up. Don't hesitate to blow yourself up. Well, am I the only one among you who is curious about how this black insect communicates with Wanli Dark Cloud? Which language does it speak? Wanli Wuyun, hey, you guys are concerned about the wrong thing. Also, this exchange is hard to describe. How should I put it? It feels like spiritual communication. Although I can't understand it, I understand what it means. Li, I don't know why, but I have to say that this game has done something good. Even the details of the dialogue methods of different races have been noticed. Boss, can you please just ignore these unimportant things? I'm so panicked right now. They said they're going to put me in an endless cage. Endless cage? What the H.L.? That's a pretty good name. Hammer. I don't think I can survive in their hands. I'll just blow myself up, said Onely Dark Cloud with some helplessness in his tone. Wait a minute. I'm crazy. I'm crazy. Well developed, it's developed. Just when everyone thought the Dark Cloud was about to explode. Suddenly his excited voice sounded on the voice channel. What the H.L. did you do to scare me? What happened to make you so excited? Or. It's all or. A lack or. It's all a lack or here. At this moment, Only Dark Cloud's tone was trembling. Holy shit. They were escorting me to some shabby prison just now. They passed by a cave on the way. This cave was full of black worms. At first, I didn't pay much attention to it. But when I saw the surroundings of this cave, I was shocked. The rock walls were densely packed with Iraq, or. When they heard the words of Only Dark Cloud, they immediately became energetic. Are you sure you saw it right? The rock wall is covered with it. The tone of Lee and the others was full of disbelief. How many? Can you estimate the exact number? Where the H.I. am I going to estimate it? I didn't call it Jua. It's just that it's densely packed. There are so many. And don't forget that there are additional rewards for energy devouring points. So I have to knock this place down. Hammer. Mater. I blew myself up. Brothers. Please log off and chat privately with Weiji. They are selling information. It's urgent. After hearing Only Dark Cloud's words, several people immediately ran towards the insect nest. About half an hour later, in a group chat with 20 people. Weiji, is it true? Wanli Weiyun, it's absolutely true. You don't know how big that cave is. And the walls of the cave are all densely packed with ores. Honghu, brother, don't say anything. Just give me a price. Lee, this thing should have at least 1 million evolution points. Honghu, damn it. You guys are just raising prices on the ground. Weiji, man. The price is indeed a bit expensive. First of all, you have to understand if this location is really what you said. The value there is very high. But don't forget that there are many monsters there. And they are also highly intelligent monsters. Although there are many Kryptonians in our guild. If you want to say that it only depends on a few of us to clear the area, it is really not that difficult at all. After hearing Weiji's words, he immediately retorted, Boss, we can't say that, given the strength of your union. It's not like we don't know, and if we guess correctly during this period, you have reserved a lot of evolution points. If they are all smashed in, it is really not that difficult to clear this area by smashing 1 or 2 elite soldiers. Weiji, considering the opponent's strength and quantity. To be honest, we still need to acquire a few more temple fighter bees. With your asking price, the investment will be huge. And when I bought it, I definitely had to bring the union members with me to give them benefits. In the end, I probably didn't get much. So I definitely couldn't get it if it was too expensive. Everyone fell silent when they heard Weiji's words. After the other party said this, they naturally knew that he was not willing to pay too much money. Lee, okay. Boss, how much do you think it will be? Just give me a warm word. Weiji, anyway. I can only spend up to 300,000. Of which 200,000 are soft sister coins, and the remaining 100,000 are evolution points. Everyone naturally disagreed when they heard what Weiji said. Damn it. Boss, you are bargaining too hard. Just cut off more than half of it. Brothers, you must also know that it is too difficult to clear monsters here. To put it bluntly, if you don't sell it to us, you can at most just follow Xianyu's example and charge a 648 ticket fee per person like them. Can you charge how many? We are the only family in this area that has the strength to take over. If the price is too high, we might as well wait for you to release the quota in 648. Right? Wouldn't our losses be smaller? Because I am the president of a trade union. I have to consider providing benefits to my members. Otherwise, I would not be willing to spend the price. Why don't the people who Weiji said actually understand what he said? But considering the current price of black worms, and the large amount of ore in the cave, they always feel at a loss when they point this out at such a price. Boss, let's be honest. It's 300,000 yuan. We are really at a loss. How else should we do this? We won't bargain anymore. The fixed price is 400,000 yuan. After seeing Lee's news, Weiji thought for a long time and finally nodded. Okay. Just 400,000. But 300,000 of them are soft girl coins, and the remaining 100,000 is the evolutionary point. This is our bottom line. After hearing Weiji's words, everyone could only nod in agreement. Although they only had 100,000 evolution points, they knew very well that this was Weiji's limit, because this insect nest is very difficult. If they want to eat just one guild, they will definitely need to evolve worker bees. Then a large number of evolution points must be needed. Although they have been acquiring evolution points every day from the beginning of the game to now, they also have a lot of evolution point reserves in their hands. But because of this event, they haven't received many evolution points at all in the past few days. In addition, most of the evolution points were lost in the last loss, which also resulted in the fact that the reserve of evolution points in their hands was not very large. But for a few people, this number is enough. First, 100,000 people are divided into 10,000 evolution points. Then the evolution point to buy the Velociraptor is already there. The remaining 300,000 soft girl coins can be divided into 30,000 per person. This is nothing to the anchors, but it is different to a few ordinary players. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as a huge sum of money falling from the sky. Chapter 49 Preparation Before Attack. After the transaction was completed, several people were extremely excited. Oh my god! I just walked in and took a walk, and I made 40,000 yuan per person. Holy shit. To be honest, I made so much money at once, which I would never have dreamed of before. We have stabilized this wave of activities to purchase Velociraptors. If I guess correctly, they should be the ones buying Xinyu on the first day, and others should be able to accumulate enough points on the fourth day. During the 3 days in between, there may be 1 or 2 people every day. Basically, this wave of buying beasts is stable for us. Onely Dark Cloud asked. Speaking of which, brothers, I calculated that after buying the Velociraptor, we still have 30,000 soft girl coins. Should we consider charging these 30,000 to evolve? It's up to you. Anyway, I plan to rush in and invest in the Velociraptor. After all, with the strength of the Velociraptor, I feel that it won't be too much of a loss in the end. Li said. Holy shit. Brother. The price of 30,000 yuan, including the purchase by myself, is 40,000 yuan. To be honest, it is not cost-effective to invest so much in one game. Feng Xiaoxiao said about this. What's not worthwhile about this? You have to understand that the nature of this game is different from other games. Including the C you played back then is a good example. It is because of the game operation model that game props can be exchanged for money through the official game, which makes this game still very stable after so many years. Although I am not sure about the future game market now, I think games like this belong to a future game trend. And if we take a step back and find that the situation is not right, the worst we can do is sell our stuff. Regarding Li's words, Yunqi thought about it and said, then according to what you said, I feel that investing in beasts now is not cost-effective. We might as well wait a little longer. Wouldn't it be better to invest in a one-time investment when stronger units are released in the later stage? In response to his words, Li shook his head. Although this wave of investment will last forever, I still want to do it. But Lao Tai, you have to understand that the investment in this game is very exaggerated. I estimate that even if we need to change arms in the future, we must have a more cost-effective arm for transition in the early stage. Because if we encounter powerful monsters in the later stage, we can't not brush them. If you don't brush them, where will the evolution point reserves come from? You can't just spend money to get powerful units in the later stage. You have to know that the first stage of evolution of the Velociraptor now costs 30,000. Then the more strengthened arms may cost hundreds of thousands just to purchase. Where do these evolution points come from? It's not something we usually collect by spawning monsters. So no matter what, you need a unit that can stably spawn monsters for a long time. Based on our financial resources, I think the Velociraptor is undoubtedly the best choice. The first point is that as a combat unit, its growth direction is biased toward combat. Secondly, although its evolution points are very high, they are at least within what we can afford. After hearing what he said, everyone felt that what he said was reasonable. And now on the other side, brothers, this is the current situation. Although we have first-hand information about this lair, but everyone must know very well that if we delay for a long time, the nest may be discovered by others. So we must set off now. Because currently I am the only one with high-end combat power in our entire union. And we currently only have 8 stage 3 worker bees. We definitely won't be able to bulldoze the insect nest with just this force. So now I have thought of a plan. That is to sell all the evolution points in your hands to 3rd level worker bee players. so as to increase our high-end combat power. Of course, after doing this, I know very well that you may not have an advantage in subsequent battles and collecting loot. So I suggest that worker bee players who have purchased evolution points need to use 30% of their loot, divided equally among other players. After hearing what Weiji said, the group of people below also started talking. Okay, Boss Wei, let's do it like this. After all, most of us spent 40,000 yuan to buy the quota. Do you want this money? It is said that there is a shortage. But there is really not a shortage. The main thing is that everyone has a good time, and that's it, and I don't bother to deal with the minor details. In this way, the group of people set off after discussing it. Among the 43-person worker bee team, it includes 9 temple war bees, 30 second-level steel worker bees, and 4 first-level armored worker bees. It would not be too difficult for them to overthrow the Black Zerg with such a huge force. And now on the other side, there are many patrol teams patrolling the area where the Black Zerg are located day and night. Because the location of the insect nest has been exposed, it is no longer helpful for them to hide in the cave. What they have to do now is to know the movements of that evil race in advance. How is the situation outside now? Asked the mother queen in the insect nest. Report to the queen that everything is normal, and no enemies have been found. Where are the reinforcements the troll promised us? Queen Mother then asked. Based on the information from the trolls, the Mother Queen is on their way now, and they should be able to arrive in a short time. Hearing this, the Queen Mother nodded. By the way, how is the current situation of the reconnaissance team you said before? There is nothing going on over there right now. But Queen Mother, don't worry. They are all elites in our tribe. They will definitely be able to complete this mission perfectly and find the base of the evil race. Where are the warriors in the Holy Land? I heard before that several warriors exploded to death after forcibly taking the Holy Stone. Reporting to the Mother Queen, a total of 2,000 warriors were forced to take the Holy Stone. 10 of them survived, and they have evolved into the legendary red worms. Hearing this kind of expression, the Queen Mother was also happy. Have 10 warriors become red worms? If so, then the probability of success of our next plan will be much greater. As long as our vanguard team finds their lair. Wait until the troll support team arrives. Then we will send part of the Black Bug Squad to cooperate with the trolls in a head-on battle with these evil races. And then we will let our red warriors lead the remaining squads to sneak attack their lair. In this way, the soldiers on the front line will inevitably become unstable. And then we will definitely win. After hearing the Queen Mother's words, many insects also nodded. We will definitely succeed in this plan. Yes, this way we can eliminate them, and the Holy Land can be saved. But, at this moment, a diplomat bug expressed its worries. Although we are a subsidiary race of trolls, we found that these trolls looked at us wrong during this time. It feels like the way you look at food. This kind of look didn't exist before those heroes sacrificed their lives. So I suspect those trolls may have other ideas about us. The Queen Mother couldn't help but become vigilant after hearing what this diplomat bug said. Could it be that the sacrifice of the old bugs last time made these trolls include themselves in the food list? Chapter 50 Hometown was discovered. Thinking of this, the insect queen couldn't help but feel frightened in her heart. If it is true as what this black insect subordinate said, then it is very likely that these trolls will attack them after the war is over. If you think about this and combine it with the trolls' habits, the Queen Mother feels that there is such a possibility. If that's the case, then we need to take a long-term approach. Thinking of this, the insect queen immediately ordered. The trolls are less intelligent than us because of their characteristics, and we can take advantage of this. After the war with the evil race, the small team we helped the trolls tried to hide behind the battlefield and do no work, in order to reduce our losses. Then when the battle was coming to an end, neither the evil race nor the troll race had many troops. Let's attack in groups again. Prioritize the evil races, and then kill the trolls immediately. After listening to the Queen Mother's words, his men immediately passed the message to all the insects. Then he went down to a range and discussed the next battle plan. At this moment, another piece of good news reached the ears of the Queen Mother, because the unique sound waves of their tribe came from about 100 kilometers away from here. Found it. The Queen Mother couldn't help but be happy when she heard the sound wave. I didn't expect to find the evil race's lair so quickly. But they are so close to our location. Why haven't we discovered them before? Could it be that they just moved here recently? The Queen Mother muttered as she spoke. And now on the player's side, a group of players were trembling around the black insect corpses on the ground. You're dead. Brothers, something bad has happened. The black insects have found our nest, and have sent troops to attack us. A player who reacted first quickly yelled in the public chat channel. What? We were found by black insects? Holy crap. How did they find us? I remember we were very careful when we went back. We can all find this? Now we are in big trouble. There are so many black bugs in the army. The 5 swift beasts that hatched first will have to wait for more than 10 hours to hatch. Now they are finished. Damn it. Gil, hurry up and shout in the group to tell those who are not online to come online quickly. The battle to defend our homeland is about to begin, and all the ones who are out hunting are returning to their nests. For a moment, the entire player group was in panic, and they were all worried about the upcoming war. Where are the anchors? Where are the anchors and the others? Why don't you see the anchors? After the players were assembled, they couldn't help but ask in the chat channel when they saw that there were more than 40 people missing. MOG, who was rushing to the insect nest at the moment, couldn't help but change his expression when he heard the news. What should we do? Brothers? Should we go back now or attack the insect nest directly? After seeing the message, Weiji asked everyone. Otherwise, let's go back. We don't know how many troops the black insects sent to attack us this time. If they send more troops, I guess it will be difficult for the players on the insect nest side to stop them. One player analyzed. Another player holds a different view. I don't think it's appropriate to do this. Our return now won't actually have much effect. First of all, we are not sure when they launch the attack. According to what the player just said, they only sent a vanguard team. Our first batch of raptors will be out in more than 4 hours. If they don't attack during this period, wouldn't it be in vain for us to go back? And you must know that as long as they are a group, they are dependent on their own nests. We took advantage of their army's absence. If you attack the insect nest directly, the attacking army will definitely return after receiving the message. Or we can send some troops back, which can reduce the early pressure on our large forces to resist the line. Then if we delay for a while until the beasts come out, this wave of their troops will definitely be eaten by our large army. Then, their returning team estimated that we had already cleared out the remaining forces in the insect nest on the way back. After they return, we can easily clean them all. By using this method, we will divide the entire insect swarm into 3 parts, compared to our direct return and their overall strength. There is no doubt that the chance of victory is much greater. As he said this, the player looked at everyone. And brothers, don't forget, we spent a lot of money to acquire this insect nest. No matter what, we will definitely destroy the insect nest. Now that the black bugs are actively attacking us, we have actually lost a large part of them. If we go back, it means that we will give up the entire strength of the insect nest, and our final income will only be a little bit of ore. But it will kill us. After hearing what he said, Weiji felt that this was the case. So he quickly contacted the Emperor Penguin and told him about his situation. And now on the other side. Chapter 51, the Eve of the War. What's going on with the penguins? What are the anchors doing? Xianyu asked, looking at the Emperor Penguin next to him. I contacted Weiji just now. They must have spent a lot of money to buy the location of the insect nest. They are heading over there now. And their idea is that they will attack the insect nest directly. In this case, some of the bugs' forces must be used to delay them. And some of the remaining troops will probably come to steal our homes. But the number will definitely not be too large. We should be able to withstand it. After hearing what the penguin said, Xianyu couldn't help but complain. Holy crap. They actually bought the location of the insect nest. Who sold it? I'll go. It's boring for these people to do this. Why didn't they ask us when they were selling the location of the insect nest? Come on. Considering the financial situation of you and us, even if we buy it, will we still have money to upgrade the troops? Feng Kaiyunyang next to him mocked mercilessly. Okay. Stop arguing now. Let's plan and see how to win this battle. Emperor Penguin interrupted several people. According to what Weiji said, the number of black bugs is very large and is estimated to be at least 30,000 to 50,000. Even if they help us share some of the burden, there will still be at least 10,000 or 20,000 coming to our side. Everyone was stunned when they heard what Emperor Penguin said. Damn it. There are still 10 or 20,000. Can we, more than 100 worker bees, be able to defeat them? What do you think? We only have second-level worker bees at most. And most of them are first-level worker bees. What do you think our chances of winning are against hundreds of times the number of black insects? What should we do? It will take more than 4 hours for the raptors to hatch. If they attack us in more than 4 hours, and we have the raptors, then everything will be easier to handle. If they send troops before they hatch, they'll be in trouble. Brothers, there is no need to be too anxious. First of all, We don't know how many troops the black insects have sent. We can't rule out that they haven't sent any troops yet. Or the troops they just sent have been blocked at the entrance of the cave by the anchors. After hearing what Emperor Penguin said, everyone in Xuanxi seemed to think that this was really the case. But despite saying that, everyone has returned to the insect nest and is always ready to fight. As for the anchors, they have taken on the work of frontline intelligence agents. Like the players, Jiang Yao is also very worried about the situation in front of him. Looking at the several huge eggs next to the swift beast pool in the distance, Jiang Yao could only silently pray in his heart that they would hatch out quickly. Although I had thought that when the players were active in that area, there was a high probability that the insect nest would be discovered by those black insects. But I never expected that they would come so fast. Jiang Yao began to make calculations as he spoke. Got up. Because we learned from the players that the number of these black insects was unusually large. In the current situation, unless the anchor team blocks a large number of black insects at the entrance of the cave, there is still a slight chance of winning. If it wasn't blocked too much, then he was really worried about the car overturning. Jiang Yao is also very helpless towards this black insect race. Their way of evolution is too weird, and their attack power is really amazing. Logically speaking, most creatures on the planet have no way to break through the defense of worker bees. But they can break through it easily. Not only the black insects, but also the brontosaurus he encountered last time were the same. From this, Jiang Yao could infer that the direction of biological evolution on this planet was quite extreme. It is no exaggeration to say that if you catch all these bugs, and they can still listen to your orders, they can be used as war machines. And from this incident, Jiang Yao also deduced that there must be more powerful creatures on this planet. Otherwise, the evolutionary roots of these creatures would not be so extreme. Although according to the inheritance of the starry sky Zerg, the biological level of the planets placed in the mother nest will not be too weak. But the biological level of this planet obviously exceeds the standard. You must know that the original interstellar Zerg does not have the ability to evolve systematically. Under normal circumstances, creatures that reach the level of velociraptors can basically be said to have no hindrance on this planet. However, his worker bees can reach the level of velociraptors after 3 rounds of evolution. But even this cannot stop them. It is even said that last time, even the 4th-stage temple war bee almost failed to withstand it. This shows how terrifying the creatures on this planet are. At this moment, Jiang Yao also knew very well that he was about to face the biggest crisis since traveling to this planet. A large number of black insects are about to attack him. But the number of worker bees in his hand is too few. In particular, there were very few high-level worker bees. So now all his hopes were focused on these 5 swift beasts. Because of the emergency, the first batch of raptors were hatched by Xinyu, Feng Kaiyunyang, and several other wealthy players. After successful incubation, 3 of them will proceed to the 2nd stage of evolution immediately. It was also for this reason that Jiang Yao allocated the first batch of places to them. As for this quota, although it is said to be drawn by lots, well, the current situation is that as long as the velociraptor hatches successfully, the crisis this time can basically be resolved. But I'm afraid that the gang of black insects will come over and kill the velociraptor before it has finished hatching, which will be very troublesome. It's really unlucky to meet such a difficult creature when I first came here. Jiang Yao couldn't help complaining about this. And now on the side of the Black Insect Queen. Chapter 52 The Despair of the Black Insect Queen. Mother Queen is not good. At this moment, a black insect ran in the black insect nest in a panic. What's wrong? The Black Insect Queen looked at her subordinates and asked curiously. They're coming. They are coming? What are they? The Mother Queen was startled as she spoke. You mean the evil race is coming? No, that's right. How many have come? Same as before. More than 40. The bugs under his command replied. Only more than 40 came. Why are you in such a hurry? Hearing that only about 40 came, the Queen Mother breathed a sigh of relief. But, the Mother Queen, out of the more than 40 of them this time, 9 of them are the same demon that massacred us last time. The insect under his hand said tremblingly. What? The Queen Mother was also startled when she heard the news. How many did you say? 9 demons. No, that's right. When the Queen Mother heard this number, she felt like the sky was about to fall. The Queen Mother still remembered the demon's combat power. 1 demon could cause them heavy losses, let alone 9 of them coming at the same time. The combat power of this creature is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. 9 of them shot at the same time, cooperating with each other. This was simply, for them, The Queen Mother can already imagine what kind of tragic war they will experience in the future. Quick! Quick! Go and see where the trolls are? Then all the combat teams will be ordered to gather at the entrance of the cave. Prepare to meet the enemy. The Queen Mother immediately ordered. But at this moment, she suddenly remembered something. The Vanguard team. The Vanguard team they sent out to steal homes was finished. The current Queen Mother admitted that he had greatly underestimated the enemy's strength. Originally, it thought that there were very few demon-level insects among the enemy's insect swarms, and they were like the best. But it never expected that the enemy would only send 9 of the 40 bugs in the Vanguard team. From this, it is not difficult to infer that such insects are probably very common among the enemy's tribe. Otherwise, it would be impossible for this kind of elite among the elite to be placed in the Vanguard team. If its guess was correct, there should be a lot of these bugs among the enemy's bug swarm. There are even many bugs that are more powerful than this bug. Then the house-stealing team sent by them may be in danger. Not only is the home-stealing team in danger, but they themselves may also be in danger. How could there be such a powerful race in this world? The Queen Mother said with a tone full of despair. In fact, after its insect nest was discovered a few days ago, it sent a large number of troops to patrol around the Misty Island. At that time, it discovered that this evil race did not have many troops here. If it had gritted its teeth and been cruel and led the entire group to evacuate, they would still have run away. But it did not do so at that time because it was reluctant to part with the Holy Land. The Holy Land, as the foundation for the development of their ethnic group, was the key to improving their strength. After some young bugs enter the Holy Land to practice, their strength will be greatly improved. Once there is no Holy Land, their strength will be greatly reduced. Although they had looked for other places similar to Holy Lands, they found nothing. It is also for this reason that the Queen Mother is willing to take the risk and stay here. It was thinking that it had the help of the trolls, and they themselves wanted to defeat this evil race. It was still possible. But now that she saw how powerful this evil race was, she felt that the possibility was very low. I can only place my hope on the Troll Emperor. At this point, the Queen Mother trembled unconsciously when she thought of the Troll Emperor's huge mountain-like body. Maybe it's the only one that can compete with this evil race. And now it's on the Troll tribe's side. Deep in a huge underground cave, there is an open space. The entire space is surrounded by some special red stones. Although the trolls don't know the function of these stones. But what they know is that as long as they stay next to these stones for a long time, their strength will be greatly improved. Of course, such good things also attract the covetousness of other races. And their biggest enemies are those slippery aliens. Since this location was known to those guys, they would send out small teams from time to time to harass them and make them extremely annoying. However, the trolls are not afraid of them. Their powerful size, huge strength, and extremely sharp war blades make them all extraordinary in combat. In addition, with the support of a huge population, they can be invincible. In the battle with the aliens, their warriors can usually fight 1 against 2, 1 against 3, or even more powerful warriors can fight against 5. And just some time ago, they discovered the location of this alien group in a huge mountain stream about a few hundred kilometers away from them. After discovering the location of these annoying guys, the trolls naturally sent out an expeditionary army without hesitation. Chapter 53 The battle begins. The number of this alien group is not very large. Only about 20,000 to 30,000. They were almost completely wiped out under the iron hooves of the trolls. Although this battle caused the trolls to suffer heavy losses. Nearly half of the 20,000 soldiers sent out died there. Fortunately, at such a high price, that annoying race was finally eradicated. Although the trolls are all powerful in combat, they have also mastered the skills of making weapons. But as the native race of the planet, they don't know much about the situation of invading races like aliens. In their eyes, as long as they are strong enough and can defeat the enemy, that's all. This is a lack of knowledge. Perhaps after hundreds or thousands of years of evolution, the trolls have evolved a certain degree of civilization. Then, they will definitely know the principle of cutting grass without eradicating the roots and springing up again when the spring breeze blows. Or maybe just like human beings, we have experienced war after war in the long cold weapon age. It is found that the composition of war is often more than a frontal battlefield confrontation. And there are many factors that will affect the situation of the war. Although it is said that the trolls achieved a huge victory in attacking the alien tribe, it was because of their lack of understanding of the aliens. As a result, they don't know that the group they so-called cleansing is just a station of aliens. If it were Jiang Yao who encountered such a situation, he would usually cover up one of them and leave nothing behind to prevent the transmission of information. But they don't have this awareness. They only know how to defeat the enemy from the front. This caused many aliens to escape from the battlefield. Although many individual aliens were killed by some powerful creatures on the planet during their escape. But some of the aliens escaped back to their lairs. At this moment, in the Troll's lair, the newly returned warriors received a new mission. The Troll King asked them to help the Black Insect race defeat the enemy. Moreover, the Troll King also told them that, after wiping out the enemy mentioned by the Black Insect race, he would also capture the entire Black Insect race. Although it is not clear why the Troll King did this. Since their king gave the order, the trolls under his command will naturally carry it out. And now on the outskirts of another misty island, Weiji and his friends are heading towards the target location. Hey, brother Weiji. Why haven't we seen any black insects along the way? One of the teammates on the road couldn't help but feel a little strange when he saw that he didn't encounter a single black insect along the way. This race is very smart. And those players found their lair not long ago. I guess they basically guessed that we might come to attack. So they set up an ambush in advance. And black insects were discovered near our home just now. It's possible that they have already attacked our insect nest. Weiji thought for a while and replied. Attack our home? Damn it. Why don't we go back quickly to support? Don't worry for now. Let's go to the insect nest to explore the situation and see if they are ambushing there or if they have sent troops. If there is an ambush there, we will catch them all. If we have already sent troops, then we will return to the insect nest immediately. Our speed is much higher than theirs, so it should be too late to rush back. After hearing what Weiji said, everyone nodded and accelerated their pace. After traveling at high speed for a while, Weiji stopped when he noticed something was going on ahead. They are all in front, so no troops should be sent out. Weiji looked serious as he looked at the dense dots of light in the distance on the bioradar. At this moment, the black insects naturally discovered Weiji and the others. Brothers, the enemy is right ahead. According to our previous plan, every 6 low-level worker bees will fight collectively as a small team. The 4th level worker bees are free to use their energy. If there is no more energy to absorb, they should move closer to the small team of lower level worker bees. The lower level worker bees will delay the time and give the higher level worker bees time to recover their energy to absorb. While rushing towards the enemy, Weiji told his teammates again. Clear. Do not worry. On the other side, the commander of the Black Worm naturally saw the group of uninvited guests ahead. Little ones, our home is behind us, and we have no way out. There is only one way before us to kill all the enemies and defend our homeland. Brave black insect warriors, follow me in charge. As the black insect commander finished speaking, just listen to countless flying insects roaring and then rushing towards Weiji's team. The battle between the two sides is about to break out. At this time, on the other side, a raid team led by 5 red black insects was also heading towards the location of the player's insect nest. Holy shit! Brothers, I saw a group of black insect squads coming towards us in the distance. They are huge in number. At this moment, the scout players who were distributed at the commanding heights around the insect nest discovered the figure of the black insect team. The Emperor Penguin couldn't help but feel his heart sink when he heard the news. Chapter 54 for the Zerg. I didn't expect them to come so soon. As he said that, the Emperor Penguin looked at Xianyu beside him and asked, Xianyu, how long do you have there? Upon hearing the Emperor Penguin's question, Xianyu looked at the time and said, it will take more than 3 hours for the hatching to be completed. After the incubation is completed, I will immediately log off and switch roles. With the velociraptors and these black bugs, there is no need to worry about it. But now we have to last for 3 hours. After hearing Xianyu's words, the Emperor Penguin felt even more stressed. So he immediately asked on the channel, can you estimate the number of the other party? There are too many, and they are so densely packed that I don't know. But I estimate there must be at least 10 or 20,000 of them. 10,000 to 20,000. Emperor Penguin couldn't help but exclaim softly when he heard this number. And then he turned back and glanced at the players behind him. Brothers, we are under great pressure this time. Brothers, the situation now is very urgent. First of all, it will take about 3 hours for our velociraptor to hatch. In other words, in these 3 hours, we must withstand this wave of black bugs attack. How can I pay more than 10,000 yuan in 3 hours? Yes, we now have a total of more than 110 worker bees. And most of them are only first level worker bees. If I remember correctly, Boss Weiji and his elite team of more than 40 were completely killed by this gang of black insects. I don't think a little shrimp, like us can last one round. After hearing the discussions among the players, Emperor Penguin naturally knew the situation. And he also knew very well that if the players were asked to deliver it under such circumstances, the players would naturally not be happy. So in response to this, he and Weiji and others had already discussed countermeasures. Brothers, I know that everyone may be thinking now, if we go up to fight these black bugs, wouldn't it be a big loss if we die? But brothers, don't forget that the black bug rewards in the game have reached an unprecedented level. We only need to kill 10 black insects, and our worker bees will get our money back. And we can still make some money. Of course, considering that most players may be killed in one encounter. So Weiji and I discussed this battle and decided that the rewards for all the black bugs would be shared equally among all our participants. Whether you die first or last, as long as you participate in the battle, we can all share the reward equally. And Weiji also promised that they would give 50% of the loot. Half of this 50% is divided equally among everyone. And the other half is divided equally between the players who contributed the most in this battle. Brothers, you don't need to tell me. You should know how much wealth this is. Even if there are 10,000 black insects attacking us, with a basic reward of 40 points, an additional 10 points plus a 20-point energy devouring point reward, the price of a black insect has already reached 70 points. 10,000 black worms is a reward of 700,000 evolution points. These 700,000 evolution points will be divided equally among each of us. Each of us has at least about 7,000. If we add in the private point allocation from Weiji Anchor, at least each of us can get more than 10,000 evolution points. As Deep Penguin finished speaking, the players all became excited. Holy shit. Is this true? Wouldn't I make a fortune if I want to do this? Holy shit. I've gained a lot of weight this time. Over 10,000 soft girl coins. My god. I've lost 2 months' salary. Maid, you are still 2 months old. And I am already 3 months old. Listening to everyone's discussion, Xianyu nodded with satisfaction and said, it doesn't matter whether I have money or not. The main thing is that I am a bug who loves the Zerg and is willing to shed my blood for the Zerg. Nothing wrong. I also love the Zerg race especially. I will fight to the death of any race that dares to harm us. Ah. Yes. Yes. We all love the Zerg. Looking at everyone's discussion, Emperor Penguin continued, brothers, the money is before us now. It's up to you whether you can make it or not. If we want to make this money, it's very simple. We just need to withstand this wave of attacks, and everything will be fine. If you can't stand it, everything will be in vain, and the server will be shut down for half a year to adjust the difficulty. At this point, the Emperor Penguin looked at everyone. In short, the current situation is that if we win, everyone will get rich. And if we lose, we will lose nothing. We have no chance of winning against more than 10,000 black insects. But we can't just rush forward and give him a hard fight. Now we only need to do one thing. That is to delay until our Velociraptor hatches successfully. Then we will be considered victorious. 3 hours is not difficult for us. We divided the entire worker bee group into 4 teams, with 3 teams consisting of 30 worker bees per team. The remaining team of 20 is the main team, with 3 teams of 30 being the main team. 1 team is left to guard the entrance of the cave, and the remaining 2 teams go to the front to harass the black insect army. Everyone, remember clearly, we are going to the front line to harass the black insect army, because they can't run as fast as us, and we can fight them. Don't go to the front, taking into consideration the possibility that there might be an iron head among the players. The Emperor Penguin gave priority to remind them. Chapter 55 Asking for foreign aid? You can't afford it. Right? My suggestion is that it is best for the 2 frontline brigades to be split into 2 smaller teams, harassing them from all sides, so that part of their army will be diverted by us, and the remaining black insects will be able to fight even if they come over and stay behind. Of course, it would be best if we could consume all their black insect troops on the front line. If it can't be consumed, then we can spread it out as much as possible. This way our winning rate will be higher. Then remember to report the injured worker bees on the front line. Don't force yourself. The worker bees have a strong ability to recover, and it won't take long to reach full status. Therefore, after the front line is injured, try to hide as much as possible. If you can't hide, retreat to the insect nest and exchange positions with the players of the insect nest guarding force. In this case, as long as there are no operational errors, our 3-hour delay should not be a big problem. After hearing what Emperor Penguin said, the other players also nodded. Okay, Penguin will do as you say. Now that everyone has decided, We will now start to divide into teams of 30 each for emergencies. After everyone is divided into teams, they will go directly. For specific tactical adjustments, everyone can create a channel for their respective teams and communicate within the channel. In addition, all the worker bees guarding the Zerg tribe should collect huge rocks or soil from the surrounding area as soon as possible to block the entrance of the cave. Block as far as you can from the inside out. Although these stones won't do much, they can at least buy us a certain amount of time. As a team of 20 people, you will return to the insect nest first, as our last line of defense. Once black insects break through the defense line and enter the insect nest, you must intercept them at the entrance. Clear. Learn. After everything was arranged, everyone started to take action. At this moment, Emperor Penguin couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the players leaving. This game started out drunk and made the difficulty so high. Following this trend, when the space gameplay is developed in the future, the difficulty will be unbelievable. And at the same time, on the other side, the elite team led by Weiji has launched a fierce battle with the Black Insect Army. Although the Black Worms could completely crush Weiji's team in terms of quantity, the quality gap between the two sides directly evened out the huge gap in quantity. From the beginning of the battle to now, the Black Worm squad has lost almost 6,000 soldiers, while the players have only lost 5 second-level worker bees. Haha. If Mr. Weiji continues with this momentum, it will only be a matter of time before we solve them. At this moment, a player said excitedly as he saw fewer and fewer black insects on the battlefield. You're kidding. You think the 9 Temple War bees are a joke? Yes. The ability to understand any game currency is YYDS. The 9 Temple War bees. With an investment of close to $500,000. If I can't even crush the monsters in this novice village, I'll just play a hammer and delete the game. And just when the players thought victory was in sight, something suddenly happened. Oh! Weiji. Look! As he said this, a player looked at the light spot that suddenly appeared within the biometric radar's sensing range in horror. Listening to this player's words, Weiji couldn't help but change his expression as he looked in the direction he pointed. Oh shit! What is this? Looking at the monster Weiji approaching them in the distance, he was also a little confused. Holy crap! Could it be the foreign aid they invited? A player guessed it this time. After hearing what this player said, everyone felt that it was very possible. Damn it. The difficulty of this game is a bit ridiculous. Yes, this monster is already difficult to kill. So why can't we hire foreign aid to kill it? I feel like the official just doesn't want us players to be better off. The difficulty of these black bugs is already ridiculously high. So how can we have foreign aid? And based on the size of this foreign aid, I estimate that his strength is much higher than this black insect. What should we do? Boss Weiji, should we retreat? Seeing this, a player asked. Retreat? Let's take the lead and retreat. If we retreat now, this large army of black insects, coupled with their foreign aid, will attack our home base in one fell swoop. There is no need to fight this wave. The plan for now is to drag this group of monsters to death here. Even if I can't drag them to death, we must at least wait until the raptors on the other side of the nest are successfully hatched. And let the raptors clean up the soldiers on the other side of the lair. And then cooperate with us to deal with the soldiers on this side. After analyzing the situation in front of him, Weiji said in a deep voice, It's numb. This sudden wave of support caught me off guard. One player couldn't help but complain. And then looked at everyone. What the HL? Brothers, don't be cowardly, and just do it. The worst we can do is die again. And the damage is worth it. While everyone was still discussing, reinforcements from the troll tribe had also arrived. The troll players in front of them were dumbfounded. These giant beasts were nearly 10 meters tall and wore armor made of unknown metal. The hand is holding a war blade about 5 meters long made of Iraq ore. What the HL? How can I fight like this? Seeing this scene, even Weiji couldn't help but uttered a curse word. Holy shit. This is outrageous. Yes, these monsters themselves are probably very tough. And they even wear equipment. I can tolerate wearing equipment. Look at the knife he is carrying. It is so obvious that it is a Krypton gold prop. Hammer. There are more than 6,000 monsters carrying kryptonite props. We will fight them with our lives. All the players who were watching these trolls knew that if they really wanted to fight head-on, they would definitely fight to the death. Chapter 56. Both sides are suppressed. There is no need to think about it. If the trolls don't wear equipment or armor, they can still fight a dozen. After all, they are still very confident in the strength of the Zerg. But the current situation is that the black insects themselves have the force to suppress them. In addition, there are more than 6,000 trolls coming to support. The most important thing is that these trolls are wearing their equipment well. This is outrageous. If you tell me about ordinary props, they can also try them. But these guys are just trying to get gold props. Although players at this moment know very well that these trolls are quite valuable. Not to mention the evolution points. The knives in the hands of these trolls can be sold for a good price. But you know what's the use? You can't beat them. Not only can't beat them, but you also have a chance of being sent away by them. Looking at everything in front of him, Weiji looked a little serious. He looked around and after making sure there was no other support, he said to the players, "Brothers, let's test the speed of these monsters first. If they are not as fast as us, then we will engage in guerrilla warfare. If the speed is faster than ours, we can only pull the Templar bees from a distance." Everyone nodded after hearing Weiji's words. Under the current situation, it was impossible to harden steel, so we could only choose this method. In this case, the brothers began to distance themselves. The Temple War bees are responsible for breaking up the rear, and let the steel worker bees evacuate the battlefield first. While directing everyone, Weiji also told the Emperor Penguin about the situation here. "What did you say?" Listening to Weiji describing the situation there, the Emperor Penguin also looked incredulous. Their support also comes with Krypton gold equipment? Worry. After talking about Emperor Penguin, he thought for a while, and then said, "The situation on our side is also very urgent at the moment. The enemy has sent about 10,000 black insects. Some of the red-black bugs are very powerful. I suspect that this mutant black bug is their trump card. If you encounter them over there, try to be careful. Our players here are pulling this group of monsters to fight gorillas. They mainly focus on delaying and also find opportunities to try to attack for a few rounds in the middle. But the results are not ideal. We have no way to provide support in the past 2 hours. We can only wait for the raptors to come out and clean up and see if we can catch up." Hearing this, Weiji pondered for a long time. "I understand. You guys should get there as soon as possible." He is also very clear about the current situation. Basically, the pressure on both lines is very high. Their side is slightly better, with so many Temple Warrior bees. But the Emperor Penguins are basically armored worker bees, and it is very difficult to use armored worker bees to resist the attacks of these monsters. Whether it can hold on or not remains to be seen. As for support, there is no need to think about it for the time being. I understand the general situation on your side. We can only adopt guerrilla attrition tactics at the moment. You guys also remember to pay attention over there. I'm worried that if they send trolls there, we'll be in trouble." As he spoke, Weiji thought for a moment and then added, "These trolls are very fast. Basically the same speed as the steel worker bees. Both armored worker bees and ordinary worker bees cannot run away once they encounter each other. Moreover, their attack power is extremely exaggerated, and a single strike on the steel worker bee's body will result in more than 600 blood points. If it were to be armored, it would probably cost more than 1,000 centimeters, which means that 3 or 4 swords could probably kill one." The Emperor Penguin also looked incredulous when he heard this. "Holy crap. This is a big deal. Such a high attack power. Are you kidding? This is Krypton gold equipment. The 5 to 6 meter long knife is made of Iraq ore. Just grab a handful of this kind of weapon and hand it over to the insect nest. I estimate that it has a base of 10 or 20 points of bite energy. How is it possible if it has no power at all?" Hearing this, the Emperor Penguin also nodded. "I am also aware of the situation on your side. In short, you should be careful over there, and try to delay it instead of confronting it." Hearing Emperor Penguin say this, did MOG think of anything and then asked, after the Velociraptor hatched, "Did you ask the first batch of players how many times they plan to evolve?" Xianyu and Feng Qian evolved once, leading 3 and 2 evolutions. But looking at the current situation, I will communicate with Xianyu and the others later. Let Xianyu and Feng Qi evolve one more time, so that all 5 of our Velociraptors are at the 2nd level, coupled with your Temple Warrior bees to defeat the trolls. It shouldn't be a big problem. Okay. I understand the situation. Let's wait as long as possible for the Velociraptors to hatch out. After you clear out the monsters, come over quickly to provide support. Okay. In this way, after the 2 people finished communicating, they continued to focus on their respective battlefields. At this moment, on Weiji's side, with the addition of the Troll clan, 10 steel worker bees have received their lunch boxes, and the condition of the remaining steel worker bees is not particularly ideal. Currently, the only thing on the battlefield that can do anything is the Temple War bee. Although in single combat or with more than 1v, the Steelworker bee can easily defeat the troll. But it is a pity that the enemies are not fools and can fight in groups. Naturally, they will not fight one-on-one. There are black insects to harass the trolls, and the main attack is coordinated. If you are not careful in the battle, you may be surrounded. And once he is surrounded, the results waiting for him will be self-evident. Chapter 57 Big Headwind. Many Steelworker bees receive lunch boxes. Not because the player's own operations are not good, nor because the Steelworker bees themselves are too weak. It's because there are too many opponents, and there are too many overturning points during the entire battle. As long as one accidentally steps on a certain rollover point, he will basically die suddenly on the spot. This is like when you are playing a game and defeating a boss. When a certain health level is the boss's violent stage, you hit the boss and calculate the damage. You have to get a few drops of blood in front of his violent bloodline. Once it falls short of or exceeds it, the boss will become invincible and violent. Or the boss will go berserk. There is no difference between the situation that players are facing now and this situation. They are completely walking a tightrope. Any small mistake can cause the entire situation to collapse. Fortunately, whether it is the Anchor side or the Emperor Penguin side, the players on both sides have certain game and operation foundations. Although it is possible for the car to overturn, the probability of overturning is undoubtedly much smaller than for a pure newbie. This is why Jiang Yao went through so much trouble with the application form in the first place, just to screen out such elite players. After all, it was difficult in the early stage, and if there were too many salted fish players, things could easily go wrong. And the current situation also confirmed that Jiang Yao's original decision was correct. At this moment, in Weiji's live broadcast room, the water friends in the live broadcast room were already noisy like crazy. Stealing a ray of spring, sorry. Although I am a girl, I can't help but swear. Qifeng, are you a fool? Didn't you see the black bugs coming around? You're still fighting a troll. Run! Run! Don't you understand? And you. Hurry up and leave. Hurry up and move. We're surrounding you. We're all surrounding you. Stop being greedy. At this time, another water friend shouted. 7-star whore insect, let's go with God's word. Someone is coming to steal your dick. Run away. Damn. Stop fighting. Numb. Now you have nothing. Xingming, I really obeyed what these people did. I was so numb that even if I yelled at the top of my lungs in the live broadcast room, they seemed like they couldn't hear me. I still gave away what was supposed to be given. Crazy egg, I said it was possible upstairs. Do you think there is a possibility? They really can't see the barrages we send. Chocolate coffee bean, upstairs. What you said is correct. The only anchor who can see our barrage has also blocked the barrage. Crazy egg, to be honest, it's not my fault. These people are really good at operations. The combat power of the Steelworker bees is higher than that of these wild monsters. But they won't be like this if they have some operations. With this wave of operations, I dropped rice on the keyboard and the chicken pecked it higher than they did. Xingming, okay. Stop bragging upstairs. You can only brag so well in the live broadcast room. If we really go to the battlefield, I guess you are better than them. Crazy egg, am I bragging? Let me tell you this. In any game I play that involves PvP, I am among the top players. Xing Mian, haha. Why do I not believe it so much? Crazy egg, don't believe it. If nothing else, let's find a game and ask you if you dare. Xingxing, okay. I won't talk about unpopular games anymore. Just put pesticides on the father and son game immediately. For a long time. Stealing a ray of spring, huh? Why didn't those two guys talk? Word of God, depending on the situation. I guess he is going to recognize the father and son. Steal a ray of spring, oh my God. You actually came to the live broadcast room. Word of God, as soon as he died just now, I came up in a hurry. Man riding a dragon, this wave is really difficult. And we are not afraid of the opponent's individual strength at all. But there are too many of them. And unlike other games, the wild monsters in this game are very intelligent. During the battle, there is really a small chance. And they can seize the opportunity to strike you head on. You just need to be careless, and you will be defeated. Honghu, is this the reason why you gave out first blood at the beginning? But at this moment, while everyone was still arguing, the war had entered a white-hot stage. Chi-Chi jumps up and hits you on the knee. Brothers, stop arguing. Look at the anchor. He is probably going to screw up. Honghu, holy shit. All the Steelworker bees are dead. And only 9 Temple War bees are still hanging on. Turn the wind and welcome the night. Lie. Is the situation here actually so tragic? Lee, damn it. Why are you here? Aren't you over there? Wan Feng Yingyi, forget it. There are too many monsters over there. And we have lost more than half of them. Now a team of about 2,000 black worms have reached the entrance of the cave and are fighting with the worker bees guarding the entrance. Lee, 30 versus 2,000. I feel very uncertain. Turn the wind and welcome the night. Half an hour is only used to support the last half hour. Then everything will be easy to say. Wanli Wuyun, half an hour. What are you doing? Sorry. The front line is about to collapse now. Of the 60 worker bees sent out to fight, there are only 10 left, including the 30 guarding the other side. There were 20 worker bees in the nest. And now there are only 50 worker bees in total. After hearing what Wanli Dark Cloud said, everyone realized that the situation was not good. Chapter 58 The Last Minutes. What is the situation on the front line now? Mater. This street anchor died a long time ago. So we don't even know the situation on the front line now. The player who reacted first asked. Let me tell you something. I just came back from death. At the current frontline battlefield, our initial strategy is to divert the black insect army away, and in this way buy us time. But after more than an hour of fighting, the black worms seem to have discovered our plan, and they began to recall the troops we lured out. At that time, we also knew that our plan had been discovered. So we directly launched an attack to intercept their recalled troops. We suffered heavy losses in this attack. But Blackworm's losses were also not small. There are probably about 7,000 of them left. And of course, we know that it is basically unrealistic to lure them away again now. So we chose to fight as long as the frontal battle could last. But at that time, the number of worker bees on the front line was originally small. And the frontal battle also held back part of their troops. They had a team of 2,000 black bugs that went directly towards our house. And the unit we were fighting head-on was quickly cleared by black bugs. And then the remaining 5,000 should have gone that way. After listening to this player story, everyone in the live broadcast room understood the current situation. Holy crap. If you say so, wouldn't we collapse? There is no need to think about the collapse. The side of the front line that did not withstand the house raids is also miserable. A full attack means only 40 worker bees against 7,000 enemies and being forced to face them head-on. This is a loss no matter how you think about it. It's cold. It's cold. It will be cold this time. It's hopeless. Both sides have collapsed. At this moment in the game, Weiji also received a request for help from the Emperor Penguin. After hearing the Emperor Penguin describe the situation on their side, Weiji couldn't help but frown. Holy shit. Is the collapse so serious? As he said this, Weiji looked like the remaining temple bees on the field. Brothers' families can no longer withstand it. There's no point in delaying it here. We should retreat and guard our homes. Weiji immediately said to everyone. At this moment, everyone in the live broadcast room was a little confused about his operation. Damn it. What's the point of withdrawing at this time? Yes. Won't you take the soldiers here with you when you return? I'm convinced. This wave of operations has made the already crisis situation even worse. I think I can probably guess what the anchor is thinking. The anchor probably thinks that first of all, the Templar war bees are much faster than the trolls and black worms. So the Temple war bees will definitely arrive at the insect nest sometime in advance. Then after returning to the insect nest, you can first help the guard troops to block the wave of black insects that are about to enter the insect nest. After solving the most urgent matter at hand, when the remaining troops arrive, they will fight for their lives to see if they can hold on until the Velociraptor hatches. It will take about 10 minutes to run back from here at the speed of the Temple war bees. And the blackworm and troll troops should arrive in 20 minutes. In other words, the host and the others have about 10 minutes to clean up the black insects at the entrance of the insect nest. You can clear as much as you can in 10 minutes. If you don't clear enough, then when the large forces of black bugs and trolls arrive, even the Temple war bees may not be able to support them if the forces of several parties are superimposed on each other. It is undoubtedly a gamble. Well, it depends on the situation this time. I feel that there is a high probability that the situation will overturn in 10 minutes. No matter how many pieces you clear. How much can you pay? Time is too tight. After 25 minutes, all the enemy's forces will gather. The 9 temple bees need to hold out for at least 10 minutes under the suppression of the forces of the two races. Based on the information we know so far, this troll is not very strong at all. I don't think it will take 10 minutes. But I think it will last even 1 minute if it is beaten by a group of people. You're talking about Tauzi. Do you think the attribute of the temple war bee is that of an armored worker bee? You've been fooling me for even a minute. You underestimate your money reading ability. I don't think it will collapse. While everyone was still talking about it, Weiji had already taken the remaining temple bees and rushed towards home. Emperor Penguin, please hold on for 5 more minutes. Find a way to delay it for 5 minutes, and we will be there soon. Damn. 5 minutes. Isn't this fatal? The Emperor Penguin couldn't help but have a headache after hearing Weiji's words. Maid. Fight, said the Emperor Penguin and looked at everyone. Everyone retreat to the cave and fight them. The space in the cave is small, and they can't move. So we will delay for a longer time. And if they flood into the cave in large numbers, it will be easy to clean up when Weiji and the others come back. After hearing what Emperor Penguin said, the only dozen or so players left in the battlefield quickly ran towards the cave. In the cave, players retreat and fight at the same time. Just as the Emperor Penguins thought, the passage was quickly blocked with the influx of a large number of black insects. Because the space is small, only the black bugs in the front row can fight the players, and they can no longer attack in large numbers outside. This undoubtedly reduces the pressure on players a lot. But even so, many players have fallen one after another. Chapter 59 Moji arrives. Looking at the fewer and fewer worker Emperor Penguins, I know clearly that they can't hold on for much longer. At this moment, the Emperor Penguin was also very confused. He was thinking about whether to bring in the 20 worker bees guarding the nest. After thinking about it, he finally shook his head, because they have buried a lot of boulders and obstacles on the insect nest side, and they need to clear these things even if they want to support them. After they have cleaned up these things, they will probably have almost nothing here, so there is no need. The only solution now is to say that if they can hold on for a while, then they can hold on for a while. If they really can't hold on to them, there is nothing they can do. And he could only silently pray that the support team could arrive to take over before they were all dead. Just like this, time passed minute by minute. And just when the Emperor Penguins were already a little desperate, Weiji's team finally arrived. How can we withstand the penguins when we get to your side? Weiji shouted in the channel as soon as he arrived. Holy crap! You guys are finally here. And now I'm still struggling to hold on, with only residual blood left. Don't worry about other monsters on your side. Go directly into the cave entrance and fight all the way to where we block the cave. And then defend here. The 20 worker bees from the insect nest are also in place. I want you to be ready for battle at all times. I'm worried that Weiji and the others will clear the obstacles before they can kill these insects. As soon as Emperor Penguin finished speaking, he also died because he couldn't hold on. Brothers, go straight into the cave and kill. At this moment, Weiji naturally did not dare to delay and immediately shouted at everyone. Then he led everyone towards the cave entrance and rushed in. The space at the entrance of the cave itself is not too large, which provides a very good output environment for the war bees. It was at this moment that the power of the temple war bee was revealed in front of everyone. I saw 9 temple warrior bees wielding huge sharp blades and cutting all the way in like chopping melons and vegetables. The black insects suffered heavy casualties wherever they passed. In addition to the sharp blades, the combination of huge tail needles and flying blades made Weiji's advance incredibly fast. Love. This is the power of money. What else can I say? All I can say about this is the ability YYST. The temple war bees are so powerful. If the Velociraptor comes out and evolves, wouldn't it be a direct act of defiance? That goes without saying. But the most important thing now is whether we can persist until then. Amid everyone's discussion, the battle has now entered a stalemate. The black insects in the front were desperately clearing the roadblocks laid by the players, while the war bees in the rear were also desperately advancing. At this moment, everyone was staring closely at the 2 live broadcast rooms. The first is Weiji's live broadcast room, and the other is a temporary live broadcast hosted by players guarding the insect nest. Holy crap! Brothers, I saw the boulder on the other side of the insect nest moved. Oh my god! They are pushing in. You're so hacking drunk. We've only been stuck in traffic for a few minutes. At least 100 or 200 meters apart. And yet we were breached so quickly. The stone is cracked. Blanch it. Damn it! Brothers guarding the insect nest. Hold on. Seeing the cracks appearing on the last boulder, all the players couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Everyone at this moment knows that this is a critical moment. Brothers, get ready. As he said this, the 20 worker bees guarding the insect nest were also ready to fight. On the other hand, Jian Yao was panicking at the moment. and he immediately started to control the insect nest without delaying. The next moment, the insect nest stretched out hundreds of tentacles and rolled the eggs of the velociraptors from the velociraptor hatching pool into its interior. After doing all this, the tentacles of the insect nest were also ready for battle. The next moment, the boulder was shattered. At the moment of the fragmentation, more than 20 worker bees rushed up to fight with the black insects. And the tentacles in the insect nest also extended to assist the worker bees. I can't get enough of the insect nest's tentacles. The damage is so low. What do you think? Those tentacles are used to pull food. How lethal can they be? Holy crap. I'm worried I can't stand it anymore. Damn it. Look over there at Weiji. At this moment, a player exclaimed. At this moment, on Weiji's side, I saw the figure of the ogre appearing behind them. Holy crap. The ogres are here too. The black insect army is also here to cause trouble. Look what they are doing. Holy crap. They are destroying the cave wall and trying to widen the entrance to let more trolls in. It's over now. Seeing this scene, the advancing temple war bees knew very well that they could no longer advance. Now all they can do is to desperately block the troops behind them. While the black insects that have penetrated the insect nest can only rely on the guarding worker bees over there. Brothers, stop their follow-up troops here no matter what the cost. At this moment, Moji stopped and shouted at the worker bees. Then he continued, Xian Yufengqi, stop watching the live broadcast. Put on your helmet and enter the connection state. Once the hatch is successful, connect immediately and evolve. Xian Yu, got it. Thank you, Unsurging, brothers. There are still 3 minutes left to hold on. After a third of the fight we called him Daddy. At this moment, around the insect nest. Chapter 60 Level 2 Fierce Armored Beast. Obviously, the black insects have seen the huge insect nest and regard the insect nest as a priority target to kill. Black insect warriors. Have you seen that huge thing? From now on, obey my order to attack that thing at all costs. At this moment, the black insect commander shouted at the other black insects in the group. The black insects who received the order the next moment also rushed towards the insect nest like crazy. No! They want to attack the insect nest. Brothers, stop them at all costs. Upon seeing this, the captain guarding the insect nest naturally understood the black insect's plan and immediately gave the order. The players who received the order also abandoned the fighting black insects and immediately chased the black insects rushing towards the insect nest. Shua! Brothers, I'm out of health. Stay away from me. I'm going to blow myself up. I'll take whatever I can take away. At this moment, as the player's words fell, his body emitted a violent blue light. And the next moment, boom, with a loud noise, the body of the worker bee was instantly torn apart. And at this moment, the hard armor turned into countless shrapnel flying around to kill the black insects. In just an instant, hundreds of black insects died. Mad. I'll blow myself up too. Brothers, please hold on. At this moment, several Xianyu players were waiting anxiously with helmets on. I saw a countdown in their perspective that was constantly decreasing. 59, 58, 57. Looking at the ever-dwindling countdown, the players at this moment just feel like their days are like years. Brothers, hold on. Hold on. At this moment, Li roared loudly on the insect nest. Now they only had the last 5 worker bees left struggling to support themselves not far from the insect nest. At this moment, many black insects had already broken through the defense line and headed towards the insect nest. But they were all thrown away by the insect nest's tentacles. At this moment, Jiang Yao also knew very well that he could no longer withstand it. Only a few of the hundreds of tentacles were usable. And at this critical moment, as the eggs of the raptors exploded, 5 raptors broke out of their LS. As these creatures, about 5 meters in length, with bodies similar to dinosaurs, full of sharp fangs, and a pair of huge bone-toothed creatures about 3 meters in length on their backs, appeared. Everyone saw this scene and breathed a sigh of relief. Evolve the boss. Evolve directly to the 2nd level. Xian Yu shouted loudly as soon as he hatched successfully. And at the same time several other people also agreed. The next moment, as the light flashed, the bodies of several swift beasts began to change. The original 5-meter-long body quickly soared to about 8 meters. And the bone spurs on their backs also turned into 3 pairs. Ding, congratulations to the player for successfully evolving and obtaining Raptor Beast X1, which cost 30,000 evolution points. Raptormon, HP 24,000. Attack, 800. Defense, 100. Agility, 300. Energy Devouring Reserve 40. Master the skills Energy Devouring Shield. Energy Devouring Fangs. As soon as the prompt tone fell, the prompt appeared again the next moment. Ding, congratulations to the player for successfully evolving and obtaining the Armored Beast X1, which cost 60,000 evolution points. Fierce Armored Beast HP, 50,000. Attack, 1,200. Defense, 600. Agility, 300. Energy Reserve 120. Master Skills. Energy Devouring Shield. Energy Devouring Fangs. Energy Devouring Rotation. Energy Devouring Energy Field Shield. Compared to the previous stage, the size of the Armored Beast has changed significantly from the original 8 meters to 20 meters. The fangs on the back disappeared, replaced by hard bones like a turtle SH.L. The body also underwent huge changes after removing the SH.L. The entire body was covered with hard bones. The original bone teeth have also turned into densely packed sharp spikes on the turtle SH.L. on the back. At this moment, their appearance becomes somewhat similar to that of snapping turtles. But compared to snapping turtles, their appearance is a bit weird. As soon as they successfully evolved, several players rushed out of the insect nest. At this moment, all the players and black insects in the field were instinctively attracted by the huge figures of the 5 fierce armored beasts in front of them. When he saw these 5 giant beasts, the black insect leader instinctively had a bad premonition in his heart. However, it still suppressed its inner uneasiness and shouted at the other black bugs, "You guys, don't worry about them. Just keep charging at me. No matter how powerful they are. There are only 5 of them. They can't be defended." And as its voice fell, the black insects rushed towards the insect nest desperately. Sometimes the advantage in numbers doesn't mean anything. You actually want to bypass us and attack the insect nest directly? How naive, Xianyu said coldly as he looked at the approaching insects. With a total investment of 100,000 yuan, the golden mountain made of soft sister coins is something you can cross if you want to. As Xianyu's words fell, the next moment a huge blue protective cover was seen surrounding the insect nest. Wrapped, all the black insects cannot break through this huge shield no matter how they attack. Holy crap! This is the Devouring Energy Field Shield. It's really made of cowhide, Xianyu said as he looked at the remaining people. Girl, you should do something about it. Don't look at me pretending to be 13. I'm so numb. I can't help but drop such a big shield like it's free of charge. After hearing Xianyu's words, several people's minds were full of dark thoughts. But they also took action immediately. Chapter 61 Clean up the enemies. As a high-level evolution of the Swift Beast, the Armored Beast's main direction is defense. First of all, its biggest improvement, apart from the huge increase in defense and HP, is its most eye-catching ability. Although the increase in attack attributes is not high, not even as high as the attack of the Temple War B, its group AoE damage as a combat unit should not be underestimated. The 2 conventional skills of Energy Devouring Shield and Energy Devouring Fangs have no highlights, but Energy Devouring Rotation and Energy Devouring Field Shield are different. First, let's talk about the Phage Field Shield. It can construct a force field shield at any range to protect a certain unit. This skill is quite useful as a battlefield auxiliary. The second is the Energy Devouring Rotation, shrinking the body like a turtle. The bone spurs like sharp knives protrude from the turtle's back, and the entire body enters a state of high-speed rotation under the action of Energy Devouring Energy. It can fly briefly close to the ground to cut the creatures passing by, especially combined with the skill of Energy Devouring Fangs. These bone spurs are sharper and more lethal. Although the fierce armored beast looks bulky as a whole, its speed is not slow at all. On the contrary, it is extremely flexible and can reach a speed of 300 kilometers per hour when running at full strength. At this moment, except for the salted fish protecting the hive, the remaining fierce armored beasts have begun to harvest the surrounding enemies. The 4 fierce armored beasts were crashing around like tops, frantically harvesting the lives of the surrounding black insects. Although the combination of the 2 skills of Energy Devouring Rotation and Energy Devouring Fangs consumes a lot of energy, but the energy reserve of 120 points allows them to use these 2 skills at will. But at this moment, because of their joining, the entire battle situation has completely changed. The countless black insects that poured in were split into 2 before they could react. And due to the huge improvement in defense, these black insects cannot break through their defense even if they try their best. In less than 2 minutes, the nearly 3,000 black insects that invaded were wiped out by a few rampaging fierce armored beasts. All the viewers in the live broadcast room were stunned when they saw the performance of the fierce armored beast. Holy crap. This thing not only has high defense, but also powerful attack methods. This is too disruptive to the balance. Not only can it provide support, but it also has a relatively strong AoE. The most critical defense is also amazing. Destroying the balance? How is it possible for a brother to drop 100,000 evolution points and get nothing? Speaking of which, brothers, am I the only one who cares about the fact that Xinyu, a thief, has gained 100,000 evolution points? What are you talking about upstairs? If you want to call me a salty fish boss, you are becoming more ignorant every day. It's just a fierce armored beast, and you're just licking him like this? That's not true. You should learn from me. I always keep my admiration for Brother Xinyu in my heart, and never talk about it. At this moment, Weiji and the others on the front line couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when they learned that Xinyu and the others had successfully hatched. To be honest, it is not difficult for just a few of them to withstand the attack of such a large wave of monsters, especially the trolls with Krypton gold equipment. Although these weapons are not very lethal, and have no so-called enchantment effects, they all have one characteristic: they are hard. Extremely hard. No matter how the trolls slash it, this thing will not break. And the players really don't understand how the trolls process it into a weapon. After all, trolls don't have such powerful pincers. Brothers, hold on for a few more seconds, and Xinyu and the others will come to support immediately. At this time, Wei Ji said while looking at his teammates around him. To be honest, it is already the limit for them to be able to support a few monsters that can resist thousands of times their own. At this moment, several seriously injured war bees have retreated to the back, and even the ones struggling to support themselves in front are scarred. At this moment, the captain finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw these demonic black bugs that were at the end of their rope. From the beginning of the battle until now, they have killed nearly 10,000 insect soldiers on their side, and even nearly 1,000 trolls have died. Such terrifying fighting power makes them very frightened. But fortunately it's all coming to an end, because they are almost no longer good at this moment. We brave black insect warriors. Let's charge. The demons have run out of gas and energy. Kill them to avenge the dead insect warriors. Revenge. Revenge. As the black insect captain finished speaking, countless black insect warriors echoed. At this moment, heavy footsteps came from deep in the cave. The next moment, a huge figure appeared in front of all the black bugs and trolls present. It was Xinyu, who brought several other fierce armored beasts to support him. Seeing several huge figures appear at this moment, all the black insects present instinctively stopped their movements and stared blankly at the fierce armored beasts getting closer and closer to them. The armored beast's huge body, hard bones, and sharp fangs pierced the hearts of these bugs like sharp swords, destroying the psychological defenses of all the bugs present. The temple war bees themselves are regarded as their lifelong enemies. These creatures that are larger than the temple war bees in front of them need not think that their combat power must be superior to them. At this moment, all the black bugs instinctively took a few steps back to feel the terrifying aura coming from the fierce armored beast. And all the bugs instinctively felt a sense of fear. Chapter 62 Easily crushed. Not a creature of the same level. At this moment, all the black insects involuntarily had such thoughts in their minds. The difference compared to the black insects is that although the trolls have a certain degree of intelligence, their intelligence is not as high as that of the black insects. Therefore, when they see the fierce armored beasts, their instinctive fear and their warlike nature continue to collide. The intertwining of various emotions actually caused them to actively attack these behemoths. At this moment, Xinyu had already walked up to Wei Ji and glanced at them lightly. Can we still continue to fight? In response, Wei Ji looked at his own condition and nodded. I can hold on for a while longer. After hearing Wei Ji's words, Xinyu nodded. Then he walked to the front line and looked at the trolls rushing in front. He said in a calm voice to the players behind him, "Follow me." After saying that, his eyes were frozen, and the next moment he looked at the enemy in the distance. I will embed you into the statue. No, it should be a stone. As Xianyu's words fell, a blue shield was seen opening between the black insects, and all the surrounding black insects and trolls were supported by this sudden shield and quickly moved towards the rock wall. I can still do this with my stance shield? This is absolutely amazing. Brothers, this salted fish is floating again. Look at the way he pretended to be 13 just now. He looks like a villain who has succeeded. This guy is a typical investor who invests with the wind and waves against the wind. With him acting so aggressively, I guess there is a high probability that the bottom will be reached soon. But let's not talk about the scene just now. It was more or less like that. He's used to it. Believe it or not. He will start yelling again after a while. What are you yelling about? As if to confirm this sentence, Xianyu looked at the other players behind him. They're numb? Why are you still standing there? Why don't you hurry up and fight? This thing is embedded in the stone wall, and can't kill them. It's just to restrict their movements. Well, aren't we just pretending to be cool here? I'm sorry to interrupt you. Yes. We see you are so energetic, and we are still wondering how long it will take for your energy to bottom out. Also, will you feel heartache when the time comes to replenish the energy phagocytosis? You look really handsome when you pretend to be 13. But you will definitely look very embarrassed when you eat high side to replenish your energy. Xianyu. After being ridiculed, the players naturally did not dare to neglect. They immediately activated their energy-devouring skills and killed the monsters whose movements were restricted. Because the movements of these black bugs and trolls have been restricted, they are now working as live handlers. So the players can clean them up quite quickly. In less than a minute, nearly half of the troll and black insect soldiers were cleared away. Seeing this scene, both the troll and the black insect were frightened. This can no longer be called a war. This is purely a unilateral crushing. The huge gap in strength let them know that even with several times more troops, they could not make up for it, because they were no longer creatures of the same dimension. At this moment, fear continues to spread in the hearts of the two races. And the trolls are no longer as heroic as before. Although their intelligence is low, they are not stupid. Run! Run quickly! At this moment, someone from the two tribes shouted something. And the next moment, both bugs and trolls turned around and fled. After realizing the huge gap in strength, they now just want to run away from such a terrifying creature. At this moment, they know very well that they have no chance of winning against such a creature. At this moment, the troll and black insect Xianyu, who were watching the escape, were the first to react. Brothers, you stay here to look after me. Phone Kai Yunyang and I will go after you. Hearing Xianyu's words, the players present also nodded. Xianyu, we see that you were quite tired just now. Otherwise, I and Li will chase after you. You, Fingqi, and the others will stay here to guard the house. Xianyu was stunned when he heard what this player said. And then he immediately said, no. These monsters are too dangerous. We too are old players after all. We have a little experience in combat. If we go there, we can survive even if we encounter danger. Retreat. No. I believe that after such a long period of training, we have very rich combat experience. So let's go ahead. Leave this kind of matter to me. Hearing that Xianyu naturally refused to give in. You are an old man. Old people should get more rest, and leave these dirty jobs to us young people. At this moment, everyone in the live broadcast room looked confused as they watched the pushing people on the other side. What the hell? What are these two guys fighting about? Am I the only one curious? Holy crap. I suddenly remembered something. I remember that the Emperor Penguin said that all the black bugs were divided equally. But he didn't say trolls. As this barrage appeared in the live broadcast room, everyone suddenly realized. Good guy. I'm calling you good guy. This salty fish's mind is spinning really fast. Yes. He found the bug in just a few seconds. Look at those people next to you. They were pretty good at it. They saw through Xianyu's trick in a matter of minutes. I have to say that among the players, there is really a crouching tiger. Hidden dragon. It is well known among the players that salted fish likes to eat alone. But those guys were able to see through it in such a short period of time. This shows that these guys have put in a lot of effort when it comes to eating alone. It's not a fuel-efficient lamp. When two dogs fight, one of them will get hurt. Chapter 63 The Black Insect Clan was defeated. At this moment, looking at the people arguing endlessly, Weiji also had black lines on his head. Okay. You guys, stop arguing. No matter how noisy you are, the monsters will run away. It stands to reason that we discovered this troll, and we have more or less power to deal with it. Like Blackworm, trolls are also included in all players' distribution lists. Is this appropriate? Xianyu asked tentatively after hearing Weiji's words. Why is it inappropriate? It was not Weiji who answered him, but the water friends in the live broadcast room. Okay, Xianyu decided. After all, everyone has contributed to guarding the insect nest, so everyone should have contributed. If you still want to eat alone, they will probably drag you out and beat you up. Because right now my live broadcast is discussing your 108 ways to worship heaven. Xianyu was also startled when he heard this. So he immediately changed his face. That's right. If everyone hadn't bought time for us, we wouldn't have been able to hatch the Velociraptor. So I fully agree with the equal division of the spoils this time. That's why I said those words just now. Just to see if there are any selfish people among us who like to eat alone. Now it seems that there are no such people among us players. I am very happy. Everyone. Do you know what a face is? After some discussion, everyone decided that Feng Kaiyunyang, Li, Weiji, and Xianyu would pursue the chase, while the rest stayed behind to look after home. At this moment, when the trolls and black bugs saw the players chasing after them, they naturally understood what they were going to do. No matter how stupid they were, they would not be able to take the players to their homes. So on the periphery of the Misty Island, the two sides once again started a battle. As for the result, it is self-evident. Under the iron hooves of the swift armored beast, the remaining troops of the black insect and the troll were naturally routed. Damn it, Xianyu. You're here to help, he complained as he watched Xianyu fight in the distance. Li also fully agreed with this. I can understand why Weiji is seriously injured and watching the show on the sidelines. But it is too much for you to watch the show on the sidelines when you are in full condition. Well, you may not believe it when I tell you. I used up all my energy when I was showing off just now. 2 people. In this way, the enemy's troops were quickly cleared with the 2 people's hard work. Immediately afterwards, Xianyu and the others contacted several worker bees who had survived the battle in the insect nest to transport the loot. And they headed straight for the black insect's mother nest. Xianyu, I told you first that I can take you in the insect nest. But you can't even think about the ores inside. Xianyu Weiji looked at him on the way and warned him again and again. Don't worry, Boss Weiji. To be honest, I really don't like that wave of ores. Look at your pretense. Then you don't like the ore. Why did you come here with us so shamelessly just now? Hee hee. Of course, I have my own plans, Xianyu said mysteriously with a smile. In this way, under the leadership of Weiji, Xianyu and the others quickly arrived at the entrance of the insect nest. This is it, Wei Jing said while looking at the entrance of the huge black insect lair. It turns out he was hiding here. No wonder we couldn't find him before. As he spoke, Xianyu looked around, and then looked at Qi Yunong and Li beside him. Why are you still standing there? Open the way. Damn. You are really good at summoning people. The 2 complained as they entered the cave first. In this way, a few people moved forward and climbed deeper into the cave. At the same time, on the side of the Black Insect Queen, because a large number of troops have been sent out to attack the players, there are only a small number of troops left in their insect nest, as well as many small black insects. And when several giant beasts appeared at the entrance of the insect nest, the Black Insect Queen had already discovered them. And it also knows very well that when the players appear here, it doesn't need to think about it. It also knows that all their soldiers have been wiped out. Although the black insects of the guards tried their best to persuade the Mother Queen to run away quickly, the Mother Queen at this moment also knew very well that it could not escape even if it wanted to. And what was the point even if it escaped? It would be a big problem for the lost insect swarm to survive alone outside. And there were so many small black insects in the insect nest that it couldn't bear to abandon them just like that. As the footsteps outside got closer and closer, the Black Insect Queen knew their end was coming. When the huge body of the fierce armored beast appeared in the cave, the terrifying aura it exuded scared all the little black insects and fled in all directions. The guards knew they were outmatched but still launched an attack on the 2 giant beasts regardless of their own safety. It's a pity that they were solved by Feng Kaiyunyang and others after 3 strikes. 5 divisions and 2. At this moment, the Black Insect Queen in the distance looked at the 3 giant beasts and demons present, and slowly closed her eyes, because it already knows what its fate will be next. I didn't expect that the millions of years of my Black Insect clan would end up being ruined in my hands. Looking at the players approaching her step by step, the Queen Mother said softly, her tone full of loneliness. But at this moment, it is also very clear that success and defeat are the eternal laws of nature. With the past events vividly in mind, it also understands why it failed. Because of cowardice. No. To be precise, it should be conservative. When it saw the power of the trolls, it chose to be enslaved for the continuation of its race. It also chose to tolerate it because of the Holy Land. Because the enslavement of the trolls resulted in their race not being able to develop. A large number of resources were given to the trolls. The black bugs can only survive on a small amount of resources. The number of the insect swarm was strictly controlled. And it was this act of cutting off an arm that led to today's results. If she had been cruel enough to leave with the black insects, it might have been a different outcome. One wrong step after another. Because of his own weakness, he ruined the entire tribe. If he was given another chance, he would definitely choose to leave here and venture outside until he was strong enough to lead an army to take back this place instead of being kept in captivity here. Unfortunately, it has already no chance. At this moment, the fleeing bugs saw that these monsters were about to attack the Queen Mother. Although they were very scared, they still rushed out at the critical moment and stood in front of the Queen Mother. Chapter 64 Save Black Worm. Looking at all this, Feng Qiyun surged back and looked at the people behind him. There are quite a lot of NPC scenes here. That's not important. What's important is that this black insect queen belongs to a special species and should be worth a lot of money. Li couldn't help but say at this moment, "Stop it. Let's take action first and solve it," Wei Ji urged at this moment. At this moment, he was still in a hurry to dig up the mine. After all, he had invested so much, and he needed to get his health back as soon as possible. After hearing what Wei Ji said, Feng Qiyun nodded, and then saw a protective shield wrapping the Queen Mother and all the insects together. And then the entire protective shield began to slowly shrink. Out of respect for you, I decided to use my strongest skills to kill you. You ignorant bugs. Your fate is sealed the moment you go against us. Despair, tremble. Be destroyed by my powerful power. Oh, I found something. Is this Feng Qiyun surge so good? I guess I got infected because I got too close to the salted fish. Is it true that the rumored stupidity is contagious? But at this moment, when the black insect queen was already desperate, the shield suddenly shattered. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that Xianyu had destroyed the entire shield. Damn it. Xianyu, what's wrong with you? After looking closely, it turned out to be Xianyu. He asked, looking at the salty fish standing in front of the black insect queen. Just when Feng Qiyun was about to say something, Xianyu spoke. Stay. Just stand there and don't move. He pointed at Feng Qiyun. I'm talking about you. I'm talking about you. Don't look at it. I'm talking about you. Are you a fool? You suppressed it and destroyed it. The integrity of this price will definitely be a big discount. As he spoke, Xianyu looked at Wei Ji again. Boss Wei Ji, I bought this Zerg Mother Queen. Please give me a price. Everyone in the live broadcast room started to make a fuss after hearing what Xianyu said. What does Xianyu want to do? Does he want to tame this Queen Mother? No. Can wild monsters be tamed? I think it should be okay. After all, this game is said to be 100% realistic. At this moment, Wei Ji couldn't help but frown as he listened to Xianyu's words. You want to tame it? Xianyu nodded at this. I want to give it a try. With 6,000 evolution points and all my belongings, I'm ready to take a gamble. If it can be tamed, then we can use the same method to enslave other monsters in the future. If it cannot be tamed, then it will be a shock to everyone. After hearing what Xianyu said, Wei Ji thought for a long time and finally nodded. Okay. But let me make it clear first that if you find that you can't tame me later, you can't return it. No problem. After confirming the ownership of the Queen Mother, Xianyu turned around and looked at the Queen Mother behind him, which was about 10 meters long, and said to it, You should be able to have a simple communication with us. After hearing Xianyu's words, the Queen Mother looked at him blankly. Although she didn't know what happened just now, she could only cooperate from Xianyu's behavior. Can, listen, understand. The Queen Mother's intermittent voice emerged in Xianyu's mind. As long as you understand. Originally, the only fate awaiting you as our enemy was death. But I saved you. As for why I saved you, you should know the reason. I know. Xianyu was also a little surprised to hear that the Queen Mother was so smart. Since you are a smart insect, I don't need to explain too much to you. The weak are attached to the strong and obey the strong. This is the truth that has not changed since ancient times. From now on, you must obey us and do anything for us unconditionally. Only in this way can you survive. Otherwise, death will be waiting for you. After hearing Xianyu's words, the Black Insect Queen also understood her situation. Apart from surrendering to it, there was only death. The biological instinct made it helpless to choose to surrender. Looking at the shivering Black Insect Queen Xianyu, she comforted her. But don't be too afraid. I promise that as long as you are always loyal to us and surrender to us, then our tribe can accept you and make you one of us. So your choice is surrender or death. Looking at the huge size of the salted fish in front of him, and then looking at his own small body, Although he was very scared in his heart, he still answered in the end. I will surrender. After hearing the Queen Mother's words, Xianyu nodded with satisfaction. Don't worry. Xianyu Chong, still have some weight in the insect swarm. As long as you are loyal to us, then we will definitely not harm your life. Promise, not to betray. But you need to ensure the safety of the bugs. The intermittent voice of the Queen Mother continued to be heard. And then he looked at the little black bugs around him. Of course you can bring these little bugs with you. But the premise is that they need to obey our orders and not have any different intentions. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. Well, I promise. After hearing the Queen Mother's answer, Xianyu nodded with satisfaction. Then in that case, take your little bug back to the nest with us. In this way, the whole thing came to a successful conclusion under Xianyu's operation. Chapter 65 Xianyu's arrangements for the Queen Mother. But everyone at this moment obviously didn't know the real reason why Xianyu was doing this. Soon after, Xianyu and the others returned to the insect nest with the Mother Queen of the insect tribe. At this moment, Jiangyao naturally knew what was happening there through the live broadcast room. In fact, Jiangyao doesn't think there is any problem in treating this black insect as his own subordinate race. Although this race is not particularly powerful, Jiangyao, the scout who uses it as cannon fodder or to explore the way, feels that it is still feasible. But there will be a period of observation. If it is honest, then it will be kept. If it is not honest, it will be used as feed for the mother nest. Forget it. People who are not from my tribe will have different minds. For my safety, I'd better directly cultivate the next generation. When these black insects give birth to the next generation, then capture their next generation and train them individually, so as to ensure their loyalty. Looking at the black insect queen Jiangyao, who was walking towards him under the leadership of Xianyu in the distance, he murmured, of course, as an NPC, Jiangyao is very competent. At this moment, he looked at Xianyu walking over, pretending to be confused. Salted fish. You brought it here. Listening to Jiangyao's question, Xianyu suddenly became energetic. Ahem, that's what. The leader's affairs are so perverted. This one is the mother queen of the black worm. After hearing what Xianyu said, Jiangyao couldn't help but nodded and said that he understood. I didn't expect you to catch them all. Not bad. Not bad. Worthy of encouragement. But I'm curious why you didn't solve her on the spot. But put him brought here? Jiangyao asked, pretending to be confused. What Xianyu said next made Jiangyao completely break his guard. You are such a leader. You are the supreme leader of our Zerg tribe. You have silently sacrificed for our Zerg tribe. I, Xianyu Zhong, have admired you very much since I was born. You have worked hard. I see you working hard for a Zerg every day for so many years. But you don't even have a girlfriend, and you are still single. Ugh. Singleton. As your most loyal fan, I feel very uncomfortable seeing you breaking your heart for us. A long time ago, I, Xianyu Chong, silently swore in my heart that I would not let you be single for the rest of your life. However, God gave me an opportunity to repay the leader. When I saw the plump and round body of the black insect mother prince, I fell in love with it at first sight. Such a beautiful insect is the only one in the world. It would be a pity to kill it. Wouldn't it be nice to bring it back to our leader, who has silently and selflessly devoted himself to the Zerg tribe to be a swarming insect? Jiangyao was dumbfounded when he heard Xianyu's words. And everyone in the live broadcast room was also dumbfounded. Even Wei Ji and a few people on the side were stunned. Good guy. I'm telling you. Good guy Xianyu really belongs to you. It turns out that taming the black worm is just a cover for you. I've been working on this for a long time. I don't know whether the leader broke my defense. But it's true that this wave of operations of yours broke my defense. Wei Ji, who understood the situation at this moment, was so angry that his teeth itched. Damn it. Why didn't I think of this? We are the Zerg. As the leader of the Zerg tribe, Jiangyao will naturally only be a Zerg tribe. Although the official government changed Jiangyao into a human form in order to allow new players to adapt to the Zerg tribe. But this is like the skin in a game. Although it has a layer of skin, the leader is still essentially a Zerg. As the leader, Jiangyao naturally needs beauty when he has power. And this plump black insect queen is naturally the best choice. Thinking of this, Wei Ji glanced sharply in the distance and looked like he was asking for credit. Expression of salted fish. I never thought that one day I would be tricked by this idiot. At this moment, not only him, but also everyone in the live broadcast room was dumbfounded. Although I really don't want to admit it, I admit that I was careless just now. It's quite a show to sell dog meat with a sheep's head. After all, people's minds just move so fast. Why didn't I think of this? As the saying goes, if you love the country, you also love beauties. Since the leader of the Zerg tribe is the leader, how can he not be accompanied by a few beauties? Oh, it's a pity. It's a pity. I didn't expect this. If I had really thought of this, I would have captured the black insect queen and presented it to the leader. How dare you brag? You're just a little worker bee, and you dare to get down from the insect nest. When you get down, it's upright, and when you get out, it's horizontal. At this moment, Xianyu couldn't help but feel happy when he saw Jiang Yao's surprised expression. It seems like we got it right this time. Thinking of this, Xianyu hurriedly struck while the iron was hot. Chief, the Queen Mother in front of you is dedicated to you by the little one. It represents the little one's feelings for you. I hope the chief will accept it. I'll take it. I'll take it from you. I want to give it to you, monster, now. At this moment, Jiang Yao had all kinds of crazy complaints in his heart. Maid, you damn salty fish. This idea is quite novel. And the angle is quite tricky. We both graduated from 9-year compulsory education. Why do you have such a herniated disc in your waist? Looking at Jiang Yao, who was still unmoved at this moment. He thought he was still deeply moved. So he continued to add, Chief, just accept it with confidence. This is what you deserve. Oh, then shouldn't I thank you? At this moment, the sound of Jiang Yao's gritted teeth came over. No. No. You're too polite. Chief, if you really want to thank me, I'll go in and give me a 10 or 20% discount later. What do you think? Xianyu realized that something was wrong before he finished speaking. First, Jiang Yao's tone was so gritty. Then he seemed to want to eat him alive. Second, from the flying tentacles of the insect nest in the distance, it is not difficult to see that Jiang Yao's anger level is rising slowly at this moment. Chief, if you don't like this one, I'll bring you a better one next time. Can you tell me first what color you like? Is it white or green or yellow? Fat or thin? You say it first. I feel so panicked when you control so many tentacles without saying a word. Looking at Jiang Yao Xianyu, who was walking towards him step by step, he instinctively stepped back. It's a discount, right? Do you think it would be okay to break the fracture? At this moment, everyone watching this scene couldn't help but burst out laughing. This is a typical case of flattery that ends with a slap on the horse's leg. Yes, that's how the leader hangs this guy up and beats him up. Why don't you return the mad dead fish to my heart's content? I knew it was impossible for this guy to do anything normal. Just from his actions just now, I felt something was wrong. He has been here waiting for us for a long time. I have to admit that the leader's operation is a real cheerleading Madhu. But brothers, what do you think this leader likes? Look at this black insect queen. Although she says it's a bit dark, but she's chubby and looks quite cute. Chapter 66, Players Who Were Led Astray. At this moment, this player's words also shocked other players. I'll give it a try. You have to be so hungry to see this thing. You'll find it cute. I feel like the black one is probably a matter of color. You see, we don't like the black one. Think about it. It's our flower-growing family who are making this game. Our appreciation level should be similar to ours. We all like those with fair skin, beauty and long legs. Holy crap. Where are we going to catch those long, fair and beautiful legs? Hey, brothers, do you think the trolls have a mother queen? I feel like that thing might suit our leader's taste. No way. I'm so frightened just by that appearance. What do you know? The leader has the same level of appreciation for the Zerg as we do? Just those female bugs. Although we look terrified, in his eyes, they are probably big beauties. How about we try to catch white bugs next time we encounter them? I think you can. Brothers, I personally think that a leader like us, according to the background setting, controls the planet and the star field. In his tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years, I estimate that he must have fallen in love with many such queens, princesses and so on. Do you think the leader is tired of this kind of tone? Hey, don't say it. I think this is really possible. Usually, you see those TV shows where domineering CEOs fall in love with ordinary girls. I feel like this leader is also good at this. How about next time we encounter this kind of intelligent race? We can grab an ordinary one and try it. I think it can be possible. It's crooked. It's been led crooked. At this moment, Jiang Yao was a little bit dumbfounded when he saw the barrage in the live broadcast room. For this reason, He couldn't help but glared fiercely at Xianyu, who was shivering in the distance. At this moment, looking at Xianyu Jiangyao, who had just been taught a lesson, he suddenly showed a thoughtful expression. I can't be the only one disgusted. Grandson, you just disgusted me. Now it's me who disgusts you. Come on. Let's hurt each other. As he spoke, Jiangyao looked at Xianyu and Heichong not far away. Very good. Very good. I just noticed at first glance that you two are a good match. Hearing Jiangyao's voice coming from far away, Xianyu instinctively had a bad premonition. Although I think this black worm is ugly, you actually think it is pretty. From this, it can be seen that your taste is quite unique. In this case, the leader has decided to satisfy your unique taste and give this black worm to you. Xianyu, let's choose a good and auspicious day for you two to get married. Married? The black insect queen was a little confused. Apparently she didn't know the meaning of these two words. It just means giving birth to little bugs together. The black insect queen was dumbfounded on the spot when she heard Jiang Yao's words. Damn it! The leader doesn't want to play like this. At this moment, Xianyu's reaction was even greater. Ignoring Xianyu's words, Jiang Yao continued, it's better to hit the sun than to choose another day. How about now? Xianyu was dumbfounded when he heard this. Damn it. Can an NPC like you still play like this? During this period of time, eating salted fish was even more uncomfortable than eating shit. Because of Jiang Yao's saucy moves, he became famous among players. The kind that is even more famous than before. First of all, the players thought it didn't matter that there were only a few people in the game because the resurrection CD was there. But when players started to enter the game one after another, their mentality exploded. Early this morning, Xianyu just came online. Feng Qi Yunyan came over from a distance and said, Hey, it's good that Xianyu got up so early. It's different to have insects at home. Even the bad habit of staying up late has changed. No, Xianyu used to be alone. But now he has a wife, Emperor Penguin, who had just come online at this time. Also joked, You bastard, Xianyu said angrily. Ha ha ha. Congratulations, Xianyu. I think your marriage was too hasty. At that time, I just couldn't get my hair tied up. I can't give you this money. Now that I'm fine, I'm online. You can take this money. And just at this moment, Kun came over with a smile on his face. Damn it, you've had enough. Xianyu was about to get angry. But at this moment Weiji's voice came over. I'll say it again. They are a subordinate race. Do the subordinate races understand? How about salted fish? I heard that you are single in real life. Look at how this game fulfills your dream of a family. After hearing what Weiji said, the Emperor Penguin nodded in agreement. That's right. This is more than just fulfilling a family dream. Now our salted fish is more than 100 little black bugs. How's it going? How does it feel to be a father? The Emperor Penguin then patted the salted fish with its big pincers. Boys, I was wrong. I won't dare to play tricks again. Just let me go this time. Hold it in. Please hold it in. Xianyu, who finally broke his guard, began to beg for mercy. Now I know what it means to reap the consequences. When you came to me to buy my insects, you had the same tricks. I think you probably didn't have a sudden idea at that time. It's most likely that you had planned it for a long time. The big guys have said it. I don't dare to do it anymore. Xianyu wanted to find a crack in the ground and crawl in. But at this moment, Wan Fengying crawled over from a distance. Huh? Xianyu, you are online. I was worried that I couldn't find you. Seeing Wan Fengying looking for him, Xianyu also had a puzzled look on his face. Pooh Street Anchor. No. Beautiful Anchor. What are you looking for me for? You obviously wanted to say it was the host of Puji. But you just let it slip. After hearing Xianyu's words, Wan Fengying looked unhappy. Wan Fengying, who was about to have a seizure immediately, thought that she was asking for something from him. So he held it back. After taking a deep breath to adjust his mood, Wan Fengying said, The thing is Jiangzi. Wasn't there a troll when we were guarding the hide before? And until now, we haven't found the location of the troll's lair. We were wondering if your insect had called the troll for support before. I was thinking it should know the location of the troll's lair. How about you go and ask? Xianyu was stunned on the spot when he heard what Wan Fengying said. Oh my god. I've been so busy sorting out the loot and helping with the mining these past 2 days that I forgot about this. Xianyu couldn't help but his eyes lit up as he spoke. Chapter 67 The Use of Black Insects. At this moment, watching Xianyu's movements, Everyone naturally knew what little calculation he was making. I bet. Xianyu. Do you want to do something sexy again? Feng Kaiyunyang, who has been with Xianyu for the longest time, has already discovered the clues. What kind of cool operation? What are you talking about? Xianyu immediately retorted. But at this moment, Wan Fengyi said inappropriately, well, why don't you guys ask Xianyu to ask where the troll's lair is? Unexpectedly, Xianyu immediately became energetic as soon as she finished speaking. Stay, don't move. I'm telling you. That's the insect I bought. I paid for it. The information it spits out belongs to me. As he said this, Xianyu ran towards the insect nest in a flash. Go. Several people looked at his leaving figure and were speechless. I think I should have roughly guessed what he was going to do. Good guy. This dog is probably ready to gather wool again. About 10 minutes later, Xianyu ran back happily. Ahem. Cough. Cough. Brothers, let me tell you some good news. I have learned the location of the troll's lair. At this moment, Xianyu's words attracted everyone's attention. But unfortunately, I have some bad news to tell you. I wonder if you have heard of this sentence. There is no free lunch in this world. So I think everyone understands what I want to express. That's right. It's impossible to do it for free. For the sake of our joint fight, we just charge a small admission fee of 648, and it's okay. Also, didn't you guys just joke about giving me some money? I will meet your request, including the share price. 700 per person. Damn it. Your price hike is too much. It's ruined. It's completely ruined. Damn it. What was he saying just now? He was holding back. He wanted to find a crack in the ground and crawl into it. What else can you say? Even if you beat me to death, you won't be able to admit that it's his bug. I gave him money to push him back and forth. But now his true colors are revealed. A typical person who says he doesn't care about his body is still very honest. After all, if you give too little, you will lose face. Now if you give too much, you will throw your face on the ground every minute. At this moment, a group of players couldn't help but complain as they looked at the salted fish that was collecting money crazily. After hearing the complaints from these people, Xianyu sighed with a deep tone. Oh, why do I smell lemon? Damn it! I can't stand this dead fish. And while everyone was still talking about it, the voice of the player god's word came from a distance. Salted fish. Are you selling your son? Huh? Xianyu looked confused after hearing this player's words. Well, I see your son is thinking a lot. So buy a dozen of them, and take them home for training. Then help me hunt or transport. After all, players like me have less time to be online. The progress is higher than yours. So I thought about training a few black bugs to help me transport things when I am online. If I'm offline, help me clear monsters and track my progress. This way I can use up my offline time. Who would have thought that he hadn't finished speaking yet? When he saw a group of people, they rushed up and covered his mouth. Hack, how can you say this to him? Nima, are you stupid? You should discuss such a good idea with us first. And then we can clean up its bugs before exposing it. You should tell him directly. Oh, it's over now. Ma, what should I say to you? Call you a genius? This idea is indeed a genius. There's nothing wrong with calling you stupid. It's such a good way to say it without even using your brain. I'm drunk. Another way to get rich has been taken by salted fish. Damn it! Watching him make money is more uncomfortable than me losing money. Xianyu, who was collecting ticket money at the moment, couldn't help but his eyes gleamed when he heard this suggestion. Oh no! Sure enough, there is strength in numbers. Why didn't I think of such a unique method before? Brother, thank you. Don't worry. When I train these black bugs out, I will make a promise to you. If you come to my house to buy black bugs, I will give you at least a 30% discount. Everyone. Just like that. After Xianyu collected the ticket fee, he ran back to the Black Insect Queen to discuss training Xiao Chong. As the player said, this little black insect has quite a lot of uses. According to Xianyu's understanding, as long as there is enough food, these little black insect cubs can grow into adults in basically a few months. Compared to Xianyu's understanding of the Queen Mother, the Black Insect Queen Mother was very different from the Queen Ant Queen in his impression. The greatest role of the queen in the ant colony is to lay eggs. But the greatest role of the Black Insect Queen is leadership. Her intelligence is much higher than that of ordinary black insects. But her fertility is not much different from that of ordinary black insects. There is a chance that elite troops will be born. Therefore, based on the information currently known, If you want to obtain a large number of blackworm babies, Xianyu needs to raise this wave of small black worms as soon as possible. And just raising them is not enough. The black bugs they raise do not have any knowledge reserves, and are referred to as illiterate bugs. And this group of Zerg cannot be trusted 100% yet. Therefore, I still need to isolate and cultivate the little bugs from the previous generation of female bugs during their growth, and provide them with sufficient education so that they have regular combat capabilities and some knowledge reserves. The most important thing is to cultivate loyalty across generations. But what Xianyu didn't know was that his idea coincided with Jiang Yao's. Although this bug is now surrendered to him, his trust cannot be guaranteed. After all, no matter how much he says, he still has a grudge against her for genocide. Therefore, Jiang Yao's idea is also to cultivate across generations. As for Xianyu now, after he learned about the new use of black worms, Xianyu didn't plan to sell them. It takes time and energy to cultivate the next generation of black insects, and selling them directly is a one-time business. Moreover, if someone buys your black worms and buys a few more pairs to take home and cultivate them themselves, competitors will appear soon, which is absolutely unacceptable. Salted Fish wants to monopolize the business, so Xianyu plans to rent them to deal with these black insects. Not to mention that there will be more people in the future. But there are now over 100 people. The biggest headache for everyone every time they go hunting is that the transportation of prey wastes time and affects efficiency. So the first batch of black worms in this salty fish are going to develop their transportation capabilities, and then rent them to players so that they can serve as their transportation tools. This will definitely be popular in the market. As for combat, I haven't really thought about it. Unless I encounter novice monsters like swamp crocodiles, I can use black worms to fight against them. If I encounter trolls, I'll be at a disadvantage using black worms. When encountering these powerful black worms, we can only rely on quantity to accumulate them. How can we do this? We finally gave birth to several nests of black worms, and after months of hard training, we sent them to the battlefield to give away the insect heads. What would we do instead? Who is happy? So the idea of dealing with this batch of black worm salted fish is to let them do some relatively safe auxiliary work. In this way, the loss of black insects is relatively small, and the benefits can also be maximized. Chapter 68 Jiang Yao's Tangle. But now Xianyu doesn't have the heart to do these things. What Xianyu wants to do now is to attack the troll clan with the players. Attacking the trolls is also a very troublesome matter. I learned a very important piece of information through the black insect queen Xianyu. It's the kind where there's a boss in the troll lair who's so powerful that there's no limit to it. Therefore, how to defeat this boss has become the focus of players' attention. Although the previous battles made the players a lot of money, a large part of the black bugs were killed on the Foggy Island. Especially the black bugs when the 9 temple bees were on the hard steel on the Foggy Island. Players found that the corpses of the black insects and trolls were gone when they returned for the second time. According to speculation, they were most likely transported back to their lair by the troll clan. This also puts a discount on the overall income of players. It is also because of this reason that none of the players actually received much. Although the previous player said that there were at least 30,000 to 50,000 black worms in the army. After Xianyu learned about it later, they realized that those products were just for bragging rights to raise prices. What the black insect queen said was that at the peak of the war, the total number of black insects they had totaled was just over 20,000. This incident once again made Weiji the victim of the game. As soon as Weiji went online, he complained in the live broadcast room that this gamer's routine was too deep. Currently, because the daily hatch limit of the Velociraptor pool is relatively small, players who want to purchase Velociraptors can only wait in line and take their time. Although looking at the players like this, Jiang Yao had thought about building another swift pool, and they obtained a large amount of ore in the black insect lair. So this idea could be easily realized, because after emptying the entire black insect lair of ore, Jiang Yao obtained a total of about 40,000 energy devourers, reported 20,000, and did 20,000 in his own hand. After all, the reward I can give them now is that 1 point of devouring energy is equal to 20 evolution points, which is twice as high as the 110 that I set before. Therefore, Jiang Yao felt that it would not be a loss to the players if he deposited half of it into his own treasury. Of course, this was what he thought. And then again, he will probably pay for many of the buildings later on. So no matter what he does, he must have his own small treasury in case of emergencies. And the main reason why he stores evolution points is because of several problems he is about to face. The first one is whether to unlock new unit buildings. Jiang Yao is currently struggling with this issue. His first idea is to decentralize another 100 places, and then start the task of new buildings by the way. First, increase the number of personnel to about 200, so that the new units can be unlocked just enough for new players to go by. Because Jiang Yao felt that the first batch of players had been trained almost enough, and each of them had more or less 10,000 or 20,000 evolution points in total, and most of them were ready to use them to buy velociraptors. After they bought the velociraptor, even if they unlocked a new unit, Jiang Yao probably wouldn't buy it, because the velociraptor basically drained their wealth. There is also a reason why Jiang Yao does not directly unlock the new arms according to his original plan, but is considering whether to unlock them. First, as a game planner, he knows that new arms are like new characters or new skins in the game. Many people think it's normal for you to release a skin every month or two. But if you work like a certain game's assembly line and have a new skin every 3 days, then it's a big problem. Players will only think that you are cutting leaks too blatantly. The second reason is that upgrading new unit buildings requires a lot of energy points. A total of 50,000 points. Of course, apart from these, there is another very important reason, which is that Jiang Yao discovered a serious problem during this war. When the enemy breaks through to the insect nest, his insect nest basically has no defense, so it is very passive. In the system evolution item, buildings such as insect nests can also evolve. Although a huge amount of points are consumed, Jiang Yao personally feels that it is necessary to prioritize the evolution of the insect nest. After the insect nest evolves, it will have a certain ability to protect itself, and it will not be so passive when encountering similar things in the future. And the evolution system is very different from the general Zerg development method. It has more maneuverability. For example, the interstellar Zerg want to occupy a certain planet or launch an interstellar war. Then it requires both space arms and ground arms, because most ground arms do not have the ability to fight in space. They also do not have the ability to navigate in space. So special transport bugs are needed to transport these ground troops to another planet. The usual operation mode is to transport ground troops there, then build an insect nest, and start to extend the front line in all directions with the insect nest as the center. The space arms are mainly responsible for dealing with these civilized warships. In short, the division of labor between different arms is very clear. But here the disadvantages of the Zerg fighting are highlighted. That means that every time you go to a new place, you need to consume a lot of resources to rebuild various things like the insect nest arsenal. But Jiang Yao, who has an evolutionary system, is different. He can even evolve the insect nest into a mobile space base through continuous evolution. If he evolves successfully, he can then use the insect nest to carry the insects through the universe. Therefore, the biggest flaw of his insect nest is no longer there. If a normal insect nest finds you, you will be unable to hide even if you want to. But Jiang Yao is different. He can drive from the insect nest to the depths of the star sea to hide, and then send the insects on an expedition. And according to the evolutionary route of the evolutionary system, the insect nest can even serve as a space battleship after evolving to a certain extent. And it can act as a space fortress with very powerful offensive capabilities. Of course, having such an ability after learning about the evolution of the insect nest made Jiang Yao feel quite awesome. But he also had to face a problem, which was the massive consumption of evolving the insect nest. The first stage of evolution of the insect nest alone requires a total of 100,000 phagocytosis and 10 million evolution points. This is still the most basic evolution of the insect nest. Although the insect nest has a certain attack power after evolution, it has not achieved a qualitative change. Only when the insect nest evolves to the third stage can the insect nest undergo a qualitative change. Because the third stage insect nest can have the ability to travel at the speed of light. Of course, the speed of light is far from enough for the vastness of space. However, with such ability, the insect nest is no longer just a sandbag at least. If you want to completely allow the insect nest to sail freely in space, you need to evolve the insect nest to the fourth stage of qualitative transformation. After the insect nest has mastered the ability to jump, but let alone the fourth stage now, Jiang Yao was not sure whether he could collect enough materials for the third stage. So now Jiang Yao is very confused about how to deal with this energy devouring point. Whether to use it to upgrade buildings and unlock new troops, or to directly evolve the insect nest. Unlocking new arms is definitely very useful now, because there are many powerful creatures on this planet, and new arms can provide him with better protection. But upgrading the insect nest is a long-term investment. Why do you say that? After all, the Interstellar Zerg group is still a race that everyone wants to fight. if they are discovered by other civilizations one day during the development of this planet. It just so happens that this civilization is a member of its own hostile alliance, so they will naturally recognize themselves and attack them. At that time, I couldn't run even if I wanted to, so I could only choose to be tough. As for whether I could survive this tough fight, it was hard to say. But if the insect nest has evolved, it will be different. When the insect nest enters the third stage, it will already have the ability to travel and leave the planet. If one day he was discovered, he could just run away. All in all, Jiang Yao could only choose between upgrading the insect nest and unlocking new units. As for choosing both of them, Jiang Yao knew very well that this was definitely impossible. Chapter 69 Game Update. Because the total resources of the planet are limited, if nothing unexpected happened, Jiang Yao guessed that there was a mineral vein on the black insect side, and then there should be another mineral vein on the troll side. And it is very likely that these two mineral veins are the only mineral veins on the entire planet. Of course, it is also possible that there are other mineral veins on the entire planet. But as the leader of the Zerg tribe, Jiang Yao must think about the worst in everything and then prepare for the worst. So Jiang Yao thought about the worst case scenario and only found two of them so far. So how to rationally utilize the resources of these two veins has become a top priority. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao decided to endure it. For the time being, leave the energy devouring points aside. Wait until the troll's mineral vein is knocked down, and then look at the total amount of energy devouring points obtained, and then make a decision. If the troll's mineral vein is very large, he can unlock a new unit, and then invest all his resources into upgrading the insect nest. If the total amount of mineral veins on the troll side is relatively small, then give up all the resources to unlock new units, and use them to upgrade the insect nest. Because in Jiang Yao's opinion, he must pave the way back in advance, compared to unlocking more buildings and then hatching stronger units. Jiang Yao feels that it is more reliable to move the insect nest. After all, the total amount of resources on this planet is limited, and it is unknown whether other or points can be found in this galaxy or surrounding galaxies. If it's okay to find or points in the surrounding area, then he can create transport bugs to dig up resources from other planets and continue development. They even talked about re-establishing an insect nest there. But I am afraid that if this is the only planet in the surrounding area with such a small amount of mineral veins, I will be embarrassed, and I will really be in trouble every day. If luck is even more tragic and another intelligent civilization comes at this time, there is no need to think about the end immediately. Therefore, compared to unlocking new arms or developing later stage arms, Jiang Yao feels that the first priority for development at present is to prioritize the evolution of the insect nest, so that even if he is in danger and cannot be defeated, he can still run away. As long as you don't die, there is still hope. If you are trapped and die on this planet, then there is really no hope at all. Of course, these are just Jiang Yao's current plans, and the specific operations will depend on the situation. If the resources of this planet are really pitiful, then Jiang Yao will most likely choose to directly suppress the transport worms, and then go to the surrounding galaxies to search for ores. All in all, future plans still depend on the situation. Although Jiang Yao is still confused about his future plans, the most important thing for him right now is to decentralize the quota. Because Jiang Yao knew that the players were going to attack the trolls soon. So this meant that the newcomers could drink soup behind the old man after they came in. And if it is charged in the form of ticket fees like Xianyu can also make a lot of money. Of course, Jiang Yao was helping Xianyu in disguise, but he naturally had his own reasons for doing so. This is actually a small trick commonly used by game companies. In the early years, game companies often did this. For example, if a certain civilian player obtains the same kind of equipment, and then sells it for how much, this is probably the routine. One advantage of doing this is that it allows the majority of civilian players to see that this game can earn real soft money. It can be linked to reality, and it also lets these people know that it is possible for them, as civilian players, to earn so much. This will stimulate everyone to study the game more deeply and work harder to make progress. In the later stage, this routine is often used by some people to cook. And this dish is the familiar hard dish painted cake. Just like how you used to buy bone rings in offline cities. A bone ring cost a few $100s at that time. Players know that this thing is very valuable, so they will study where to use it, what profession to use it, which picture to use it efficiently, etc. In this game, players all know that killing monsters can make money, but they will study how to improve their efficiency, how to improve their operating level, and so on. Therefore, in my eyes, salted fish can also serve as this big cake and become the benchmark for most ordinary players. After all, counting the previous times in this wave, Xianyu has netted at least 120,000 to 30,000 evolution points. He has netted so many evolution points in such a short period of time. This is very exciting for any player who is new to the game. After confirming the plan to decentralize the quota, Jiang Yao also began to post updated announcements on the official website. Because he did not have enough evolution points before, he limited the amount of recharges per day. But he had enough evolution points. So Jiang Yao increased the amount of recharges to 5 times per day. The reason why he did this is actually very simple. First of all, it can quickly bring closer the distance between some new players who have entered the game and old players. Of course, in addition to this reason, another point is that the enemies he faces now are getting stronger and stronger. So he also needs some players to continue to strengthen their arms, so that he can have more highly evolved arms. Of course, he didn't dare to shoot too hard at once. Although the evolution points in his hand were already in the tens of millions, there were more and more players. Counting the players who have been decentralized this time, there are more than 200 players in total. Even if each player recharges 1,000, he will consume 200,000 in one wave. If everyone has fully charged up for the day, then he will consume 600,000 to 700,000 evolution points in one day. This amount is already huge, and I can barely sustain it now. After planning, Jiang Yao started taking action. Zerg OL, version 1.1 Age of War. Dear players, the server will be shut down for maintenance in 30 minutes. The downtime is expected to be 2 hours. Please inform each other. First of all, we would like to thank all the players for their valuable contributions in optimizing and adjusting the direction of the game during the closed beta period. Based on the data collected, we will make the following adjustments. Version update content. With the passage of time, the current insect swarms have also gained certain combat capabilities. As the players' activities become wider and wider, the activities of the insect swarms have also attracted the attention of surrounding races. These races have an unfriendly attitude towards the insect swarm. So Commander Jiang Yao decided to hatch more insect warriors to defend the insect nest. Internal beta quota. After official decision, the internal beta quota will be decentralized to 100 people again. Adjustments, optimized environment details, and optimized some bugs in landscape modeling. Mission adjustment. The task of additional rewards for phagocytosis points in the Velociraptor hatching pool has ended, and the ratio of phagocytosis points to evolution points has been restored to 110. Start a new mission. Hive evolution. How could the interstellar Zerg race, as a race that once dominated the universe, succumb to small planets? Mission content. Players can improve the evolution progress of the insect nest by turning in energy devouring points. For every energy devouring point turned in, players will receive an additional 10 task rewards on top of the original 10 evolution points. Mission completion conditions. The insect nest successfully evolves to the 3rd stage. Mission start time. Decided by the Zerg leader NPC Jiang Yao. As a reward for completing the mission, participating players will receive a reward of 1,000 evolution points. Start a new mission. The road to evolution. Because the enemies are getting stronger and stronger, the insect swarm is in urgent need of a large number of elite troops. So after thinking about it, the leader decided to activate the evolution reward mechanism. The first stage of evolution can enjoy a 10% discount on evolution points. The second stage of evolution can enjoy a 20% discount on evolution points. And so on, with a maximum discount of 50%. And the event lasts for 3 days. Other adjustments. The daily recharge limit is changed to 3240. Distribution of rewards. The construction of the Velociraptor pool has been completed. In order to thank the players for their hard work, all players who participated in the construction of the Velociraptor pool will receive a reward of 200 evolution points after it goes online. That's all for this update. Chapter 70. Preparing to attack the trolls. As the announcement was made, the entire chat went crazy. Xianyu, this wave of unexpected updates hit my waist. I feel numb and my mentality explodes. Brothers, I just finished 2 rounds of evolution, and the official came directly to give me an evolution discount. Weiji, this relationship is good. According to this calculation, if my Temple Warby evolves to the 5th stage during this period, the cost will be directly halved, and the 6th stage will also be the same. I feel that if I work hard, I will most likely directly evolve the Warby to the 3rd stage. 7 stages. Emperor Penguin, damn. The fees for the 7th stage are outrageous. Even if you recharge every day for 3 days, I guess it won't be enough. The wind is rising. There is only one solution for now. Xianyu, are you talking about the troll lair? Weiji, we will go to the troll lair after the update is completed. Currently, only the troll lair can satisfy my large demand for points. Although we have been collecting points during this period, there is still a lot left. So I decided to raise the purchase price in the past few days. If you want to sell it after collecting 648 evolution points for 800 meters, you can contact me privately. Xianyu, damn it. Mr. Weiji, you are too much. Shiji Yondial, I can't afford to offend him. I can't afford to offend him. It's hard to explain. You are driving up the price of AC. Breaking through the south wall, you may make money. But Weiji will never lose money. Judging from Weiji's current level of evolution, this event can reduce the evolution cost by at least 50%. So even if he raises the price, it won't be a loss either. Leak leader, haha. I don't agree with this. It should be said like this. Official, you may make a small profit, but I will never lose money. After the update is completed, players can't wait to go online. This wave of updates can be said to be a big giveaway of various benefits. The first insect nest evolution mission to be launched. Although the start time is tentative, players can prepare in advance. Secondly, the evolution point discount activity is the most important thing about this update. After reaching the 5th level, the evolution fee will be reduced by 50%. This is great news for advanced evolution players. Not only for high-level evolved players, but also for many low-level evolved players. This can be more or less preferential. But because of this event, the biggest problem players are facing now is a serious lack of evolution points. Although you can now recharge 3,000 points a day, the maximum you can get in 3 days is 9,000 points, which is not bad for old players. Because most old players also scored thousands of evolution points on average in the last battle. In addition, they had already had enough reserves to purchase the evolution points of the Velociraptor. As long as they recharged or gained some energy, it would not be a big problem to complete the first level evolution. If they fight hard or attack the troll lair to get a lot, it is not impossible for them to complete the second level of evolution. For new players who have just entered the game, this wave of activities may only evolve the worker bees at best. All in all, during this event, players without too many evolution points focused on worker bees, while players with raptors were trying their best to see if they could evolve a few more times during the event. After all, even the first stage of evolving the beast can save more than 3,000 evolution points. And the second stage can save more than 10,000 evolution points. However, because a large number of players need to evolve, evolution points are currently in short supply. All players are trying to find ways to collect more evolution points. There are also many players who do not hesitate to increase the purchase price of evolution points because they are just one step away. Currently, the evolution points in the game have soared to 648 evolution points and 1,000 soft sister coins. But even at this price, not many people are willing to sell it. And many new players who just came in also made a wave of recharges without hesitation, evolving the worker bees to the first stage. Although the worker bees in the first stage are still very weak, they are undoubtedly much stronger than the worker bees in the basic stage. What all players have to do now is to improve their strength as soon as possible, because players are about to go to the troll lair to attack the trolls. And the stronger they are at this time, the more monsters they will kill. In this way, amid the intense preparations of new and old players, one day later, a large expedition force formed by players arrived at the outskirts of the Misty Swamp. At this moment, the players are basically all first-level armored worker bees, and there are only a few ordinary worker bees. Among the more than 200 worker bees, there are more than 80 second-level steel worker bees. As for the swift beasts, there are more than 50. Although most of the velociraptors have not evolved, their strength cannot be underestimated. Brothers, the current situation is probably like this. Although we all know the location of the troll lair, how many trolls are inside is unknown. Because the Queen Mother has never entered the troll lair, she doesn't know exactly how many trolls there are. But what is certain is that the number is at least 10,000 to 20,000. Of course, those of us who have fought against trolls should know very well that the individual strength of trolls is still much weaker than that of worker bees. But the situation is similar to that of black insects. Their number is relatively large, and their attack power and mobility are much higher than that of black insects. So we must be careful when fighting. At this moment, Xianyu was controlling a swift-winged beast that was about 10 meters long, covered in blue, and had a pair of huge wings that looked like they were made up of countless sharp blades, and said to everyone, Swift-winged beast. The third stage of Swift Beast requires 120,000 evolution points. Because you can enjoy a 30% discount in the current event, it only takes more than 80,000 to complete the evolution. At this price, Xianyu naturally chose evolution without hesitation. Compared with the 20-meter-long armor beast, its body shape and appearance have changed dramatically. Compared with the ordinary swift-winged beast, except for an extra pair of wings and a slightly different color, there is no overall difference in appearance. Big. Compared with the fierce armor beast, the swift-winged beast is much more flexible. The most important thing is that just like its name, the swift-winged beast has the ability to fly. And its main attack method has become a long-range energy-devouring skill. Attack. Compared to the swift armor beast, its attributes also vary greatly. Swift-winged beast, HP 80,000. Attack, 3,500. Defense, 100. Agility, 500. Energy phagocytosis reserve, 300. Skills, energy devouring shield. Energy devouring flying blade. Energy devouring explosion. Energy devouring cutting. In addition to the regular energy devouring shield and energy devouring flying blade, these skills have two more special skills: energy devouring explosion and energy devouring cutting. The energy phagic explosion gathers the energy phagic energy and launches a powerful energy phagic ball. Once it touches the enemy, a violent explosion will occur, causing a wide range of AoE damage. The energy devouring cutting attaches the energy devouring energy to the wings, making the wings become like sharp blades. It cooperates with the speed of the swift-winged beast to swoop and cut the enemy. Compared to the defensive-oriented ferocious armor beasts, the swift-winged beasts are more inclined to attack. Salty Fish is also very satisfied with the third stage evolution of the Velociraptor. But now he wants to give it a try to see if he can get the energy points needed for the fourth stage evolution before the activity. The fourth stage of evolution of the Velociraptor requires 600,000 evolution points. Calculated according to the event discount, it means that it only requires 360,000 evolution points to evolve. I used to charge more than 160,000 in ticket fees to evolve, and used about 80,000 in evolution points. Now I still have more than 80,000 evolution points left in my hand. I still have 270,000 less than the top-up. It takes 2 days to get 270,000 evolution points, and it takes 30,000 liver points a day. It's a long way to go. Thinking of this, Xianyu looked at everyone and added, of course, with our current strength, if we really face a troll, we have a better chance of winning. But there is a boss-level existence in this troll family, and it is also the biggest threat to our operation. However, after all, there is only one boss. It is not difficult for us to attack it in groups. It is not difficult to defeat it. So when this boss appears, all of us must stop what we are doing and come immediately to besiege the boss. In this way, we should be able to solve it. And as long as we solve the boss, then we will basically declare that we have won this troll copy. At this moment, everyone nodded after listening to Xianyu's words. Chapter 71: Exploring the Situation. Brother Xianyu. Basically, we all know the situation because we were delayed for 1 day yesterday. So now we only have 2 days left, and the time is tight. Let's make arrangements as soon as possible and start conquering the dungeon. A player said at this moment. After hearing what this player said, Xianyu thought for a while, and then said to everyone, first, send people to sneak into the troll lair to investigate the situation. I will give you the coordinates of the troll point. Then send 2 Velociraptor players to go to the troll lair to find out the situation. It's best if you can enter the troll's lair. If you can't, it doesn't matter. You can also observe from the outside. Because the Velociraptor is much faster than the troll, it can evacuate immediately even if it encounters danger. Of course, we must remember clearly that we went to explore the road, and we must not fight. Our large force can move as close as possible to the troll lair. After the 2 scouts have a clear understanding of the situation, we can formulate a battle plan and launch an attack. Everyone nodded after hearing Xianyu's arrangement. Okay, Mr. Xianyu. I will do as you say. After everything was arranged in this way, everyone began to head towards the location of the troll's lair. Brother, I don't know how much we can make this time. 2 raptors chatted on the road as they hurried on. Siusi thought for a while and replied, I estimate that there will be no shortage of things this time, based on the troll data submitted by the players before. First of all, the phagocytosis point obtained by a troll is the same as that of the black insect, including the additional phagocytosis reward from the new activity. It is the same as before. 1 phagocytosis point is equal to 20 evolution points. The reward for a troll itself is 80 evolution points. When combined, a troll is worth almost 100 points. Hearing this, Chi-Chi couldn't help but get a little excited. If the number of trolls mentioned by Xianyu is correct, then wouldn't everyone in our wave of trolls be affected? Everyone has been rewarded. I'm afraid you haven't thought too much. You have to figure it out. This is not the same as the last time Blackworm rewarded everyone equally. This time it depends on personal strength. Xiaozi sorted out his thoughts, and then patiently agreed. Chi-Chi started to explain. The more we fight, the more rewards we get. To put it simply, the stronger we are, the greater the benefits we get. Of course, compared to other worker bee players like us who have swift beasts, the speed of farming is naturally faster. Quite a few. But the biggest problem we face now is transportation. Velociraptors are essentially a combat unit, and not a working unit like worker bees. Their transportation capabilities are much worse than worker bees. Yeah. How could I forget this time? Hearing that this was Chi-Chi, he suddenly realized. But he immediately thought of a key question. Damn it. According to you, although our monster spawning efficiency has gone up this time, the transportation efficiency has gone down. It seems that our improvement has not been much. Hearing what he said, Susie sighed and said, Yeah, this is the most worrying thing. At this time, Weiji's advantages are reflected. Their combat capabilities and transportation capabilities are not bad. And the most important thing is that if I guess correctly, there is a high probability that there will be ore in these troll lairs. When the time comes to mine, we will have to switch to the worker bee role to mine. After hearing what Xiaozi said, Chi-Chi couldn't help but nodded and fell into deep thought. I'm sorry. From what you said, why do I always feel that this new unit is not as good as I thought? It can only be said that its general versatility is not as wide as that of worker bees. In this way, the two of them communicated while walking, and soon arrived at the entrance of the troll cave. The entrance to the troll cave is quite different from the blackworm cave. The entrance looks like it was man-made rather than naturally formed. The entrance to the cave was empty. The two found no trace of the trolls. According to the two players' guess, the trolls were different from the black insects. They were confident in their own strength and did not send out patrolling soldiers like the black insects. But this is fine, so that they can safely enter the depths of the troll cave to investigate the situation. Thinking of this, the two of them immediately ran towards the inside of the cave without any delay. Compared to the blackworm cave, this troll cave is much larger. The entire cave is about 80 meters tall, about the height of more than 20 floors, and the width of about 50 meters gives it a special feel. Spacious feel. Let me stop. These trolls have made this hole so big. Xiaozi couldn't help but sigh with emotion as he walked along. Have you forgotten that there is a huge boss inside this place? I guess it is made so big here to facilitate its entry and exit. Chi-Chi analyzed. In this way, the two people walked carefully along the cave. The depth of this cave was far beyond their expectation. All the way down, the two of them estimated that it was okay to crawl down for about 10 kilometers before they discovered the troll below through the Zerg's biological radar. You must know that even in its most basic form, the Velociraptor, a combat type, has a biological radar detection range of 20 kilometers. In other words, these trolls actually live 30 kilometers underground. Then, should we continue? At this moment, it was Chi-Chi who noticed that there were a large number of trolls below and was a little unsure about paying attention. We are trying to collect as much information as possible. Let's go down and take a look. It would be best if we could quietly lurk in the area where they live. Takanishi replied. Is it too risky? Chi-Chi was a little worried about this. What are you afraid of? They can't run away from us anyway. If we encounter danger, we just run away. So under Xiaoxi's encouragement, the two continued to move forward. Because of the bioradar, the two of them were able to clearly understand the location of the enemy, so they did not encounter any danger along the way. Finally, after dozens of minutes of careful crawling, the two arrived at the entrance of the troll cave. Holy crap! Are you planning to go over there and take a look again? Chi-Chi looked at him at the entrance of the cave, not far away, with a horrified look on his face. What if you are afraid of a hammer and are discovered? We can run faster than them. But this is too risky. Although Chi-Chi knew that they could run faster than the trolls, he still didn't want to do this kind of behavior of rats licking cat coins for fun. You're so scared of Gil. If you listen to the loud snoring inside, it's obvious that these idiots are still sleeping. As long as we are careful, it will be absolutely safe. And why do you think I'm taking risks? Will these things be able to withstand when we attack them with all our strength? They certainly won't be able to withstand them. How many trolls do you think we can defeat compared to those big guys, like little salted fish like us? Hearing Xiaoxi's words, Chi-Chi looked at him with a strange face. At this moment, Chi-Chi didn't understand what this guy wanted to express by saying this. Perhaps seeing Chi-Chi's doubts, Xiaoxi continued, don't forget, we paid the entrance fee. So no matter what, we will make as much as we can from this wave. We definitely won't get much advantage with Shuiguai. After all, our transportation capacity is here, so we can only work hard on mining. Chapter 72 Star Ring Worker B. Hearing this, Chi-Chi immediately understood what he was thinking. This guy probably wants to take a look at the ore layout inside first, and see if there are any secret passages or the like that will be cleared soon and achieve a lead in the mining stage. Although your idea is not wrong, it would be too risky for us to go there like this. And I feel that the bioradar can detect it quite clearly. Chi-Chi said to this. Bioradar can indeed show the distribution of ores, but I still think it's best to confirm it with your eyes. Xiaoxi said, and slowly and carefully crawled towards the entrance of the cave. I believe what I see more than radar, Xiaoxi muttered as he crawled to the west. And the moment he came to the cave entrance and turned off the bioradar, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. What I saw here was a huge cave space. The entire space was hundreds of meters high. The entire space was densely packed with sleeping trolls. And they are completely different from the trolls they saw before. The ones they saw before were gray. But now there is a blue troll in this space, which is a full size larger than the gray troll. Times. In the center, there is a troll with a height of more than 80 meters, which is particularly conspicuous. Of course, apart from the trolls, the patches of ore growing in the endless space here are really dazzling. What a fool. This is riding on cowhide. Damn it. The amount of ore here is outrageous. I'm afraid the ore in the black insect nest doesn't even have 1% of the ore here, Xiaoxi exclaimed instinctively as he looked at all this. His tone was full of excitement at this moment, because he knew that this wave was developing. But at this moment, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. Oh no! I was so excited that I forgot where this place is. As his words fell, many trolls were awakened by his voice and looked towards his position. I'll cut it in. Chi-Chi. Run quickly. Huh? Where are you? You idiot. Why don't you run away, and you're still standing there stupidly giving away your head? At this moment, Chi-Chi's voice came from far away. Holy crap. You sold me without any hesitation. Shall I sell you? If you don't sell me, if you scream so loudly in this place, who will you sell me to? While the two were still running away, the trolls behind them roared and chased them. Holy shit. This is so exciting. Xiaoxi shouted excitedly as he ran away. Seeing Xiaoxi behind her, Chi-Chi was also a little speechless. I'm sorry. You are so excited. How did you see the distribution of the ores? My excitement was exposed just now, and I haven't had time to see it yet, Xiaoxi replied. Holy shit. I have to complain about what a waste you are. I know the distribution of the ores very well. I guess you don't understand the number and layout of the monsters. If you don't understand, you still bring such a big group of monsters up here. So now I'm curious about the plan for me to follow you down here for adventure. What? Hearing Chi-Chi's complaint in front of him, Xiaoxi behind him felt a little embarrassed. It was just a small mistake, but I still got a lot of useful information. There are 3 types of trolls. The biggest one should be the boss. The others include the fat gray ones we saw before. There are a lot of them in the cave. Apart from the fat gray ones, there are also fat blue ones. It is twice as big as the gray fat man, but the number of the blue fat man is much smaller than that of the gray fat man. While running, Xiaoxi told the information. Let's report the situation to the superiors first. I visually inspected the monsters that are catching up with me. There are about 3,000 monsters that are catching up. Let's deal with these 3,000 monsters first. Chi-Chi thought for a while and said. After hearing Chi-Chi's suggestion, Xiaoxi didn't hesitate, and immediately contacted Emperor Penguin and explained the situation. Okay. I understand that about 3,000 of them have been brought in. Right? Replied the Emperor Penguin, who received the news. Have you estimated the accurate number of monsters in the cave over there? Emperor Penguin then asked. It's probably more than 10,000 by visual inspection. According to Fat Blue, the number should be around 3,000. The rest is fatty gray. Takanishi answered and then added, the area where they live has a lot of ore. And they are all very large pieces of ore. Have you figured out the situation of the boss? For example, what kind of equipment does it carry? Damn it. Brother has no chance of getting close to them. You don't know how sensitive those monsters' hearing is. They can detect even the slightest sound. We will be exposed as soon as we get close. It's too wide to be afraid. After hearing Xiosi's words, the Emperor Penguin nodded. Okay. I know the general situation. You lure these 3,000 to it first. And we will deal with these 3,000 first, so that the pressure on our line will be much less in the later stage. After saying that, the Emperor Penguin looked at the people behind him. According to frontline intelligence, there are approximately more than 10,000 trolls in the cave. The ore is very densely distributed. Not surprisingly, the main source of income for this cave is these ores. As we all know, mining ore is very time-consuming. So we need to capture this area as soon as possible. Everyone nodded after hearing what Emperor Penguin said. Wait until 3,000 of them come up. Let's take care of them. And then just kill them, one player said. At this moment, another player asked a little strangely, Huh? Why didn't I see the Anchors team? After hearing this player's reminder, everyone also reacted. Yeah. If you didn't tell me, I almost forgot about this. Why didn't the Anchor team come? I heard they seemed to be going to the volcano. What are you doing over there at the volcano? While everyone was talking about it, the silhouette of the Weiji team appeared in the distance. The leader is a special body made of silvery white, and its outer outline is similar to that of an ordinary worker bee. It's just that it's much larger in size, reaching about 40 meters in length alone. It's a giant worker bee surrounded by a circle of special metal squares. The entire worker bee gives people a strong sense of technology. Apart from the special metal surrounding it, the most attractive thing is the thing that looks like a particle cannon launcher on the back of the worker bee. Holy crap. Is this the 7th-stage worker bee? It's so technological. At this moment, everyone watching the worker bee controlled by Weiji was also deeply shocked by the technological body of this worker bee. I heard that this has evolved to the 7th stage and is extremely expensive. Isn't that right? I remember that this wave of evolution that Weiji mentioned was almost going to wipe out his family fortune. Holy shit. How expensive is this thing? It can make a wealthy person say that his body was ripped out. Chapter 73 Weiji's Investment. At this moment, when everyone was talking about it, a player said, First of all, it is well known that the Temple Fighter Bee has an evolution point of 50,000. If there is an activity like now, actually evolving to the Temple Fighter Bee stage will save a lot of money. But even if there is such a discount event, it will cost points to evolve from the Temple War Bee. The price of the 5th stage Disaster Worker Bee reaches 300,000 evolution points. Even the active price is 150,000 evolution points. Compared with the Temple War Bee, the improvement of this War Worker Bee is not big, and there is no change in skills. It's just that the basic attributes have been improved. In the 6th stage, the evolution price of natural disaster worker bees has reached 1 million, and the activity price is 500,000. Because worker bees are originally a working class, this stage also changes their attributes. Only after reaching the 7th stage of qualitative change will the number of worker bees increase. A few skills. However, the main attributes that were improved in the 5th and 6th stages were energy devouring points, blood volume, and defense. After reaching the 7th stage of qualitative change, the entire worker bee has also undergone tremendous changes, completely evolving from a ground force to a space force. Everyone was surprised to hear what this player said. Space arms? That's right. It evolved directly into a space troop with ridiculously high attributes. First of all, the blood volume has reached 300,000. The attack has reached 10,000. The defense has also reached a terrifying 3,000 points. And the agility has reached 700 points. The energy reserve has reached 10,000 points. And it also has the ability to travel in space. Although the speed is not as fast as the second universe speed, it is already very incredible. Everyone was shocked when they heard the attributes of this unit. With my damn attributes, I'm afraid I can't just crush the whole crowd. It's worth mentioning. What about skills? Are there any changes in skills? After hearing everyone's questions, the player continued, skills naturally change a lot. First of all, it has a total of 5 skills, namely Energy Devouring Shield, Energy Devouring Field Shield, Energy Devouring Anti-Gravity, Energy Devouring Particle Cannon, and Energy Devouring Traction. You should be well aware of the conventional Energy Devouring Shield and Stance Shield. The remaining special skills, Energy Devouring Anti-Gravity, allow him to fly. I don't need to say more about the Energy Devouring Particle Cannon. The power of the big turret behind it is incredible. Boss Weiji jokingly calls it the Equality Cannon for all living beings. As for the last energy-devouring traction, it is similar to a tractor beam that pulls distant objects to you. This skill is mainly for the convenience of collecting supplies. Of course, this can also be understood. After all, the main function of the working arms is to collect materials. It's too unbelievable. Not to mention the ridiculously high-end basic attributes. This skill alone is already enviable, a player said at this moment. In response to his words, the player who explained it before shook his head. To be honest, if it were me, it would be absolutely impossible to evolve this kind of soldier. No matter how it evolves, it is a working soldier, although high evolution has given it a lot of powerful capabilities. But in fact, his direction is still in the collection aspect. Whether it is the turret or other skills, the biggest role is to serve the collection. For example, if there are some hard meteorites with ores attached to them in space, it can use turrets to crush the meteorites and then use tractor beams to pull the ores over. In fact, although these skills have very powerful attack power, they are essentially for collection. And the evolution points required are also ridiculously high. It requires more than 6 million evolution points. And even if they are active, it will take 3 million evolution points. Hearing what this person said, everyone present was dumbfounded. What the hell? More than 6 million evolution points. I'll go. The price is a bit ridiculous. I did some calculations. Even if it is the active stage to evolve to this stage, I estimate that the total number of evolution points required is 4 million. I'm really curious. Where did he get so many evolutionary points? Why do you need to say this? The last time we participated in the battle, there were more than 150 people in total. But look at the fact that so far there are only more than 50 raptors, and you haven't noticed the problem yet? You have to know that last time everyone got close to 10,000 evolution points. Counting that many people were stocking up on resources to buy the Velociraptor before the battle. There are many people who have at least 20,000 evolution points in their hands. Where did these evolutionary points go? Except for this. After the end of the last war, we had a buffer period during which the entire Anchor Guild was frantically collecting points. At that time, we thought that the host would collect evolution points to evolve his members and restore their overall strength. But seeing the current situation, I thought it was wrong. It took a long time because the Anchor wanted to evolve and collect it for himself. But I guess he didn't expect that this event would happen at the time. During that time, the Anchor collected over 100,000 evolution points on average in one day. How many days did it take at that time? And who do you think came up with the current ratio of 648 to 1,000 meters? It wasn't the Anchors and the gang. Hearing what the player said, everyone also noticed the situation on the Anchor side. After the last battle was defeated, the Anchor team only had 8 temple bees left except the Anchor. But now that these people have entered the game again, except for the 8 temple war bees that are still there, the worker bees of their other members are all at the level of first level armored worker bees, and have never evolved further. Seeing this, everyone also understood that they were pouring all their resources into the Anchor to raise a top-notch account. However, this kind of thing can only be used by rich people like Weiji. Because even if these people are your team members, you still have to pay a high price to collect evolution points from them. And the key is whether you charge a high price and others are willing to sell you. Now evolution points have a price but no market. And there is a reason why his members are willing to sell to him. Because I took them to kill monsters every day before I died. And they gained a lot of evolution points. So they are only willing to help you if you need them. You must know that before Weiji, bringing someone to kill monsters was equivalent to giving away money. There are really not many people who can do this kind of courage. It is also because of these early accumulations that during this most critical activity period, people are willing to sell you evolution points, so that you can hit the high evolution stage. And although he spent about 4 million on the overall evolution points in this wave, because it was collected at a high price. If you count soft sister coins, he spent about 6 million. If you include the previous throws, Weiji has already invested a small 710,000. Although this number is still far away from the most expensive prop in the history of the game, which cost 6 million nifty coins, it is still an exaggeration. Chapter 74 Harvest begins. Damn it! I'm so envious. Why are they so rich? Hey, if I had known I would have been the Anchor. As he was talking, a player suddenly noticed something was wrong. Brothers, look at how the worker bees in the Anchor team are all holding a big iron cage. As the player finished speaking, everyone looked in the direction of the Anchors. Let me check it out. They are planning to make a huge profit. They even brought the transport with them. Damn. I was wondering why these people ran to the volcano for a long time to do this. No, brothers, How did they master the high-end technology of iron making? Is there any need to guess? Since ancient times, players have created talents. I guess some of them are in this field. Let me tell you, I don't know how many people can carry such a big cage in one trip. Is it true that you don't even plan to leave any soup for us? With the arrival of the anchor team, the players have also set their sights on the cave exit not far away. At the same time, two figures also appeared within the players' perception range. The two explorers are back. They were followed by a bunch of trolls. There aren't many of them. Let's clear out this group of trolls first, and then we'll kill them. Okay. Brothers, get ready. The moment the troll appeared, players rushed forward in a swarm. Brothers, let's kill. The evolution point is here. The next moment, the players were seen rushing towards the trolls in a mighty manner, like vicious dogs snatching food. Within 2 minutes, the players rushed into the giant army of trolls. Holy crap. Is this the legendary fat blue man? He's really big enough. The player who was currently facing off against the blue troll exclaimed. I guess the evolution point reward of this thing should be much higher than that of Fatty Gray. That's for sure. Damn it. Do you still want to fight me? Why don't you fight me to grab the monsters? Knock on me. There are so many monsters outside. Why are you robbing me? Stop complaining and do it now. If it's any later, I won't be able to drink the soup. The next moment the players were fighting the trolls. Dig haha. As expected, I have to say that my ability is strong. At this moment, Xianyu laughed in the sky. The next moment, he dived at an extremely fast speed. As the skill was activated, his huge metal wings were wrapped in energy and became extremely sharp. The next moment, he used the huge speed and inertia to plunge headlong into the group of trolls. Immediately afterwards, I saw these trolls being intercepted on the spot wherever Xianyu passed. Xianyu's operation also shocked everyone. I ask you if you want to be so foul? Why don't you leave a little soup for us to drink? There's another wave that's going to be so big. Are you sure you can transport it back? Do you want me to help you transport it? After hearing what these players said, Xianyu couldn't help but sneer and said, do you really think that I am unprepared and just throw so much money into it like an idiot? The next moment, Xianyu yelled at Feng Kaiyunyang and the others. Xiaofengzi, it's your turn to work and pretend to be prey. As his voice fell, he saw the wind and clouds rushing behind a big stone not far away. After a while, he ran back from behind the big stone, and then dragged the two prey to the distant place. The big stone ran back. Damn! Feng Qianyong, what are you doing? Where's the rack? Where's the big rack we put behind the big rock? Drag it over quickly and use it. Xianyu was anxious when he saw Feng Qianyong's operation. Now is a good time to harvest melons for evolution points. How long can you drag them out one by one? Big shells? Do you think the shells in your house are made of iron? There are a bunch of wooden shells here, and they are all corroded by the fog. Oh no! Why did I forget this? As he said this, Xianyu glanced at him. You've never thought about such a big problem. You're just a piece of trash. Your uncle, who was the fool who criticized using broken frames to pretend to be prey. While the two were still arguing, a group of new players came over and asked, do you two need help with transportation services? We will charge 30 evolution points for transportation for one troll. What the hell? Why don't you grab it at 30 o'clock? Xianyu complained immediately after hearing what these new players said. Don't you see that we are snatching now? Ahem. No. We can't say that. Mr. Salted Fish. You first need to think about how long it will take to transport you there and back. How many monsters can you kill in this time? When you think about it, you will suddenly understand that with your efficiency in spawning monsters, you will definitely earn more in the same time than if you run back and forth. And those of us who are little salty fish are relatively slow at spawning monsters. And we can't grab many monsters. We can only maintain a living by earning some hard-earned money through transportation. So our cooperation can form a perfect complement. After hearing what the new player said, Xianyu nodded. Well, yes, what you said makes sense. But it's a pity that I don't need it. Several players couldn't help but be a little surprised when they heard Xianyu say this. Just when they were extremely confused, they heard Xianyu's voice again. Because I have long expected that Feng Qianyong is unreliable. So I have a plan B. As he said this, Xianyu roared in the distance. Young men, come to work quickly. The next moment, more than 100 young black insects about 2 meters in length were seen crawling over from a distance. Humph. Do you think I didn't think about it when I evolved? The transportation capabilities of combat troops are very poor? Xianyu said with a look on his face. What do you think I am doing during this time? No matter how tired I am. Teaching these bugs like a fool? Isn't this the moment in the picture? As the saying goes, it takes 1,000 days to raise an insect, but only a moment to use it. Several new players were dumbfounded when they saw Xianyu's operation. Oh no! If young people don't respect martial ethics, why don't you hire foreign aid? Damn it. These black bugs haven't grown up yet. Do you understand that you hired child bugs and broke the law? Young man, you are a rat-tailed juice. What a little black insect you drag out and sell yourself. Let me tell you, you are going too far like this. Ignoring the complaints of several people, Xianyu said to the emperor penguins, black worms are responsible for transportation. And you are responsible for guarding the safety of black worms. Remember, you must protect black worms. In order to tame them. I have done a lot. Put in the effort. Not bad. I didn't expect you to be a chicken thief. At this moment, he saw many black insect emperor penguins crawling over from a distance and praised. When I was a chicken thief, I was always a chicken thief. Okay, said Xianyu and started to take the black insects to carry the loot. Chapter 75 The Troll Boss Appears. At this moment, all the players in the field looked at this group of black worms dragging prey dozens of times larger than themselves. As they crawled hard, they couldn't help but secretly curse the salted fish for their lack of worms. Made salted fish has perfectly solved the transportation problem directly. How small a black insect is forced to do business. What an ugly capitalist face. Bah! I admire it. I express my admiration. I asked Xianyu if the black worms are for sale. I want to buy a few of them. He's selling it. He said before that he only rents it and doesn't sell it. It said that a black insect can gain 50 evolution points a day. What the HL? 50 evolution points a day? Why doesn't he grab it? He was already robbing him. Haven't you noticed yet? At this moment, while everyone was talking about it, the battle also came to an end. Under the attack of several elite units and many players, the trolls were defeated. Some of the lucky ones who survived screamed in terror and ran towards the depths of the cave. At the same time, the trolls inside the cave heard the screams of the trolls outside and rushed towards the door. Come up. At this moment, the players with absolute strength saw this group of trolls as if they were seeing mobile wallets, and rushed towards the trolls one by one without risking their lives. Originally, the trolls only had more than 10,000 troops left. Although there were some elite blue fat men, they were obviously not enough compared to the players. Especially at this stage. Players have a lot of evolved arms, so it is not too easy to fight. However, while the players were launching a fierce attack on the trolls, there was a violent vibration inside the cave that attracted everyone's attention. The next moment, a troll with a height of more than 80 meters appeared in front of everyone with heavy steps. The moment it appeared, a thick red beam was shot towards the player, and the worker bees hit by the beam were cut into two. All the players were dumbfounded when they saw the scene. Although the ones that were split into two were ordinary worker bees, and some armored worker bees. This was enough to scare the players. Oh my god! This herd is going to heaven. Get out. Get out. Let the local tycoon stand up to us little shrimps. We can't stand it. The damage done by this troll boss is too unbelievable. My damn steel worker bee was completely wiped out by a beam of light and reduced to residual health. A player shouted while dragging his seriously injured body while running. Damn it. This thief can't afford to play with him. He just carried a turret on his back. This troll boss is different from other trolls who use cold weapons. He holds a huge laser transmitter in his hand. Judging from the size, players speculated that it should have been dismantled from a certain spaceship. And what surprised the players was that there was a large piece of, or tied to the back of the turret. Obviously, this laser transmitter can directly extract energy from the ore. Holy crap! Where did the trolls from the Cold War age get this thing? I'm afraid that the civilized spaceship was dismantled, and the fort was taken down. What should I do? This thing is too powerful. What are you afraid of? Didn't you see that Weiji, Xianyu, and the other wealthy people were there? As the player finished speaking, everyone turned their attention to Weiji, and the others not far away. At this moment, Xianyu, Feng Kaiyunyang and Weiji all rushed in front of the troll. The next moment the battle between the two sides was about to break out. At this moment, not only the players, but also the defeated trolls were turning their attention to the battle between several people, because the outcome of their battle would directly affect the entire battle. Xianyu first activated the energy-devouring shield to protect himself, and then countless flying blades attacked the troll boss. At this moment, Weiji also waved his big pliers and rushed towards the troll. Seeing several powerful creatures attacking towards him, the troll boss naturally did not dare to be careless. He raised his weapon again, and the next moment, a beam of light shot out and pointed directly at Weiji, who was charging towards him. However, its attacks were blocked by Weiji's energy-devouring shield. Holy crap! Does this thing do so much damage? It was full in one shot, and it forced me to consume more than 800 energy-devouring points to maintain the energy-devouring shield. Weiji couldn't help but be a little surprised when he saw the consumption of blocking this blow. At this moment, he had already rushed in front of the troll, and he was seen waving huge metal pliers towards the troll. The troll naturally knew that it felt uncomfortable to be caught by this thing. It immediately jumped back. But at this moment, Xianyu controlled countless flying blades and flew towards its head. It instinctively raised its hand to cover its head. And at this moment a shield completely covered it and began to shrink. As the shield was squeezed, the troll struggled desperately. The next moment, he only heard it roar, and the shield shattered. Holy crap! Is this boss so powerful? Feng Kaiyunyang couldn't help but exclaimed when he saw that the force field shield, which it consumed a full 200 points of energy to maintain, was so ineffective. In fact, if the force field shield is to be maintained forcefully, it is estimated that the shield can last for a while. But the energy consumption will be very alarming. Although the armored bee's energy-devouring reserve is still very high, even if it were smashed into Feng Kaiyunyang, it probably wouldn't be able to crush it to death. So I gave up. But at this moment, when the troll broke away from the shield, he raised the turret and pointed it at the salted fish in the distance. This wave of operations also shocked Xianyu. The current evolutionary stage of Xianyu is simply a crispy skin with high attack and low defense. It is definitely not possible to resist hard. For the sake of safety, Xianyu could only use energy shield to resist, because Xianyu also consumed a lot of energy when he spawned monsters before. So after this wave, Xianyu's energy absorption is about to bottom out. Holy shit. Brothers, I'm almost out of energy. I'm going to hit you from a distance. Those of you who have energy, just keep on confronting me. While talking about salted fish, he stepped back, and in the gap between the troll's attacks, Weiji rushed to it again and started a hand-to-hand fight with it. Seeing this scene, Xianyu seemed to think of something. Brother Weiji, just keep your distance and fire off the cannon. Why are you confronting him? What do you know? The reward for this big boss must be huge. If you beat the boss to pieces, how much can you sell it for? Weiji, who was fighting the troll head-on, replied. After hearing what he said, Xianyu thought about it, and it seemed to be the same thing. At this moment, Xianyu seemed to think of something. So he hid behind and began to carefully control the flying blade. Xianyu, you idiot. You control the flying blade to hit its hand, which is useless. Hit its turret and destroy its weapon, so we can fight. Feng Kaiyunyang, who was watching Xianyu's operation, couldn't help but remind him. Then, Lao Feng, do you think there is a possibility? I mean, is there a possibility? I have taken a fancy to the turret in his hand. Feng Yungying. Regarding Xianyu's naive idea, Feng Yunin glanced at him lightly. Do you think you can use your broken claws? Can you? Do you think you have hands like a troll? You idiot. Chapter 76: The Destruction of the Trolls. At this moment, while the two were still bickering, Weiji was getting familiar with the skills of the Star Ring Worker bee through fighting with the trolls. After only a few rounds of fighting, the trolls saw the huge gap between the two sides and adopted guerrilla tactics. The troll took the initiative to distance himself and fled towards the cave. Judging from the situation, he probably wanted to distance himself and then attack with weapons. Because just now, the troll discovered that his fist hit the Star Ring Worker bee, and the opponent was totally fine. On the contrary, once it is pinched by the opponent's pliers, or if the opponent lifts the pliers and hits it, it will scream in pain. It has wisdom and understands that it has no chance of winning in a head-to-head confrontation. So it chooses to keep a distance and attack with weapons, as it did at the beginning of the battle. Because he found that as long as the enemies in front of him used weapons, they would avoid them or use special abilities to defend themselves. From this, it can be inferred that the big treasure in the hand can cause great harm to these guys. At this moment, Weiji will naturally not let it go so easily. I have almost adapted to the various abilities of the Star Ring Worker bee, but I have to say that it is worthy of spending so much money on this thing. The strength is really a bit unbelievable. As he said that, Weiji looked at the running troll in the distance. I've had enough fun. It's almost time to send you up. Cough, cough, cough. I remember a certain anchor said that money is not important. The key is operation. Yes. This is the so-called Krypton gold. It doesn't matter. Is this what you call an operation? Cough, cough, cough. Looking at the barrage of everyone in the live broadcast room, Weiji coughed twice to cover up his embarrassment. Okay. Family. Stop teasing me. I'll show you off next. As Weiji's words fell, the next moment, he saw Weiji's body slowly floating into the air. And then he flew directly towards the running troll boss at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, he also put his big pliers in front of his body, preparing to give this guy a dick. At this moment, the players were relieved to see Weiji's skillful operation. At first, I thought it would be a fierce battle. But now it seems that I thought too much. A player looking at these battlefields couldn't help but sigh. This completely crushes Chuinchuin's face. Didn't you notice? Weiji has been playing with this troll since the beginning of the battle without any real intentions. Sure enough, the Krypton Gold boss is so scary. To be honest, even if we don't have to worry about Big Brother Weiji not being able to get in, Xianyu and Fingqi can easily defeat this guy. This thing is actually one of the weaker ones. It relies on the turret in its hand. Otherwise, it won't have much ability to resist even if we swarm it. But I feel Xianyu and the others may not necessarily be able to defeat this troll. It's not like you guys from Xianyu don't know what they often do is to invest against the wind and waves. Didn't you see that when he was fighting the troll boss? His energy had already bottomed out? That's right. I also forgot about this guy's 3-minute manhood. I was careless. Am I the only one who is curious about where this troll boss's turret comes from? To be honest, I'm quite curious about this too. Hey, do you think there are spaceship relics of other civilizations on this planet? And then these idiots found it and took down the fort? I feel like this is quite possible. Don't worry about so much now. The most important thing for us now is to clean up these trolls and then go down to mine. Makes sense. Immediately afterwards, the players continued to attack the surrounding trolls. At this moment, the trolls saw that their bosses had run away, and their morale plummeted. Moreover, the strength gap between the two sides was huge, so they were quickly defeated by the players. All solved. But at this moment, on Weiji's side, with Weiji's last blow, boom, with a loud noise, the troll fell unwillingly, and with the fall of the troll boss, the entire troll clan was declared extinct. At this moment, the water friends in the Weiji live broadcast room were also making various complaints. Is this the so-called operation? To be honest, the moment he thrust his penis really shocked me. I have to complain. This operation is a bit heavy-handed. Well, guys, the anchor just used a stance shield to trap the troll, and then used energy-devouring traction to pull it over and sling the hammer. Doesn't this count as an operation? I won't complain about you, because you are a level 1 fan upstairs. That thing is not called operation, but it is called money ability. Winning this battle was much easier than the players thought. And with the victory of the war, the players knew that the appetizer was over. Next it was time to serve the main course. Thinking of this, countless players began to quickly sort out their loot. They piled all the trolls they had defeated together, and started shouting loudly. Trolls come out at 80 each. They are only sold for 80. Do you want any of them? Fatty Blue is worth 220 evolution points. I only sell them for 200. Do you want any newbies? 75 is the last 10. Boss M. Next to Muda. Don't lower the market price. Gone. 70 for Gray Fatty. 190 for Blue Fatty. Contact the boss as soon as possible. Eat as much as you like. Bosses, if you don't sell it, the ore below will be taken away later. Is there anyone who sells troll weapons? You can get a troll weapon for 360 evolution points. You really think we are stupid? A weapon is worth at least 20 energy. This weapon is not as difficult to transport as a troll. I can carry a large bundle of this weapon back at a time. No one will sell this thing. You are so determined. Don't even bother. Gray Fatty is 75. Blue Fatty is 195. If you want to sell it, please contact me directly. Brother, I sell. The old rule is to register the name and quantity first. You owe the evolution points first, and wait until I sell them. Then I will trade the evolution points to you. Okay. The war ends now. Many players took out their trophies, and started selling them. Most of the players are Velociraptor players. Their transportation capabilities are very poor. After transporting all the prey back, the day lilies are cold. Even going home and driving the worker bees over for transportation is not feasible. The speed of the worker bees is a flaw. After all, Most players' worker bees are not highly evolved, and they are not fast enough to go back and forth several times, which will waste a lot of time. So instead of wasting this precious time here, it is better to deal with these things at a slightly lower price. And then you can free up your hands to mine. Because when Jiang Yao learned that the ore reserves in the troll nest were so huge, he immediately started the dual tasks of constructing the insect nest and building new buildings. The price of energy devouring points has returned to its previous price of 20. Chapter 77: The Hunted Alien. With the opening of this mission, players are not willing to spend too much time transporting these trophies. They want to seize the time to dig more or to maximize their profits. Some newcomers have completely opposite views. And the view of these newcomers is that so many people are flocking to the troll lair to mine at the same time. Then the ore will be consumed very quickly, and if there are too many people, you won't be able to mine much. Rather than fighting with them, this kind of reselling business might make more money. So a dozen players spontaneously form such a transportation team. But at this moment, when the players are still searching for loot in full swing, on the other side, a Taylor civilization warrior wearing armor was heading in their direction at high speed. Leah, who was walking through the primitive jungle at this moment, was nervously watching the armor's radar. Damn it! Only 5% of the armor's energy is left. If this continues, I may be in danger. Looking at the dense red dots on the radar, she couldn't help but frown. How come there are aliens on this planet? And they are interstellar aliens. I don't know if the captain and the others have passed on the information. Leah glanced at the sky as she spoke, her eyes full of worry. He and several team members drove a shuttle to the planet in advance to find a more suitable location to set up a temporary command room for the students who would undergo subsequent assessments. But they never expected that they would be targeted by aliens when they entered the planet. Moreover, the aliens on this planet are not ordinary aliens, but one of the interstellar aliens. If she guessed correctly, these aliens should have fought with other civilizations and then hid here to recuperate after being defeated. Therefore, they know very well about interstellar warfare. When they saw their shuttle, these aliens did not attack immediately, but chose to hide until their battleship arrived on this planet a few days ago. And these aliens, who had been prepared for a long time, launched a sudden attack on their warships. First, the ground alien combat units prioritized destroying their shuttles. Some aliens immediately flew into space and began to emit special interference waves that interfered with their communications, preventing them from transmitting the news here. When their warships discovered that the situation was not good, they immediately began to take off. And some aliens capable of interstellar combat chased after them and launched an attack on their mothership. Although their mothership successfully entered space again, when they entered space, they found that there were thousands of aliens waiting for them in space. In desperation, the battleship can only choose to fight these aliens, because the entire planet is now interfered with by special alien radio waves. Information cannot be transmitted, so she doesn't know the situation of the battleship in space. And now all she can do is find a way to survive. Just get rid of these aliens who are chasing her, and then hide on this planet for a few years. Once the alien lowers her guard, she will still have a chance to send the message. Of course, this is the last resort. But even this method she felt had a high probability of being unable to be implemented, because there were too many aliens chasing her at the moment. If she fights an alien 1v1 alone and relies on her armor, her chances of winning are still relatively high. However, it is impossible for the aliens to come and engage you in a 1v1, and they will never challenge you in a one-on-one fight. Leah is also very clear about her own strength. When combined with the armor, she can do 1v2 at most. If she is allowed to face hundreds of aliens that are chasing her at the same time, she will be completely shocked. So what she can do now is to get rid of the alien pursuit as soon as possible. But obviously, this is very difficult because her armor only has less than the last 5% of energy left. Once the energy is exhausted, she will never be able to run past these aliens without the assistance of the armor. I hope Captain and the others can win. At this moment, she could only pray silently, as if to stop her thoughts. As she finished speaking, she suddenly noticed a huge fireball falling rapidly on the horizon in the distance. Her heart dropped when she saw this scene. Needless to say, their battleship was destroyed. It's over. Her tone was filled with despair. I wonder if the captain and the others are still alive. Thinking of this, she decided to rush over there to see the situation immediately after getting rid of the aliens. At this moment, she did not notice that she had stepped into a swamp area, and it was a swamp area with no grass growing on it. When she came back to her senses, she also noticed something strange in the swamp area in front of her. However, since there were many aliens chasing after her, She couldn't think too much and could only speed up and continue to move deeper into the swamp. And at this moment, a prompt suddenly appeared on the armor's radar. A very powerful energy reaction was found underground about 200 kilometers ahead. According to the AI, it is estimated that it is most likely a rack ore. When she learned the news, she couldn't help but look happy. The armor she is wearing now is the armor with the highest technological content in their civilization. This armor not only has powerful combat capabilities, but can also directly replenish energy through the Iraq ore. Thinking of this, she glanced at the coordinates on the map and set the navigation instructions, then turned off the radar, because his armor was relatively short of energy at the moment. And if the radar was turned on for a long time, the energy would be consumed too quickly. She was worried that the armor would not be able to hold any position. After turning off the radar, she directly activated the flight mode of the armor. Although the armor consumes a lot of energy in flight mode, at this distance, she can reach her destination before all the energy is consumed. As long as she flew to that area and charged up the energy through the ore, it would be relatively easy for her to get rid of the pursuit of these aliens. Because according to the radar, those ores are in underground areas, and it is easy to succeed in such a place by using the terrain. At this moment, under the acceleration of the armor's flight mode, Leah soon came to the door of a huge cave. The entrance to the cave was empty at this moment, but she could deduce that there had been a battle here from the bloodstains around it. From a normal perspective, Leah, as an elite warrior, would conduct a detailed investigation of the surrounding area before entering such a dangerous area. But now that there were pursuers, she ignored them and went straight into the cave. At this moment, in the deepest part of the cave, players are frantically collecting ores. Chapter 78, The Detailed Creation of the Empire? Oh ho ho! It's so fun to dig this ore. If you get rich, you can transport 4 to 5,000 energy-devouring points of ore back in one wave. Evolution is just around the corner. Boss Weiji, do you still have iron cages for selling ore? I'll buy another one here. Brother, the price of cages has increased by 500 evolution points each. Do you want one? Damn it. The price has been raised twice in just a few hours. None of the profiteers are as ruthless as you. Brother, this thing is very expensive now. Okay. Do you think this thing is easy to make? Now I have set a few brothers here to work overtime. But even so, I haven't produced many units. Damn it. Don't tell me what's missing. The basket you sold before had blocks on all sides. But now you've removed all the blocks on all sides and left a piece in the middle. You cut corners so much and sell it so expensively. No. I can't stand it. If you raise the price, it's too much. Brother, it's hard to find raw materials, and it's too troublesome to process. What do you think? I'll tell you the truth. If you don't buy it, the price will go up later. Damn. It's still going up. Forget it. Just pretend that I'm afraid of you and I'll buy one. Brothers, do you want anything else? If you want to buy it, hurry up. The last one is 100. The last one is 100. Everyone. But at this moment, when everyone was in full swing, a figure with a long blue tail flame suddenly rushed in. The moment she rushed in, Leah was dumbfounded when she saw the dense crowd of worker bees in the hall. At this moment, the players were stunned when they saw the uninvited guest who suddenly rushed over. Interstellar Zerg. Although most of the worker bees have evolved, their appearance is very different from before. However, there are still some new players who use the most basic worker bees. The Interstellar Zerg is a notorious race in the universe. Although the Taylor civilization behind Leah is not a member of the Empire. However, I have heard more or less rumors about this race through the universe-wide broadcasts said by the Empire. So when she saw the Interstellar Zerg appearing here, her heart froze. The captain must be contacted and asked to pass on the message. This was the only thought that came to her mind at the moment. Compared with the alien Interstellar Zerg, it was a greater threat. At this moment, the players' eyes couldn't help but light up when they looked at this warrior wearing armor. Hell, it looks like a new monster has appeared. Damn it. Brothers, these guys are wearing armor. I'm afraid they're not high-tech monsters. And you can see that its body shape is obviously human. If I remember correctly, the official said that the first thing these evil humans did when they saw us was to destroy us. Holy shit. It turns out to be an evil human race. What should I do? Brothers? The evil humans even said they were addicted. Do you want to be so stupid? Catch her first, and then we'll talk about it. After she's caught, she will be taken back for interrogation and asked to confess her accomplices. Then we will find an opportunity to kill them. Yes, that's it. Brothers, hack him. At this moment, Leah, who realized that the situation was not good, was about to turn around and run away. But the next moment, she saw a stance shield directly covering her. When she saw the scene, she couldn't help but widen her eyes. Stand shield. When she saw this thing, she knew she was doomed. Caught! At this moment, Leah Weiji, who was controlled by the force field shield, walked up and said, "Otherwise, bring her to the leader first. I feel like it might trigger some mission." After hearing this, everyone looked at each other. And then Yiling walked out and looked at everyone. With all due respect, everyone here except me is the boss. Yiling, who originally wanted to say rubbish, immediately changed her mind when she saw the rather unfriendly looks from everyone. Ahem. You must have not carefully read the settings of the huge universe in the game. Yiling added as he spoke. I don't know how many of you remember that in the game setting, we were hunted down by a powerful empire, and were almost exterminated. Hearing this, Yao Rumeng nodded and said, I think everyone should know what you said. We were hunted down by a powerful empire, and only one insect nest was left. How much do you know about this powerful empire? Yiling asked as soon as Yao Rumeng finished speaking. As his words fell, everyone fell silent. To be honest, they don't have a deep understanding of this empire. In fact, for most players, they don't even know the background setting of this game. However, this is also a very common phenomenon in the gaming circle. When it comes to playing games, as long as it's fun, that's it. Seeing everyone's expressions, Yiling said, the Imperial Army. It is a super cosmic empire with an area of tens of millions of light years. They are absolutely powerful existences in the entire universe. And their existence directly subverts the laws of the Dark Forest in the universe. You must all know that there is another setting in the game called the Dark Forest Law. In the Dark Forest Law, every civilization is a hunter with a gun. They are hiding in the dark forest of the universe, and don't dare to say anything. If they are discovered, other hunters will shoot you without hesitation. And because of the chain of suspicion, the relationship between civilizations is unbreakable. The Empire is the only one that breaks this rule. Their power allows them to have no scruples, and can even send cosmic broadcasts to the entire universe at will. As he spoke, Yiling looked at everyone, and our reputation in the universe is so bad because of the Empire. After hearing what she said, everyone seemed to understand something. You mean this thing is a masterpiece of the Empire? It's very possible. If he is an agent of the Empire, and he discovers us, this matter will be in trouble, because he is very likely to send our information to the Empire. Once we are weak and discovered by the Empire, what awaits us will be annihilation. What the hell? Are you as weak as us? Old man, did you misunderstand something? Yeah. Big brother, are you sure you're not kidding us? As Yiling finished speaking, many players questioned his words. Faced with everyone's doubts, Yiling couldn't help but sigh. Hey, I feel like the power of the Empire I told you at the beginning was all in vain. Forget it. I'll explain it to you in detail. In this way, you will have a deep understanding of the power of the Empire. Lest you think that you have defeated a few wild monsters from indigenous planets, and you are so arrogant that you think you can stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Chapter 79. Capture him first and then talk about it. After a brief tidying up, Yiling spoke slowly. First of all, our race is called the Interstellar Bug Race. It was once considered a powerful race in the Star Sea. The number of bugs sent out in an interstellar war casually launched was in the hundreds of millions. And we have a very strong reproductive ability. And we can cultivate troops extremely quickly. We can easily hatch millions of combat bugs in a few days. And the hatching sites we choose are usually some special planets. Most of the planets where the hatching sites are located are very close to the black hole. And time on these planets usually becomes very slow due to the influence of gravity. If 1 hour of normal cosmic time passes, you may have been on this planet for 10 days and a half. After hearing this, everyone suddenly understood something. If there is a crazy explosion of troops on such a planet with a time difference, wouldn't the Zerg be able to continuously replenish the battle losses? This kind of routine can kill the opponent even if it is consumed. But even so, the Zerg still lost. It seems that you should have thought of something. We were still defeated under such circumstances. But this is not the most terrifying thing. This is just the tip of the iceberg for our powerful enemy. After speaking, Yiling continued, according to official records, there are countless corps in the Empire, each of which performs its own duties. But we were exterminated by 2 parts of an organization called the Tribunal. The 2 parts of the Demon Tribunal and the Alien Tribunal. If we use words we can understand, the Empire is equivalent to a bodyguard company, which is divided into many parts. And we were exterminated by 2 small security guards in one of their departments. At this point, Yiling looked at everyone. I think everyone should understand when I say this. In our heyday, we were only wiped out by 2 small security guards, and we didn't even see the real owner. As Yiling finished speaking, everyone turned their attention to Leah. We can't let her spread the news. Kill her. Otherwise, once our coordinates are exposed, our damn cliff will be so cold. The enemy. I'll take him back to the lair first. Then let's see what the leader says. Weiji, who realized that the situation was not good, said, Okay, that's what Boss Weiji will do. Boss Weiji, be careful on the road. After hearing what everyone said, Weiji nodded. But just as he was about to leave, he suddenly froze. There is an enemy. Although Weiji did not turn on the bioradar at the moment, its perception after evolving into a ring worker bee is quite amazing. Even without turning on the radar, it can sense movements hundreds of kilometers away. At this moment, Weiji, who discovered the enemy, immediately turned on the bioradar. Damn it! What's going on with Mr. Weiji? Is there an enemy? I wonder if I'm from the Empire. I'm sorry. Something is going to happen to Mud. While everyone was still talking about it, Weiji also shared the biological information coming towards them with other players through bioradar. This is... Holy shit! Alien! Alien! There are so many aliens, and they are not the only one. Ha ha ha. They have a tribe, and my hidden mission is complete. Xianyu, who recognized these monsters at this moment, suddenly laughed loudly. What? This is the alien. There are quite a few. No, brothers. Xianyu seemed to have said something terrible just now. I seem to vaguely hear the hidden mission. Hammer. Did that Dogecoin trigger a hidden mission, and is it related to aliens? No. Brothers. What are you doing now that the enemy is here? You still have time to chat. Why are you nervous? The wealthy people are here. So why are you afraid? While the players were talking, the alien army had already rushed in. When they entered here, they couldn't help but be stunned when they saw the huge ore in the entire cave. Ore. A lot of ore. And then their eyes turned to the many worker bees in the area. Zerg? Zerg native to the planet? Looking at the aliens headed by these weird-looking bugs in the distance. It was strange. They should be ordinary Zerg. No, they are not ordinary Zerg. They are interstellar Zerg. Seeing this scene, the alien captain realized that something was wrong. With the same number, the combat effectiveness of the interstellar Zerg is much stronger than them. Under normal circumstances, they must rely on numerical suppression to fight against the interstellar Zerg. But now they only have more than 100 aliens. And the number of these interstellar Zergs is twice as many as theirs. So there is no need to think about a real fight in this wave. Escape. This was its first thought at this moment. But it's obvious that players don't intend to let them go. Hey! Don't leave when Thief Sun is here. Stay and drink tea. At this moment, the players were seen screaming and killing the group of aliens. Under the suppression of absolute strength, these aliens were eliminated by the players in less than a minute. This is called people staying in the mines. And money comes from the sky. These aliens are really good enough. Seeing that we are short of evolution points, they came to give us evolution points. Unlike the players, Leah, who saw the entire battle at this moment, was shocked by the powerful combat power of the Zerg. You must know that she can only defeat the aliens with the cooperation of the battleship. It is just like playing with these Zerg groups to eliminate them. Seeing this scene, she became more determined to pass on the information. But, at this moment, she looked at the shield that firmly tightened her position, and Weiji who was moving quickly with her. And she despaired. Even trying to escape from the aliens is difficult. And it is even more impossible to escape from these Zerg, who are many times more powerful than the aliens. Not long after, inside the insect nest, Jiang Yao couldn't help frowning when he looked at Leah, who was wearing armor in front of him. Damn it. Although I had fantasized about being found by the enemy a long time ago, I never thought it would be so soon. At this moment, Leah, who was controlled by the force field shield, also curiously looked at Jiang Yao in front of her. She knew that if she was caught, she would most likely be taken to see the Queen of the Zerg, and the Queen would most likely find out information about her being tortured and forced to confess. I remember it was mentioned in the Empire's universal broadcast that although the Zerg Queen's intelligence is relatively high, it is not particularly high. The think tank of the Zerg race should be the brain worm. Thinking of this, Leah still looked around as she recalled the appearance of the brainworm in the broadcast. She wanted to find the brainworm, but after searching for a long time, she did not find the existence of the brainworm, which made her feel a little strange. Chapter 80 Zerg? Sorry you made a mistake. Who are you? Why did you come to me? And what is your purpose? Jiang Yao finally couldn't help but ask after the two sides looked at each other for a long time. At this moment, Jiang Yao knew very well that what he had to do now was to try every means to find out the information he wanted from this guy's mouth, so as to be fully prepared for the coming crisis. And hearing Jiang Yao's voice emerge from her mind, Leah couldn't help but tighten her consciousness to communicate. The way different races in the universe can communicate can master this ability. The Starry Sky Zerg is not running away. But there is no reason. The words are clear, and the thoughts are clear. Is this still the Starry Sky Zerg in the information? Leah, who was a little confused, asked, Are you the queen of the Zerg? The queen who has been hunted down by the Empire to this day. When Jiang Yao heard Leah's question, he instinctively wanted to go up and slap her. I'm afraid this idiot is not clear about the situation. You must know that you are my prisoner of war now. Who gave you the courage to ask me back? Do you understand the basic humility in the face of the strong? As a weak person, you have to be a coward. Do you understand? But after hearing her words, Jiang Yao instinctively discovered the problem. Judging from her appearance, it seems that this guy has never seen the Starry Sky Zerg. Otherwise, how could she not even know what the Zerg Queen looks like? Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that she mentioned the queen who was hunted by that empire, not the queen who was hunted by our empire. Through these words, Jiang Yao instinctively discovered that things seemed far less bad than he thought. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao's thoughts became active. If she is not from the empire, then there will be many uncertainties. As long as she operates properly, she might actually have a chance to survive this crisis. But now, he needs to determine two questions. First, is there any connection between her home planet and the empire? Second, what is the relationship between his home planet and the empire? If there is no contact, then there is a high probability that they will not pass the news of their existence to the empire. After all, because of the existence of the chain of suspicion, they will also worry about the safety of their own planet. Who knows if the empire will be destroyed by themselves? Of course, it is not ruled out that after the notorious people of their own race learn the news about themselves, they will pass the news to the empire even if there are various uncertain factors. However, after Leah said those words, Jiang Yao knew very well that the crisis he was facing now had quietly changed. The crisis was no longer inevitable but possible. And the most important thing now is that she is not 100% sure that she is a Starry Sky Zerg. In other words, this matter is still feasible. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao began to analyze these uncertain factors. Since he had heard of the Starry Sky Zerg, there were two possibilities. In the first case, they had fought against the Starry Sky Zerg, and in the second case, they only knew about their own race through the Empire. The first possibility can basically be ruled out, because as long as she has fought, her answer must be yes, and not this uncertainty. If it is the second type, they have not come into contact with the Starry Sky Zerg, so they do not know much about the Starry Sky Zerg. However, the method through which they learn about themselves through the Empire becomes the most critical point. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao decided to test it out. What Zerg Queen? Obviously I'm a boy. I shouldn't say I'm a male. And you said you were being hunted by the Empire. What is this Empire? Jiang Yao said with a pretentious expression. Leah was also stunned when she heard Jiang Yao's words. Did I admit it wrong? It shouldn't be that he is being hunted by the Empire now. So he wants to use this method to conceal his identity. Thinking of this, Leah said with an expression that she had seen through everything. The Starry Sky Zerg are notorious in the universe. The Empire has spread your appearance to all parts of the universe through universal broadcasts. Now in the Milky Way, your reputation can be said to be unknown to all civilizations. No civilization knows anything. Hearing this, Jiang Yao immediately captured the key point. The reason why these civilizations know the Starry Sky Zerg. It was entirely because of the Empire's universe-wide broadcast. And he could be sure that a large part of the civilizations had not had real contact with the Starry Sky Zerg. It seems there is still room for maneuver in this matter. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao murmured. Because in his opinion, through the Empire's broadcast, the basic information and appearance of the Starry Sky Zerg can be made known to other civilizations. But if you have not had a direct battle with the Star Zerg, then your understanding of it is limited to the information you have received. There was a big misunderstanding between the information and what was actually seen. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao speculated that the reason why Leah thought she was a starry Zerg was because she saw a few unevolved worker bees in the cave. Because the appearance of all evolved worker bees is very different from the original starry sky Zerg. Therefore, under normal circumstances, it is absolutely impossible for these civilizations to connect the two. Even if they connect the two, it is only a guess at best. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao said, I don't understand what you are talking about. But I can tell you for sure. We have nothing to do with the starry sky Zerg you are talking about. Because we are a small bee group living on this planet for generations. And our hobby is farming. We are very yearning for peace. And it should have nothing to do with the Zerg you mentioned. Hearing this, Leah couldn't help but sneered. Do you think I will believe what you say? Seeing this, Jiang Yao naturally knew that this guy was not so easy to fool. After all, he was an intelligent race. It would be really weird if he believed his words with just a few words. But first, he needs to use his superb language skills to deceive her and make her believe his lies. Okay, Jiang Yao's showdown. His so-called superb language art is just me deceiving you. If the deception is not successful, I will kill you. So poor alien girl. You must be fooled by me successfully. Otherwise you will be gone. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao adjusted his thoughts and said, If you really think that I am the race you are talking about, then that race must be dangerous and evil. They may be as evil as the demon Pippin head in the legend of our ethnic group. So I would like to ask you, after you are caught by that kind of race, do you think he will communicate with you normally like me? Leah was also stunned when she heard this. Although she didn't know what the flat-headed brother Jiang Yao was talking about. She had to admit that it seemed like what Jiang Yao was talking about. No, you must be lying to me. There are several worker bees in your tribe that look exactly like the starry sky Zerg. Hearing this, Jiang Yao also confirmed her suspicion just now. Sure enough, all this is because of those few unevolved worker bees. But girl, do you know what you just said is very dangerous? You are such a thief. I really want to do it. Jiang Yao suppressed the urge to do something and said again. Exactly the same as the head of the starry sky Zerg clan? Jiang Yao began to pretend to be thoughtful again. Are you referring to this big guy who is more than 40 meters tall? Jiang Yao pointed to Weiji not far away and asked Road. Hearing this, Leah shook her head and then made a gesture. There are some 5 to 6 meter worker bees in the cave over there. They look like they were carved from the same mold as the starry sky Zerg. Hearing this, Jiang Yao pretended to be lost in thought. Oh, I understand. You should be talking about those mutated little bees. Mutation? Leah was also a little confused about this.